Hello everyone, today we bring you part 2. But first, let's quickly recap the previous episode. At Pingqing High School, a young boy named Yifan is reborn with memories of his past life. He was once a king-level beast master, but in this life, he is placed in an ordinary class due to his level talent. The news spreads across the campus, stirring mixed reactions, some mock, some pity, but no one knows the secret Yifan harbors. Standing at the classroom door, he wears a knowing smile, as if he can already see the day he will reclaim his destiny. Yifan's friend, Li Pengzi, eagerly discusses the upcoming beast selection with him. Drawing from his past experiences, Yifan recommends a flame serpent for Li Pengzi, while he opts for a seemingly useless firehound. He firmly believes there are no weak beasts, only weak beast masters. His gaze is deep and resolute, revealing an unyielding determination. Mr. Panjiao's words pour cold water on the students' enthusiasm as he tells them their talents predetermine their disadvantages in the world of beast masters. But Yifan refuses to accept this fate. A cold glint flashes in his eyes, envisioning the downfall of those who look down on him. At the edge of Silver Moon Forest, Yifan and Li Pengzi face challenges but do not back down. Yifan's firehound displays astonishing potential in battle, and Yifan himself, with his calm mind and exceptional skills, silences all doubters. However, Yifan's true challenge is just beginning. Ji Jia, an opponent with a silver-level exceptional beast, falls before Yifan. In the battle, Yifan not only demonstrates remarkable strength, but also crushes Ji Jia psychologically. His victory is not just proof of his own abilities, but a powerful rebuttal to those who underestimated him. As Yifan's performance in the secret realm becomes increasingly impressive, his name begins to spread throughout Pingqing High School. He advances further on the path of a beast master, while planting a seed in his Hear the Vows to expose the conspiracy of the dynasty organization and protect his family and friends. Yifan's actions draw the attention of the dynasty organization. They begin to plot in the shadows, aiming to eliminate this potential threat. But Yifan is no longer a boy to be trifled with. Using his wit and courage, he gradually unveils the true nature of the dynasty organization, proving his strength in one battle after another. In the fierce duels at the beast arena, Yifan and his beast cut through all obstacles, earning the audience's cheers and making substantial progress on his journey as a beast master. His reputation, like his prowess, quickly spreads throughout Pingqing. Yet, Yifan has higher aspirations. He knows that only by continually improving himself can he achieve better results in the upcoming freshman competition. His eyes are filled with determination, as if he can already see himself standing on the competition stage, welcoming his well-deserved glory. Behind Yifan, Li Pengzi and other friends also grow under his influence. Together, they face challenges, grow, and write their own legends on the path of beast masters. That concludes the recap of part 1. I hope you enjoy today's part 2. Your likes and comments are my greatest motivation. If you are interested in this story and are watching it for the first time, you can start with part 1 in the comments section or the playlist below. Now, let's dive into part 2. The broken wooden table in the center of the room looked particularly pitiful. With a furious slap, Old Master Yi almost turned the table into powder, sending splinters flying everywhere. His eyes blazed with rare anger, and his voice trembled slightly with rage. I had Yi Guihai investigate the entire Yi family, but never did I expect it to be my own grandson who became a lackey for the dynasty. Though Old Master Yi was over 100 years old and had stepped back from the front lines, he still oversaw the affairs of the Yi family. Yi Guihai's generation was mediocre, barely maintaining the family's status. Now it was time for the next generation to take over, with Yi Shunji and Yi Chuan being the most favored candidates by Old Master Yi. He leaned more towards the steady Yi Shunji, gradually grooming him to take over the family's legacy. Yi Shunji had performed well and had considerable support within the Yi family. As an old general who had spent years on the front lines and a descendant of dragon slayers, seeing Yi Shunji's name on the dynasty's list was a shock that enraged Old Master Yi. Clenching his fists until his knuckles turned white, Old Master Yi said, "To have such a descendant in my family, bearing my bloodline, how can I face our ancestors in the afterlife? How can I face my brother who died because of the dynasty?" Taking a deep breath, he continued with determination, "I will thoroughly investigate Yi Shunji. If it's true, I will personally execute him. Anyone who shielded or concealed for him, even if it's Yi Guihai, will be punished the same. The Yi family will not tolerate any connections with the dynasty." Yifan listened quietly, not making any comments. "This is a family matter, Old Master Yi. You have the final say." After calming down, Old Master Yi sighed heavily. "Fanner, how did you discover Yi Shunji's dealings with the dynasty? I trust you, but I need to know the source to verify it." Yifan truthfully recounted the events at the beast arena. Upon hearing this, Old Master Ye's face turned icy. Framing his kin, colluding with scum, this grandson's mind is indeed deep. Turning to Yifan, Old Master Yi advised, "Next time you encounter danger, call me directly. While your mentor is trustworthy, His strength is only at the gold level, not truly powerful and sometimes inadequate. Yi Fan nodded slightly. I understand, but I prefer to keep your and my mentor's protection as a last resort. Unless it's absolutely unavoidable, I will do my best to handle it myself. Danger is also part of opportunity. Old Master Yi was momentarily stunned by his words, his eyes somewhat dazed. Danger is also part of opportunity. You, at such a young age, have such courage. Remarkable. He looked at Yi Fan, whose figure overlapped with someone from his memory under the hazy moonlight. Zhang Tian back then also had such astonishing courage. Not continuing the topic, Old Master Yi observed Yi Fan. Fanner, you've made great progress, reaching the silver level in just a few months. Noticing the heavy sword on Yi Fan's back, he was a bit surprised. Have you been practicing swordsmanship recently? Yi Fan nodded and handed the heavy sword to Old Master Yi. Yes, I bought this heavy sword in the southern city and got a strange swordsmanship manual. Old Master Yi, this sword seems related to the dragon slayers. I don't have the dragon eye bloodline and can't sense it. Can you see anything unusual? Old Master Yi took the heavy sword, which immediately vibrated, emitting a bright light with runes appearing. Such a heavy murderous aura, he remarked, quickly calming the sword's energy with his power. Closing his eyes to sense it for a moment, he opened them and said, I feel a kindred touch from this sword. It indeed belonged to an original dragon slayer, but it's not the Nyelong sword. The Nyelong sword was lost long ago and is beyond the grasp of ordinary people. This should be a companion sword of an early dragon slayer. Although it hasn't slain dragons, it has been soaked in dragon blood, nurturing a dragon spirit within the sword. He returned the sword to Yi Fan. This is a good sword. It requires dragon slayer blood to activate, but the requirement isn't high. It can be used without dragon eye. The sword has blood grooves and runes that can enhance the dragon spirit through enemy blood. Use it to kill enemies, and if the dragon spirit materializes, it will be a great aid. Yi Fan thoughtfully held the heavy sword. Such spiritual weapons were rare but not unheard of. Some martial artists used special methods to imbue their weapons with spirits, using various means to strengthen the beast spirits within. Once materialized, these spirits could assist in battle, and such martial artists were known as beast spirit masters. Old Master Yi reminded, use it as needed, but focus on your primary path as a beast master. Yi Fan nodded in agreement. Old Master Yi continued, that's settled then. When the secret realm of fortune opens in a while, I will go in disguise to oversee things. You don't need to worry about matters outside the realm, just be careful inside. Yi Fan stood up to see him off. I understand, Old Master Yi. No need to worry. As they parted, Old Master Yi watched Yi Fan tidying the courtyard under the moonlight, a familial image surfacing in his mind. After hesitating for a moment, he finally spoke. Fanner, take care. I know you have the heart of a strong man and the courage, but always ensure your safety. Always keep some cards up your sleeve. Yi Fan responded, I will do my best. Standing outside the door, Old Master Yi remained silent for a long time before slowly saying, seeing you grow makes me happy, but also inexplicably worried. You aim to become strong, seek opportunities, fight on the front lines, and face various dangers. I am the eldest, much older than Zhang Tian, and watched him grow up. When Zhang Tian died, I couldn't sleep for nights until I saw the baby lynching. You are his bloodline. As long as you live, he continues. Selfishly, I would rather you live a normal life, safe and sound. Above all else, Yi Lao's figure gradually disappeared into the night, leaving Yi Fan alone on the chair in the courtyard, lost in thought. He recalled Yi Lao's parting words, deeply aware of the profound bond between Yi Lao and his own grandfather, and their earnest hopes for his safety. Yi Fan murmured softly, if Yi Lao were still around in my previous life, and my parents were in Pingsheng, maybe we could have lived a peaceful and stable life. His eyes flickered with complex emotions as he realized that in this lifetime, he had changed many things, not just his own fate, but also the circumstances of those around him. These seemingly small changes had triggered a butterfly effect, causing significant differences. Yi Lao's presence and the timely exposure of the traitor meant the chaos of the Longtong rebellion wouldn't happen again. The Yi family still maintained their status as dragon slayers. However, Yi Fan knew that becoming an ordinary person was no longer an option. He shook his head, recalling Yi Lao's words. To become strong, one must face many dangers. While an ordinary life might avoid many risks, it also lacked the ability to handle real threats. Only by continuously growing stronger, to the point of ignoring all dangers, could he truly protect himself and his family. With that thought, Yi Fan's eyes became resolute. He stood up, stretched, and muttered to himself, the freshman competition is just a few days away. That petty Jia, who lost to me last time, must still be losing sleep over it. Suddenly, Yi Fan found it amusing. In this life, he had been reborn with the memories of a century-old monster, and seeing the young Jia now, he found him petty and vile. Yet, in his previous life, when they were the same age, Yifan had thought Jijia was talented, steady, and worth befriending. Back then, as Yifan was just rising, he had felt somewhat honored to converse with Jijia, unconsciously magnifying his virtues and overlooking his faults. Perspective is everything, Yifan sighed. In this life, I've seen his true nature. The grudges of the past life will be settled in this one. Finally, Yifan didn't get up but instead returned to the house. The courtyard was quiet, bathed in soft moonlight that cast gentle shadows on the chairs and decorations. This place used to be where Xiaobai played, and in summer, Yi Linqing and the others often relaxed here. Now, with Yifan's rise, they had all left, and it was unlikely they would return to this small courtyard often. A few days later, the academy was bustling with excitement for the upcoming freshman competition. Students were returning, and Yifan arrived the afternoon after visiting his hometown. As Yifan was in his dorm, Li Pengzi burst in, carrying a large bag of buns, and asked enthusiastically, "Yifan, want some buns?" Chen Peng, who was also there, held 2 buns in his hands but hesitated and put them away when he saw the large amount Li Pengzi brought. Yifan looked at Li Pengzi, who was still chewing, shook his head helplessly, and casually grabbed 2 buns. Li Pengzi leaned closer to Yifan and said excitedly, "Yifan, I met a really pretty girl in the cafeteria today. She's so beautiful, I can't even describe it. I heard she transferred from the capital, just like Ji Jia, but I don't know why she only arrived now." Yifan frowned and asked, "Is her name Luoing?" Li Pengzi was surprised and said, "Hey, how did you know her name is Luoing?" Yifan answered casually, "I heard about her." He squinted his eyes, recalling some fragmented memories of Luoing from his previous life. She did appear briefly for half a semester around this time before transferring again. Being a member of one of the 8 great clans, her status was high. Yifan thought to himself that her coming to Pingqing for high school at this time was probably no coincidence. Considering Jijia's earlier arrival and the news about the creation fruit, Yifan guessed that some major clans might have learned about the creation fruit in advance and sent their younger members here under various pretexts. For these great clans, with outstanding talents and abundant resources, reaching the silver level, or even high silver stars, was quick, perfectly fitting the threshold for this secret realm. In a place like the capital, silver 9 stars was just the starting point for the clan's descendants. The real bottleneck was at the gold level. Thinking about this, Yifan shook his head. These clans, which had been around for hundreds of years, possessed countless resources and top talents, and their schemes were always unfathomable. Just like now, on the surface, Jijia had only brought Long Wu with him and was recruiting followers in school to compete with him. But once they entered the secret realm to fight for the creation fruit, the clan's silver-level followers would undoubtedly be numerous. Luo Ying's arrival undoubtedly added another potential competitor. Seeing Yifan deep in thought, Li Pengzi was puzzled and asked, "Yifan, aren't you curious? That girl is really beautiful. I've lived in Pingqing for so many years and never seen anyone so pretty. Aren't you at least a bit interested?" Yifan replied calmly, "There are many beautiful people." Having lived for a century, he had seen countless stunningly beautiful people and was no longer easily swayed by appearances. Seeing Li Pengzi's expression, Yifan smiled and asked, "What, are you interested in her?" Li Pengzi scratched his head and honestly said, "Not really, just wanted to look at someone pretty. It's human nature to admire beauty." Yifan nodded. "You are quite straightforward." Then, he added seriously, "Appearance is just the surface. You see enough, and it becomes mundane. Don't let looks cloud your judgment. An enemy is an enemy, and a rival is a rival. I don't want you to make mistakes because of beauty blinding your wisdom." Finally, Yifan reminded, "She's quite strong and not someone to be underestimated. If you face her in the freshman competition, be extra careful." The freshman competition arrived as scheduled, and the playground was bustling with people. Hundreds of new first-year students gathered, their expressions a mix of nervousness and excitement. Surprisingly, many second and third-year students also joined in the fun, acting as spectators. Yifan and his group found a place to sit and looked around. After half a year of study, many freshmen had shed their initial inexperience. The world of beast tamers was no greenhouse. Many of them had once fled in panic during their first encounters with wild beasts. This experience might linger in their minds for a long time, even if they become strong in the future. Li Pengzi, bored while waiting for the competition to start, couldn't help but mutter, "Yifan, the rules of this freshman competition are so strange. Why use a unknown elimination system? If you encounter a strong opponent early, your ranking will be much lower than your actual ability." Yifan replied calmly, "Luck is a part of one's strength. Almost all schools use this elimination system for student evaluations." Li Pengzi scratched his head. "Do all of them do that? Is there anyone who always meets weaker opponents and gets a good ranking?" Yifan nodded, a mysterious smile appearing on his face. "Of course. If it happens once or twice, it still indicates something." "Indicates what?" "Luck," Yifan explained. "Some people are born with good fortune. They encounter opportunities easily and can escape danger effortlessly, as if they have endless good luck. Such people are often called children of fortune. Li Pengzi was stunned. Children of fortune? Is it really that mystical? Does the school use this method to find such people? Yifan shook his head, sort of. Cultivating someone with great fortune is often easier. But luck is only part of it. Those who can conquer everything will be the best regardless of the system. No matter how great your luck is, a bronze player can't beat a king-level player. Li Pengzi nodded thoughtfully. Having followed Yifan for a while, he had learned some of his demeanor. But he couldn't help thinking, who wouldn't want to be a child of fortune? Seeing Li Pengzi lost in thought, Yifan shook his head, a hint of a smile in his eyes. He had heard of this school system for selecting fortunate individuals for years, but never fully agreed with it. Some people indeed have luck, but those who become strong also have another kind of fortune. Rather than chasing continuous good luck, it's better to seize every opportunity. If you can find treasures by chance, I'll find them myself. If you escape from beasts by luck, I'll defeat them directly. We are all beast tamers. You have your luck, and I have my skills. Who will reach the pinnacle 100 years later is still uncertain. In the afternoon, the competition finally began. There were 3 rounds on the first day, with half of the participants eliminated each round. Among the nearly 500 participants, a dozen had taken leave, so the top few dozen could be quickly determined. Influenced by Yifan's talk about children of fortune, Li Pengzi became particularly sensitive to the students' matches. Whenever he heard someone had a bye, he suspected they might be a child of fortune. With more than 10 people taking leave and others having byes each round, these individuals became Li Pengzi's focus. Yifan couldn't help but laugh at Li Pengzi's actions. Pengzi, there aren't that many children of fortune. Truly fortunate people are rare. We have only a few hundred students here. At Jingdu High School, with thousands of students per year, it might take decades to identify a single child of fortune. Li Pengzi disagreed. You never know. With such mystical fortune, maybe our school has one. He pointed to someone with a bye. Look at that person, glowing with health and a slick appearance, like Maitreya Buddha. He must have good fortune. Yifan shook his head helplessly, saying nothing more. Just as Li Pengzi was enthusiastically guessing, Pan Zhao suddenly called his name. He quickly got up and walked to the competition stage. Li Pengzi's opponent was a student from the elite class, quite strong, with 2 high-star bronze beasts. In the same grade, this was a formidable opponent, but against Li Pengzi, who had a silver-level ice python and 3 high-star bronze beasts, the opponent was ultimately eliminated. In the stands, Yifan watched Li Pengzi secure victory and nodded. Among high-star bronze students, Li Pengzi wasn't exceptionally strong, but with a silver-level beast, his strength was considerable. Among the freshmen, Li Pengzi's strength was at least in the top 5. Ma Xiaoxue, who had learned some combat techniques from Yifan, was similar, though Wang Lingxi, who wasn't as skilled in combat, was slightly weaker. However, with 2 high-star bronze beasts, her strength was still among the top freshmen. Yifan thought to himself, they have shown some growth. He wasn't worried about their rapid improvement. Rather, as his companions, their current strength was just passable. Yifan's goal wasn't to match the ordinary students of this small city, but to measure up to true geniuses of his age. At this moment, talents like Ji Jie and Luoying, supported by vast resources, were almost at high-star silver levels. Yifan's progress was slightly slower due to a lack of spirit pearls, but his actual combat power wasn't inferior. As for Ma Xiaoxue and the others, they might be stuck at the bronze level for months or even half a year. This was too long, which is why Yifan decided to take them into the secret realm. Yifan had a future plan for his companions, ensuring they became capable individuals who could stand on their own, rather than relying on him to overcome challenges. With a king-level mentor's guidance, top-tier breathing techniques, and the best combination of spirit herbs and medicines, even a rotten piece of wood could be sculpted into a decent statue. As Yifan's thoughts drifted, the competition host's voice suddenly rang out. Match 214. The contestants are Yifan from the ordinary class and Luoying from the elite class. Yifan was stunned and instinctively looked to the other side. A girl in white stood up, her hair tied back, with delicate makeup and an appearance as striking as Li Pengzi had described. Just returning, Li Pengzi was also stunned. He glanced at Yifan and suddenly realized something. Patting his head, oh no, Yifan, you've become the anti-child of fortune? Yifan shook his head slightly, responding nonchalantly, luck or fortune, it's all the same to me. He walked gracefully towards the arena, unaffected by the surrounding commotion. Opposite him, Luoying, dressed in white, also stepped onto the stage. She had been in Pingqing for a few days and had already heard of Yifan. Curious, she observed the young man who had bested the young master of the Ji family. Are you from the Yi family of Pingqing? Luoying asked, her voice as melodious as a chime. Yifan nodded, yes. His gaze swept over Luoying calmly, then he asked, among the 7 daughters of the Luo family, where do you rank? Luoying was slightly taken aback. You know about the 7 daughters of the Luo family? I do. Yifan replied leisurely. The The 7 daughters of the Luo family are renowned, chosen for their exceptional talent and potential from each generation. Hearing this, Luo Ying hesitated briefly before answering softly, I am the 4th among the 7. 4th? All right, Yi Fan nodded, his expression a bit indifferent. Memories of the legendary 6th daughter of the Luo family flashed through his mind. With a hint of sentiment, Yi Fan remarked, one must be able to control their own destiny. As he spoke, he summoned his little celestial dog. The little celestial dog had now advanced to silver 2-star, its large form exuding a faint pressure. Luo Ying was slightly surprised upon seeing the celestial dog, a white-maned beast. She then summoned a silver 3-star white demon ape, its eerie white skin striking under the sunlight. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, thinking, the white demon ape, the Luo family does have some skills to find such a beast. Luo Ying raised her hand, light gathering at her fingertips, beast mastery ascend. In an instant, the white demon ape's aura surged, breaking through to silver 7-star. Wow, that's cheating, Li Fati, standing by the arena, couldn't help but complain. Yi Fan's expression turned serious, ascending, impressive talent. He then raised his hand as well, beast mastery elevate. The battle was about to begin. Yi Fan launched the first attack, celestial dog, energy cannon. Boom. The red energy cannon from the celestial dog's mouth shot towards the white demon ape, but it was easily deflected. Yi Fan tried a water-based energy cannon, but it was equally ineffective. White demon ape, still as troublesome as ever. Yi Fan shook his head, gripping the heavy sword on his back as he walked forward. This scene surprised both Luo Ying and Pan Zhao, who had just returned. Pan Zhao frowned and muttered, this guy? Why is he using a sword now? Yi Fan charged at the white demon ape, delivering a powerful strike. Though the white demon ape barely managed to block it, it was forced to the edge of the arena. Before Luo Ying could react, Yi Fan assumed a sword stance, his body like a bow, the sword like an arrow. Sword technique, Fong thrust. Yi Fan shouted, launching himself towards the white demon ape like an arrow from a bow. Luo Ying hurriedly commanded, white demon ape, gravity punch. The two forces collided fiercely, causing both Yi Fan and the white demon ape to retreat. The white demon ape stumbled back, eventually falling out of the arena. The crowd fell silent. The referee, staring at the roaring white demon ape in disbelief, turned to Yi Fan, puzzled. Isn't he a beast master? Since when do proper beast masters wield such a massive sword? On stage, Luo Ying stood frozen, unable to shake off the terrifying power of Yi Fan's sword strike. Her throat dry, she finally managed to squeeze out a question. What kind of sword technique was that? Yi Fan calmly sheathed his heavy sword and patted the small celestial dog beside him, a technique from someone who calls himself the Sword Saint. It doesn't have a name. With that, he lightly jumped off the platform. As the referee announced Yi Fan's victory, Luo Ying realized she might not make it past the top 500 in the freshman competition. Being eliminated in just 2 strikes was a result she found hard to accept. That was intense. Li Pengzi excitedly approached Yi Fan, his eyes fixed on the heavy sword. Such a cool technique. I want to learn it too. Yi Fan shook his head and smiled. Sword techniques are not easy to learn. He explained that he had spent nearly 2 years in the beast taming space, barely mastering the first forms of the sword techniques. Even with extensive knowledge, it took a long time to learn this set of techniques. For ordinary people, it might take 3 to 5 years just to get started. Yi Fan looked at Li Pengzi, Chen Peng, and the others, and said earnestly, don't blindly follow my path. Everyone has their own strengths. You are good with snake-type beasts. Chen Peng excels in physical combat. Ma Xiaoxue has sharp combat instincts, and Wang Lingxi is skilled in logistics and control. Find your own direction and focus on developing it. The group nodded thoughtfully, but Li Pengzi was still reluctant. I want to master many paths. Yi Fan turned towards the stands and left them with a final thought. Master one path, and you'll understand many. When you reach the pinnacle in one area, other aspects become less important. Just like a sword that's sharp to the extreme, does it still matter how heavy or long it is? The group exchanged glances, but silently agreed. To them, every word from Yi Fan seemed to hold endless wisdom. Following Yi Fan, they felt like they had opened the door to a new world, seeing a broader future. Pan Zhao watched this scene from the podium, filled with amazement. In just a few days, Yi Fan had surprised him again. His steady nature, sharp combat instincts, extensive knowledge of beast taming, and now his formidable sword techniques made Pan Zhao feel like he had nothing left to teach this student. As Pan Zhao was lost in thought, Principal Pumi approached and handed him a map. Pumi explained that the higher-ups had decided that only those below the golden level could enter the secret realm of the creation fruit, and hoped the school would send its best students. Among the first-year students, only Jijia, Luo Ying, Yi Fan, and Li Yu met the criteria. Pan Zhao took the map but looked troubled. He knew the dynasty organization controlled the secret realm and worried Yi Fan might be targeted. However, Humi insisted on striving for the creation fruit and suggested consulting Yifan. Reluctantly, Pan Zhao approached Yifan and explained the situation, expressing his concerns. To his surprise, Yifan pulled out a map, indicating he was already aware of the matter. Pan Zhao was shocked. You have a map too? Yifan calmly explained that many circulated maps originated from him, likely a trap set by the dynasty organization. Pan Zhao sighed in relief, ready to decline on Yifan's behalf, but Yifan interrupted. No need to refuse. I'll go. You know they're targeting you, and you still want to go? Pan Zhao said urgently. There are many high-star silver ranks in the secret realm. It's too dangerous. Yifan responded steadily. Dangerous, yes, but the creation fruit is worth the risk. To achieve great things, one must face danger. Seeing Pan Zhao's anxious face, Yifan added with a hint of meaning. I have the confidence to go. Don't worry, Teacher Pan. They think they're hunting me, but in the secret realm, who is the prey and who is the hunter is still uncertain. Yifan's heart stirred slightly upon hearing Pan Zhao's words. He looked at the straightforward and sincere mentor before him, a flicker of emotion crossing his eyes. Ever since Yifan had shown his potential, Pan Zhao had been his steadfast protector, even risking his life to rescue him from the beast arena. This bond was something Yifan deeply cherished. Teacher Pan, Yifan began after a brief pause. After the freshman tournament, there will be the mentor tournament. Do you think you have a chance against Jiang Hong? Pan Zhao's eyes flashed with anger at the mention of Jiang Hong. Of course I do. I will never lose to that scoundrel Jiang Hong. His voice was filled with rage. To him, the death of his loved one was an eternal wound, and Jiang Hong was the cause. Yifan observed Pan Zhao's agitated state and fell into a brief silence. He believed in Pan Zhao's strength, but worried about his mentor's straightforward nature, which could be exploited by Jiang Hong's cunning. After some thought, Yifan said, I have a plan that can ensure you completely overpower Jiang Hong in the match. Pan Zhao was taken aback and looked at Yifan in surprise. What plan do you have? Yifan nodded. Jiang Hong is likely a beast tamer skilled in controlling wolves. Last time he tried to assassinate me, he used 4 silver moon wolves. He will probably use them in the tournament as well. Lowering his voice, Yifan continued. The silver moon wolves have a subtle weakness. What weakness? Pan Zhao asked eagerly. They have exceptionally good hearing and are sensitive to even the faintest sounds, Yifan explained. But this also makes them vulnerable to sharp and piercing noises. Their eardrums are very delicate and can be easily damaged by high-intensity sound waves. Pan Zhao shook his head in disbelief. How is that possible? I've never heard of such a weakness in silver moon wolves. Yifan smiled and countered. Haven't you noticed that their ears are different from other wolves? They often fold their ears over their ear canals, which is a self-protection mechanism developed through evolution. Pan Zhao frowned, recalling past observations, and gradually realized Yifan was right. It does seem like that, he murmured. Then he asked, what can produce such a sharp sound? A conch shell, Yifan replied. It's a common beast found near the sea and is easy to buy on the market. It's often used as a signal horn or alarm. Pan Zhao suddenly understood but hesitated. Isn't using a conch shell a bit unfair? Yifan smiled. Beast battles are about using your strengths and understanding your opponent's weaknesses. What's wrong with that? Pan Zhao smiled and pulled Yifan closer. You're quite something. But didn't you say almost no one studies silver moon wolves? How do you know all this? Yifan smiled meaningfully. Almost no one, but not everyone. Teacher Pan, I was once the top theoretical student in Pingqing Middle School. The first day of the freshman tournament went smoothly. Yifan and his team easily passed 3 rounds, advancing to the top 64. In the last 2 rounds, Yifan primarily used his little Tengu, a beast capable of switching attributes and launching energy blasts. Without a natural enemy, it acted like a mobile turret, often defeating opponents in just 1 or 2 attacks. On the way back, Fatty Lee excitedly approached Yifan. Yifan, did you hear? The first prize in this year's freshman tournament is rumored to be an extraordinary level beast. Yifan shook his head. That's unlikely. Pingqing High School's annual budget is limited. They need to support students from all grades and maintain several secret realms. It's improbable they'd offer an extraordinary level beast as a reward. Fatty Lee was puzzled. But aren't the principal and the others above gold level? Can't they get an extraordinary level beast? Yifan patiently explained. They can, but suitable ones for students are rare. Besides, they spend most of their time at school. Where would they find one? Most extraordinary level beasts have strong racial instincts and protect their young until they mature, which means the young ones are usually at least silver level. While strong individuals can defeat them, students can't tame them. It's nearly impossible to tame a wild, powerful beast without defeating it yourself. Fatty Lee suddenly understood. Oh, I see. So this freshman tournament isn't that exciting if there's no extraordinary beast as a prize. Yifan reassured him. If you want an extraordinary level beast, just get stronger and tame one yourself. He paused and added, The secret realm of fortune should have extraordinary level beasts. Such places, rich in spiritual energy, usually have high-quality beasts. Fatty Lee became excited. So I have a chance to tame an extraordinary level beast too? Yifan nodded with a smile. Of course, but it depends on whether you can seize the opportunity. He then turned to Ma Xiaoxue and Wang Lingxi. The opportunity is the same for everyone. If you find a suitable one, you can tame it too. But you need to unlock new beast spaces first. As they spoke, several burly figures suddenly blocked their path, forming a human wall. The tall man in the center exuded a powerful aura. They stopped, and Yifan frowned at the strangers. Before he could speak, the tall man preemptively asked, "Who among you is Yifan? The one who injured my lady today?" Hearing someone call his name, Yifan raised an eyebrow slightly and glanced at the group, quickly understanding their intention. He spoke calmly, "I am Yifan. What do you need?" No sooner had he finished speaking than a burly man shouted angrily, "So it's you. Who do you think you are, injuring my lady in the match? Take this punch." With that, he raised his arm, muscles bulging like a dragon, and threw a punch at Yifan's face, so swift it even caused a sonic boom. Yifan squinted but didn't move. Just then, his follower Chun Pong stepped forward, shouting sternly, "Chun Pong is here. If you want to harm the captain, you'll have to get through me first." He delivered a short-range punch imbued with a bit of thunder power, meeting the burly man's punch heaten. With a muffled thud, Chun Pong was pushed back several meters, while the burly man also staggered back a few steps. The man looked at his scorched fist in surprise and asked, "In a place like Pingcheng, someone can block my punch? Where did you learn such techniques, using elemental power at the silver level?" Chun Pong snorted coldly and was about to step forward again when Yifan placed a hand on his shoulder, shaking his head slightly. Chun Pong, seeing this, retreated to Yifan's side. Yifan looked at the burly man opposite him, his tone calm but with a hint of sarcasm. "So, the 7 daughters of the Luo family have started behaving like noble brats now? Losing a match and then seeking private duels? It seems a bit beneath you." The burly man's voice dropped. "Don't talk nonsense," he explained. "I acted on my own. It has nothing to do with my lady." Yifan smiled slightly. "Oh? You acted on your own? You don't seem like someone new to being a guard. Didn't you think about the consequences of acting without your lady's orders? Besides, if I could defeat your lady, my strength is naturally not inferior to hers. With your silver 3-star level, where do you get the confidence to challenge me?" Luo Nyoer was momentarily speechless. Just as the situation was at a standstill, a voice rang out, "Nyoer, what are you doing here?" Luo Ying appeared in everyone's view, frowning as she asked, "What's going on here?" Luo Nyoer hurriedly explained, "Miss, I heard you were injured by Yifan in the match, so I came to avenge you." "Foolishness!" Luo Ying scolded angrily. "Who asked you to avenge me?" Luo Nyoer quickly admitted his mistake. "It was my impulsiveness." Luo Ying turned to Yifan, her tone softening, "Mr. Yi, my guard was a bit rash. I was tired after the match and went to rest alone, not noticing that my guard had offended you. I apologize for that." Yifan waved his hand. "I don't deserve the title, Mr." Luo Ying, looking slightly embarrassed, continued, "Since my guard offended you, it's also my fault for not managing them properly. How about I invite you to Etian Tower for a meal and drinks on me?" Yifan declined politely. "There's no need for Etian Tower. If Miss Luo is sincere, just be more mindful. A guard overstepping their bounds can be a big or small matter, as you should know." Luo Ying repeatedly agreed. Just as Yifan was about to leave, she called out to him, "Mr. Yi, one more thing. The secret realm of the creation fruit will open soon, as you might know. I'd like to invite you to join me. The secret realm is full of dangers, and I came to Pingcheng in a hurry without many guards. I see you only have a few companions. Why don't we team up to increase our chances of obtaining the creation fruit?" Yifan was silent for a moment before asking, "The creation fruit is unique? If we get it, how will we split it?" Luo Ying hesitated before responding, "My family needs me to get the creation fruit. If we obtain it, I am willing to compensate you accordingly." Yifan refused outright. "If that's the case, Miss Luo should hire some mercenaries instead. I am also aiming for the creation fruit, so we can't agree. Thank you for your kind offer, but everyone aims for that one fruit. If we can't share it, cooperation will only lead to conflict in the end. Better not to cooperate at all." With that, Yifan left with his group. Luo Ying stood there, watching them leave, muttering to herself, "Though he is somewhat arrogant, he has a broad mind. If we could cooperate, it would be beneficial." Luo Nyoer lamented, "Miss, it's all my fault today. If I hadn't acted impulsively, Yifan wouldn't have gotten a bad impression and refused you." Luo Ying sighed. "After all, it's the creation fruit. No one would give it up. This matter isn't entirely your fault but mine." Seeing Nyoer's confusion, she snorted lightly, "Nyoer, You've always been guarding outside my room. If you suddenly disappear, do you think I wouldn't notice? On the way back, Chinpeng asked Yifan, puzzled, Captain, why didn't you let me teach that Nyo-era lesson? I despise people who seek personal vendettas. Yifan explained, he's just a pawn. It's not worth it. When he attacked, Luoying was already there, just not showing herself. Chinpeng was astonished. What? But Luoying said she was resting. Yifan shook his head. Words from others are always a mix of truth and lies. That's why I told her this matter could be big or small. Chinpeng still didn't understand. Then what's the point of her actions? If she wants to cooperate, she should invite you sincerely. Letting her subordinate offend you and then apologizing doesn't make sense. Yifan explained. She's creating a coincidence to paint herself in a good light. If I hadn't told you this, wouldn't you think she's quite decent, apologizing immediately for her subordinate's mistake and inviting us sincerely? Fatty Lee nodded repeatedly. That's exactly what I thought. I was just thinking Luoying seemed nice and polite. Yifan, why didn't you give her a chance? Yifan waved his hand, his tone carrying some annoyance. I never like giving face to people who play petty tricks. They first act weak, then slowly swallow you whole, leaving nothing behind. This tactic is a trademark of the 7 daughters of the Luo family. I wonder which old fox taught them this. They all use it. The days of the freshman competition flew by. To everyone's surprise, Jijia was absent on the 3rd day during the quarterfinals. Yifan advanced effortlessly, and several others made it to the top 8. Wang Lingxi, slightly weaker in combat, secured the 8th place. Ma Xiaoxue came in 4th, and Li Fati faced Yifan in the final, ultimately finishing 2nd. The group achieved remarkable results, as if they had undergone a profound transformation. With the competition over, Yifan and his friends' names resonated throughout Pingqing High School. Yifan could defeat A-level peers with pure physical skills. Li Fati commanded multi-headed serpents. Ma Xiaoxue's combat awareness and experience were particularly sharp. Wang Lingxi showed extraordinary talent in support and control. Their brilliance was evident. After the competition, the school held a solemn awards ceremony, attended by the principal. The principal gave a routine official speech and then presented the awards to the winners. When he reached Yifan, the atmosphere suddenly felt different. It was Yifan's first time facing the principal of Pingqing High School up close. Principal Pumi had a kind smile on his face, with eyes full of appreciation. You did well, Pumi said softly. Yifan responded humbly. Thank you, Principal. His gaze fell on Pumi, and he pondered silently. Although he had cultivated the Saint method, which allowed him to gauge the strength of those up to 2 major realms above him, he couldn't discern the depth of the principal's power. This suggested that Principal Pumi might be an eternal level expert or adept at concealment techniques. Either way, his strength was formidable. It's not an exaggeration, Pumi continued. I've been watching your performance, and I've heard about your deeds in Pingqing. You remind me of your grandfather, decisive but compassionate. I heard your mercenary group offers the best benefits in all of Pingqing. Yifan nodded and replied, it's necessary. He thought to himself that while he might not provide miracles for everyone, he wouldn't mistreat his own people. Seeing Yifan's calm demeanor, Pumi smiled warmly and nodded, with a hint of nostalgia in his voice. No one has told you about your grandfather, have they? No, my uncle mentioned a bit, but my father doesn't know much, Yifan answered truthfully. You're still young. It's probably better that way. Pumi trailed off, then shook his head. I won't say much more. I hope you can be as outstanding as your grandfather was. I'll do my best, Yifan nodded, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes, though he didn't show excessive enthusiasm. The principal's words seemed sincere, but they made Yifan more cautious. In today's Pingqing, even protectors could betray. So what was impossible? One thing was certain. It was the principal who had transferred Pan Zhao to the regular class in his previous life, leading to Pan Zhao's years of obscurity. As the school's principal, Pumi's strength was not to be underestimated. If he couldn't see through Zhang Hong, why suppress someone as upright and righteous as Pan Zhao while promoting someone like Zhang Hong? Yet, if Pumi had ulterior motives, his genuine demeanor seemed unlikely to be an act. After a brief silence, the principal handed Yifan a delicate box. Inside are 3 Lingxi pills, made from spirit-level herbs. They can heal injuries for anyone or any beast below the golden level in a short time. I heard from Pan Zhao that you're planning to explore a secret realm. These pills might come in handy. Thank you. Yifan accepted the box, and the awards ceremony concluded. Next came the mentor competition. Unlike the student competition, the mentor battles were much fiercer. The mentors from all grades, mostly at the golden level, displayed combat skills and destructive power far beyond the freshmen's. The arena echoed with explosions, and the students were awed by the high-level battles. This was the academy's way of showing them the next level. Mr. Pan Zhao is really strong, Li Fati remarked, surprised to see Pan Zhao easily defeat another mentor. I thought he was just sharp-tongued. Yifan explained, he and Zhang Hong are among the top 5 mentors at Pingqing High. If not for a few veteran experts, they might be the strongest. After breaking through to the golden level, beast advancement slows down significantly. It requires vast resources and extensive combat experience. Unless the beast is of a high grade, even advancing 1 star takes time. Mr. Pan Zhao is in his 30s, progressing quickly. He might break through to the eternal level before 40. Breaking through to eternal before 40 is fast? Li Fati shivered. How old would you have to be to reach star shining or glory? Yi Fan replied, that's the average pace. True geniuses advance much faster. The youngest recorded star shining level was at 27, and glory level at 34, both by the same person. 7 years for a major breakthrough, Li Fati marveled. He must have reached king level before 50. No. Yi Fan shook his head. He went astray, practicing a demonic cultivation method, feeding his beasts to each other to advance. After reaching glory, he tried to devour his 4 glory-level beasts to become a king himself, but the energy went out of control, and he self-destructed. Wow, Li Fati was embarrassed, wiping the sweat off his forehead. I thought he was a legend, but he turned out to be a demonic cultivator. Yi Fan said. Excluding his method, he was indeed a legend. Without him, the youngest star shining breakthrough is at 30, and glory at 42. That sounds more reasonable. Li Fati nodded, then glanced at Yi Fan and the distant principal, lowering his voice. Yi Fan, what did the principal give you? Healing pills aren't worth much, right? Yi Fan's eyes gleamed. They may not be priceless, but they're valuable to us. Lingxi pills are like a second life for anyone below the golden level. They can heal any non-fatal injury. As soon as Li Pengzi finished speaking, Yi Fan's eyebrows slightly raised in surprise. He gently shook his head and explained, in a small place like Pingqing, there aren't many people who can refine pills. The basic materials required for pill refinement are at least spirit level, and such treasures are rare here, making it difficult to support multiple alchemists. Saying this, Yi Fan took out a pill from his pocket and brought it to his nose for a sniff. A gleam flashed in his eyes as he continued. This is a Lingxi pill, the most basic first-grade pill. It's made from a low-grade spirit fruit called Lingxi fruit and is considered decent among first-grade pills. Li Pengzi watched Yi Fan expertly assess the pill, his expression a mix of amazement and doubt. He couldn't help but ask, Yi Fan, you wouldn't happen to know how to refine pills, would you? I know a thing or two, Yi Fan replied nonchalantly, putting the pill away. He added, the principal gave us genuine stuff. This pill isn't poisoned. You're too cautious, Li Pengzi muttered. It's the principal, after all. He wouldn't harm us, right? A sharp look flashed in Yi Fan's eyes as he answered calmly, it's wise to be wary of everyone. He didn't elaborate, but his eyes were filled with deep thought. Having lived another life, Yi Fan was determined not to repeat past mistakes. Aside from his parents, he maintained a basic level of vigilance toward everyone. Even seemingly kind and amiable people like the principal or his uncle had once sworn blood oaths. While Yi Fan trusted Li Pengzi and others, he always had a backup plan. These companions, trained personally by him, excelled in breathing techniques, beast control, physical skills, and combat methods. Yi Fan knew their strengths, weaknesses, and even their vulnerabilities inside out. Following Yi Fan was a path to greatness, but betrayal meant facing a living hell. Yi Fan secretly hoped that day would never come. At that moment, a piercing conch sound suddenly echoed throughout the arena. The sound was exceptionally sharp, far louder than an ordinary conch, causing many to cover their ears. Loud conch, Yi Fan murmured, his eyes quickly scanning the field. He saw Pan Zhao and Jiang Hong facing off, while Jiang Hong's silver moon wolves appeared agitated under the shrill sound waves. Seconds later, accompanied by the lead wolf's wail, the other wolves also cried out in pain. On closer inspection, the ears of the silver moon wolves were bleeding, and they were instantly weakened, severely injured. Pan Zhao, you despicable rat. Jiang Hong fumed. Using the loud conch against me, what kind of skill is that? Pan Zhao sneered, it's meant to target you. What's wrong with that? You fed your beast's excitement fruits to temporarily boost their level. Why can't I use the loud conch against your silver moon wolves? The crowd erupted in realization, understanding that Pan Zhao's use of the loud conch was a deliberate move against Jiang Hong. Yi Fan nodded silently, understanding the situation. Pan Zhao specialized in controlling a single beast, and his roaring lion was a star higher than Jiang Hong's lead silver moon wolf, capable of suppressing the wolf pack. But if the lead wolf were at the same level as the roaring lion, it could withstand the pressure, and Pan Zhao might lose under the wolf's assault. Beast control is indeed fascinating, always full of surprises, Yi Fan thought to himself. The outcome of this match is decided. Just as Yi Fan was about to leave, a group of middle-aged men in black suits walked onto the field from the other side. Their steps were synchronized, and their presence was imposing, exuding an unshakable aura despite their low profile. This group immediately focused on Yi Fan and walked straight toward him. Who's trying to trouble the captain now? Chun Peng asked warily, stepping forward. Yi Fan held him back and said in a low voice, "They're veterans." He sensed a unique, iron-blooded aura from them, a trait only seasoned soldiers possessed. Everyone on the field, including the principal, was cautious of these unexpected guests. For a moment, Pan Zhao and Jiang Hong's confrontation was forgotten. When the group reached Yi Fan, their leader saluted him and then greeted the principal from a distance. "Principal, General Yi Mao sent us to bring back young Master Yi Fan for family matters. We mean no disruption to your school's order, and we ask for your understanding." The principal responded, "Since it's General Ye's request, proceed as you wish." With those words, all eyes turned to Yi Fan. Many who were unaware of Yi Fan's family background now looked surprised. While some didn't know much about the Yi family, they understood the significance of the title general. Having a living general in the family was no small matter. Facing the attention, Yi Fan felt a bit helpless. He thought to himself, "Uncle is being too flashy this time." The leader of the group respectfully said to Yi Fan, "Young Master Yi Fan, please come with us." "All right," Yi Fan agreed, already guessing his uncle's intentions. He walked ahead nonchalantly, while the group quickly formed a tight formation around him, guarding him from all sides. Watching them leave, Li Pengzi and the others stood in awe. Yi Fan always said he wasn't valued by his family, but this is even grander than Ji Jie's family's display, Li Pengzi remarked. During their time with Yi Fan, they had seldom interacted with his family, only catching a glimpse once at the beast arena. Now, it felt even more different. Chun Peng mused, with the captain's excellence, he should be the future heir of the Yi family. Li Pengzi countered, "Isn't the heir supposed to be chosen between Yi Shinji and Yi Chuan, the ones we saw last time?" That Yi Chuan even tried to recruit Yi Fan. "He's a golden 9-star, very powerful." "That hasn't been decided yet," Chun Peng said dismissively, full of confidence in Yi Fan. "What's so great about being a golden 9-star in his 20s? With the captain's abilities, he'll catch up soon. If the Yi family doesn't choose such an outstanding descendant as the heir, their head must be blind." "Young Master Yi Fan, please have a seat." Outside the school gate, a sleek black sedan was parked impressively by the roadside, followed by several white vehicles. A middle-aged man respectfully opened the car door for Yi Fan. Yi Fan calmly settled into the back seat, while the middle-aged man took his place in the front passenger seat. The other men dispersed into the white cars behind in an orderly fashion. The engines roared to life, and the convoy began to move. The atmosphere inside the car was tense. The middle-aged man and the driver frequently glanced at Yi Fan through the rearview mirror but remained silent. Sensing their gazes, Yi Fan felt a twinge of irritation. Just then, the middle-aged man spoke up, "Young Master Yi Fan, you do bear quite a resemblance to the general." The driver quickly chimed in, "Indeed, seeing young Master Yi Fan is like seeing General Zhang Tian in his youth, so dignified and impressive." "General?" Yi Fan was slightly puzzled. "You mean my grandfather?" "Yes, General Yi Mao's younger brother, your grandfather." The middle-aged man confirmed. "We were all soldiers under the general's command before being reassigned to General Yi Mao's unit." Yi Fan nodded thoughtfully and asked, "You all knew my grandfather then? How much do you know about him?" The middle-aged man hesitated briefly before smiling. "Young Master Yi Fan, your grandfather is a legend among us old frontline soldiers." "A legend?" Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. "Can you tell me more about him?" "Of course," the middle-aged man said, his expression animated. "The general was truly extraordinary. Like you, he started with a D-level talent. But because he possessed the Dragon Eye bloodline and had a fortuitous encounter, he became the only beast master in modern times who could freely activate dragon transformation." "Dragon transformation?" Yi Fan was taken aback. He thought to himself that dragon transformation was a unique ability of the Dragon Slayer family, requiring at least half of one's blood to be of draconic descent and a certain level of strength to achieve. The toxicity of dragon blood was usually too much for ordinary people to bear. Even the true Dragon 9 transformations that Yi Fan gave to his elder uncle could only allow Dragon Eye holders to barely reach the threshold of dragon transformation. Being able to freely activate dragon transformation would make him invincible at the same level, Yi Fan mused. "More than just invincible," the middle-aged man replied excitedly. "The general could kill king-level beasts when he reached glory 3 stars. If he had ascended to the king level, he would have been unstoppable." "My grandfather didn't reach the king level?" Yi Fan was surprised. With his talent, he shouldn't have been stuck at that level. The middle-aged man sighed. The general certainly could have become a king, but 20 years ago, a sudden change occurred. The frontline situation was very different then. Humans and beasts were evenly matched. After the general formed the Zhang Tian army, this balance was completely disrupted. The general led the Zhang Tian army to victory after victory, and several assassination attempts by the beasts only made him stronger. When he killed a king-level beast, his reputation peaked, and he was just one step away from becoming a king. The middle-aged man continued, but the general's strength frightened some treacherous individuals. They feared he would sweep everything away after becoming a king. So they colluded with higher-ups to slander him and incited a rebellion. The frontline beasts seized the opportunity to attack. Treacherous individuals? Are they from the dynasty organization? Yifan asked, narrowing his eyes. The middle-aged man nodded and then shook his head. The dynasty organization was very powerful back then. They went to great lengths for that rebellion, mobilizing most of their forces and colluding with cunning beasts to ambush the general in Yingfeng City. We were caught off guard, and by the time we got wind of it, the beast army and rebels were already attacking. The general, proud as he was, had the chance to retreat, but insisted on leading the Zhan Tian army to meet them heathen. Shaking his head, the middle-aged man added, in that battle, the general pushed the front line hundreds of miles, killing countless rebels and beasts. But 2 fists are no match for many hands. And what about the others? Yifan asked. The rebels and beasts could gather, but didn't any other generals come to help my grandfather? Some did, but most were delayed. Only a few corps made it through, but by then, the general had already plunged deep into enemy lines, the middle-aged man replied. That was the beast's stronghold, filled with king-level beast masters. Our king-level experts were busy quelling the rebellion incited by the dynasty organization and couldn't come to the rescue. So, it was a premeditated assassination, Yifan concluded calmly. They feared my grandfather's rise, so they went to any lengths to eliminate him before that happened. Exactly, the middle-aged man nodded. Although the general sacrificed himself, the dynasty organization paid a heavy price. The rebels who participated were nearly wiped out, and the higher-ups, determined by the general's death, decided to eradicate the dynasty organization. Before that, our stance towards the dynasty organization wasn't as severe. Yifan's eyes grew cold. Even with such severity, the dynasty organization has resurged. My elder uncle summoned me today, likely to deal with the dynasty organization. Yes, the middle-aged man whispered. It's about young Master Shanji. General Yi Mao has confirmed that young Master Shanji colluded with the dynasty organization. Today's family law will be enforced, and you are requested to witness it. He paused and added, moreover, General Yi Mao seems to want to discuss the matter of selecting an heir with you. Heir? Yifan raised an eyebrow at the mention, a hint of indifference in his tone. That's up to grandfather to decide. What do I have to discuss? The middle-aged man stared at Yifan, a peculiar glint in his eyes. He spoke slowly. Young Master Yifan, you'll understand once you go. Actually, we've been here for a while, just waiting for your competition to end. It's impressive how you've just started your journey as a beast master and already claimed first place. Yifan waved dismissively, his voice calm. It was just a contest in Pingcheng, a few hundred people fighting. The middle-aged man shook his head persistently. This is just the beginning of your brilliance. We can all see it. Young Master Yifan's talent is no less than those prodigies in the capital. Staying in Pingcheng limits your potential. Next year, come with us to the capital and compete with the real elites. That's where the real challenge lies. I'll go in the future, Yifan replied, frowning slightly. But I have some matters to settle in Pingcheng first. Are you referring to the dynasty organization? The middle-aged man interjected. You needn't worry about that, young Master Yifan. Commander Yi Mao has already called back part of the troops from the front lines. When the time is right, we will eradicate the dynasty organization in Pingcheng, leaving no future troubles. Yifan shook his head, hesitating. It's not just the dynasty organization. Seeing Yifan's reluctance to elaborate, the middle-aged man, though wanting to persuade him, could only sigh in the end. The car continued moving, and after some time, it finally turned into Chunfeng village. The village was exceptionally tense today, with roads blocked and multiple checkpoints set up. Soldiers stood neatly on both sides of the road, and the entire village was eerily silent, not even a bird in sight. The group escorted Yifan to the hall where Yi Mao had held his birthday banquet last time. As the door opened, Yifan saw 6 important figures of the Yi family already present. Yi Mao sat high on the platform, with Yi Shunji kneeling on the ground, restrained by 2 men. Standing nearby were Yi Guihai, Yi Chuan, and 2 elderly men who bore some resemblance to Yi Mao. Commander, young Master Yifan has arrived, the middle-aged man reported before stepping out. All eyes turned to Yifan. He nodded slightly, neither humble nor arrogant. Grandfather. Yi Mao stood up and introduced. These are your 4th granduncle Yi Wu and 7th granduncle Yi Xiao. Yifan bowed slightly to the 2 elders. 4th granduncle, 7th granduncle. Yi Wu scrutinized Yifan, his tone carrying a hint of inquiry. So, Tian's grandson has grown this much. I wonder, does he have a bit of his grandfather's flair? Yifan modestly replied, Grandfather is my elder. I wouldn't dare to compare. Yi Wu raised his eyebrows, about to speak, but Yi Xiao patted him. All right, this is Tian's grandson. Why are you testing him? He then gave Yifan a kind smile. You do resemble Tian quite a bit. Yi Mao interrupted the pleasantries. We didn't call Fanner here today for a reunion. At these words, everyone's expression turned serious, and their gaze shifted to the kneeling Yi Shunji. Yi Mao's voice was icy. After thorough investigation by the Yi family guards, it was discovered that Yi Shunji, while managing the Yi family's Pingqing beast fighting arena, not only embezzled and accepted bribes, but also had close ties with the dynasty organization, providing them with venues for their activities. Worse, he conspired with them to harm Yi Fan during his training at the arena. As he spoke, Yi Mao handed a thick file to Yi Wu. These are all the documents and evidence. Please take a look. Yi Wu glanced through a few pages and threw the file to Yi Xiao in anger. Even the usually mild-tempered Yi Xiao passed the file to Yi Guihai with a dark expression after reading a few pages. Yi Guihai took the file, read a few pages, and then furiously kicked Yi Shunji to the ground. Yi Shunji, how could I have such a disgraceful son? The file finally reached Yi Fan. He read through it carefully, but didn't need to go far to understand. The evidence of Yi Shunji's collusion with the dynasty organization was irrefutable. Yi Mao sighed. I never expected a traitor from the dynasty organization to appear within our Yi family. All those who shielded and concealed for Yi Shunji have been executed. As for Yi Shunji, being a direct bloodline of our family, I hope everyone can express their views on his punishment. Yi Wu immediately stated, traitors of the dynasty, nothing more to say. Execute him on the spot and remove him from the family registry. Yi Xiao nodded in agreement. The three elders then turned their gaze to Yi Guihai. The atmosphere grew tense. Realizing the severity, Yi Guihai glanced at his once proud son and sighed. Yi Shunji deserves death. As his father, I failed to discipline him properly and share the blame. Effective immediately, I will resign from my position as head of the family. Surprisingly, Yi Mao agreed immediately. Very well. Guihai, during your tenure as head, you made no major mistakes but also no significant achievements. Your resignation will be seen as a normal succession. We will not announce your faults publicly. I will take charge as the head for now and appoint the next heir within 5 years. Yi Fan suddenly understood why he was summoned. Clearly, before his arrival, the elders had already pressured Yi Guihai to step down. This made sense. With grandfather's strength restored, he remained a top-tier force. Coupled with the incident involving Yi Shunji, he likely had some major reform plans for the family. Some matters could no longer be handled through Yi Guihai. Using Yi Shunji's case as leverage provided a graceful exit for both sides. As Yi Fan pondered, Yi Mao's voice interrupted his thoughts. Fanner. Yi Fan looked up to see Yi Mao smiling warmly at him. You are an exceptional child. In Pingqing, I saw your determination against the dynasty organization and your outstanding talent. Do you have any thoughts on becoming the next head of the family? As soon as Yi Mao spoke, Yi Chuan's face turned unnatural. As one of the original candidates for the heir, he assumed that after Yi Shunji was disqualified, the position would naturally fall to him. However, Yi Mao bypassed him entirely and instead sought Yi Fan's opinion, with a tone that clearly showed favoritism. This left Yi Chuan, who had been secretly pleased, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Yi Fan was momentarily stunned by Yi Jin's sudden question, but he quickly regained his composure and shook his head without hesitation. I don't have much interest in being the family heir. Why not? Yi Mao pressed, his brows furrowing. Yi Fan paused for a moment, carefully considering his response. The family has too many rules and restrictions. It's not something I particularly enjoy. Do you think the family would limit you? Yi Mao asked thoughtfully. A powerful entity can provide you with immense support. After all, this is the Dragon Slayer family. The heir must think about the family's rise and fall. Yi Fan added, I am still just a novice. My main focus is on my own growth. That makes sense. Yi Mao nodded, pondering for a moment before continuing. The family doesn't need you to take over right away. You can wait until you are more mature. Yi Fan respectfully clasped his hands together. There are many talented people in the Yi family. I believe others might be more suitable as the heir. Thank you for your kindness, Elder Yi. As his words fell, the expressions of those present varied. Yi Mao said no more, casually waving his hand. All right, if you are unwilling, I won't force you. Let's deal with the family traitor first. Turning to face Yi Shunji, Yi Mao's aura suddenly intensified. With a cold snort, an invisible force pressed Yi Shunji to the ground. Yi Shunji, do you admit your guilt? Yi Mao asked coldly. I do. Yi Shunji replied softly, no longer attempting to argue. Yi Mao's voice was filled with disappointment and anger. As a member of the Yi family, you had great honor. Why choose to become a traitor's lackey? You know well that anyone can betray us, but not a member of the Yi family. How will you face our ancestors? How will you face your grandfather? For such a crime, I know I deserve death, Yi Shunji said, lifting his head with a hint of defiance in his eyes. But grandfather, our patriarch is no longer with us. If I don't find a way out for the family, how will we survive in the future? The dynasty organization is eyeing us, and you are our last shield. But your health is failing. In a few years, if you pass away, the Yi family will be in grave danger. Yi Wu, standing nearby, couldn't hold back his anger. So you're saying colluding with the dynasty organization is for the family's good? Yi Shunji smiled bitterly. I know none of you want to hear this, but it's the truth. When our patriarch was alive, no one dared to challenge the Yi family. 15 years ago, he tried to destroy the dynasty organization single-handedly, but they survived and have grown stronger. Meanwhile, the Yi family has declined. Without change, we can't fight them, Hedon. Yi Mao's rage exploded, his powerful aura sending Yi Shunji flying. Nonsense. Even if the Yi family were to be destroyed, we would never collaborate with the scum of the dynasty organization. Yi Shunji crashed into the wall, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Yet he still wore a bitter smile. Grandfather, must all the family members die for the patriarch's hatred? Yi Mao retorted sternly. What do you mean, die for his hatred? The patriarch fought for humanity, for the Yi family. He was a peerless genius, destined for greatness, but he died because of the dynasty organization's schemes. Such hatred cannot be forgotten. What right do you have to forgive, or to speak on behalf of the patriarch? Yi Shunji murmured. I never said to forgive, but the Yi family no longer has the strength to fight the dynasty organization. Yi Mao suddenly raised his staff, striking it heavily on the ground. His eyes gleamed with golden light, and a dragon's might surged around him. Even without strength, you must fight on. Who says the Yi family has no power left? The hall grew tense, and Yi Guihai looked at the elderly man in shock. Father, you? Yi Mao nodded calmly. Fanner cured my dragon blood reversal poison. Not only that, my strength has surpassed my previous peak. He tapped the staff lightly again. As long as I'm here, how can the Yi family lack the power to fight? The expressions of those present changed. Yi Shunji, seeing the elder's renewed vigor, was momentarily stunned before letting out a resigned sigh. With you still strong, the Yi family can indeed continue. I've made a grave mistake. There's nothing left to argue. With that, Yi Shunji gathered energy in his hand, preparing to end his life. Before acting, he looked at Yi Fan and smiled bitterly. Brother Fan, do you believe I did all this for the Yi family? Yi Fan was silent for a moment before nodding. He thought to himself, at the brink of death, belief is irrelevant. Whether he intended to betray or protect the family, it doesn't change the facts. Only Yi Fan had seen the chaos of the Dragon Eye Rebellion years later and knew Yi Shunji's choice was wrong. The two sides were irreconcilable. Even if Yi Shunji abandoned his hatred and allied with the dynasty organization, he would still be used as a pawn, leading to the family's downfall and end without honor. With this in mind, Yi Fan spoke, Brother Shinji, conspiring with a tiger will only lead to being devoured by it. Hearing this, Yi Shunji was momentarily stunned, then shook his head with a bitter smile. If the Yi family were as strong as before, we wouldn't need to look up to these scum. Before his words faded, Yi Shunji struck his own chest with a powerful palm. The sound was like a heavy bell tolling, and Yi Shunji fell straight to the ground. The silence in the hall was deafening as Yi Fan gazed at the fallen Yi Shunji, lost in thought. This was precisely why he refused to become the heir. Family, after all, was bound by blood, unlike his own faction. One could lead like-minded comrades into battle because they shared a common goal. But family was different. It included elders, siblings, parents. To have them venture into danger with him would inevitably lead to hesitation due to their familial ties. Yi Fan took a deep breath, turned to Yi Mao, and respectfully cupped his hands. Uncle, since everything has been settled, I'll take my leave now. Yi Mao frowned slightly and asked, won't you stay a few more days? Your fourth and seventh uncles rarely come back to Pingqing. It's good to spend more time with them. Yi Fan shook his head and declined politely. The realm of the fortune fruit will open in a few days. I need to prepare more for that. He turned to the two elders and said sincerely, fourth uncle, seventh uncle, take care. We have plenty of time to meet in the future. Yi Wu waved his hand dismissively. In that case, you should go. Yi Xiao cautioned, be careful. Yi Fan cupped his hands again in farewell and left the Yi family hall. Inside the hall, the three elders remained silent. Yi Guihai sat beside Yi Shunji's corpse, grief-stricken. Yi Chuan stood nearby, looking somewhat uneasy. After a long while, Yi Mao suddenly spoke, Chuaner, you must work hard in the coming days. Yi Chuan was taken aback and looked up at Yi Mao. Grandfather, Yi Mao said solemnly, your elder brother strayed from the right path. Among the younger generation of the Yi family, there aren't many who can shoulder the responsibility. Your temperament is a bit rebellious and not steady enough. When you go to the capital, I hope you will train yourself well. I'll ask a few old friends to place you on the front lines. Remember, the men of the Yi family only lead in battle, not in politics. These words hinted that Yi Mao intended to pass the mantle of leadership to Yi Chuan. It should have been a joyous occasion, but Yi Chuan's expression was complicated. Yi Mao seemed to understand Yi Chuan's thoughts and sighed. You don't need to feel uneasy. Chuaner, we are family. We should not harbor selfish thoughts towards our own kin. Whoever is the most capable and can lead the family further should be chosen as the heir. This benefits both the family and the individual. I originally wanted to name Fanner as the heir, but he seems to have other plans. Since he is unwilling, I won't force him. You've always wanted to be the heir, and now you have the opportunity. Remember, the purpose of choosing an heir is to better continue the family legacy, not to create internal strife. If you inherit the family in the future, you must prioritize the family over personal feelings. You must remember this. Yichuan nodded slightly and, after a moment of silence, looked at Yushunji's body. He then asked, "Grandfather, although my elder brother made a grave mistake, he has atoned by taking his own life. Can we retain his status as a member of the Yi family?" Yi Mao's eyes flickered. He looked at Yichuan, then at Yi Guihai, and finally nodded silently. Shunji wasn't actually bad. I always believed he would be a qualified heir. It's just that he took the wrong path in the end. Yi Mao sighed softly. A few days later, the day of the Fortune Fruit Realm opening arrived. Yi Fan got up early, met with his well-prepared companions, and set off for the realm. The realm was located outside the city, requiring traversal through treacherous terrain. Large shadows occasionally flitted across the sky. Those were the traces of flying beasts. For Li Pengzi and others, this was a rare trip out of the city, as they usually only ventured into the Silver Moon Forest. Yi Fan, it feels like a lot of people are watching us, Li Pengzi said warily, glancing around. Those people have been following us since we left the city. He pointed to a few travelers not far away, and then to several groups behind them. Yi Fan nodded approvingly. Pengzi, your vigilance has improved a lot. Yes, these people are indeed tracking us with clear intent. Wang Lingxi looked nervous. Are they all from the dynasty organization? Should I release the poppy bird and the golden-furred rat? Yi Fan shook his head. No, don't reveal anything now. Also, they might not all be from the dynasty organization. Besides the official forces, there are many types of people in this world. Some may have heard about us and want to gain some benefits, some might have been paid to kill us, and others might just see us as students to extort. Stay alert but don't be too nervous. Wang Lingxi nodded and fell silent. Li Pengzi cautiously asked, "It feels like we'll encounter many enemies this time." Yi Fan glanced around at his companions, then said thoughtfully, "Yes. After their previous failures, the dynasty organization will certainly be determined to kill me this time. Once inside the realm, it will be their territory, and we will likely face multiple attacks. The realm restricts power to below gold level, so many high-star silver level enemies will come after us. This journey will be arduous." Chun Peng said fearlessly, "With our leader, a few high-star silver levels are nothing." Yi Fan reminded, "Don't be afraid, but stay vigilant." He seemed to think of something and continued, "Our progress is limited by the lack of spirit beads, and these high-star silver enemies have plenty of them. If they come to kill us and lose, it will be a huge gain for us. If we survive this trip, our strength will significantly improve. I even hope we can take the initiative. If they want to hunt us, we can hunt them too." Li Pengzi muttered, "High-star silver levels seem hard to deal with. We're just starting at silver level." Yi Fan shook his head. Silver level varies in skill. Some high-star silver levels with a lot of water content are actually not that great. You have the best breathing techniques, optimal combinations, and the best guidance. If 3 or 5 of you can't defeat a high-star silver level, you're underestimating yourselves and overestimating your opponents. True power is respected by strength. Defeating enemies of the same level is just an ordinary requirement." Wang Lingxi spoke softly, but to be precise. "None of us have reached the silver level yet." Her voice carried a hint of worry as she glanced at her companions. Yi Fan shook his head calmly and said, "Breaking through the bloodline shackles isn't difficult for me. It just requires the right spiritual herbs and medicines. However, since you all started late, your control over your beasts is still too inexperienced. Staying at the bronze level for a while will help you build a solid foundation." Fatty Li frowned and asked, "Yi Fan, why don't you seem to be stuck at the silver level? You've only been in seclusion for a short time, and your hellhound broke through its bloodline shackles early. But your Gale Eagle also advanced. Both of your beasts are at silver 5-star while we're still at bronze level." "I'm different," Yi Fan chuckled, a deep look flashing in his eyes. His beast space had a time flow ratio of 30-1, allowing him to accumulate the equivalent of 2 years in the outside world. Advancing from bronze 9-star to silver 5-star at that pace wasn't particularly fast, but it wasn't slow either. Yi Fan understood well that reaching the silver level required a large amount of energy from spirit beads or high-grade spiritual herbs. Unlike the disciples of large families, he didn't have an unlimited supply of spirit beads, nor did he have access to suitable spirit herbs and fruits. Over these 2 years, apart from breaking through the silver level, most of the progress was due to the natural growth of his beasts. Without external means, the growth rate of beasts was indeed slow. This was especially true when considering their significantly longer lifespans compared to humans. Without spirit beads and spiritual herbs, they needed much more time to grow. Humans were the same. they needed resources. Even though Yi Fan had a beast space, he still required resources. A plethora of low-grade spiritual herbs could only get him to silver quickly. Beyond that, it would be a long process of accumulation. Yi Fan needed higher quality spirit beads and rare treasures. Besides enhancing his beasts, he also needed to explore other fields, swordsmanship, body techniques, and many other paths he had yet to tread. This was why Yi Fan didn't always stay in his beast space. If secluding himself could make him a king, he could easily spend decades or even centuries in his beast space. More importantly, having a second chance at life, Yi Fan had many things to accomplish and many plans to set in motion. These couldn't be achieved within the confines of his beast space. This time around, my sights are set far beyond what anyone can see, Yi Fan murmured to himself, his gaze fixed on the distant forest. There, a gray portal hovered 2 meters above the ground, reminding him of the time he ventured into the Dragon of Time's domain in his previous life. Yi Fan knew that achieving the king level was not invincibility. Becoming a king was perhaps just the beginning. Although he hadn't reached the ultimate level in his previous life, he had glimpsed that legendary realm. This time, he would be fully prepared. Wang Lingxi's voice interrupted his thoughts, filled with worry. Yi Fan, there are so many people at the silver level. She looked at the crowd entering the secret realm with anxiety. Can we really compete against them? We'll find out by trying. Yi Fan shook his head, seemingly indifferent to the silver-level beast masters coming and going. Having once commanded kunpengs and dragons, these small birds were nothing in his eyes. To him, they were just obstacles to be crushed. Meanwhile, high above the secret realm in the clouds, 2 figures could be faintly seen. A man and a woman, both standing tall with black cloth covering their faces, were the guardians who had been hidden in Pingxing for many years. Yin, that boy really came, the woman said. Yin snorted. That boy is truly arrogant. Bringing a few bronze and low-star silver companions, he dares to challenge this secret realm. Ning appeared hesitant. I feel something is off. This boy is arrogant but not reckless. In the past, he always made thorough preparations, and we suffered because of it. Yin dismissed her concerns. This is our domain, our stronghold, and no one can help him here. What could he possibly prepare? We've sent in dozens of high-star silver beast masters. If we can't kill him this time, it would be a joke. Ning still felt uneasy. His combat power is not weak. He has several silver beasts and knows some strange sword techniques. His actual combat power is close to high-star silver. With so many people in the secret realm, our forces are not concentrated. In unknown fights, we might not. In unknown, he will still die. Yin interrupted, his eyes growing serious. He lowered his voice and said, Do you know about Jiada Bailong? This time, he will make a move. Jiada Bailong? Ning was stunned, then shocked. The young prodigy rumored to have the bloodline of the human king? Why would he come here? Yin explained, the creation fruit. Anyone would be tempted by it. The higher-ups promised Jiada Bailong that if we obtain the creation fruit, it will be his. Ning shook her head. Exchanging the creation fruit for Yi Fan's life seems like overkill, and giving the creation fruit to Jiada Bailong would only create another formidable opponent. He has the bloodline of the human king and considerable influence. Yin scoffed. What human king lineage? That was centuries ago. The human king is gone, the sword saint is gone, who would recognize their legitimacy? The human race has no king and won't acknowledge the existence of one. The creation fruit is said to be given to them, but who can prove it was ever in our possession? Ning fell into deep thought. The human king was a distant and vague part of history. It was said that a king once unified the human race and suppressed magical beasts for 300 years. Later, the human king sailed away, leaving behind a lineage rumored to carry his blood. This family was small in number but incredibly powerful, with many achieving kinghood. They were a mysterious and ancient family within the human race. The royal organization aiming to revive the magical beast dynasty naturally clashed with the human king's lineage. However, the royal organization had refrained from provoking the human king's lineage for a long time, showing considerable restraint. To offend this generation's human king descendant, just to deal with Yi Fan seemed unwise and made Ning even more worried. Seeing Ning's concern, Yin said, Ning, you're being overly cautious. Compared to an uncertain human king lineage, Yi Fan is a more immediate threat. The Yi family has been undergoing changes recently. Yi Guihai stepped down as the head, and Yi Mo took over, likely preparing for something big. Decades can't erase the followers of the Battle Heaven army. As long as Yi Mo is around, if Yi Fan grows and calls for followers, many loyalists will respond. The royal plan is at a critical stage and cannot be disrupted. This descendant of the Battle Heaven king must die. Outside the secret realm, the crowd surged as cultivators streamed into this mysterious land. Whether they were silver, bronze, black iron, or martial masters, they were all eager to seek their fortunes here. Above the secret realm, Thick clouds loomed, and the faint silhouettes of powerful figures could be seen watching from on high, waiting for the right moment. Stepping into the secret realm felt like entering another world. Before them lay an endless expanse, with dark red soil under a dim sky, and twisted, barren trees sporadically scattered about. The entire scene resembled a desolate land devoid of color. Is there really a creation fruit here? Li Pengzi shrank his neck and looked around, his voice tinged with doubt. Yi Fan nodded, his eyes scanning the dilapidated surroundings. The creation fruit doesn't have a specific rank, but it's at least of the mysterious level. Such fruits require a tremendous amount of energy to mature, be it spatial elements or the life force of the land. The desolation here likely results from the creation fruit absorbing a vast amount of life force. Li Pengzi pondered for a moment. Then are there other spiritual herbs or fruits here? There should be some special ones that don't rely heavily on the land's life force, Yi Fan replied. Fruits that grow with spatial elements are often unaffected by barren soil. This actually simplifies our search, making it easier to find the spiritual beads and herbs suitable for our beasts. Li Pengzi's eyes lit up. So can we start treasure hunting now? We can, but let's wait a moment. As Yi Fan spoke, he suddenly moved, his heavy sword instantly striking at a nearby passerby. The person barely had time to raise his hand to summon a beast before Yi Fan's heavy sword cleaved down, slicing him in half from the arm. The sudden change caused those around to retreat instantly, and a 6-star silver iron-toothed frenzy bull was summoned. Yi Fan stood still, looking at the blood on his sword, his cold gaze locking onto another terrified passerby. A cold smile crept onto his lips. What? Even scum like you are afraid of death? How did you recognize us? The person asked in shock. Heh. Yi Fan snorted, resting his heavy sword on his shoulder. 3 beasts Scalehawk, Hellhound, and Little Ting appeared beside him. You hid well, but the stench of killing intent on you is too strong. Before the words were fully out, Yi Fan had already charged at the person, with the 3 beasts following closely. At the same time, he shouted orders. Pengzi, release the snakes for an ambush. Wang Lingxi, give us a 100-meter radius vision. Ma Xiaoxue, Chun Peng, follow me for a frontal assault. In an instant, the team took their positions. Li Pengzi's 4-headed snake silently slithered into the dilapidated underbrush, while Wang Lingxi's brocade mouse and poppy bird kept a vigilant watch. Chun Peng and Ma Xiaoxue flanked Yi Fan on either side. After several exchanges, the Hellhound had already torn out the iron-toothed frenzy bull's throat. The remaining person stood in shock, his eyes glazed as the beasts charged at him. Yi Fan's heavy sword tore through his vision, and as the headless body fell, a light remark echoed in his ears. Did you really think this was your hunting ground? This is your graveyard. A bizarre scene began to unfold within the secret realm. Yi Fan, carrying his heavy sword, led his team in a carpet search. They moved swiftly, killing anyone they encountered without a word. This group coordinated seamlessly, often taking down a high-star silver opponent in just a few moves, like the most fearsome beasts in the secret realm. Deeper in the secret realm, a young man in a sky-blue coat paused, taking out a string of jade pendants that were continuously shattering, his brow furrowed. These jade pendants were used by the Dynasty organization to record members' life signs. If a member died, the pendant would break. In just one day, a third of the pendants had shattered. Is someone targeting our Dynasty organization? The young man muttered. But our people have hidden their identities. How are they all being recognized? Something's not right. My people are elite among the silver rank. How could they be killed one after another? He turned to look at Gade Bailong not far away. Gade Bailong, bare-chested and as strong as a bronze bull, was fighting a 9-star silver beast with his bare hands. Each punch carried a sonic boom, forcing the beast to retreat until it was finally knocked to the ground. The Renwang lineage is truly terrifying, the young man mused, walking over to Gade Bailong and speaking in a low voice. Brother Bailong, my people have encountered some trouble and many have died. Can I ask you to accompany me to the outskirts of the secret realm? Gade Bailong replied coldly. I only agreed to deal with Yi Fan. I didn't say I'd help you with your trivial matters. The young man's face darkened, but he held back his words, finally turning to wave at the dozen people around him. Let's go. I want to see who dares to hunt our people on our turf. The group followed the young man as they left. Gade Bailong watched their backs and snorted. Even silver rank elites can be killed. They're just trash. Wasting my time for trash. Do they even deserve it? Night fell quietly, and Yi Fan raised his hand as a signal for everyone to stop. Today's operation had gone exceptionally smoothly, thanks to Wang Lingxi's command skills, which allowed them to detect their opponents in advance. Yi Fan, with his keen senses, would strike the moment he felt any killing intent from the enemy, always gaining the upper hand. By the end of the day, they had taken down nearly 20 high-star silver opponents, all of whom were at least 6-star silver. The results were astonishing. This group of beast tamers, who should have been easy prey, had indeed turned the tables as Yifan had promised. Squatting nearby, Li Pengzi meticulously counted their spoils. He couldn't help but be amazed. 5 6-star silver spirit pearls, 8 7-star spirit pearls, and 3 each of 8-star and 9-star spirit pearls, along with 20 or 30 lower star pearls. A rough estimate put the day's haul at over 20 million. High risk brings high reward. It's normal, Yifan said calmly. Measuring beast tamers' gains in money isn't accurate. At this stage, getting this many spirit pearls isn't easy. Their value to us far exceeds 20 million. As Yifan spoke, he directed everyone to quickly leave their current location and clean up any traces of the battle to avoid being tracked. Soon, they found a secluded spot to set up camp. I'll use the 6-star and 7-star spirit pearls to help my beast break through to 7-star silver and above, Yifan said, unceremoniously pocketing the pearls and dividing the lower star pearls among the group. He also pulled out several packets of spirit herbs and fruits. These are for your beasts to break through their bloodline shackles. It's the optimal dosage. Use them quickly to get your beasts to silver level. Then use the spirit pearls to increase their stars. Chen Pong, you just need to use the thunder attribute spirit pearls to level up. Wang Lingxi looked at the array of spirit herbs and fruits in astonishment. Yifan, how do you have so many spirit herbs and fruits? Ordinary spirit herbs and fruits aren't that valuable to me. Yifan shook his head. The uniqueness of his beast space had allowed him to accumulate a vast supply. Now, unlike before when he had to painstakingly gather resources to help his hellhound unlock its bloodline shackles, his beast space was filled with various types of spirit herbs and fruits. Properly combining them could quickly elevate a beast to silver level. These resources enabled Yifan to swiftly arm those around him. As he and his companions grew stronger, they could acquire even better resources, creating a positive feedback loop. Though it might not seem significant now, Yifan believed that one day he would easily elevate a beast to gold, eternal, or even stellar, radiant, and king levels. When that day came, he would wield the power to turn the impossible into reality, making him more formidable than any great family. If reaching king level became as easy as he envisioned, who knows what other legendary realms he could aspire to. Yifan's companions silently accepted the spirit herbs and fruits, no longer expressing their gratitude as frequently as before. Having fought side by side for so long, they understood that the best way to thank Yifan was to strengthen themselves and contribute more. As Yifan often said, gratitude at the iron level is always hollow. As the group focused on feeding their beasts, Li Pengzi suddenly spoke, his tone hesitant. Yifan, you said we killed those people because you sense their killing intent. But not everyone who has killing intent towards us is from the dynasty organization, right? Yifan smiled and patted Li Pengzi on the shoulder. Pengzi, sometimes you're too rigid. If they have killing intent towards us, it doesn't matter whether they are from the dynasty organization or not. They're enemies, and enemies should be killed. In this secret realm, there's no need to overthink it. Li Pengzi was taken aback, looking at Yifan's nonchalant smile and feeling a chill run down his spine. Yifan, you really are something. Sometimes you have to be decisive and not overthink things. Kill who needs to be killed, Yifan continued, his gaze sweeping over the beasts around him. The Hellhound, Gale Eagle, and the Eaglehound combination were now all at 5-star silver. Due to its grade, the Gale Eagle had an extra innate skill. At the silver level, the Hellhound had gained a second skill explosive burn, which could unleash a burst of intense flames instantly. The Gale Eagle's silver level skill, Talon, allowed its claws to become exceptionally sharp for a period. Little Tengu was now at 3-star silver. As an excellent grade beast, it could absorb various types of spirit herbs and fruits. Yifan's beast space was particularly suitable for it, making its attributes balanced and its overall strength close to an ordinary beast's 6 or 7-star silver. This was Yifan's current surface strength. With his 2 beasts and himself, his actual combat power was close to 8 or 9-star silver. His companions had also made significant progress. Li Pengzi was at 1-star silver, Ma Xiaoxue at 9-star bronze, and Chun Peng at 3-star silver, with their actual combat power being 1 to 2 stars higher. Yifan was now capable of handling enemies on his own, and his companion's strength had reached a respectable level. This was why Yifan had been so aggressive upon entering the secret realm. He knew that acquiring the fortune fruit wouldn't be easy and that a major battle was inevitable. He needed to quickly enhance his and his companion's strength, and the fastest way to gain strength was through killing. This unregulated, chaotic secret realm was the perfect killing ground. Killing a 6-star silver beast tamer would yield at least 2 spirit pearls from their beasts and storage. Killing a 9-star would likely provide 7 or 8 pearls. This rate of acquisition would allow Yifan to elevate himself and his 3 beasts to 9-star silver before the major battle. At that point, he would be capable of challenging gold-level opponents. As night fully enveloped the land, Wang Lingxi suddenly spoke. Yifan, it seems someone is following us. Her eyes glowed with her beast's innate ability. There are more than 10 people heading our way without changing their route. Yifan frowned. Is it the dynasty organization? They must have a beast with tracking abilities. It seems so, Wang Lingxi replied. Having long been in charge of controlling the field, she had developed a good sense of the situation. It appears to be an enhanced beast sensibility. I see a windhound leading them. They haven't pinpointed our exact location yet. They're following some blood traces. More than 10 people, with 4 9-star silvers and 7 8-star silvers, Wang Lingxi continued. That's a tough group to handle. A direct confrontation at night isn't favorable. Yifan nodded slightly and then stood up. Li Pengzi, bring over the dry cow dung we collected for the fire this afternoon, mix it with some water, and add some stinky fruit. Since they've come this far, we should at least give them a little welcoming gift. In the darkened jungle, a wind hound suddenly halted, barking cautiously at a nearby thicket. Its owner quickly turned to the group behind him and whispered, "Sir, there seems to be something ahead." The young leader, Wang Hao, frowned and asked, "Have we found the ones who killed our members?" Wang Hao, who was previously seen beside Jiada Bailong, was a high-ranking member of the dynasty organization. He possessed a silver 9-star beast, making him one of the top contenders in this secret realm. The Windhound's owner, feeling awkward, replied softly, "I'm not sure. My beast talent only enhances the Windhound's sense of smell. It doesn't let me know what it's thinking." Wang Hao retorted, "You're a silver-ranked beast master, and you can't even communicate simply with your own beast?" "Sir, I just got the Windhound recently. I'm still not very familiar with it." Before he could finish, Wang Hao shook his head. He knew the prevalence of nepotism within the dynasty organization. The task of scouting should have been handled by one of his trusted subordinates, but instead, an inexperienced nephew had been forced upon him by higher-ups. "Never mind, I'll do it myself." Wang Hao glanced at the dark forest ahead, hesitated for a moment, then quietly made his way towards the thicket. His movements were light and cautious, and he soon reached the edge of the forest. Looking ahead, he saw Wang Lingxi, Li Yu, and others sitting around a campfire, with several tents behind them. In one of the tents, the silhouette of a man practicing martial arts was faintly visible. People from Yifan's side. Wang Hao's eyes lit up, and he muttered to himself, "What a stroke of luck." He signaled for his men to follow quietly. "Surround them discreetly. These people are all Yifan's companions." He pointed to the tent with the silhouette inside. "Yifan should be in that tent. I've heard he's very cunning, so we need to be cautious and block all escape routes. When the time is right, I'll give the order, and we'll strike immediately." "Understood." His men responded and spread out along the thicket. Wang Hao stayed in his position, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he watched the silhouette in the tent. "Yifan, there's a bounty of over tens of millions, even up to 1 billion, on your head. Killing you will not only earn us the bounty but also generous rewards of spiritual herbs and fruits, and even a title within the dynasty." Wang Hao sneered, "Had I known you'd walk right into our trap, I wouldn't have bothered tolerating Jiada Bailong for the past few days." He clenched his fist, and a ghost wolf appeared by his side, its eyes glowing green in the night. Time ticked by, and the silhouette in the tent seemed to be settling down to sleep. Wang Hao, excited, slowly raised his hand, ready to give the attack order. Just then, a clear sound of a jade pendant breaking interrupted him. Wang Hao's face changed, and he took out the pendant, recognizing it as the one belonging to the inexperienced nephew. "My man is dead. How could it be him?" Wang Hao immediately became alert. With his experience, he knew that the opponent taking out the scout first indicated proficiency in ambush tactics. "It can't be Yifan, can it?" Wang Hao quickly looked at the tent, only to find the silhouette had vanished. Panic surged through him, and before he could react, 2 more jade pendants shattered. Suddenly, the campfire went out, and a wolf's howl pierced the night. Shadows surged like a tide, covering the entire forest. Heavenly Dog devours the moon. Little Tiango's innate skill. This is Yifan's beast. Wang Hao realized, we've fallen into a trap. He decisively raised his hand, ringing a bell urgently, "Everyone, gather around me immediately." As soon as he spoke, footsteps rustled in the grass, followed by splashing sounds and a commotion. "What is this stuff? It stinks. Damn it, someone is throwing feces at us." The stench spread, and then a scream was abruptly cut off. Another jade pendant shattered. In just a few seconds, 4 or 5 more pendants broke. Wang Hao clutched his chest, trying to stay calm. But the darkness and the foul smell only made him more panicked. When the 9th pendant shattered, Wang Hao finally broke down. "Retreat! Retreat now!" He and his ghost wolf fled in the direction they had come. He finally understood that the tent did not contain Yifan, and their encirclement had fallen into the enemy's trap. If they had attacked together, even if caught in a trap, Yifan's group wouldn't have had much of an advantage. But by choosing to spread out, they gave the enemy the chance to pick them off one by one. Frustrated, Wang Hao's face inadvertently showed a hint of fear. From Li Yu and the others by the campfire to the silhouette in the tent, it was all a ruse. He had underestimated Yifan, who had been aware of them all along and had meticulously prepared. The moment the fire was extinguished, the counterattack had begun. He finally understood why the higher-ups had spared no expense to hire Jada by Long to deal with Yifan. This kid wasn't just formidable in combat. His control and strategic abilities were terrifying. It was likely that everything from the start had been a trap, intentionally luring them in. Another jade pendant shattered, and Wang Hao was utterly panicked, his pace quickening as he tried to escape the range of Heavenly Dog Devours the Moon. Initially, the forest was filled with chaotic sounds, but gradually, they grew quieter. Wang Hao sensed the abnormality and grew even more fearful. Clearly, he had lost his bearings. Please, please, he muttered continuously, running faster and stumbling, nearly falling. Boom. A heavy sword suddenly fell from above, landing right in front of Wang Hao. He stopped abruptly, panting heavily. The oppressive environment was too much for him. The darkness, the constant shattering of jade pendants, it felt like death was closing in. The falling sword was like the Grim Reaper's scythe, almost breaking his mental defenses. Thud. The sword was lifted, revealing a black-clad youth with a cold smirk. Beside him, a hellhound and a little Tiango, their mouths still bloody, stared icily at Wang Hao. What's the matter? Scared? The youth asked coldly. Yifan stood in front of Wang Hao, looking down at the opponent who had just tried to kill him. Wang Hao's pupils contracted violently, and his throat seemed blocked, leaving him momentarily speechless. He couldn't accept the reality before him. Over a dozen high-ranking silver-level subordinates had been as helpless as lambs to the slaughter against Yifan. With a slight chuckle, Yifan broke the silence. There's no need to be so shocked. To me, you are just like toddlers learning to walk. Wang Hao struggled to speak, his voice tinged with undeniable shock. You're only 15, why? His words trailed off as he suddenly realized something, and his heart started racing. A 15-year-old boy this formidable, if given time to grow, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yifan seemed to read Wang Hao's thoughts and shook his head. What? Starting to get scared again? From the moment we first crossed paths, you had one chance to kill me, and that was when I first returned home. Unfortunately, you only sent a bronze-level person. Wang Hao admitted bitterly, we underestimated you. After a moment of silence, Wang Hao regained his composure. He lifted his head, closed his eyes, and prepared for death. Victory belongs to the conqueror. When I joined the organization, I was prepared to die for it. Time ticked by, but the expected fatal blow never came. Wang Hao opened his eyes to find Yifan still standing there, looking down at him. You're not going to kill me? Wang Hao asked, puzzled. Yifan crouched down to meet Wang Hao's gaze. Rather than kill you, I have some questions. Wang Hao was about to declare his loyalty to the organization when Yifan raised a hand to stop him. Relax, I don't expect to get any major secrets from someone at your level. This caught Wang Hao off guard, and he nodded. Ask away. Yifan's voice grew serious. I really want to know, why did you join the Dynasty organization? Honestly, I never imagined so many people, even key figures from various institutions, would join. After millennia of being enslaved by beasts, we finally gained freedom. Why would you want to return to that time? Is it just for power and money? Or do you simply want to be anti-human? At the word, merely, Wang Hao suddenly laughed, the fear in his eyes vanishing. You're a member of the Yi family, a descendant of dragon slayers, the grandson of a king who nearly subdued an era. Of course, power and money are merely trivial to you. Wang Hao's tone became impassioned. But for us ordinary people, do you know how important those things are? After 1,000 years, everything on the human side is already divided up. Powerful families monopolize everything. How much effort does it take for us ordinary people to even reach their starting point? Surpassing them is just a joke. He pointed into the distance as if painting a picture. Look at Jijia, look at Luoying. They were born with the best resources. Just saying, excellent level beast control and silver level at 15, those are things most people can never achieve in a lifetime. How can we compete with them? They're always strong. Even if they decline, another family takes their place. It never reaches us, the people in the dust. Yifan nodded thoughtfully. So, you want to redivide the human forces, reshuffle the deck. Restoring the beast dynasty is just a cover? Wang Hao responded firmly. Of course not. I can tell you clearly, the higher-ups genuinely want to restore the beast dynasty and see humanity defeated. I joined the dynasty organization at 11, and I guarantee what I'm saying is true. The entire leadership believes this. Yifan frowned. If you succeed, do you think you'll be better off under the beast dynasty? Wang Hao smiled bitterly. I don't know if we'll be better off. But for ordinary people like us, we can't worry about that. We're different from the high-ups with grand ambitions. We just want a chance. Without the organization, I would have starved to death on the streets at 11. There wouldn't be a me now. He stood up, looking Yifan in the eye. The gangs and underground members in this city before the dynasty organization, They barely survived by bullying the weaker for a piece of territory, fighting to the death over scraps. But now, with organized planning, they don't need to fight each other. They have access to breathing techniques and martial arts they never dreamed of. They have stable territories, food, and money. They even have a chance to aspire to greatness. Wang Hao's voice calmed. I won't claim the dynasty organization is righteous. But for me and many others, it has indeed given us a chance to change our lives. We're not talking about right or wrong. We just want to live and pursue bigger dreams. Finished. Wang Hao waited silently for Yifan's response. Yifan fell into deep thought. Wang Hao's answer was unexpected but explained why so many were willing to die for the dynasty organization, despite its wrongs. Society's hierarchy had long been solidified, creating a vast chasm between ordinary people and the elite. Crossing this gap was nearly impossible for most, but the dynasty organization offered them a chance to change their fate. After a moment, Yifan spoke. So, you're not loyal to the dynasty organization. You just want to change your circumstances? He shook his head, his tone turning stern. Your words are persuasive, but they don't absolve you. You know better than I what the dynasty organization has done. Killing to save, or killing for pleasure, both are still killing. No matter the reasons, the essence doesn't change. Wang Hao replied calmly. I don't seek absolution. You asked, so I answered. He looked at Yifan's contemplative expression and suddenly smiled. I'm not a good person. Not by any means. Most in the dynasty organization aren't. We're a ruthless bunch. Many of us aren't driven by some grand vision of restoring an empire. We just refuse to remain ordinary. Yifan nodded, planted his heavy sword into the ground, and sat down casually. His gaze was calm as he looked at Wang Hao, with a hint of surprise in his voice. I didn't expect to hear those words from you. Indeed, the frontline battles have been ongoing for years, and the human territories are vast. The high-ranking officials can't attend to every detail. He paused, a thoughtful look crossing his eyes, and then suddenly asked, if the world were to get better, would you still join the dynasty organization? Wang Hao shook his head and gave a bitter smile. How could it get better? We, who live in the mud, can see the filth of this world more clearly. Corruption, dictatorship, division, and conflict. The great families and financial conglomerates are no longer heroes fighting for humanity. They monopolize resources, scheme against each other, and are full of filth. You say the dynasty organization is a cancer, but aren't these families and conglomerates the same? He paused for a moment, looking at Yifan with a complicated expression. Yifan, your wisdom surpasses that of ordinary people. I don't need to elaborate on some things. I'll just say 2 points. Yifan nodded slightly. All right. Wang Hao took a deep breath and spoke slowly. First, the Battle King was the only person in the past 100 years to be awarded the title of king with the honor grade. His combat prowess was unmatched. He could slay kings 20 years ago. In the Battle of Inkfeng City, although the dynasty organization mobilized its forces, there were only 3 kings. At that time, he was already honor grade 9 stars and could transform into a true dragon. How could 3 ordinary kings be his match? How could he have died in battle? Yifan's eyes narrowed slightly, his voice steady with a hint of sharpness. Are you saying my grandfather's death was suspicious? Absolutely, Wang Hao confirmed. I have reviewed the Battle King's records and the footage from that year. He could suppress an entire generation. That battle was not just between the dynasty organization and the monsters. There must have been top human experts involved. Yifan frowned. As far as I know, the only ones capable of deploying top experts, apart from the high-ranking officials in Kyoto, are the Ling family and the Mu family, both of whom have kings. The Ling family is a guardian family, with the head of the family serving as the principal of Kyoto University. The Mu family guards the front line as demon suppressors. These 2 families have always been the shield and elite cultivators of humanity, highly respected. Wang Hao insisted, there must be someone. Yifan didn't speculate further and simply nodded. All right, we will investigate in the future. What's the second point? Wang Hao continued. The second point is related to the first. The dynasty organization has been able to hide and grow stronger over the past 15 years because someone has been providing them with support. And it's not just one party. At least 3 top families are secretly helping them. In fact, you could say the high-ranking officials of the dynasty organization are these people. More than 3? Yifan frowned again. Which ones specifically? Wang Hao shook his head. At my level, I only know there are some, but I don't know who they are. Yifan was silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. It seems I have underestimated the complexity of the dynasty organization. Wang Hao sighed. Yifan, you've only seen Pingqing. You haven't seen more. The current state of humanity is chaotic. The root cause of this chaos is the disloyalty of the high-level officials and great families. The dynasty organization is just a product of this disloyalty. In this endless darkness, we ordinary people can only struggle, unaware of being deceived. If we want to seek a different life, we can only join them. That's why I say the world can't get better no matter how many geniuses our race produces. The root is rotten and can't be straightened. Yifan seemed to grasp something. Your words have made me think of a few things. A flash of understanding crossed his eyes, as if he had seen a truth never before glimpsed in his past life. A vast net seemed to have already enveloped him, and in his previous life, he had been unaware, even until his ascension to king and his departure with hatred, never seeing through it. I will tear this net apart, Yifan said solemnly, his voice filled with firm determination. Wang Hao hesitated, but then simply shook his head. If you can do that, it would be best. If the net is broken, perhaps people like us can catch a breath. The dynasty organization and those behind the scenes fear the Battle King, and they fear the emergence of another like him even more. If someone truly capable of suppressing an era appears to cleanse everything, the human race might truly improve. Yifan nodded, stood up, and prepared to leave, sheathing his heavy sword. Wang Hao suddenly spoke up. One more thing. This time, the dynasty organization has hired Jiada Bailong to deal with you, offering him a creation fruit as payment. He is the heir of the human king's lineage. Hearing the name Jiada Bailong, a flash of coldness appeared in Yifan's eyes, and his aura shifted slightly. But he quickly calmed down and silently shouldered his heavy sword. You have to kill me, Wang Hao said resolutely. Yifan waved his hand. You've given me a lot of useful information, enough to spare your life. Turning over a new leaf is not impossible. Wang Hao shook his head, his gaze sincere. I already told you that the dynasty organization gave me a chance, and that's why I am who I am today. I also said I wouldn't betray the organization. Since I've already betrayed it, I might as well pay with my life. It was a venomous snake that saved me, but the snake's venom is part of me now. I can't escape it. I've long since signed a vow. Now, if I can have this conversation with a genius like you before I die, it's worth it. With that, Wang Hao exposed his neck again. If you hadn't asked why, I wouldn't have had much to say. Now that I've said everything I wanted to, it feels liberating. So, please, just grant me death. Yifan sat quietly on a large rock, his heavy sword resting beside him. Hellhound and little Tengu lay at his feet, and a dark red stain on the sword stood out starkly. The night was deep, and Li Pengzi, Chen Peng, and the others followed the trail to find him. When they pushed aside the underbrush, this scene came into view. Wang Lingxi noticed Yifan's slightly pensive expression and softly asked, What's wrong? What about the head of that dynasty organization? Did he run away? Dead, Yifan replied curtly, waving his hand dismissively. He turned to look at the group, his gaze suddenly deepening, and motioned for them to come closer. Remember what I say. Strive with all your might to become strong. Only by becoming powerful can you control your own fate. If there's something you want, fight for it with everything you've got. Regret and powerlessness afterward are the most useless things. Chen Peng was the first to respond. Got it? The others were initially stunned, but soon echoed his sentiment. Yifan stood up, dusted off his hands, and picked up his heavy sword. I hope you all remember my words. Now, give me some spirit beads. I'll try to quickly advance my beasts in the next few days. In 2 days, we'll face a formidable opponent. Be prepared. Chen Peng asked in surprise. How strong are we talking? Yifan's eyes reflected some memories as he answered. Someone my age, with the potential to shake the world, unbeatable at our level. He continued. Jiada Bailong left a deep impression on me. In my past life, he was known as the king without a throne, the undisputed king of the new generation, with a mysterious background and unimaginable strength. Yifan mused aloud. The lineage of the human king. This is only the second time I've heard of it. Jiada Bailong's background is truly surprising. His gaze swept over the group, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. People like him love nothing more than battling true prodigies. Time flew by in the secret realm, and days passed in the blink of an eye. One morning, Yifan emerged from his tent, stretched, and casually summoned 3 beasts. The powerful aura they emitted drew gasps from the group. Li Pengzi was the first to exclaim, Silver 9 stars? Yifan, did you give your beasts steroids? We just got ours to break through to silver, and you're already at Silver 9 stars. Yifan shook his head and explained, breaking through the silver rank is easy if you have enough spirit beads. Advancing to gold is tougher, taking over a year or 2. Silver 9 stars is the limit for ordinary people. Reaching gold in a small place makes you a strong individual, fit to be a teacher, a guest of a small family, or a bodyguard, living comfortably. Wang Lingxi remarked, it sounds unreal. There are so many Silver 9 stars in this secret realm. Yifan responded with a hint of meaning, after all, we're dealing with the world of beast tamers. All right, now that our beasts' levels are up, it's time to get to work. Li Pengzi leaned in and asked, Work? What work? Competing for the fortune fruit, Yifan replied. Yesterday, I felt the vitality of this space decline again, reaching a critical point. The fortune fruit should ripen in the next 2 days. We're heading to the core area. Everyone tensed up. Yifan said seriously, my deduction is based on evidence. I can't say the exact time, but it should be within these 2 days. Prepare yourselves, we'll be entering soon. There'll be many tough battles in the core. Chunpeng confidently said, no problem. I'll make sure to get the fortune fruit for the team leader. Yifan glanced at Chunpeng, a smile in his eyes. I prefer to fight for it myself. Follow me to learn how to profit in chaotic situations and protect yourselves in mixed company. The group quietly moved to the core area. There was only one entrance to the valley, and hundreds, if not thousands, of people were gathered at the gate, each forming their own faction. There were lone wolves, small groups, and large alliances. Some pitched tents, while others sat on the ground. A rough estimate showed dozens of factions. Li Pengzi was amazed. Yifan, you're spot on. How did you know there'd be so many people wearing masks in the core area? Yifan replied, it's not just the core. Any open secret realm will have many masked people. Li Pengzi continued, there are even people from our school, like Deng Chang's cousin's cousin. Yifan looked over and indeed saw a group wearing the Pingxing High School uniforms, about 100 people. He shook his head. They're not a united group. When it comes to competition, they'll fall apart. Yifan's eyes scanned the crowd and saw the insignias of several prominent families, including Ji Jie and Luoying, each with dozens of followers. He also noticed a group wearing the dynasty organization's uniforms, occupying the best positions, well-equipped and formidable. Among the crowd, Yifan's gaze locked onto Jiada Bailong. Though still young, Yifan recognized him instantly. A surge of battle intent rose in Yifan's eyes. He thought to himself, so he's really here. This competition for the fortune fruit just got interesting. No king, it's been a while. The crowd was buzzing with excitement, like a tidal wave of anticipation. The creation fruit was about to bloom, and everyone held their breath in suspense. However, standing at the front, Jiada Bailong suddenly turned around, his sharp gaze piercing through the sea of people, landing directly on Yifan, who was wearing a black bat mask. Jiada Bailong frowned slightly, scrutinizing this unfamiliar figure. Yifan met Jiada Bailong's gaze without fear, facing him with calm composure. Their eyes locked in a silent confrontation. After a moment, Jiada Bailong spoke softly, there aren't many in this generation who can meet my gaze. With that, he withdrew his gaze, his expression returning to calm. Huang Wei, a small leader of the dynasty organization, hurried over, fawningly asking, Brother Bailong, what's wrong? Jiada Bailong shook his head, casting a cold glance at Huang Wei with displeasure in his tone. Nothing. Where is this Yifan you mentioned? He's been in the secret realm for many days. Why haven't you found any trace of him? Huang Wei felt embarrassed and stammered. Well, the intelligence was mainly handled by Wang Hao, but he went missing a few days ago. We've been busy holding this entrance, making it hard to adjust our plans. Hearing this, Jiada Bailong's face darkened further. Then there's nothing more to say. The creation fruit is about to mature, and since you can't find Yifan, our deal is off. I don't associate with trash. Without our deal, we don't need to act together, lest I lower myself, Jiada Bailong. Once inside the secret realm, whoever gets the creation fruit keeps it. Huang Wei panicked, trying to keep him. Brother Bailong, this matter is our. But Jiada Bailong didn't give him a chance, merely snorting coldly before turning away, distancing himself from the dynasty organization. His actions stood out as all the other factions remained on standby. Watching Jiada Bailong's departing figure, a dark expression flashed in Huang Wei's eyes. One of his subordinates couldn't help but complain. Who does Jiada Bailong think he is, acting so arrogant? If you ask me, with our numbers, we should just take him out. Before he could finish, a sharp smack echoed as Huang Wei slapped him hard across the face. Coldly, he said, and who do you think you are, acting so arrogant? Jiada Bailong is said to be invincible among his peers, having defeated countless prodigies. He has the right to be arrogant. Can you guarantee you'd defeat him even with dozens of you? Even if you could, his family is full of powerful figures. Are you saying all his family's experts are dead? Your words are making enemies for our organization. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. The subordinate, thoroughly chastised, retreated in fear. Despite venting his anger, Huang Wei's face remained grim, clearly still holding onto his frustration. At the back of the crowd, Li Pengzi quietly said to Yifan, Yifan, that Jiada Bailong is really arrogant. Looks like he's having a conflict with the dynasty organization. Yifan, hearing this, smiled slightly and shook his head. That's just how he is. His temper is notorious, always quick to insult those he looks down on. I remember in a past life, he had a conflict with an old hidden family. Their patriarch, who was over 170 years old, tried to resolve the issue respectfully. Not only did Jiada Bailong refuse to resolve it, but he also insulted the old man so harshly that he coughed up blood and died soon after. As Yifan spoke, He retrieved a heavy sword wrapped in white cloth from his side. Don't worry about him. Get ready. Once the creation fruit blooms, it will be a chaotic battle. Wang Lingxi asked in confusion. A chaotic battle? Isn't the fight supposed to start inside the realm? Yi Fan explained. Those who can get inside are in the second round. Not everyone is here for the creation fruit. Some are here for wealth, revenge, or personal grudges. Pay attention to the actions and expressions of the factions around us. Many have already picked their targets and are ready to strike once the fruit blooms. Hearing this, the group began to observe the surrounding factions more closely. Sure enough, several groups were eyeing others intently, poised to act. Wang Lingxi whispered, "Are any of them targeting us?" Yi Fan nodded, discreetly pointing out two groups. Yes, and more than one. Their strength isn't high, led by Silver 9 Stars, with no more than 20 members each. They won't be hard to deal with. Wang Lingxi frowned slightly but nodded. Qinpeng suddenly asked, "Leader, what about Jijie and Luoying? Is anyone targeting them?" Yi Fan shook his head. Probably not. They have strong forces and plenty of people. No one would dare attack them. Their real fight will be inside. Qinpeng looked puzzled. If everyone's here for the creation fruit, shouldn't they be targeting Jijie and Luoying? Instead, the weaker ones are fighting each other. Yi Fan patted Qinpeng's shoulder with a smile. That's human nature. Everyone wants to survive and compete. Unable to challenge the strong, they turn on the weaker. It's inevitable. In a way, everyone is like Wang Hao. You and I are no different. The strong fight, and so do the weak. Qinpeng was taken aback, opening his mouth but ultimately just nodding. Yi Fan said no more, focusing on unwrapping the heavy sword. His movements were slow, almost deliberate. Some things you don't understand now, but you will in the future. As the white cloth was peeled away, the sword's shape gradually emerged. Suddenly, Yi Fan stood up, tossing the cloth into the air. All right, it's time. Let's start fighting. Just then, the sky over the distant valley changed dramatically, filling with a radiant glow. A peculiar fragrance spread instantly. Boom! The creation fruit had bloomed. At the moment the anomaly appeared, a fierce battle erupted outside the valley. Various forces, under the pretext of obtaining the creation fruit, attacked without restraint. Opponents, old enemies, and ambitious individuals all joined the fray. However, the major families and powerful factions remained restrained, seemingly having prearranged their entry order. The royal organizations and a few prominent families went first, followed by second-tier families, and finally, the local families and regional forces. The area outside the valley seemed divided into two worlds. The front line was orderly, while the rear was in chaos. Seeing that everyone had entered, Yi Fan no longer hesitated. He wielded his heavy sword and charged into the crowd. With the help of his 3 silver 9-star beast companions and his formidable strength, he tore through the outer ranks like a tiger among sheep, unstoppable. Every swing of his heavy sword claimed a life. Although Li Pengzi and others were not as fierce as Yi Fan, they still demonstrated their superiority among their peers. As they killed more enemies, a foreman squad led by a scarred, one-eyed man noticed Yi Fan. They debated whether to attack Yi Fan, but ultimately decided to retreat on the strategist's advice. The strategist argued that Yi Fan's strength would only lead to unnecessary casualties, and that they might not gain any benefits from the many competing forces afterward. Meanwhile, Li Pengzi sensed that something was amiss and suggested to Yi Fan that they should retreat. Yi Fan, however, told them to leave first. He intended to kill a few more enemies before withdrawing. Though puzzled, Li Pengzi led the others out of the battle zone. Yi Fan faced an increasing number of enemies alone, but he remained calm. He noticed that his heavy sword, soaked in blood, started to glow faintly and occasionally emitted a dragon's roar. Yi Fan realized that the dragon's spirit within the sword was about to awaken. To confront Jiada Bailong in the inner circle, he needed more power. This slaughter was meant to awaken the dragon spirit, and the secret realm provided the perfect opportunity. As Yi Fan continued to swing his sword and slay enemies, he pondered. If not for the conspiracy of the royal organization, he wouldn't have had the chance to level up so quickly. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but sigh. Sometimes, the enemies who plot to destroy you inadvertently become your stepping stones. The path of the Tao might just be like this. Time had passed and Scarface, along with the strategist and a few others, had left the battlefield. Their decision proved wise. Instead of engaging in the major battle, they reaped substantial rewards and even captured a few wealthy young men. Scarface weighed the heavy money bag in his hand with satisfaction and casually tossed a blood-stained head to the side. War brings wealth. They seek great fortunes, while we settle for smaller ones, the strategist said, fanning himself gently. His gaze, however, fell on the severed head on the ground. He frowned as if recalling something. Isn't this the leader of one of the factions that attacked Yi Fan? How did he end up here? Did they lose? Scarface was taken aback, but then shook his head. Impossible. They were all silver rank. Even if Yi Fan were a god, he couldn't take on so many at once. The strategist remained silent for a moment before speaking slowly. Perhaps, I think we should go back and check. Although Scarface hesitated, he saw the seriousness in the strategist's eyes and nodded in agreement. Since you say so, red sleeve, white robe, let's go back and take a look. Retracing their steps, they quickly noticed something amiss. Many people were retreating, some injured, some fleeing in panic, as if something terrifying had occurred ahead. Scarface couldn't hold back and grabbed one of the fleeing individuals. Hey, what's happening up ahead? The man trembled violently, stuttering in fear. Up ahead, someone summoned a dragon beast. It's Yifan, the one with a bounty from the dynasty. Many have died. We all ran. Some went to the valley for help. Hearing this, a gleam flashed in the strategist's eyes. Without further hesitation, he quickened his pace towards the front, and the others followed suit. Outside the valley, a deafening dragon's roar echoed through the sky. Yifan stood like a god of death, his black hair flowing without wind, a heavy sword planted in the ground. A massive black dragon circled above, exuding a terrifying aura. Its body was covered in fine scales, with countless runes entwined like chains, emitting a sinister glow. Corpses littered the area, and those who had attacked Yifan were nearly annihilated. From a distance, Fatty Lee and others gazed in shock at Yifan, who sat cross-legged under the dragon's tail. Yifan, with eyes closed, was engaged in a fierce mental struggle with the newly awakened dragon spirit. The dragon spirit, upon awakening, sought to devour its master, and Yifan was exerting all his mental prowess to activate the spirit's restraints. Though he appeared untouchable, he was actually incapable of fighting at the moment. Just then, a middle-aged man entered the valley, breaking the silence. It was Scarface's strategist, who immediately recognized the dragon spirit above Yifan. It's a beast spirit, truly a beast spirit. The strategist's face lit up with fervor. Wang Tu, help me seize the sword from Yifan. Scarface and the others were taken aback by the strategist's rare display of excitement. Though Wang Tu hesitated, he nodded in agreement. Since the strategist says so, we'll get that sword for him. Without waiting, the three summoned their beasts and charged at Yifan. Meanwhile, Chun Pong and others outside the valley noticed the commotion and rushed in, shouting, "Protect the leader!" A fierce battle erupted around Yifan. Wang Tu and his men had a slight edge in strength, but Chun Pong and his group fought desperately, resulting in a stalemate. The strategist seized the opportunity to weave through the battlefield, reaching Yifan. He discarded his fan and grasped the heavy sword with both hands, straining to lift it. However, despite his efforts, the sword did not budge. "No, it can't be," the strategist muttered, his face pale. "It's just that I lack the physical technique, the breathing method, the strength. If I try harder, I can lift the sword." At that moment, Yifan opened his eyes and effortlessly lifted the heavy sword. He looked at the strategist, who had fallen to the ground, and smiled slightly. "You know the real reason you can't lift the sword is that the dragon spirit has already submitted to me. Why deceive yourself?" A glint of amusement flickered in Yifan's eyes as he continued. "The most talented disciple of Tianji Pavilion, known for predicting the heavens and the universe, has fallen to the point where he can't even foresee a silver-rank kid like me? Swan Tianzi, your downfall wasn't due to your divination skills, was it?" Yifan's single word, "you," shattered the silence. The strategist lifted his head, staring in shock at the youthful face before him. "How do you know who I am?" the strategist asked, his voice carrying an unmistakable note of surprise. Yifan gave a mysterious smile, a flicker of something in his eyes. "That's for me to know," he continued. "In this world, besides beast masters, there are many other paths. Among the mystical arts, there is one that no one dares to ignore: divination. Only the Yin Tian sect masters this art." Yifan detailed the abilities of the Yin Tian sect members and the figure before him, known as Swan Tianzi. He mentioned that Swan Tianzi had once achieved great heights in divination, even predicting the future, but was later expelled from the sect for unknown reasons. "So, even Swan Tianzi has fallen this low," Yifan chuckled. "You must be after the dragon spirit weapon in my hand to make a comeback." "Yes," the strategist replied calmly. "I am no longer part of the Yin Tian sect. Call me by my real name, Swan Sansheng." Yifan nodded in approval of the name, while Swan Sansheng was curious about how Yifan managed to subdue the dragon spirit. Yifan remained silent, knowing it was his strong will from 2 lifetimes that made it possible. Yifan called off Li Pongzi and the others who were still fighting. Swan Sansheng stated that if Yifan wanted to attack him, no one else could save him. The two began a profound conversation. Yifan hinted that he could easily obtain another heavy sword, while Swan Sansheng admitted he couldn't see through Yifan, sensing only his ambition. "I want to overthrow this era," Yifan declared, shocking Swan Sansheng. Despite this, Swan Sansheng declined Yifan's invitation to follow him, stating that he had already failed once and dared not take the risk again. Yifan did not insist, allowing Swan Sansheng and his group to leave. The others who had hoped to take advantage of the situation also fled. Li Pengzi and the others were puzzled by Yifan's decision. Yifan explained that he wouldn't force anyone and believed they would meet again. Yifan then announced his intention to enter the valley to seize the creation fruit. He emphasized that merely picking the fruit first didn't count. The true test was being able to keep it. As they prepared to enter the valley, Li Pengzi couldn't help but mutter, "Man, is Yifan really the same age as me? I'm 16, but he acts like he's 61. Could he have been possessed by some ancient demon?" The valley presented a chaotic scene. Just as Yifan had predicted, obtaining the fortune fruit was merely the beginning of the battle. A lucky individual had just snatched the fortune fruit, and the surrounding crowd immediately pounced like starving wolves. In the process of seizing the fruit, they also took the person's life. This brutal cycle repeated itself, with each new possessor facing the same grim fate. Initially, the major factions remained calm until a seemingly noble scion secured the fortune fruit. This became the catalyst that plunged the situation into complete turmoil. The factions not only fought over the fruit, but also took the opportunity to settle long-standing grudges. The valley had turned into a giant meat grinder, mercilessly crushing life after life. No one could leave this death trap with the fortune fruit. At this moment, Yifan quietly led Fatty and others into the valley. Amid the chaos, their arrival went almost unnoticed. Fatty stared wide-eyed at the scene before him, mumbling, "Good heavens, it's like raising venomous insects." Yifan surveyed the surroundings, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. This terrain was clearly man-made. If the dynasty organization had long mastered this secret realm, they likely prepared for today. Chun Peng raised a question, but doesn't this greatly reduce the dynasty organization's chances of getting the fortune fruit? And if they knew about the secret realm, why not keep it hidden and take it for themselves? Yifan shook his head and explained, "The people within the dynasty organization have differing agendas. It's too difficult to keep a secret. The upper echelons understand this well. They knew it couldn't be kept entirely secret, so they chose to make it public and crafted this terrain. The ones who come are all prodigies and major factions, and they'll fight to the death here. Any side will suffer heavy losses. This way, even if they don't get the fortune fruit, they achieve certain goals." Chun Peng suddenly understood. So, to the dynasty organization, it doesn't matter whether they get the fortune fruit or not? Yifan nodded. It's crucial for those who enter, but for the upper echelons of the dynasty organization, getting it is great, but not getting it is no loss. Most of those they send in are expendable. Wang Lingxi pondered. So, in this battle, everyone loses, and only the dynasty organization comes out unscathed? Yifan replied, "Losing some low-level minions to drain the young blood of major families and schools seems like a fair trade to me. That's also why I want to recruit a strategist like Sansheng. A smart person can offer many brilliant strategies." The group suddenly realized the truth, their faces showing understanding. Li Fati asked, "So, Yifan, what should we do now?" Yifan's tone was firm. "Fight. Since it's a breeding ground for venomous insects, we'll devour all the other insects." Before the words had fully left his mouth, a figure suddenly lunged from the side, a long knife in hand, aiming at Yifan from an odd angle. The figure's eyes were vicious, and he shouted, "I'm here for the billion-dollar bounty." Yifan easily sidestepped and grabbed the attacker's throat. With a crisp crack, the man instantly lost his life. Yifan emotionlessly dropped the body at his feet. I've seen countless ambushes on the battlefield. Only through numerous battles can you become truly strong. It's like the difference between a nouveau riche and a self-made millionaire. Even if their wealth is the same, their foundations are vastly different. With that, Yifan summoned 3 beasts and charged into the crowd. The other 3 exchanged determined looks and followed closely behind. Amid the chaos, Ji Jia was the first to notice Yifan and his group, his face darkening. But the tense situation left him no time to dwell on it. The Ji family wasn't the only powerful faction. Others like Luo Ying's family were also eyeing them. With everyone targeting each other and fighting over the fortune fruit, he was overwhelmed. On the other side, Luo Ying also noticed Yifan, a peculiar light flashing in her eyes. She murmured to herself, "This guy is really something, getting past so many attackers." She then smiled. Taming such a cold man must be quite interesting. As she was lost in thought, a large knife suddenly slashed at her. Fortunately, her beast shielded her from the fatal blow. A rough voice rang out, "Little girl, how dare you daydream while fighting me? Thinking about your lover, are you?" Luo Ying was infuriated by the remark, glaring coldly at the scruffy man opposite her. "Lei Sanfei, watch your mouth." Lei Sanfei sneered, "I've been a bandit on Thunder Mountain for years. I always speak my mind. Asking me to clean up my language? Sorry, that's just how I am. At least I'm not a hypocrite like your Luo family." "Who are you calling a hypocrite?" Luo Ying was thoroughly enraged, disregarding Lei Sanfei's bandit background. She activated her beast talent, and her originally silver 9-star beasts neared gold level. Within a few rounds, She landed a strike on Lei Sanfei's chest, making him spit out blood. Lei Sanfei cursed, "You vicious girl." Seeing Luo Ying's icy gaze, he spat, "Just wait, I'll deal with you next time." With that, he fled with his men. Luo Ying sneered. In a battlefield where the highest level was Silver 9-star, her upgrade talent was particularly powerful. Although her beasts could only reach Gold 1-star, the gap between Gold and Silver was enough to make her the strongest on the field. Seeing the fortune fruit being tightly held by someone in the distance, Luo Ying made up her mind. I must have the fortune fruit. She led her 3 gold-level beasts towards the fortune fruit, sweeping through all in her path. No one could stop her. Li Fati and the others saw this and anxiously called out to Yi Fan. Yi Fan? Yi Fan? Luo Ying got the fortune fruit. Yi Fan coldly watched Luo Ying in the field and uttered 2 words, "Fool." The remark left Li Fati and the others stunned, even distracting those fighting Yi Fan. Yi Fan swiftly dispatched his distracted opponents and, once Li Fati and the others were close, explained, Luo Ying has the ability to upgrade, giving her 3 gold-level beasts, which is a bug in this secret realm. She had a great chance to get the fortune fruit, but now she's courting death. Everyone's attacking each other because they're evenly matched. Her having 3 gold-level beasts means everyone will target her first. Can 3 gold-level beasts beat hundreds of silver 9-stars? Who does she think she is? If that's not foolish, what is? That was a sharp insult. Li Pengzi and his friends were momentarily stunned, but quickly regained their composure. Wang Lingxi spoke up. How could the 7th daughter of the Luo family be so lacking in strategy? If she had waited until the end when there were fewer people, with 3 gold-level beasts and so many henchmen, no one might have been able to stop her. Yi Fan merely shook his head and summoned his beast back. Things are about to get interesting. We can sit back and watch for now. No sooner had he spoken than the battlefield erupted in chaos. As Luo Ying grasped the fortune fruit, those who had been fighting independently suddenly turned their attention to her. Even the major family scions, who had been holding back, joined the fray. They didn't mind others taking the fruit, but the display of 3 gold-level beasts by Luo Ying made them wary. The battle grew more intense. With multiple factions involved, Luo Ying found herself under siege. Initially, she held the upper hand with her 3 gold-level beasts, but as time wore on, she began to falter. Her advancement wasn't permanent, lasting no more than an hour. In the blink of an eye, the hour passed, and Luo Ying was intercepted at the valley entrance, losing the fortune fruit. Damn it! She cursed, collapsing to the ground, gritting her teeth as she watched the fruit slip away. She attempted to rise but found herself surrounded by only a few remaining guards and had no choice but to give up. The fortune fruit became a hot potato, passing between various family scions. Each person fought desperately to escape the valley, only to be robbed shortly after. The number of people in the valley dwindled rapidly, from hundreds to just over 100. The ground was littered with blood and severed limbs, the air thick with the scent of blood. Yet the fight raged on, everyone driven to madness like beasts that had tasted blood. Li Pengzi's face turned pale as he took in the bloody scene and turned to Yi Fan. Yi Fan remained calm. Humans are like this. Without restraint, they're more bloodthirsty than wolves. But it's not necessarily wrong. Everyone has their own goals and will stop at nothing to achieve them. Get ready. It's time for us to act. Before he finished speaking, the latest holder of the fortune fruit dashed out of the valley. He appeared to be a wealthy young man with mediocre skills. As he emerged into the light outside the valley, a relieved smile spread across his face. With a swift shoo sound, a sharp blade pierced his chest. In disbelief, he turned to see who had stabbed him, managing to utter his final words. Jia, didn't we agree? My father gave you those things to help me. Did you really think your family was qualified to negotiate with me? Jia snorted, withdrawing the blade and shoving the young man aside, seizing the fortune fruit. Instantly, 24 people formed a protective ring around Jia, preventing others from intervening. Jia dashed several hundred meters with the fortune fruit. Yi Fan shook his head. That guy, always so patient. While everyone else was fighting desperately, he hid and waited for the right moment to strike. Typical of him, always so treacherous. Li Pengzi and his friends grew anxious. Yi Fan, Jia is getting away. Yi Fan remained unfazed. He won't get far. There are still people who haven't made their move. Jia clutched the fortune fruit, nearing the forest ahead. He glanced back at the pursuers, his eyes finally resting on the calm Yi Fan, and sneered, Yi Fan, once I have the fortune fruit and become a AA rank, killing you will be as easy as killing a dog. Just as Jia prepared to make another dash, a figure stood silently in his path, shirtless, as if waiting for him. Who are you? Jia hesitated, sensing the overwhelming aura from the stranger. Jia de Bailong, the man replied, his gaze sharp as a sword fixed on Jia. Jia instinctively averted his eyes. Jia de Bailong sneered. Hand over the fortune fruit, and you might live. How dare you? Jia roared. summoning his silver 9-star Qianjun beast. Get out of my way, or else. The Qianjun beast charged like a moving mountain. Jia de Bailong watched calmly, only moving when the beast was upon him. He exhaled. You think trash like you is worthy of challenging me? With a thunderous boom, Jia de Bailong's punch, carrying the weight of 1,000,000 tons, shattered even the branches behind him. With a resounding thud, the Qianjun beast was sent flying like a cannonball, embedding itself into the mountainside. Everyone was stunned, glancing between the beast lodged in the mountain and the unmoving Jia de Bailong, a chill running down their spines. Jia de Bailong scoffed. A bunch of trash, thinking they can compete for the fortune fruit. All you can do is tear each other apart. He approached Ji Jia, snatched the fortune fruit from his hands, and turned to leave. Ji Jia managed to speak with difficulty. What was the name of that punch? Jia de Bailong sneered but answered, my punch was handed down by my ancestors, without a specific name. If you insist on one, call it the 1,000,000-ton punch. As Jia de Bailong made his appearance, the entire atmosphere of the space instantly froze. Few knew his true identity, but those who did were visibly shaken. The squad leader of the dynasty organization spat in disdain as he looked at Jia de Bailong. Though he despised Jia de Bailong's arrogant demeanor, he was well aware of the terrifying extent of his power. The force of that punch just now was shocking, an attack from a 9-star silver rank that sent an elite beast with golden strength flying. The squad leader estimated that Jia de Bailong's power was likely approaching that of an extraordinary beast of the same level, possibly even reaching the level of a relic beast. Freak! He cursed under his breath, then signaled his subordinates to retreat. Just then, Yi Fan, carrying a heavy sword, walked past with Li Pengzi and others, his gaze fixed on Jia de Bailong in the distance, completely ignoring them. Feeling enraged by the blatant disregard, the squad leader couldn't hold back his fury. Can't handle Jia de Bailong? Think I can't handle you? As he said this, a flash of light appeared in his hand, and a winged beast charged at Yi Fan. Yi Fan turned his head, frowning at the incoming winged beast. I didn't want to kill you, but you leave me no choice. With that, he swung his heavy sword, cleaving the winged beast in two before it could even scream, its body falling to the ground like a block of tofu. The squad leader stood frozen, watching Yi Fan approach, panic setting in, but it was too late for fear. With the power of the awakened dragon spirit, Yi Fan could unleash near golden strength with just his sword. Combined with his formidable combat skills, he quickly dispatched the remaining enemies. Yi Fan, Jia de Bailong left. Should we go after him? Li Pengzi finally asked. Of course, Yi Fan replied firmly. Chun Peng couldn't help but voice his concern. He's incredibly strong. If the captain confronts him, what if? Yi Fan shook his head, explaining with a hint of helplessness, I've already decided to challenge him, no matter how strong he is. Yes, he's strong, but not unbeatable. Remember what I said before? Assessing strength isn't just about level, but also same-level combat ability. True strong contenders excel at the same level, which is why the entrance exams use same-level mirror assessments. He continued, at the same level, if you can only beat low-tier elites, you're ordinary. Beating excellent ones is good. Defeating extraordinary ones is top-tier. Matching relic beasts, that's a true top-level contender. He didn't show his full strength, but he's likely around the same level as an extraordinary beast, which is impressive but not outrageous. Defeating an extraordinary beast at the same level already sounds outrageous. Li Pengzi muttered, I struggle with excellent ones at the same level. Yi Fan reassured him, you just need time to grow, that's normal. Besides, Jia de Bailong isn't an ordinary person. He looked in the direction Jia de Bailong had gone, deep in thought. We can slow down a bit. Those people can't stop him. He'll likely wait for me to find him. Meanwhile, in the jungle, Luo Ying, who had caught up, was knocked back by Jia de Bailong. She looked at her defeated beasts, helpless. Without using an upgrade, her 3 9-star silver beasts might have been able to contend with Jia de Bailong. But now, he had easily defeated her, the gap in their strength evident. This crushing defeat was hard for Luo Ying, who always saw herself as a peerless talent. Losing to Yi Fan before, she could excuse it as carelessness, but this loss to Jia de Bailong was a thorough trouncing. Who are you? Really? Which family are you from? She finally asked as Jia de Bailong was about to leave. I told you, I am Jia de Bailong, he replied impatiently. As for my family, you worthless people have no right to ask. His words further infuriated Luo Ying. She gritted her teeth, threatening, if I get the chance, I will kill you. Jia de Bailong walked towards her, scaring Luo Ying into retreating, but her pride wouldn't let her back down completely. Worthless is worthless. What else can you do but threaten? Jia de Bailong said coldly, standing before her. Just as Luo Ying was about to retort, a teasing voice came from nearby. Jia de Bailong, your mouth is as foul as ever. Luo Ying looked up in surprise to see Yi Fan approaching with his heavy sword. Yi Fan, she called out, tears streaming down her face. Don't get emotional. I'm not here to save you, Yi Fan said calmly, turning his gaze to Jia Bailong. I just knew someone would be waiting for me here. Luo Ying froze, realizing neither man had paid her any mind. I might as well be dead, she thought, burying her face in her clothes, too ashamed to speak. I assume since you dared to enter the valley, you won't pass up a chance to contest for the fortune fruit? Jia Bailong asked, scrutinizing Yi Fan. You're Yi Fan? That's me, Yi Fan confirmed. So it's you. No wonder you dared to look me in the eye outside the valley. Jia Bailong nodded, refraining from using derogatory terms for a fellow strong opponent. Now that the trash is dealt with, shall we decide the fortune fruit's ownership? Yi Fan proposed. Agreed. Jia Bailong responded. Yi Fan didn't underestimate his opponent, lowering his stance and gripping his heavy sword. Seeing this, Jia Bailong squinted but didn't hesitate, throwing a punch with the force of 1,000,000 tons. Draw sword, Yi Fan commanded, unsheathing his sword, his aura surging, causing a whirlwind around them. Boom! The clash of sword and fist sent both men staggering back several steps. As Jia Bailong steadied himself, his face changed. You're a disciple of the Sword Saint lineage? Yi Fan stood not far from Jia Bailong, gripping his long sword with a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. He pondered silently, knowing he wasn't a true heir of the Sword Saint lineage, but had merely learned their techniques. Reflecting on his initial speculations about the concept of the human king, his encounter with Jia Bailong, who recognized the swordsmanship at a glance, confirmed the extraordinary nature of its original master. Jia Bailong spoke. To have mastered the Sword Saint's techniques, your comprehension is indeed exceptional. Such rare praise from him was particularly precious. The Sword Saint was a close ally of my ancestor, the most respected elder and protector. We share a significant connection. Yi Fan, still puzzled, asked directly, is your ancestor really the human king? Jia Bailong replied proudly, of course. My ancestor was the leader of the human race in this world, subduing beasts for 300 years. If not for his inherent kindness and reluctance to see widespread devastation, he could have eradicated those extraterrestrial beasts long ago. Yi Fan nodded slightly, his admiration for the human king growing. This unparalleled figure's legacy persisted even after his physical form was gone. With a burning gaze, Yi Fan continued, the strength of the human king's lineage must stem from your ancestors' glory. Your martial arts seem adapted from beasts, requiring a physique far beyond that of ordinary humans. Your body is clearly extraordinary, not of mixed blood, yet your vigor surpasses even those with inherited bloodlines. That must be why you can perform such techniques. A flash of surprise crossed Jia Bailong's eyes, but he admitted frankly, as a descendant of the human king, I possess a naturally powerful physique. My inheritance is extraordinary, whether in body techniques or breathing methods, far surpassing that of ordinary people. I measure myself against beast-level opponents of the same rank. Defeating me won't be easy. A confident smile appeared on Yi Fan's face as he summoned 3 guardian beasts to his side. That might not be the case. While I may not match your strength, I have many top-tier paths to pursue. In this lifetime, even if the human king were here, I'd challenge him as an equal. Jia Bailong's eyes lit up with battle intent. Now that's interesting. In that case, let's have a proper fight. Without another word, Jia Bailong launched a punch with the force of 1,000,000 tons. Yi Fan, undaunted, swept his heavy sword horizontally, executing a piercing thrust while directing his 3 beasts to attack from different angles. The battle erupted instantly, showcasing the full prowess of these top-tier talents. Jia Bailong's formidable physique gave him a slight edge in power, but Yi Fan's refined combat skills and sharp awareness allowed him to inflict equal damage. In the forest, free from pursuers, the two fought fiercely. Body techniques, martial arts, swordsmanship, beast control, formations, and attacks, every possible tactic was employed. This silver-tier duel displayed a terrifying depth that even many gold-tier combatants couldn't match. The continuous roars of battle toppled nearby trees, the fight like a whirlwind of destruction. Luo Ying, who had been cowering on the ground, had to retreat further away. At the edge of the battlefield, Li Peng and the others watched in shock. My gosh, is this really a fight between 2 silver-tier combatants? Li Peng exclaimed. Chun Peng couldn't help but marvel, too strong. This is beyond human capability. His gaze lingered more on Jia Bailong, knowing the terror of such a physique as a martial artist himself. A monstrous physique, Chun Peng muttered, worried for Yi Fan. I wonder if the captain can win. Ma Xiaoxue, uncharacteristically firm, declared, he will win. Yi Fan has an unbreakable spirit. In battles of this caliber, the stronger will prevail. I always believe he will win. Meanwhile, atop a distant hill, Swan Sanqing and his group closely observed the battle. Strategist, Yi Fan's strength is even more terrifying than we imagined, Hongxiu exclaimed. Jia Bailong's physique is frightening, like a human-shaped beast. Swan Sansheng shook his head. It's not just Jada Bailong's physique that's terrifying, but what he represents. A family that can nurture such a monster must be unimaginably powerful. Could they be stronger than the 8 great families of the capital? Hong Xiu asked, puzzled. Swan Sansheng scoffed. The 8 great families of the capital? What is known to the common people is merely worldly power. Wang Tu, observing the battle, said, it seems Yi Fan is about to lose. He can't hold off Jada Bailong. Swan Sansheng, however, asserted, Jada Bailong is the one who will lose. His raw strength is impressive, but his combat awareness and ability to control the battlefield are far inferior to Yi Fan's. Without a decisive power advantage, this fight is a game of an old man toying with a child. Mark my words, in no more than 15 exchanges, Jada Bailong will be at a disadvantage. Sure enough, the battle soon shifted. As Jada Bailong's heavy punch missed, Yi Fan seized the opportunity to close in, his 3 guardian beasts forming a perfect attack chain, forcing Jada Bailong to retreat repeatedly. Incredible. Wang Tu exclaimed, strategist. How did you see that coming? Swan Sansheng explained, it's quite obvious. You all have experienced too few battles and encountered too few experts. Once you've faced more, you'll understand naturally. He waved his fan, a hint of undisguised astonishment in his eyes. Mastering 100 paths, my divine, I can hardly find his flaws. This Yi Fan aims to walk a perfect path, truly defying the heavens. On the side, Wang Tu, hearing the strategist's words, curiously approached. Strategist, what is the perfect path? Sansheng shook his head and patiently explained. The perfect path is a road without weaknesses. Some people excel in physical techniques, some in beast mastery, and others in formations. Each path has its strengths and weaknesses, but if you combine some of these paths to complement each other, reaching a certain level, it can be called the perfect path. He pointed to the battlefield and continued. Look at the battle between Yi Fan and Jada Bailong. Jada Bailong excels in physical combat, while Yi Fan is proficient in many swordsmanship, physical techniques, beast mastery, even spirit beasts and formations. He has achieved considerable skill in each, forming a closed loop. Sansheng's gaze sharpened. What makes Yi Fan truly powerful is his mastery of multiple skills and his ability to use them perfectly. That's why Jada Bailong can't defeat him. Simply put, Jada Bailong might score 99.1 in physical techniques, surpassing top-tier talents. But Yi Fan scores 99 in swordsmanship, beast mastery, and other areas. When these 99s add up, they bring him close to the critical value of 100. The difference between 99 and 100 may seem small, but it's a world apart. Hong Xiu frowned and voiced a different opinion. Yi Fan has to master so many skills just to slightly surpass Jada Bailong. It doesn't seem worth it. Wouldn't it be better to focus on one skill and perfect it to 100? Sansheng shook his head, still focused on Yi Fan. No one can achieve perfection in a single path. Even if you reach the pinnacle like Jada Bailong, there will still be weaknesses, and you'll be just short of perfection. Only by walking the perfect path and combining various skills can you possibly achieve it. Hong Xiu pressed further. So, has Yi Fan already perfected the perfect path and reached 100? Not quite, Sansheng explained. He has only just formed the foundation. His combined skills form a closed loop, making his overall combat power at this stage surpass someone like Jada Bailong. But to truly perfect the path, all his skills must approach or exceed Jada Bailong's level in his specialty. Sansheng took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming. No wonder he wants to obtain the fruit of creation. With it, his beast mastery can break through a limit. If he then masters a terrifying breathing technique or top-tier swordsmanship, he didn't continue, his eyes flashing with a mysterious light, recalling Yi Fan's previous invitation. If he is the one who can defy the heavens, following him might also change my destined fate. Sansheng hesitated for a long time, finally turning his gaze to the people around him. Wang Tu and Hong Xiu had saved him and were like family to him. As the strongest heir of Yintian's sect, even his strategies could change their fates. Without him, Wang Tu might become reckless and indulgent, Hong Xiu might become indecisive and infatuated with men, and the younger ones might remain mediocre. Thinking of this, Sansheng just lightly shook his head and withdrew his gaze. He waved his feather fan and said calmly, let's go. The battle for the fruit of creation is over. It's time to go home. In the center of the battlefield, as Yi Fan's heavy sword descended, the exhausted Jada Bailong finally knelt on one knee. His burly body was covered in wounds, but they didn't seem to cause him pain. He gritted his teeth, preparing to rise and fight again. If we continue, it will end in death. Yi Fan's voice rang out. He hadn't gained much advantage either. His 3 beasts were severely injured and returned to their space. The dragon spirit in his sword had retreated, his clothes were in tatters, and his hands were bleeding. Yi Fan calmly analyzed. You don't have enough strength left to throw a few more heavy punches. If you can't defeat me within 3 punches, you'll die. Of course, if you're unwilling, you can gamble and see if you can defeat me within 3 punches. Jiada Bailong remained silent, his eyes flickering. Finally, he didn't punch but instead took off his ring and threw it to Yifan. This is an unowned storage ring. The fruit of creation is inside. Yifan took the ring and confirmed the fruit's existence before nodding. Good. Jiada Bailong admitted. You're strong. I've never met anyone who could defeat me at the same level. Yifan shook his head. It's not a victory. You haven't thrown those 3 punches yet. I know those 3 punches wouldn't defeat you. Jiada Bailong said confidently. Your condition is better than mine. You have a powerful physical technique, not inferior to mine. He scrutinized Yifan and suddenly asked, You've learned swordsmanship, physical techniques, beast mastery, spirit beast nurturing, and even used some formation techniques. Are you pursuing the perfect path? The perfect path? Yifan squinted slightly. He hadn't intentionally pursued the perfect path, just wanted to master multiple skills in this life. But Jiada Bailong's words made him realize that his path was indeed similar to the legendary perfect path. Jiada Bailong continued, The perfect path is hard to achieve. The heavenly way is flawed, and even the most talented have tried but failed. The stronger one is, the harder it is to become a king. Even the great war king died under the heavenly tribulation. War king died under the heavenly tribulation? Yifan's eyes narrowed. Wasn't he said to be killed by the royal organization in the Beast King dynasty? Something like that, Jiada Bailong explained. But what I mean is, because of the heavy injuries from the heavenly tribulation, he was killed by those scoundrels. Yifan nodded. That makes sense. Thanks for the reminder. I didn't plan to intentionally pursue the perfect path, but if I can achieve it, I won't give up. People like us, if there's a path to perfection, how can we not take it? Indeed, Jiada Bailong agreed with a smile, standing up boldly. Today, though I lost, this battle was what I desired. Losing once means nothing. If there's a chance in the future, I will challenge you again. Yifan smiled and nodded. I won't say much. My elders are waiting outside. If I don't go out soon, there might be trouble. Jiada Bailong was somewhat perplexed by Yifan's smile. He patted the dust off his body and walked away, waving to Yifan. Don't get obsessed with the perfect path and die under the heavenly tribulation. It would be a waste. I still have paths to complete. Next time, you might not win. I'll be waiting. Yifan watched Jiada Bailong's departing figure, a smile in his eyes. Today's battle gave him some advantage from experience. If given the chance, he also looked forward to a rematch with a fully grown Jiada Bailong. The path of the strong is lonely, but having a formidable opponent to compete with makes it worthwhile. Yifan had won. As the battle ended, Li Pengzi rushed forward and caught the staggering Yifan. We did it, Yifan said with a smile, his gaze falling on the ring in his hand. He exhaled deeply. The acquisition of the fortuitous fruit marked the true beginning of his rise to power. Qin Peng excitedly approached. Captain, what do we do now? Should we make a run for it while it's quiet, or take a moment to recover? Captain, we still have some fight left in us. We can give it our all to get you out safely. Other team members chimed in support. Yifan waved his hand dismissively. No need. No one would dare to mess with us. We'll walk out with our heads held high. Once outside, stay close behind me. Taking a deep breath, Yifan activated his breathing technique to absorb a large amount of spiritual energy and quickly recover his strength. Moments later, he stood upright, surveying the desolate scene around him, a surge of pride welling up inside him. Let's go. From now on, we will shine brightly. No one can stop our rise. Yifan stepped forward, dragging his heavy sword. His companions, invigorated, followed closely behind. From a distance, those in the secret realm saw the group as an unstoppable force and retreated in fear. On the wide path, no one dared to obstruct them. Such was the aura of a true warrior, whose mere presence could make others step aside. Watching them leave, Luo Ying couldn't hide her astonishment. She had witnessed Yifan's battle with Jiada Bailong, and had even fought the latter herself. Defeating Jiada Bailong Hedon at the silver level was already impressive. And now, this man had even acquired the fortuitous fruit. This man has suppressed all the geniuses of his generation, Luo Ying murmured, her voice trembling. His only weak point is his lack of beast mastery talent. But this victory will compensate for that, possibly turning it into his greatest strength. If he continues to grow, he could dominate his generation and become the strongest king. She stared at Yifan's retreating figure, puzzled. Could he be the reincarnation of the Battle King? How could someone from an ordinary family rise so dramatically and defy fate like this? Outside the secret realm, numerous powerful individuals had been waiting for a long time. Some were in the clouds, others sat on the ground. These mighty figures, who usually wouldn't appear in a small town like Pingqing, had gathered for the fortuitous fruit. Their expressions varied. Some were expectant, others worried, and some were filled with malice. Suddenly, the entrance to the secret realm trembled, and a richly dressed man stumbled out in a panic. Zhang Heng, Where is the young master? A middle-aged man urgently asked. Tears streamed down Zhang Heng's face. Second master, the young master was killed while competing for the fortuitous fruit. The news hit like a bolt from the blue, and the second master nearly collapsed. Moor, my Moor. More people emerged from the secret realm, and the family heads anxiously inquired about their own. The answers were all grim. Each family had suffered heavy losses, far beyond expectations. Who did this? Who killed my son? A grieving family head roared, grabbing a surviving servant. It was Jada Bailong. He killed the young master in just 3 moves. Jada Bailong. The family head was furious. Where are the Jada family members? They must pay for my son's life. More people exited the secret realm, repeatedly mentioning Jada Bailong's name. He had not only killed over 20 family heirs, but also taken the fortuitous fruit. The gathered families were ready to pressure the unfamiliar Jada family. Who is Jada Bailong's elder? Your child has committed such a grave crime, and you don't come forward? Is Jada Bailong an orphan? Or is your entire Jada family a bunch of cowards? Someone cursed. As soon as the words left his mouth, the sky darkened abruptly. A giant nearly 5 meters tall descended from the clouds, standing before the speaker. Repeat what you just said, the giant's voice thundered. The man, though frightened, stood his ground with the support of the crowd behind him. I said your family is... Boom. Before he could finish, the giant's palm struck, reducing him to dust. Silence fell over the crowd. The giant's cold eyes swept over them. When the human king was alive, all bowed before him. Now, after hundreds of years, you dare show such disrespect to his lineage? Jada Bailong is the sole heir of the human king's line this generation. He won the fortuitous fruit with his own strength. Who are you to question that? Clearly, you've forgotten the weight of the human king's name. Just as the giant was about to unleash his fury, the portal trembled once more. Jada Bailong emerged and quickly intervened. Third uncle, I knew you'd lose your temper again. Grandmother said no indiscriminate killing. These foul-mouthed wretches deserve a lesson. The giant grumbled but refrained from further action, pulling Jada Bailong close. Nephew, did you get the fortuitous fruit? No, Jada Bailong sighed. I met a formidable opponent and lost to him. He took the fortuitous fruit. You lost to him? The giant was stunned. Did he ambush you? Or were you severely injured? Neither. It was a fair fight, and he defeated me. Hedon. Everyone was shocked. Who is he? Among the younger generation, who could possibly defeat you? Jada Bailong replied calmly. His surname is Yi. He might be from the Yi family, but he doesn't seem to have the Dragon Eye bloodline. The crowd was instantly abuzz. The Yi family, descendants of dragon slayers, had few without the Dragon Eye bloodline who achieved prominence. Recently, only one had risen like a new star. So, it's him. A cold voice echoed, followed by murmurs. The sky darkened completely, thunder rolling. All eyes were on the portal, awaiting the appearance of that person. With Jada Bailong's revelation, a storm was brewing outside the secret realm. Dark clouds gathered, lightning flashed, and tension was palpable. I think I might have said something wrong. Jada Bailong sensed the change in the atmosphere, his expression shifting slightly. He quietly asked the giant next to him, Do they all know Yi Fan? The giant replied dismissively, How should I know? Your second uncle never bothers to talk to these lowlifes. Still caught up in the emotions of Jada Bailong's defeat, his tone carried a hint of discontent. You brat, you lost to someone and now you're worried about them? Jada Bailong defended himself. It's rare to find a worthy opponent. Otherwise, fighting those useless trash all the time is so boring. Their conversation was loud enough to be heard beyond the secret realm. Many people coughed to cover their embarrassment, clearly offended by the remarks that hurt their fragile pride. The giant and Jada Bailong didn't stay long. After a brief exchange, the disgruntled giant dragged Jada Bailong away. Once they left, the oppressive atmosphere outside the secret realm became even more palpable. Everyone remained silent, their eyes fixed on the entrance. Soon, a figure emerged from the portal. It was Yi Fan. In an instant, it was as if thunder had exploded in the sky, and several powerful auras descended. Yi Fan felt the change in the atmosphere and paused momentarily before smiling. He ignored the oppressive auras and looked up at the sky. What's this? Are you all here to congratulate me for obtaining the creation fruit? Yi Fan spoke calmly. Yi Fan, do you know your crime? A thunderous voice boomed from the sky. Why did you dare to kill my clan's descendants in the secret realm? Yi Fan sneered and responded. The secret realm is a fair battleground. If they were not skilled enough, why shouldn't they be killed? Instead of questioning me, you should ask why your clan's descendants dared to fight me. How dare you? The person in the clouds seemed too enraged to speak for a moment, then shouted angrily, Who do you think you are to speak to me like this? Unfazed, Yi Fan retorted, Who I am doesn't change the facts. But it sounds like you think your identity is very precious. The person in the clouds was momentarily speechless, then snorted and fell silent, clearly unwilling to reveal their identity. Yifan signaled to Li Pengzi and the others behind him, indicating they should follow. He knew these people had lured him to the secret realm with bait, and now that he had taken the bait, they wouldn't let him go easily. If there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave, Yifan said, walking away without a care for the oppressive aura above him. The crowd remained silent, watching Yifan leave. Eventually, someone couldn't hold back and spoke up. Yifan, you injured so many people in the secret realm. Aren't you going to give an explanation? This seemed to open the floodgates as more voices chimed in. Yeah, aren't you going to explain? My descendants died in vain? Those were the elite we painstakingly trained, and they just died like that? Yifan stopped and smiled. Everyone, the secret realm trial is a fierce competition. If they're not skilled enough, they deserve to die. I've said it once, and I won't repeat myself again. How dare you? Someone shouted angrily. The secret realm is about survival of the fittest, but you and your kind are all humans. Such slaughter among kin. What are your intentions? Our race needs geniuses who care for the people and the world. With such a cruel heart, no matter how talented you are, you'll never be accepted by our people. Yifan shook his head dismissively. I don't care about being accepted. And caring for the people? I can't do that. Some people may look human, but they don't deserve to be called human. Still arguing, another voice shouted. Everyone, Yifan is cruel-hearted. If we let him grow, he will become a great disaster for our people. We must kill him now before he grows stronger. Murderous intent filled the air. Facing the needle-like pressure, Yifan sneered fearlessly. He had no interest in debating right and wrong with these people and simply said, it's just a bunch of shady characters using any excuse to kill me. If you want to kill me, come on. Hiding in the clouds is no skill. Yifan's attitude enraged some people. Someone shouted, the Yi family head is no longer around. I want to see where you, a descendant of the Yi family, get your confidence from. Before the voice had even faded, a massive palm descended from the sky, seemingly the foot of a beast. At this critical moment, an elder suddenly appeared above Yifan, blocking the attack. Injuries and deaths are inevitable in the secret realm. I hope everyone can understand, said the elder, who was Principal Pumi. Yifan was surprised. Although he knew he would be fine, he hadn't expected Principal Pumi to be the first to step forward. Pumi, are you trying to defend your student? The person who attacked was clearly unhappy with Pumi's intervention. Isn't your high school known for cultivating students with good character? Why protect such a malicious student? Pumi responded calmly, Yifan is a student at our high school, only 16 years old. He is pure-hearted. Perhaps he was a bit harsh in the secret realm, but you are all esteemed figures. Please show some magnanimity. This perfectly worded response left the accusers speechless. Taking advantage of the moment, Pumi signaled to Yifan, hurry up and leave. Yifan understood, feeling a bit helpless but still moving forward. With Pumi escorting them, they made some progress. Seeing that no one was stopping Yifan, someone finally couldn't hold back. A malicious child like this can't be let go. With a thunderous sound, several figures descended from the clouds, blocking Pumi's path. The four heroes of Cloud City, Pumi's face changed slightly. You are all renowned figures. Do you really need to take action against a child? The leader of the four heroes laughed arrogantly, who said it's just us. We, the four heroes of Cloud City, always eliminate threats to the people. Such a future menace to our race must be killed. Pumi wanted to say more, but the four heroes were already impatient and attacked directly. The situation changed instantly. Pumi pushed Yifan and the others back while he advanced. The old principal displayed astonishing strength, single-handedly holding off the four attackers. The battle reached a stalemate, and more people couldn't hold back, revealing themselves from the clouds. Soon, one high-ranking figure after another appeared, blocking Yifan's path. Eventually, Pumi couldn't hold them off and was knocked to the ground after a fierce battle. Someone mocked, Pumi, you should just retire. Do you still think you're the legendary principal of Modu University? Now, you're just like your students at Pinching High useless. Without the Yi family, do you think you alone can protect Yifan and the creation fruit? From the clouds, another figure seemed prepared to join the siege against Yifan. At this moment, the powerful figures gathered, looking at Yifan and the incapacitated Pumi, calling them useless and a scourge to humanity. Yifan, if you know what's good for you, hand over the creation fruit. Perhaps then we'll consider reducing your punishment. Heh. Yifan sneered, looking around at the unmasked individuals. Memories surfaced in his mind. He looked up at the sky, where more figures seemed to be watching silently. Families of the 8 great clans and hidden families, none of whom spoke up. My grandfather's last stand in Ingfeng City was probably like this too, a bunch of petty people barking. While the gods and immortals watched from above, Yifan murmured, not sure if he was speaking to those in the clouds or to himself. After saying this, Yifan's expression turned cold. He pressed a button on his side and said, In that case, let's stop holding back. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura erupted from the clouds. Golden eyes like the sun pierced through the clouds, and an overwhelming dragon's majesty filled the air. A majestic voice echoed through the heavens. I am Yi Mao. Today, I will cleanse this place of you petty scoundrels. Yi Mao. A startled cry rang out from the crowd, and everyone's faces turned pale. An old man suddenly appeared out of thin air, his eyes glowing with a golden light that exuded an almost tangible dragon's might, instilling fear in everyone present. Ignoring the crowd, Yi Mao walked straight towards Yi Fan. One of the four heroes of Cloud City spoke up first, his tone ingratiating yet filled with fear. Old Master Yi, we were just playing around with your junior. We had no idea you were still alive. Before he could finish, Yi Mao waved his hand dismissively. Who do you think you are, to speak such deceitful words in front of me? With a thunderous sound, a massive dragon claw appeared out of nowhere, obliterating the leader of the four heroes in an instant. The scene fell silent, and then panic spread among the people. Yi Mao's power was far beyond their imagination. A casual strike from him was enough to terrify everyone. Someone quickly pleaded, Old Master Yi, we apologize for offending you. Please forgive us. Yi Mao sneered. If you knew you were offending me, why would you ask for my forgiveness? As soon as he finished speaking, that person was also killed on the spot. Yi Mao continued moving forward, his gaze falling upon those who had mocked Principal Pumi earlier. Principal Pumi has nurtured countless elites for our human race. He was severely injured while protecting students on the front line, which is why he ended up like this. And you dare to speak ill of him? Another strike fell. Yi Mao then turned to another person. The Zhang family has always been opportunistic. There's no need to say more. Every punch was like the Grim Reaper's scythe, and no one he targeted was spared. Li Pengzi, standing nearby, exclaimed, Yi Fan, your uncle is incredible. Is this the power of a king-level warrior? Yi Fan smiled. King-level power is even more than this. My uncle hasn't reached the king level yet, but as a dragonid warrior, he's not far off. Li Pengzi shivered. It seems old Master Yi is on a killing spree. Yi Fan shook his head. Not really. The people he's killing are mostly related to the list we obtained earlier. He looked up at the sky. There are still many big fish hiding. If we don't kill some of their pawns and force them out, they won't show themselves. Chun Peng voiced his concern. But old Master Yi is alone. Yi Fan, full of confidence, replied, someone like my uncle wouldn't act without a plan. All the retired generals from the front lines are wise and experienced. Today will be a major purge. As Yi Mao was about to strike again, someone in the clouds could no longer stay silent. A voice rang out, General Yi. While these people have offended the Yi family, they are still valuable to the human race. Killing a few should suffice, right? Yi Mao paused and looked up at the sky. So, our guardian of Ping City wants to have a word with an old man like me? Yin emerged from the clouds. I wouldn't dare. General Yi is a hero of the human race. I'm just offering a suggestion. Yi Mao squinted. Yin, it's been years since I last saw you. Were you involved in the Battle of Ingfeng City? Yin quickly shook his head. General Yi, I wouldn't dare make such claims. The Battle of Ingfeng City was a trap set by the dynasty to harm our war king. We were all fighting for the human race on the front lines. How could we be involved in that? Yi Mao pressed on. If you weren't involved, why are you speaking for this scoundrel? He pointed to a family head who looked ashen-faced. The Song family of Ping City is a lackey of the dynasty. Are you unaware? Yan's expression was strained. General Yi, what evidence do you have for such accusations? Yi Mao snorted, producing a booklet and tossing it in front of him. For the past 3 months, I've been investigating the collusion between Ping City and the dynasty. Everyone listed here has their crimes documented. Today, I've activated the military order of the Yutian army. They're currently rounding up all listed members in the city. The people I've killed are all on this list. The people in the clouds remained silent. Yi Mao looked up and asked, Ping City has always been the territory of the Yi family. Now that I'm purging the remnants of the dynasty, does anyone have any objections? Someone responded, if they're remnants of the dynasty, they deserve to be eradicated, but no one took action. At this moment, one of the 8 prominent families stepped forward. Jining spoke up, Old Master Yi, Ping City does not permit frontline troops to be stationed here. The Yuqian army belongs to the front lines and cannot be mobilized by private orders. Yi Mao sneered. So, you want to defend the remnants of the dynasty too? Jineng quickly explained, Old Master Yi, you misunderstand. I understand the deep hatred between the Yi family and the dynasty. I'm just saying that there's a proper procedure. If you have evidence, you can present it to the higher-ups for a decision. Acting so independently might be... Yi Mao interrupted him, turning to Yi Fan. Do the people of the Yi family need to report to the higher-ups before killing dynasty members? The dynasty killed my brother and destroyed the only chance for a century-long revival of the human race. My family has a blood feud with them. I don't need to report to anyone to kill them. Elder Ye's voice was as firm as iron, causing everyone present to turn pale. Jinong, standing on the clouds, had a rapidly changing expression but ultimately did not dare to speak. The others remained completely silent, not daring to provoke a great dragonid master in full health. Yimao of the Yi family had never been an easy person to deal with. If not for the disturbance caused by the death of Yi Zhantian, which led to his decline in cultivation, he should have been the first of his generation to become a dragonid king. As a frontline commander, Yimao was a decisive and formidable figure. Neither he, the Yi family, nor the Yutian army were forces to be underestimated. In the midst of the silence, Yin finally spoke, breaking the tension. Elder Yi, anger harms the body. A flicker of fear crossed his eyes as he glanced at Yi Fan, regret evident in his gaze. Clearly, they had fallen into the trap set by the Yi family. Not only had Yi Mao returned from the brink of death, but his power was even greater than before, and they had been completely unaware. Yen quickly explained, Elder Yi, I was unaware of the collusion between the Song family and the royal organization. As the highest-ranking member of the Pingqing royal organization, he needed to clear himself of suspicion. Elder Yi turned to Yi Fan and smiled slightly. Fanner, do you believe the guardian's words? Yi Fan replied with calm confidence, Uncle, I don't believe it at all. Yan's face changed slightly, and he forced a smile. Little friend Yi Fan, you shouldn't speak carelessly. As a guardian, I am dedicated to the peace of the human race and despise the royal organization. I was secretly protecting you in the secret realm, but you didn't notice. Yi Fan sneered. I certainly didn't notice the guardian protecting me. Lord Yin, why don't you take a look at the names on the list? Following Yi Fan's direction, Yin looked at the list on the ground. On the first page, the name Yin was prominently displayed, followed by a dense array of evidence and testimonies. In an instant, a powerful aura erupted from Yin. I am a guardian, directly appointed by the higher-ups. A mere list has no authority to judge me. Before he finished speaking, he had already fled into the distance. Elder Yi snorted. With just the initial power of glory, you think you can escape from me? I, Yi Mao, am not that old yet. He disappeared in a flash and reappeared above Yin, his dragon claw descending like a cage. At this critical moment, Ji Nong and another member of the 8 great families intervened, each blocking Yi Mao's dragon claw and taking Yin away. Ji Nong urgently said, Elder Yi, guardians are appointed by the higher-ups. Even with solid evidence, they should be judged by the arbitration court. Elder Yi raised an eyebrow. Can't kill him? If I insist on killing him, what will you do? Ji Nong gritted his teeth. Elder Yi, rules are rules. If you truly defy them, don't blame the Ji family for being discourteous. As he spoke, more than a dozen figures descended from the clouds, each exuding a powerful yet deathly aura. They had horns and were covered in yellow scales, clearly members of the Kuei-Nyo clan. Yi Mao frowned. You've turned the Kuei-Nyo clan into puppets? Ji Nong explained. The Kuei-Nyo clan pledged their loyalty to the Ji family. Becoming puppets was their voluntary choice. These are the 13 strongest members of the Kuei-Nyo clan in the past century, all at the glory level. Yi Mao nodded and turned to the person from the Sun family. Sun Wu, what has your family brought? Sun Wu replied succinctly, the Sun family, Iron Guard Battalion. As he spoke, 100 auras rose from the valley, intertwining in the sky and stirring up wind and rain. Elder Yi nodded slightly. The Iron Guard Battalion, the Sun family's death squad, said to share life and death, their auras interconnected, their strength unified. Interesting. So you plan to stop me with these? Jinong tried to persuade him. Elder Yi, we do not wish to be your enemy, but your actions today have already caused much bloodshed. Now you want to kill a guardian, which is excessive. The Yi family only has you left as its strong pillar. Please, reconsider and avoid making a grave mistake. Yi Mao responded calmly. The Yi family indeed only has me as a strong pillar right now. If I forcefully kill, I may not be able to withstand your Iron Guard Battalion and these puppet bloodlines. Ji Nong and Sun Wu's eyes showed a hint of relief, but Yi Mao continued. But the Yi family is not just about my strength. He pointed to Yi Fan behind him. You are all knowledgeable. You should know what my grandson represents. Ji Nong was shocked. Elder Yi, what do you mean? Elder Yi, you mustn't. Before he could finish, Yi Mao raised his hand, and golden light shot into the sky. The sound of a dragon's roar accompanied his voice, echoing through the heavens. Today, I seek to eliminate traitors. Anyone obstructing me is an enemy. I, Yi Mao, do not wish for a large-scale conflict, but if necessary, I will invoke the name of Yi Fan and the bloodline of Zhantian King to eliminate traitors. Though Zhantian is dead, the army's spirit remains. Where are the former members of Zhantian's army? The clouds parted, revealing faces filled with panic. Everyone was in disarray, especially the remnants of the royal faction, who were like startled birds. The name of Zhantian's army alone was enough to instill fear in these schemers, even though King Zhantian had died and the army was disbanded due to higher-ups' fears. Suddenly, someone began to flee. This time, not only those on the ground but also those in the sky were trying to escape. At that moment, a scream pierced the sky, and everyone froze. From the clouds, a figure rode an 8-legged Pegasus, holding a silver spear like a dragon, with a severed head in the other hand. Zhantian army, Silver Moon Spear King Zhou Long is here. Following this, another figure appeared, a beautiful woman with butterflies fluttering around her, effortlessly taking down 2 fleeing individuals. Zhantian army, Butterfly Queen Go Linger is here. More voices followed. Zhantian army, White Dragon Lu Min is here. Zhantian army, Hydra Luochong is here. Finally, a man and a woman arrived, carrying a large banner with the words Zhantian inscribed on it, illuminating the land like a beacon. Zhantian army, General Zhu Yuyu, General Zhu Rizhan, are here. Though Zhantian is dead, we remain. One by one, former members of the Zhantian army arrived, casting a deathly silence over the land. Ji Nong and Sun Wu stood to the side, their faces ashen, clearly remorseful over their earlier confrontation with Yimao. Zhou Long, the Silver Moon Spear King, was the first to speak. His presence was imposing, evidently the strongest among them. Ignoring Ji Nong and Sun Wu, he walked straight to Yimao, cupped his hands and said, "Elder Yi, we have come at your summons. May I ask, who is the bloodline of our commander?" Yimao stepped aside to reveal Yifan behind him and replied, "He is the only grandson of your commander. He recently defeated the heir of the Jiada family in a secret realm and claimed the creation fruit. It was also he who discovered and informed me about the treachery in Pingqing." Zhou Long's eyes lit up as he scrutinized Yifan. Seeing his composed and fearless demeanor, Zhou couldn't help but exclaim, "Such bearing! Just like the commander in his youth." Yifan responded politely, "Elder Zhou, you flatter me." As he was about to bow, Zhou Long suddenly knelt, his knees hitting the ground heavily. When the commander died, we all felt as if our hearts had died too. Regretting our powerlessness, Zhou Long choked up. All these years, wandering far and wide, we've never forgotten the commander's kindness. We should have died with him, but rumors of his descendants kept us going. Now, seeing the commander's legacy in you, we pledge our loyalty. The Zhantian army will only follow the commander's descendants." No sooner had Zhou Long finished speaking than he bowed deeply to Yifan. As if moved by his gesture, the other former members of the Zhantian army also knelt and bowed, shouting in unison, "The Zhantian army will only follow the commander's descendants." Their powerful voices echoed through the valley, making the ground tremble. The onlookers were left speechless, their hearts pounding like crashing waves. The human race's stronghold did not permit private armies, and such a scene, if spread, would be tantamount to rebellion. Especially for the Zhantian army, which had already been disbanded out of fear. Their reassembly and allegiance to Yifan carried significant implications. Some faces turned sinister. This pledge of loyalty was akin to a declaration of independence by one of the 8 great families. If Yifan dared to accept, both he and the Zhantian army would face severe punishment. Even if the army could protect him, the higher-ups would not tolerate such insubordination. Despite his youth, Yifan had witnessed the latter part of the era of kings and understood the stakes and principles involved. Realizing the gravity of the situation within seconds, he knew such a powerful force pledging allegiance to him, especially since he wasn't even at a golden level, could lead to catastrophic consequences. The innocent holding a treasure incurs guilt. This ancient saying seemed especially fitting now. Taking a deep breath, Yifan said solemnly, "Elders, please rise. I understand your feelings for my grandfather and the honor of the Zhantian name. However, the Zhantian army never fought for the Yi family, nor did my grandfather. We fought for humanity, without personal motives, adhering to rules for the sake of humanity." He paused, then continued, "You are veterans of the Zhantian army. We fight side by side to eliminate traitors among humans. Today, we reunite because of obstacles from traitors. I, Yifan, would be grateful for your help, but I hope that in the future, when we are on the battlefield together, we can rely on your strength. There is no need for pledges of loyalty now. The Zhantian army fights for humanity. In the future, I might have the opportunity to fight alongside you, but for now, I only ask for your help in eradicating the remnants." Yifan's refusal was clear, leaving the Zhantian army members stunned, especially Zhou Long, whose face was filled with disbelief. However, the more perceptive among them quickly understood. Zhan, the guardian, immediately grasped the situation, a smile spreading across his face. Noticing Zhan's expression, Yu asked, puzzled, "Zhan, why are you smiling?" Zhan explained, "This kid Yifan is remarkable. Don't be fooled by his few words. Those few words have cleared us of any wrongdoing. The higher-ups have been closely watching us, and we shouldn't have regrouped. We came today prepared for the worst, But his words gave us a reason. You still didn't understand. But didn't he reject our allegiance? Jin patiently explained. That wasn't a rejection. He said that in the future, when he has the strength, we will fight together. He means he doesn't dare to raise an army now, but will call on us when he's strong enough. The commander's descendant is truly remarkable. In such a short time, he spoke flawlessly. With such a quick mind, eloquence, and extraordinary talent, this kid is destined for greatness. You enlightened, quickly said. Then go explain it to Zhou Long. He might not understand such roundabout words and could get angry. Jin smiled and nodded, walking quickly to Zhou Long and whispering a few words. Upon hearing them, Zhou Long's face lit up with understanding, and he laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, excellent. The commander's descendant is right. We fight for humanity. Our emotions got the better of us just now. Today, we are here to help the commander's descendant eliminate the traitors. Come, Yifan, point out the remnants of the dynasty, and we will kill them on the spot. With us here, no one will dare say a word. Yifan smiled, glancing at the troubled faces around him, and couldn't help but snort softly. As someone who had once established a great force, he knew well the difference between rules and forbidden actions. Thank you, elders, for your help, Yifan replied, nodding slightly towards Elder Yi. All of this had been part of their plan for months, meticulously uprooting the dynasty's organization in Pingqing and choosing this day, right after returning from the secret realm, to act. The results exceeded Yifan's expectations. Initially, he only intended to use this opportunity to eliminate some high-ranking members of the Pingqing dynasty. He hadn't anticipated Elder Yi mobilizing the Yu Tian army to clear the city and the Zhan Tian army to suppress the great families, aiming for a complete sweep. It seemed like a simple mobilization of forces, but it required Elder Yi's absolute trust in Yifan and his willingness to take on the blame. Using private soldiers was a grave offense, even if it was to eliminate a dynasty. Essentially, it broke the rules. Despite Elder Yi's high prestige, he would undoubtedly face questions from the higher-ups after this battle. Thus, Elder Yi was truly worthy of being the head of the Dragon Slayer family. Such decisiveness and ruthlessness were comparable to the top-tier kings. Yifan mused, if only humanity had hundreds of thousands of such strong individuals, how could we not achieve great things? How could we not eradicate the monsters? Pingqing. It was destined to be an unforgettable day. In the early morning, a modest breakfast stall on the streets of Pingqing had just opened for business. The honest-faced owner, Master Du, was bringing out steaming baskets of buns while his shrewd wife carried trays of soy milk and fried dough sticks, ready to serve the early customers. However, the first to arrive at the stall that day were not hurried office workers but a squad of fully armed soldiers. The synchronized footsteps of the soldiers startled Master Du and his wife. They stared in confusion at the unexpected military presence, the cold gleam from the soldiers' armor sending chills down their spines. Old Du, close the shop quickly, his wife shouted in fear. Master Du hurriedly moved the steaming baskets back inside, grabbed his wife's hand, and they retreated into the house, peeking outside as they closed the door. A commanding voice echoed through the city. The Imperial Army is conducting operations to eliminate remnants of the dynasty. No one is allowed to go outside. Immediately, a powerful figure soared into the sky, casting a barrier that enveloped the entire Pingqing. The stage was set for a bloody battle in this otherwise ordinary city. Meanwhile, at Pingqing Academy, a unit of the Imperial Army surrounded the dormitory area. A lone wolf's howl emanated from within the encirclement. Though it was just one cry, Pan Zhao instantly recognized who was trapped Jiang Hong. The howl was filled with defiance and weakness, indicating that Jiang Hong was at his breaking point. Pan Zhao stepped out of his dormitory, seeing the encirclement not far away, and felt a sudden wave of anxiety. He should have felt pleased about Jiang Hong being surrounded, but instead, he felt as if he was about to lose something important. Everyone, I am Pan Zhao, Yifan's mentor, Pan Zhao called out to the soldiers. Most of them ignored him, but a young soldier seemed to recognize him and whispered something to the others. Soon, a tall officer emerged. Mentor Pan Zhao, the officer said coldly, we are acting on General Yi Mao's orders to purge the remnants of the dynasty. Jiang Hong, a teacher at Pingqing High School, joined the dynasty's organization 13 years ago and has been involved in multiple plots to assassinate elite students. The evidence is irrefutable. 13 years ago? Pan Zhao was stunned, his eyes turning red. That bastard. He still dares to claim he didn't kill Tower. I'm going to kill him. Pan Zhao charged towards the encirclement. The officer initially tried to stop him but eventually stepped aside, seeing Pan Zhao's determination. Pan Zhao rushed into the inner circle and saw Jiang Hong, covered in blood. Just as he was about to unleash his fury, Jiang Hong looked up, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and gave a bitter smile. Pan Zhao, you came. I'm here to take your life. Pan Zhao roared, swinging his fist at Jiang Hong. Go ahead. Jiang Hong closed his eyes and tilted his head back. I owe you and Tower my life anyway. Pan Zhao's fist stopped in front of Jiang Hong. He gritted his teeth and stared at him. You were once my best friend. We ate, slept, and went to the best university together. We even loved the same woman. Do you resent me for falling in love with the same person as you? Jiang Hong opened his eyes and weakly replied, I never intended to compete with you for Tower. I never blamed you. Pan Zhao shouted. But why did you join the dynasty's organization? Why did you kill Tower? We swore to protect her. I've told you many times I didn't kill Tower, Jiang Hong said, spitting out more blood. That secret realm was a trap. We all fell for it. The dynasty's organization used Tower's life to threaten me. I had no choice but to join them, but they betrayed me in the end. Pan Zhao, I was more heartbroken than you when Tower died. Pan Zhao was taken aback. He glanced at the soldiers around him and hesitantly asked, Are you telling the truth? We've been brothers for years. Can't you tell if I'm lying? Jiang Hong retorted. Pan Zhao grabbed Jiang Hong by the collar. Damn you. Why didn't you say anything earlier? Jiang Hong smiled bitterly and pointed to his head. I couldn't say anything. The dynasty's organization is like a venomous snake. Once bitten, you can never escape. I had to live like a dog or become a snake like them. You know I couldn't be a dog, so I chose to be a snake. I've done many evil things over the years, killed many people, including wanting to kill Yi Fan. Before he could finish, blood started pouring from Jiang Hong's orifices, clearly triggering some sort of restriction. He looked up at Pan Zhao with difficulty and forced a smile. See, I told you, I couldn't say anything. Pan Zhao fell silent, his mouth opening and closing without a word, his eyes filling with tears. Pan Zhao, you, always so stubborn. Jiang Hong waved weakly. But don't cry for me. I don't deserve your tears. If you must cry, cry at Tower's grave as if crying for me. I won't cry for you. Jiang Hong, you deserve this. Pan Zhao's voice choked. Why didn't you call me back then? I had the Mentor's token. If I were there, nothing would have happened. Even if it did, we would have faced it together. Do you have anything else to say? Hurry up. Jiang Hong weakly continued. I have so much to say. Listen carefully. I've anticipated this day for a long time, just not this soon. Yi Fan came at the right time. Without him and Yi Mao, no one would dare to investigate the dynasty's organization. Many people are covering for them, and the organization has unimaginable evil behind it. I've seen a lot over the years. The human race is rotten to the core. Yi Fan might be a strong remedy, but after the remedy, there might be an even darker future. Those so-called righteous people are all despicable. We were unlucky to be born in this world. Don't follow Yi Fan into any battles. Go home, take care of our foster father, and stay away from all this. If there's a next life, forget it. I don't want to come back to this rotten world again. Before he could finish, Jiang Hong closed his eyes. Pan Zhao felt a heavy weight in his heart, looking at Jiang Hong's blood-stained face. Even the surrounding soldiers were moved. He should have died as a villain, having committed countless crimes. Without those final words, people might have cheered for his death. But those words reminded everyone that this cold, bloody man was once a talented young boy. Back then, full of ambition, he too dreamed of wandering the world with a sword and horse. Outside the hidden realm, a brutal purge had finally come to an end. The last enemy fell, and the ground was stained with blood. Yi Fan meticulously checked the list in his hand, confirming there was only one target left. He walked slowly towards Yin, who had been subdued nearby, a cold smile playing on his lips. Lord Yin, you're the last one, Yi Fan said calmly, his voice laced with the confidence of victory. Yin spat disdainfully, his eyes flashing with defiance and rage. Kid, you've got some skill, but don't think killing these people means you've won. No matter how many you have in the open or in the shadows, what can you do? Yi Fan's expression remained unchanged, his voice icy. I will root out every last one of you and destroy you completely. Yin burst into a maniacal laugh, his voice tinged with madness. Just you? Do you think you're the War King? Don't forget, even the War King died at our hands in the end. As for your Yi family, it's laughable. You don't even know who to hate, yet you talk about destroying us. These words made Jinong and the others nearby turn pale. They hesitated to speak and ultimately chose to remain silent. Yi Fan keenly noticed their unusual reaction, his brow furrowing as he coldly questioned, What do you mean by that? Wasn't my grandfather killed by your dynasty organization? Yin spat again, sneering. You call us maggots and tumors, but the real maggots are among you. How dare you? Someone finally couldn't hold back and shouted angrily. Dynasty scum, stop spreading lies. Only you are the true maggots in this world. Yin, as a guardian, you joined the dynasty organization, betraying the honor of the guardians. You're unworthy. Yin turned to coldly stare at the speaker, who immediately became flustered, his eyes darting nervously. Yin looked around with scorn in his voice. You're all filth in the mud. What gives you the right to call me a maggot? You say I'm unworthy of being a guardian, but are any of you worthy? Before he finished speaking, Yen suddenly let out a muffled groan, blood streaming from his orifices, and collapsed to the ground. The valley fell into a brief silence as Yan's last words echoed in the air. Among the blood-soaked ground, the War King's soldiers stood expressionless, seemingly accustomed to such slaughter. In contrast, the representatives of the major families present wore varied expressions, nervously watching the contemplative Yi Fan. At that moment, with the entire War King's army present, Yi Fan could have easily eliminated those who had once troubled him. It was unimaginable that these top figures of the major families would be so fearful of a teenager. Yi Mao also felt surprised. He stood aside, quietly observing Yi Fan. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the next move of the young man who had initiated this reckoning. Suddenly, Yi Fan seemed to snap out of his thoughts, apologetically saying, "Ah, I got lost in thought for a moment, sorry. Esteemed elders, you haven't left yet?" Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and began to take their leave, their tones respectful and courteous, as if they had a close relationship with the Yi family. After the crowd dispersed, Yi Mao turned to Yi Fan and asked quietly, "What were you thinking just now?" That reaction seemed deliberate. Yi Fan nodded. "I was giving them an out. Honestly, I was tempted to keep them all here. Many of them are clearly in league with the dynasty organization. Letting them go might be detrimental to Yi Lao and the War King's army. But if I killed them, the repercussions would be even greater." Yi Lao responded, "Today's actions could at most be seen as me mobilizing private forces, but since the purge of the dynasty organization came first, it would just lead to some verbal disputes. Killing them would likely bring severe consequences." Yi Fan nodded in agreement, his gaze falling to the ground. He muttered to himself, "It's hard to imagine. Just in Pingqing, there were 20 or 30 people involved. These include family heads and key personnel, all significant figures in Pingqing. And this doesn't even count those who didn't come today. So many people across various sectors, covering for each other, with those big families shielding them. If it weren't for my encounter with Ma Dafei and Yi Lao's powerful intervention, how could anyone else investigate? How could they find out?" Yi Fan suddenly sighed. "Yi Lao, I don't know why, but I feel like the human race is sick. These big families should be the backbone of the human race, carrying forward the legacy of the ancestors. But now, they've not only forgotten their forebears but are also stifling future generations. If you hadn't told me, I would have thought the human race was doing just fine." Yi Lao also sighed. "I always thought it was just mutual scheming among families, but I believe they still had a sincere heart for the human race. For these powerful individuals, the state of the world doesn't affect them as long as they have their interests. They don't care about the rise and fall of the human race." Yi Fan shook his head. "Perhaps they've forgotten they're part of the human race." Yi Lao pointed to the War King's soldiers waiting not far away. "But there are still many good people. At least they still have unwavering loyalty. What do you plan to do with them?" "We'll see in the future," Yi Fan replied. "Right now, I can't talk about regrouping, as it could bring disaster to everyone. Give me a few more years. When I go to university in the capital, I'll find a way to bring everyone together. They are warriors. They should be fighting on the battlefield and returning home with honor, not dying in foreign lands due to the high-ups' fear, their skills wasted." "Your words are enough," Yi Lao said, patting Yi Fan's shoulder with satisfaction. "All right, I have some loose ends to tie up. Today's commotion will likely lead to some questioning from above. I need to handle things cleanly. You're a good kid. Use the creation fruit as soon as possible. I'll be waiting for you in the capital." "Okay," Yi Fan nodded, watching Yi Lao walk towards the War King's soldiers. As he looked at Yi Lao's slightly hunched back, Yi Fan suddenly recalled the chaos of the Dragon Eye Rebellion. Now, everything had become clear. The rebellion started with Yi Lao's health issues and Yi Shunji's closeness to the dynasty organization, ultimately turning the Yi family into pawns in the capital's power struggles. The War King, the dragon slayers of the Yi family, had their marks on history erased. Thinking of this, Yi Fan looked at Yi Lao's back and said in a deep voice, "Grandpa, the capital is the center of power, full of treacherous people and hidden dangers. Please, take care of yourself." The chaos finally subsided, and the swift and brutal purge that swept across Pingqing came and went in a flash. In less than 2 days, the Imperial Guard cut through the cancer within the dynasty's organization like a sharp blade. Except for Ma Dafei, who provided intelligence, and a few others with minor offenses, everyone else was executed. The entire city underwent a thorough cleansing. However, such drastic actions inevitably caught the attention of the higher-ups. On the 3rd day, an order came down like a thunderclap, summoning Yi Mao and all the Sky and Imperial Guards involved in the suppression back to the capital. Outside the city gates, Yi Fan watched as Yi Jin departed. Yi Jin took out 3 crystal-clear amulets from his pocket and handed them to Yi Fan. "I made these with my essence blood. Break one if you're in danger, and it will help you survive." Yi Fan took them without hesitation. Yi Jin added, "I'll have someone protect you in secret." "No need." Yi Fan shook his head. "I'm not one to act recklessly." He then advised, "Uncle, once you reach the capital, they will surely hold you accountable. Remember what I said and don't act on impulse. Eugene nodded in agreement, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Sometimes, I see your grandfather's shadow in you. When he was your age, he was incredibly composed as well. It's just a pity. Let's not dwell on the past, Yifan interrupted. Regrets won't change anything. While we can't fix past mistakes, we can avoid future ones. Before he could finish his sentence, a steady voice interrupted. I've heard much about the youngest of the Yi family, and today, I see the reputation is well-deserved. Yifan turned to see a middle-aged man in official attire standing at the city gate, smiling at them. Yijin introduced him. This is Li Ming, the Grand Governor of the Southern District. You should call him Uncle Li. He was a close friend of your grandfather and fought alongside him many times. Yifan greeted respectfully. Hello, Uncle Li. Li Ming nodded in satisfaction, his gaze appraising Yifan. I heard you defeated Jiadabai Long in the secret realm. Is that true? Yifan admitted it calmly. Li Ming patted Yifan on the shoulder, full of admiration, as expected of the grandson of a warrior. Jiadabai Long is a descendant of the Renwang lineage, exceptionally gifted. For you to defeat him at your age is remarkable. Seeing Yifan's calm demeanor, Li Ming assumed he was worried about Yijin's situation and reassured him, don't worry about your uncle. Although there are schemers in the capital, the higher-ups are wise and discerning. I've gathered public opinion extensively and will report truthfully when I return. Although the Yi family mobilized private forces, they eradicated a city's worth of corruption and should be commended. Yifan thanked him politely but remained cautious of Li Ming's true intentions. He knew well that human nature is complex, and those who hide malice behind a smile are the most dangerous. Uncle, since Uncle Li is here to escort you, I won't hold you up any longer. Yifan bid Eugene farewell. The road ahead is long and treacherous, be careful. Eugene nodded, then took off with Li Ming, disappearing into the horizon in an instant. Yifan exhaled deeply, looking back at Pingcheng. As the sun set, the city that had undergone a bloody purge was bathed in a soft glow, a stark contrast to recent events, leaving him momentarily dazed. Yifan, Yifan, a familiar voice called him back to reality. He turned to see Li Pengzi carrying 2 large bags of buns, accompanied by Wang Lingxi, Chen Peng, and Ma Xiaoxue. Li Pengzi handed him a bag of buns, then started devouring his own. Eat up before they get cold. These are from the best bun shop in Pingcheng. Yifan took the buns with a helpless smile. You never change, Pengzi. Don't mind me, I've got enough, Li Pengzi said with his mouth full, raising the other bag of buns. Everyone laughed. After swallowing a mouthful, Li Pengzi asked, Yifan, what's next? Are we going to lay low for a while, or aim for something bigger? Yifan replied, why? Are you looking for more action? Aren't you afraid of dying? Scratching his head, Li Pengzi grinned. Of course I'm afraid. But following you, we've been doing bigger and bigger things. Competing with prodigies, fighting against the dynasty's organization, we've seen so much. Now that we've grown stronger, going back to the academy to compete with students feels dull. Ji Luo and Ying have already transferred to the capital to study. Yifan said seriously, feeling bored is a good thing. It means your horizons have broadened. Before, you could only see the small pond. Now that you've seen the ocean and the Kuanpeng, the pond naturally seems uninteresting. Li Pengzi's eyes sparkled with anticipation. So, are we going for something big? Yifan waved his hand. Not exactly big, but definitely more interesting than staying at the academy. But first, we need to consolidate our recent gains. Let's go into seclusion for a month, then we'll set off. Set off? Li Pengzi was surprised. We're leaving Pingcheng? Yifan smiled. Pingcheng has been purged. There's no challenge left here. We still have 2.5 years of high school, and there's much more we can do than you imagine. In Kyoto, the heart of the human realm, where the essence and the dregs of society converge, a luxurious carriage drawn by 9 silver-starred wind-chasing horses barreled down the crowded streets, causing chaos. Pedestrians scrambled to get out of the way, but not everyone was quick enough. Ow! Cried one pedestrian as they fell heavily to the ground. The coachman, instead of apologizing, barked, Are you blind? Can't you see this is the Ji family's carriage? With that, he lashed the fallen person with his whip. The whip struck the pedestrian's head with precision, causing a gruesome scene as blood and flesh splattered like a bursting watermelon. The surrounding crowd erupted in noise, gathering more onlookers by the second, with some shouting for law enforcement. The coachman, now panicked, yelled, You bunch of troublemakers, this is his own fault. Get out of the way, don't waste young Master Ji's time. Inside the carriage, Ji Jie was awakened by the commotion. He poked his head out, frowned at the scene, and coldly cursed, Idiot, before retreating back inside. Soon, law enforcers arrived. Upon recognizing the carriage, their demeanor changed instantly, becoming obsequious. So, it's young Master Ji returning. No wonder there's such a grand spectacle, Ji Jian nonchalantly said, take care of this. I'm in a hurry to get home. The old master is waiting. The law enforcers quickly complied, ordering their subordinates to drag away the body. They fiercely dispersed the crowd, threatening to arrest them for illegal assembly. The crowd dispersed, and the road was cleared. The law enforcers reported back sycophantically to Jijia, and the carriage resumed its journey. In the sky above, Yimao and Li Ming witnessed the entire incident. Yimao was furious. Can these still be called law enforcers? Li Ming awkwardly explained, Brother Yi, you know how it is with the human realm nowadays. The influence of these big families is growing both at the grassroots and the higher levels. Even if the enforcers want to intervene, they don't dare. Yimao sighed and shook his head, questioning, Are you telling me that no one in the upper echelons of Kyoto saw this? Aren't those governors, who have retired from the front lines, angry? Haven't they thought about correcting this? Li Ming had no answer. Yimao then asked, The higher-ups must have told you how to deal with me this time. We've known each other for years. Can you tell me the truth? Li Ming hesitated for a moment before finally admitting, The current plan is to use this opportunity to have Brother Yi retire from the battlefield and take a position in Kyoto. Retire from the battlefield? Yimao was furious. The Yi family has always died on the front lines. Li Ming quickly tried to calm him. Brother Yi, don't be angry. This is only temporary. In 5 years, they'll let you return to the front lines. Yimao was silent for a long time, his mind filled with thoughts of Yifan. He realized that these 5 years might be an opportunity to pave the way for Yifan, ensuring he wouldn't face insurmountable obstacles when he arrived in Kyoto. Finally, the decorated general reluctantly nodded. If it's just 5 years, I, Yimao, can accept that. The creation fruit, a rare heavenly treasure, had arrived much sooner than expected in this lifetime. Yifan carefully transplanted the root and stem of the creation fruit into the spiritual field of his beast master space, holding the mysterious patterned fruit in his hands, his eyes gleaming with an unusual light. Reflecting on his previous life, although he ultimately ascended to kingship, his innate disadvantage in beast master talent often left him trailing behind his peers. Despite compensating for these shortcomings with other learned skills, his deep-seated desire for a powerful talent never faded. Hopefully this time, I can awaken a formidable talent and experience what it feels like to be favored by the heavens, Yifan murmured to himself before swallowing the creation fruit. A wave of energy instantly surged through his body, and the surrounding space seemed to freeze, with the flow of time dramatically slowing down. A dark space began to form around Yifan, an image signifying the awakening of his beast master talent. Even though he had experienced this countless times, the sight still made his heart tremble. Before him was a pitch-black space, dotted with countless shimmering points of light, like stars in a galaxy. Each light represented a beast master talent, and once one attached itself, it meant the talent was about to awaken. The most radiant lights in the distance were undoubtedly the legendary top-tier beast master talents. Yifan waited quietly, outwardly calm but inwardly slightly disappointed. He knew very well that the position in the beast master space was closely related to the strength of the talent that could be awakened. Those destined to awaken powerful talents would find themselves surrounded by the brightest lights upon entering. However, only dim light surrounded him, indicating a low probability of awakening a strong talent. After a while, a tiny light floated towards Yifan, similar in size to the great ascension talent he had in his previous life. Yifan frowned and instinctively waved it away. Surprisingly, the light seemed to sense his rejection and drifted away. This scene left Yifan stunned. He tried to move his body but found himself restrained by an invisible force, with only his arms able to move. Only able to reject, not move? Yifan thought to himself. Half an hour later, another small light floated over. Yifan waved it away again, and it indeed drifted away once more. The second talent unlocked by the creation fruit allows passive choice, truly worthy of being called the creation fruit. Yifan's eyes flashed with excitement as he gazed at the most radiant lights in the distance. As long as he could reject, he could keep choosing and wait for the most suitable light to approach. The different flow of time in the beast master space provided him with ample time to wait. Meanwhile, in a remote and rarely known mountain forest inhabited by humans, an ancient temple stood, with melodious bells echoing through the air. This was the residence of an old family with a long lineage, who had long withdrawn from internal conflicts and lived in seclusion. Occasionally, they would send out members to train in the outside world, often powerful and mysterious. Inside the temple, an old man with white hair was intently staring at a peculiar object on the table. It was a painting that seemed alive, filled with stars that continuously moved and collided. Since the morning bell rang, the old man had been observing the painting with full concentration, not moving even by noon. Tap, tap, footsteps sounded as a child with pigtails walked in, carrying a bowl of food. Master, it's time to eat. The child approached the old man, curiously looking at the strange painting and couldn't help but ask, Master, Why do you watch these moving stars every day? Is there something interesting about them? The old man squinted and smiled mysteriously. Yes, my grandson. This painting contains the entire world. The world? The child leaned in closer, puzzled. Master, you're fooling me again. These are just stars, not the world. The old man stroked his beard and patiently explained. The stars represent the world. Each star signifies many things. What do they represent? The child asked, half believing. The old man pointed to the brightest star in the center of the painting. See this star in the middle, the brightest one? This is Jada Bailong, the current heir of the human king's lineage, the person with the most flourishing fortune right now, and very likely to become the strongest king of this generation. The child eagerly leaned in to observe the bright, large star. It's so bright. Indeed, the old man continued, pointing to other stars, and look here. This one is Luo Jia's Luo Baiha, Luo Ing, Ji's Ji Jia, Sun Xianji. These all represent people with great fortune and destiny, who might become powerful kings in the future. Becoming a king must mean being an exceptional person, the child exclaimed, then asked curiously, but master, why do we watch these stars? The old man shook his head and laughed. Silly grandson. We are from the Yin Tian sect, following the will of heaven and observing celestial phenomena to find the most suitable path for our future. Look at this starry river, dark and gloomy like a black river, indicating that humanity will face a long period of darkness. To survive in this darkness, we must attach ourselves to stars that can fight against it. The child nodded, somewhat understanding, and searched the star map. But there aren't many stars here, not as many as the night sky. Only extraordinary individuals leave marks on the star map. The old man explained, the star map isn't fixed. Newcomers can suddenly appear. You will understand more as you grow older, and your grandpa will teach you everything. I don't really want to learn. It sounds too difficult, the child said, showing little interest in the complex knowledge but suddenly noticing something. Grandpa, what does the red star mean? The old man was about to explain when he suddenly froze. A red star? In a dark era, how could a red star appear? Look, Grandpa, there's a red star here, and it's moving. The child pointed to the corner of the star map. The old man quickly looked, seeing a red star slowly rising from the edge of the star map, followed by several small red dots. A killing star. The star map is going to be chaotic. The old man's face changed dramatically as he hurriedly began to calculate the latest celestial phenomena. As he chanted obscure incantations, the star map underwent sudden changes, with many stars' positions and brightness shifting violently. The previously largest and brightest star was pushed aside, replaced by the once insignificant red star. The entire star map turned from pitch black to dark red. This scene made the old man's face pale, and he murmured, "A killing star in the midst of darkness. Blood mist descends, and stars compete. This is even more dangerous than the celestial phenomena 15 years ago. A century of calculations, all overturned in an instant. How could this be?" 2 years had passed. Yifan found himself in that unique space, skillfully waving away yet another faint point of light. Over these 2 years, he had rejected over 1,000 similar points, with the occasional larger ones only reaching grade, which he also declined. The only solace was that the talents he rejected would not reappear, causing the frequency of new points to gradually decrease. Yifan felt a mix of frustration and weariness. He calculated that these 2 years could have been enough to learn a new sword technique, making this seem somewhat wasteful. He decided that he would accept the next grade talent that appeared. Time passed, and one by one, the points of light rose and faded away, not even a crate among them. Yifan began to doubt whether he was truly suited for beast taming, almost ready to choose one at random just to be done with it. Suddenly, a small point of light emerged. Though still tiny, it stirred a strong desire within Yifan. This unprecedented feeling left him puzzled, unsure if it came from the light or his own heart. He frowned, staring at the crate at best light, and after a moment's hesitation, decided to accept it. As Yifan agreed, the light surged toward him, carrying a torrent of information that made him stagger back a step. In an instant, the mystical scene dissipated, and his surroundings returned to the familiar landscape of the beast-taming secret realm. The hellhound's bark echoed, and several beasts around him visibly grew in size, their previously unstable 9-star silver levels now solidified. Yifan took a deep breath and closed his eyes to absorb the newly acquired beast-taming talent information. Opening his eyes, Yifan's gaze shone brightly as he softly said, "A match made in heaven." Without hesitation, he pointed to the hellhound at his feet and shouted, "Beast taming, enchantment." In an instant, countless tendrils wrapped around the hellhound, transforming it into light that flowed into Yifan's body. Flames roared up, and a powerful aura swept through the area. Yifan whispered, "Overheat burn." Intense red light burst from his eyes, and the surrounding flames exploded outward. This scene left the nearby Tengu and Swift Eagle in shock, their necks craning as they watched Yi Fan, seemingly unable to comprehend what had happened. As the flames dissipated, the hellhound reappeared, looking bewilderedly at its paws. Yi Fan smiled and explained, "It's all right. I just absorbed your power. We merged." He patted the hellhound's head, while examining his own hands, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Enchantment, a special Kraid beast taming talent, allowed a beast tamer to draw beast power and attach it to themselves, using the beast's skills and talents. Though it sounded powerful, it was rated Kraid due to numerous drawbacks. However, in Yi Fan's case, this talent produced astonishing results. With his exceptional physique and deep understanding of beast taming, Yi Fan perfectly avoided the drawbacks of enchantment, achieving a seamless integration of his own path and the beast taming path. This near-perfect embryonic form of his path opened up vast prospects for his future development. Before leaving the academy, Dean Pumi once again tried to persuade Yi Fan and his companions to stay. Yi Fan respectfully explained his decision, stating that he did not want to miss the opportunities that the current era of change presented. Pumi sighed helplessly and advised them to be cautious and not to miss the college entrance exams. As they parted, Yi Fan expressed his respect to the white-haired elder, thanking him for his dedication to the students' safety. Pumi looked at the departing Yi Fan with a complex expression, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Yi Fan, before you leave, go see your teacher. He lost his beloved and his best friend, and now he is alone, taking care of his elderly foster father. He might feel lost and despairing. You are his most valued student, and you might bring him some hope." Outside the outskirts of Pingxing, beside a modest thatched hut, Yi Fan finally found Pan Zhao. The sight before him made Yi Fan pause. Pan Zhao, once a distinguished and powerful figure, was now a shadow of his former self. His hair was disheveled, his beard unkempt, and his face showed the fatigue of many sleepless nights. He sat motionless at a worn-out wooden table, his gaze empty as he stared into the distant fields. In those fields, an old man was moving erratically, making incoherent sounds. His crazed demeanor starkly contrasted with the serene rural landscape. Yi Fan's arrival didn't seem to stir Pan Zhao at all. The keen senses he once possessed appeared to have vanished, leaving him like a lifeless shell. Witnessing this, Yi Fan couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. He knew that some people lived for revenge, and Pan Zhao was one of them. For over a decade, he had harbored a deep-seated desire to avenge himself against Jiang Hong. But now, with the truth revealed and Jiang Hong dead, his long-held hatred had lost its target. Instead of the satisfaction of vengeance, he was left with the loss of his most important companion. Only Pan Zhao could truly understand the complexity of this pain. Yi Fan gently signaled his companions to stay quiet and walked up to Pan Zhao, calling softly, "Mr. Pan Zhao?" The call seemed to bring Pan Zhao back to reality. He slowly lifted his head, a flicker of light in his eyes that quickly faded. He shook his head and said hoarsely, "I resigned from Pingxing High School. I'm no longer your teacher." Yi Fan replied firmly, "To me, a teacher is not just a title." He sat opposite Pan Zhao, not rushing to speak, but simply accompanying him in silence. After a moment, Yi Fan glanced at the crazed old man in the distance and asked softly, "Mr. Pan Zhao, is that your foster father?" Pan Zhao nodded, pain flashing in his eyes. "Yes. He's deaf and mute, with some mental issues. Yet somehow, he managed to raise both me and Jiang Hong." Yi Fan mused, "Love knows no bounds. Sometimes, even seemingly impossible things can be achieved with a dedicated heart." He paused, then continued, "I don't know much about your past, but I'm sure your foster father didn't raise you to see you in this state, lost in pain every day." "I know," Pan Zhao said with a bitter smile, "but I can't let it go. Yi Fan, you might not understand. I've hated Jiang Hong for over 10 years, only to find out I was wrong all along. My lover, my brother, just died like that. My life suddenly lost its direction, and I have no interest in the future." Yi Fan countered, "Why wouldn't you be interested? Mr. Pan Zhao, you know whom to hate now, don't you?" Pan Zhao sighed, "I know it was the Dynasty organization, but I don't know who specifically killed Tower or harmed Jiang Hong. I don't even know whom to avenge, where to start, or how to vent my anger." Yi Fan's eyes deepened. Why must it be a specific person? Knowing it was the Dynasty organization is enough. If it was the organization, then we should seek revenge against the entire organization. Revenge against the whole Dynasty organization? Pan Zhao was taken aback. "Exactly," Yi Fan nodded. "The Dynasty organization took away your loved ones and comrades. Do you think just killing a few individuals who directly harm them is enough? Is it enough?" The question hit Pan Zhao like a hammer, stirring his emotions. Soon, a fire of anger ignited in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, "It's not enough. Absolutely not." Seeing Pan Zhao's reaction, a hint of a smile appeared in Yi Fan's eyes. He stood up and said, "Mr. Pan Zhao, I believe you've found your answer. We're leaving for Yun City tomorrow for training. We might encounter more remnants of the dynasty organization there. If you wish to join us, you can depart with us in the morning. The next morning, Yifan and his team were ready to set off. Li Pengzi, munching on a bun, curiously asked, Yifan, will Mr. Pan Zhao come? Of course he will, Yifan answered confidently. Why are you so sure? Yifan gave a meaningful smile. Because of hope. The principal said to give Mr. Pan Zhao hope, and I gave him the greatest hope. Sometimes, hatred can be the strongest motivation, even more than empty encouragement and false dreams. Shinpeng approached and asked, Captain, are we really going to Yun City just to kill members of the dynasty organization? Yifan shook his head. Killing is part of it, but not the main goal. The root of the dynasty organization's tyranny lies deeper. To eradicate it completely, we need a true revolution. This isn't something one person can achieve. I need help. There's someone in Yun City I need on my side. One person? Shinpeng asked in surprise. Are we going to Yun City just to recruit someone? This person is hard to win over, but the potential he holds is immense. Otherwise, I wouldn't prioritize him so much. Yifan explained briefly. Just follow me. The journey to Yun City won't be easy. Though still curious, Shinpeng didn't press further. They had fought alongside Yifan long enough to trust his judgment and vision. Many things Yifan chose not to elaborate on, but it didn't affect their loyalty. Yifan, Mr. Pan Zhao is here. Li Pengzi suddenly exclaimed. Yifan turned to see Pan Zhao approaching. He had shed his previous despondency, and his eyes were sharp as blades, reminiscent of his former strong self. Mr. Pan Zhao, Yifan greeted calmly, have you made your decision? Pan Zhao nodded and walked up to Yifan, suddenly kneeling and pledging, Pan Zhao of Pingcheng, willing to fight to the death to eradicate the remnants of the dynasty organization. Yifan shook his head. Mr. Pan Zhao, I don't need your allegiance. He reached out to help Pan Zhao up, but Pan Zhao refused. This is my vow. You just need to accept it. No need for more words, Pan Zhao insisted. Yifan was silent for a moment before nodding. All right, I accept. Only then did Pan Zhao stand up, positioning himself beside Yifan. He said firmly, I know you have big plans for Yun City, and it's also a training mission. I will fully support you, and will not act rashly unless necessary. If we encounter insurmountable danger, I am willing to die before you. Yifan responded solemnly, I won't undertake anything I'm not confident about. But if we do face unbeatable danger, I don't want you to die for me. Instead, you should live on, stronger. I gather companions to give you a new life, not to create shields willing to die for me. Pan Zhao shook his head, his eyes piercing as he looked at Yifan. I was already a broken man, and it was your words that saved me. This life is yours. Jiang Hong once said that only you have the chance to overturn the current regime and possibly destroy the dynasty. I fight for my hatred, and if you die, I have no reason to live. Plop, plop. After several days of travel, Yifan and his group finally arrived in Yun City. Compared to Ping City, Yun City was undoubtedly more prosperous, ranking among the top 10 cities in the Nanchuan province. Standing outside the city, Li Pengzi looked up at the sky and couldn't help but gasp in awe. A massive cloud covered the entire sky above Yun City, stretching endlessly like a white canopy. This unique phenomenon was the origin of the city's name. Before this cloud appeared, the city was known as Kalai City. Yifan calmly explained, this is a product of technology, something man-made. What? Li Pengzi's eyes widened in disbelief. This cloud isn't real? No, Yifan confirmed. It's been here for 10 years. A decade ago, Yun City was even more backward than Ping City. Thanks to this cloud, the city has enjoyed 10 years of favorable weather and abundant harvests, leading to its current prosperity. Most people think it's a marvel of nature. This is more impressive than nature, Li Pengzi exclaimed. Creating a cloud that can alter the weather at will, it's like something out of a myth. A faint smile flickered in Yifan's eyes. Now you understand why I said coming to Yun City would be interesting. Imagine what we could achieve if we mastered this technology. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up with excitement. Li Pengzi, rubbing his hands eagerly, asked, so what's the plan? Do we rob the city lord? Or sneak into the treasury? Do we need masks? Yifan stretched his words. For now, let's find a place to stay and have a good meal. Li Pengzi looked disappointed. That's it. Of course, Yifan explained. To accomplish great things, we need to settle in and observe first. Yun City is not like Ping City. We have no family, elders, or allies here. We're just a few outsiders. Yun City saw countless visitors daily, so Yifan and his group's arrival didn't attract much attention. This burgeoning city, energized by the miraculous cloud, felt like a vibrant young man brimming with life. However, beneath its bustling surface, many secrets lay hidden. In an underground room somewhere in the city, a dim oil lamp flickered weakly. The air was thick with the acrid smell of gasoline, making it hard to stay long. Yet, in this harsh environment, A gaunt man was intently working on the apparatus before him. His face was so thin it seemed misshapen, but his focus remained undeterred. His eyes were locked on the instrument, hands constantly adjusting it while quickly jotting down data on a nearby piece of paper, as if nothing else existed. Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the basement. A middle-aged man in a white robe, with a dignified face, walked in. He wrinkled his nose, clearly uncomfortable with the smell. But when he saw the gaunt man, his eyes flickered with a complex emotion. The middle-aged man approached and softly said, "Chen Changsheng, there's news from above. They want the core of the longevity cloud within this month." Chen Changsheng paused but quickly resumed his work. He answered nonchalantly, "Give them the core. We can always make another. Haven't we done it before? Without me, no one can activate the core." The middle-aged man sighed. "I know, but this time, they want you." Chen Changsheng stopped and turned around, his eyes showing disbelief rather than fear. "Wei Dong, you betrayed me?" "It wasn't me." Wei Dong shook his head. "It was your apprentice. He sided with Yun City's elites, trading the secrets of the longevity cloud for a comfortable life." Chen Changsheng was silent for a moment, then said with a touch of resignation, "Wanbai had a hard life from a young age. I can understand why he did it." Wei Dong was indignant. "Now that they know the secret, we can't delay any longer. They're pressuring me to hand you over. I'm not worried for myself, but I fear for my family. I have a 4-year-old daughter." Chen Changsheng remained silent for a long time, then sighed. "Yun City has changed. We used to work together just to fill our stomachs." "Yes." Wei Dong's eyes were full of complexity. "Everyone has changed, except you. You still care about those who go hungry, still so magnanimous." Chen Changsheng stood up and hugged Wei Dong. "It's all right. If it comes to it, hand me over. I won't help them. Do you know what they'll do to you?" Wei Dong's voice trembled. "They'll use unimaginable torture to force you." "It's all right," Chen Changsheng repeated calmly. "I can endure it." "That's nonsense." Wei Dong pushed Chen Changsheng away. "You can't endure it. You'll die." He turned to leave, his conflicted expression hardening into resolve. "I can't hand you over. The more you say it's all right, the less I can do it. I'll send another plea for help to the higher-ups and try everything. You're a god, Yun City's savior. No matter what, I'll protect you." The next morning, Yifan stepped out of the guest room and walked into the main hall. His companions were already there, enjoying breakfast, and the sight brought a smile to his face. Ever since Chen Peng joined, the team's atmosphere had indeed changed. As the leader, Yifan had always focused on self-discipline and rarely interfered with his companions' behavior. But Chen Peng was different. He was on par with everyone else in terms of ability, yet he diligently woke up early every day to train, showing remarkable progress. This attitude unwittingly put pressure on the others and inspired them to improve. This was evident from the increasingly competitive hunting trips the mercenary group had been undertaking. "How's the breakfast in Yun City?" Yifan asked as he took his seat. Li Pengzi took a sip of his porridge and replied, "It's all right, but the buns aren't that great. The prices here are really low, though. We ordered so much, and it cost less than 50 buns for 50 cents each? In Ping City, that would be a distant memory from my childhood." Yun City's abundant resources naturally keep prices low, Yifan nodded. He didn't touch the food on the table but addressed his companions. "After breakfast, we need to go out and gather some information." "Gather information?" The group looked puzzled. "What kind of information?" "You'll find out when you follow me." Yifan waved his hand, then added, "Also, I'm planning to set up a mercenary group here in Yun City. In a few days, we'll bring over some of our core team members from Ping City." Chen Peng showed interest. "Are we expanding our influence in Yun City too?" "Of course, we should seize every opportunity to grow," Yifan replied thoughtfully. "As I've always said, one hand can't clap alone. After our business here, we'll move to other cities and set up mercenary groups there as well. If possible, we'll also establish trade associations. One or two may not have a significant impact, but as these forces accumulate, they'll become valuable assets for us." "A spark can start a prairie fire?" Wang Lingxi, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. "Exactly." Yifan smiled and nodded. "No great endeavor is accomplished overnight. The bigger the task, the more thorough the planning needs to be." "I understand," Wang Lingxi said, deep in thought. "So, we'll be gathering intelligence and recruiting for the mercenary group while waiting for the right moment?" "Something like that, but we have plenty to do in Yun City. There's no need to wait idly." Yifan didn't elaborate further. The group fell into contemplation, especially Wang Lingxi, who seemed to be trying to grasp Yifan's long-term plan. This was exactly what Yifan hoped for. He didn't just want Li Yu, Chen Peng, Wang Lingxi, and Ma Xiaoxue to become powerful beast tamers. He wanted them to become pillars who could hold their own in the future. The current situation involved not just the front lines but also internal affairs among the human race. Yifan's past experiences and present observations taught him that to cleanse internal corruption, an external force was necessary. Just like how the Yi family intervened in Ping City, resolving issues within a few months. To achieve that level of influence, Yi Fan knew he had to proceed gradually. Therefore, Yi Fan needed to strategize step by step, recruit talent, gather warriors, and build a formidable force. The foundation of this force lay with his initial companions. While others might not be as crucial for now, Wang Lingxi stood out. Yi Fan hoped she could become a brilliant strategist, just like her exceptional beast-taming talent. Hence, he focused on teaching her theories and strategies. Isn't nurturing talent the most interesting thing? A smile appeared on Yi Fan's face as he pondered. Seeing the human race's turbulent undercurrents wasn't entirely a bad thing. At least it gave him plenty to do. The complexities of human emotions and relationships added a layer of intrigue to life. Without these, life would be monotonous, even if one ultimately became a king. Walking along the mercenary street in Yun City, Yi Fan and his group felt a mix of familiarity and strangeness. Yi Fan, are we really just walking down the street so openly? Li Pengzi asked nervously, noticing the occasional glances from passers-by. Shouldn't we disguise ourselves or something? No need to be so cautious. This is still human territory. Even if some people have changed, they still need to maintain appearances, Yi Fan waved dismissively. If there were a place where the strong could openly bully the weak on the streets without consequences, that would be truly rotten. I see, Li Pengzi nodded, still somewhat uneasy. But you're Yi Fan. Precisely because I'm Yi Fan, and because the world still clings to some semblance of order, we have nothing to fear. Yi Fan looked at Li Pengzi with a meaningful gaze. Don't be intimidated just because you've seen powerful figures. If they can use their status to intimidate others, why can't I? I'm the descendant of the dragon-slaying Yi family, the heir of the Battle King, the one who defeated the 100 dragons of Jade and obtained the fruit of creation. Who would dare to openly challenge me? Even if they have the means, they can't be sure if I have powerful backers. Would they dare to act rashly? We have nothing to fear. It's them who should be wary of us. Li Pengzi was taken aback, but then realized, you're right. With a brother like you, what do I have to fear? He straightened his posture and walked with newfound confidence, almost strutting down the street. Yi Fan shook his head helplessly and turned into a nearby mercenary group. The mercenary group wasn't large and looked quite ordinary, with a plain name Flowing Water Mercenary Group, nothing particularly distinctive. Well, if it isn't Yi Fan, young Master Yi. Our humble mercenary group is honored to have such a distinguished guest. A man with a mustache and wearing a traditional robe greeted them enthusiastically. Mercenary groups were hubs of information exchange, so it was no surprise that news of Yi Fan's arrival in Yun City had already spread. Yi Fan wasn't fazed by the reception. He nodded at the man and, after glancing around, said quietly, I need to post a task. Post a task? The mustached man became even more eager, quickly ordering tea and respectfully inviting Yi Fan to sit. Young Master Yi, what task do you need to post? Just let me know. All right, Yi Fan nodded, giving the man a once-over. Show me the tasks you've posted this month. I need to gather some things and want to check the market prices. The mustached man hesitated briefly but quickly agreed, leading Yi Fan to the front desk to browse the registered tasks. Yi Fan scanned through the tasks and quickly noticed the first entry. Buying rice, 7 yuan per pound. The task was posted by the Zhao family of Yun City. What's the usual price of rice in Yun City? Yi Fan asked. Well, regular rice is around 5 yuan and 30 cents per pound. The mustached man scratched his head. Higher quality rice can go for 6 or 7 yuan, sometimes even more, 5 yuan 30 cents, and someone is offering 7 yuan. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, calculating in his mind. Raising the price of rice indicated that someone was preparing for something. After a moment of thought, Yi Fan stood up. Post a task for me as well, offering 7 yuan and 10 cents per pound for rice. Sign it under Xian Yi Mercenary Group. 7 yuan per kilo? Hearing this, the man with the mustache paused, a shrewd look flashing in his eyes. As a seasoned mercenary, he immediately sensed something was off. Was Yi Shao planning to compete with the Zhao family for business? He pondered this, but kept his expression neutral, raising an eyebrow slightly. Business is business. The highest bidder wins, right? Yi Fan cast a cold glance at the mustached man, his tone leaving no room for doubt. What, you don't want to take this job? We'll take it, of course, the mustached man quickly replied with a fawning smile. Just curious, how much are you planning to collect? Yi Fan didn't say much. He pulled out a card from his pocket and tossed it to the mustached man. This card has 30 million yuan. Take it first. If it's not enough, come to me. The mustached man accepted the card with both hands, his smile widening as he respectfully began to record the information. When he reached the signature line, he hesitated and looked up. Should we deliver this to the Xianyi Mercenary Group in Pingqing? No need. Just here in Yunqing, Yi Fan's voice came from behind. In a few days, I'll establish a mercenary group with the same name. The mustached man was taken aback. When he looked up, Yi Fan was already walking away. Watching his retreating figure, the mustached man was filled with questions. What was Yi Fan planning by coming to Yunqing and competing with the Zhao family? Had he taken over the Yi family's business? Outside the mercenary group, Li Pengzi, who had been silent, couldn't hold back any longer. Yi Fan, why are we collecting so much rice? 30 million yuan. That's most of what we earned in half a year in Pingxing. Yi Fan waved his hand dismissively and smiled mysteriously. Collecting rice has its uses. 30 million now is nothing. In a few days, we can sell it for a profit of several million. Li Pengzi looked skeptical. We're already buying rice at 7 yuan per kilo, which is higher than the current highest price. How can we resell it? Isn't Yunqing known for its surplus of rice? Who would pay more? Just wait and see, Yi Fan said without further explanation. Today, our task is to gather intel on rice prices. Soon, the price won't just be 7 or 750. It will soar to unimaginable heights. The others were even more confused, including the well-informed Pan Zhao. Coming to Yunqing to gather intel on rice prices, and then buying at a high price in this prosperous city? It all seemed illogical. Ignoring their confusion, Yi Fan continued, all right, let's go through the formalities for the mercenary group. We have 5 silver-ranked and 1 gold-ranked member. Once we establish the group, we'll be the largest in Yunqing. Everyone will be busy for a while. With that, Yi Fan stepped forward, a glint of determination in his eyes. Memories of Yunqing flooded his mind. The city's name was famous due to a genius who had once shocked the entire human race. This shock began with the humble Mi family. Yi Fan recalled his past life. The creator of Changsheng Cloud had hidden his identity to protect his technology but was forced to reveal himself due to a man-made rice crisis. Those who coveted Changsheng Cloud's technology pressured him to turn it into a deadly weapon, Heaven's Wrath. A single Heaven's Wrath bomb destroyed a border city, turning 1 million people to ashes in an instant. Thinking of this, Yi Fan snorted coldly. The Zhao family of Yunqing? Just a bunch of upstarts. Meanwhile, the news of Yi Fan posting a task at the Lushui mercenary group spread to the Zhao family like wildfire. The Zhao family head was leisurely enjoying a cup of priceless spirit herb tea in the grand hall when a flustered servant rushed in and knelt down. Master, bad news. Yi Fan has arrived in Yunqing and posted a task at the Lushui mercenary group, offering 7 yuan per kilo for rice with a 30 million yuan deposit. The Zhao family head's expression changed slightly but quickly returned to calm. He waved his hand dismissively. Nothing to worry about. Let them collect. The Yi family is a big family. Let's give them some face. In a few days, we'll raise the price to 8 yuan and let them make some money. The servant hesitated, but the Zhao family head was already losing patience. He arrogantly said, this is Yunqing. Even a powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake, let alone my Zhao family, which is more than just a local snake. Let them be. They're just a few young outsiders. How much trouble can they cause? Starting a mercenary group isn't difficult. After all, with such a status, everything becomes much more convenient. Yi Fan and his companions entered the Mercenary Association and experienced an unprecedented level of treatment. The association not only waived all fees, but also reduced the commission charges to the minimum and generously provided them with a hall, guest rooms, and even a warehouse. As they were leaving, the president of the Mercenary Association personally escorted them to the door, wearing a flattering smile and showing extreme respect. Walking back, Li Pengzi couldn't help but remark, Yi Fan, you were right. Everyone seems to fear and respect us. This must be why so many people crave power. Yi Fan shook his head, his eyes deep in thought. Have you noticed that when we first started the mercenary group in Pingxing, we were dirt poor, and all the rules were against us? They demanded money, set up barriers, and made it nearly impossible for us to move forward. But now that we have strength and a reputation, the rules no longer bind us. Instead, they cater to us, eager for our success. Li Pengzi scratched his head, pondering. It does sound like power has its allure. Yi Fan continued, countless people become obsessed with it, including us. Aren't we now enjoying the benefits that power brings? We all strive to be the strongest, the greatest, like a lion leading its pride, commanding all and bowing to none. Chunpeng chimed in, Captain, does that mean we aim to become the most powerful among humans? A complex emotion flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. The most powerful? Perhaps he paused for a moment, then waved his hand and headed towards Mercenary Street. In the afternoon, with the sound of firecrackers echoing in the sky, the Shunyi mercenary group was officially established. Unlike their first quiet inauguration, this time the entrance was packed with people. Yi Fan's reputation was legendary, and to ordinary mercenaries, he was as unreachable as a deity. The entire mercenary group was crowded, shoulder to shoulder, buzzing with excitement. On Mercenary Street, the leaders of other mercenary groups emerged from their respective taverns, observing the bustling scene at Xian Ye's entrance. They glanced at the stack of resignation letters in their hands and sighed helplessly. Yunqing, though larger than Pingxing, had only 2 or 3 silver-level mercenary groups, the strongest of which barely reached gold level. Xinyi mercenary group, however, debuted with 5 silvers and 1 gold, making their lineup far superior to any other. Mercenaries, always driven by profit and low loyalty, began switching sides, causing a significant upheaval in Yunqing. At the entrance of the Flowing Water mercenary group, the mustached man who had previously received Yifan watched the scene with envy written all over his face. I don't know why this Yifan came to Yunqing, a scion of such a big family, competing with us commoners for a living? A burly man with a hairy chest at another mercenary hall's entrance retorted, Dai Laoba, you might be a commoner, but not everyone else is. I say, Yifan coming to Yunqing is a good thing. Recently, the Yi family cleaned up Pingqing, and the people there are living much better. It'd be great if he did the same here. Some folks here have been living too comfortably. It's time for them to lose some weight. Dai Laoba shot back, Zhangde, Yunqing doesn't belong to the Yi family. Don't forget, there's still the Zhao family. Zhangde sneered, yes, the Zhao family. Dai Laoba, all you do is talk about the Zhao family. Just because Zhao Deming was your teacher for 2 days, you keep mentioning him. Anyone who didn't know better might think Zhao Deming is your father. Well, some people would jump at the chance to be part of a big family like the Zhaos. This remark drew laughter from the surrounding mercenaries, making Dai Laoba's face darken with anger. He turned and left, swearing to make Zhangde pay. As night fell, Yifan finally finished the first day's recruitment. Wang Lingxi came into the back parlor, holding a thick stack of documents. Yifan, these are all the applications we received today. Yifan took the documents and noticed Wang Lingxi's tired expression. Thank you for your hard work. If you're tired, go rest early. There's nothing more for today. But Wang Lingxi shook her head. No need. I want to learn how to select members from you. Yifan smiled slightly and gestured for her to come over. He picked up a document and, after a quick glance, shook his head. Look at this person. They've been in 7 or 8 mercenary groups, never staying more than 6 months. Clearly, they're untrustworthy. We should aim to recruit people who can become permanent members. Such individuals should be excluded first. Wang Lingxi added, no loyalty, no recruitment. Yifan nodded in agreement. Exactly. We can't get to know someone deeply in a short time, and such people aren't important to us. We should exclude anyone who seems rebellious based on their records. He pulled out a few more documents. Some cases need further investigation. Like this one, running a small shop for over a decade and suddenly becoming a mercenary. Yunqing isn't in turmoil, so why the sudden career change? And this one claims to be ostracized by their previous group, but brought along 10 to 20 companions. Was it really them being ostracized, or were they the troublemaker? Wang Lingxi listened intently, nodding seriously by the end of Yifan's explanations. I've remembered everything you said. Yifan was surprised. You remembered everything? Wang Lingxi replied shyly, yes, I seem to have a very good memory. Yifan pondered for a moment, then encouraged her. A good memory is an asset. It will help you accomplish many things. As a member of a noble family, you should understand many things without me telling you. Unlike Qinpeng and the others, you don't necessarily need great combat skills but must have a clear mind. In the future, I'll entrust you with many important tasks. Keep up the good work. I look forward to your growth. With that, Yifan stood up to leave, placing a book on the table before he went. Wang Lingxi picked up the book, seeing the simple cover inscribed with Teachings of the Sages. The first page contained Yifan's familiar handwriting. Those who are capable possess wisdom. This book contains insights from ancient sages on military strategy and governance. Study it well. It will aid your cultivation. The recruitment for the Shenyi mercenary group was in full swing, and in just a few days, the number of members had reached 300. After another round of selection, Yifan finalized the initial core team. Today, they were finally ready to go on their first hunt. Early in the morning, Yifan packed his gear and, for once, let several of his beasts out. Qinpeng saw this and asked curiously, Captain, are you going out personally today? Yifan waved his hand and replied succinctly, yes, it's our first hunt. We need to make a good impression. He instructed Qinpeng and the others to organize the team, leaving Wang Lingxi to guard the base as usual. Soon, a 100-strong team was assembled and set off from the mercenary street of Yun City in grand fashion. The spectacle drew the attention of many, with some secretly marveling at Yifan's display. In a corner of the crowd, a man with an ordinary appearance but sharp, eagle-like eyes wore a fierce expression. From the shadows beside him, a voice whispered, Boss, should we make a move on him? We found out he only has one golden 9-star expert with him, his teacher from Ping City. The man called Boss hesitated and asked, what is he planning to do in Yun City? The subordinate replied, he only placed a 3 million rice order with the Lu Shui mercenary group and did nothing else. The boss pondered, it seems he's determined to go against the organization. Yimao has already been dismissed and kept in the capital because of him, yet he continues to stir things up. Is he not afraid of death, or does he have some hidden cards? He then asked, what about the Zhao family? Are they willing to cooperate with us? The subordinate reported that the Zhao family head had refused to cooperate and even threatened violence. The boss flew into a rage. That fat pig. Where does he get the nerve? He decisively ordered, contact our people and inform the other families. Let's take out that ungrateful pig first. Meanwhile, Yifan had led his team to the forest outside Yun City. Li Pengzi asked, Yifan, are we heading straight to the inner area? Yifan calmly replied, we'll just plow our way through. I plan to fight some low-star golden beasts to test the new abilities of my beasts. Li Pengzi exclaimed, Yifan, are you a freak? Yifan shook his head. This is nothing. Fighting beasts of inferior or elite bloodlines is not impressive. To be truly extraordinary, you need to fight transcendent beasts or ancient remnants. The team advanced, encountering more and more beasts. The ordinary mercenaries were amazed as they saw Yifan and his team easily handle the situation. They discussed the strengths of Li Pengzi, Chun Pong, and Ma Xiaoxue, speculating about Yifan's true capabilities. Li Pengzi grumbled, what's the deal? Don't I deserve a name? You call everyone else by their names, but I'm just Pengzi or Pengzi Go. Chun Pong laughed and reassured him, Li Yu, it's probably because they heard Yifan call you Pengzi and it stuck. Don't worry, to me, you're not really a Pengzi. Look at you, you're only about 200 pounds. My mom used to raise pigs that could easily weigh over 300 pounds, much heavier than you. As they bantered, Yifan suddenly stopped and looked warily at the nearby forest. Chen Pong and the others immediately went on alert, though the mercenaries behind them were still basking in the easy progress. Suddenly, a beast's roar echoed, and a mercenary was grabbed by a giant hand, flung into a tree, and killed instantly. A low, menacing voice boomed, who dares intrude on my territory? Everyone's expressions changed as a massive figure emerged from the bushes. Someone gasped, a talking beast. My goodness! A startled cry shattered the tranquility of the jungle. Li Pengzi was so frightened by the sudden noise that he almost jumped. The others immediately became alert. Yifan calmly spoke, don't panic. It's a four-armed demon ape, elite peak grade. He signaled everyone to retreat and explained, I mentioned before that ape-type beasts are very intelligent. Golden level is a threshold. Once crossed, many ape-type beasts can speak human language. As soon as he finished, a massive four-armed demon ape emerged from the jungle. Standing about 6 or 7 meters tall, its dark skin and 4 muscular arms exuded a powerful aura. With a few strands of grass hanging from its head, it seemed to have just woken from a slumber. The moment it appeared, the four-armed demon ape was startled by the crowd but quickly scanned the area and found no formidable enemies. It then bared its fierce fangs. Stomping heavily, the ground rumbled, and an invisible shockwave knocked everyone back. Chun Peng, recognizing it as a golden 4-star beast, looked at Yifan with concern. Yifan remained composed. No worries, I'll handle it. You all fall back. He gripped his sword tightly, while his hellhound, Swift Eagle, and Little Tengu stood ready, eyes fixed on the demon ape. As the group retreated, the demon ape's attention focused on Yifan. Sensing the threat but annoyed by Yifan's seemingly weak appearance, it roared in broken human speech, humans, you all deserve to die. It uprooted a large tree and charged at Yifan. Yifan swiftly gathered his strength. Just as the tree was about to strike, he drew his sword. Draw sword, he whispered, and his beasts attacked from different directions simultaneously. The heavy sword easily split the tree, striking the demon ape and forcing it back. The follow-up attacks from the beasts inflicted further wounds. Despicable! Despicable! The demon ape roared in fury, its savagery growing. It uprooted 4 more trees and charged again. Without hesitation, Yifan activated his beast talent, beast enchantment. Light enveloped the hellhound, and flames covered Yifan. Fong thrust, he murmured, thrusting his sword towards the demon ape's heart. The sword's momentum easily destroyed the trees in the ape's hands. It retreated in panic, but Yifan pursued relentlessly. Just as the heavy sword was about to pierce its heart, the demon ape stumbled and fell. Though the thrust missed, Yifan's assault continued. A sharp eagle cry pierced the air as the swift eagle dove, its talons gouging out one of the ape's eyes. The demon ape howled in pain, and just as it tried to rise, Little Tengu's energy blast exploded on its chest. Severely wounded, the demon ape panicked, shouting, "Don't kill me!" and fled deeper into the forest. A cold glint flashed in Yifan's eyes. He raised his giant sword, third form, Radiant Slash. A 10-meter-long sword energy roared out, instantly catching up with the fleeing ape. The sound of the sword energy entering the body echoed. The demon ape froze, a massive blood gash slashing diagonally from shoulder to hip. The wound burst open, and the ape collapsed, blood splattering. The sword energy's power was so immense that it even carved a deep trench into the ground. The forest fell silent. The group stared in disbelief at the fallen demon ape, then at Yifan, who was slowly sheathing his sword. Li Pengzi stammered, "Holy crap, Yi Fan. Was that legendary sword energy?" "Yes," Yi Fan nodded, his voice somewhat weak. "Help me up, I'm exhausted." Li Pengzi quickly supported Yi Fan. Chun Peng, deep in thought, remarked, "The sword technique the captain just used is somewhat similar to my inch-step devastation punch. Both are techniques that momentarily harness internal energy." Yi Fan explained, "Pretty much. Each move in my swordsmanship is an explosive burst. Radiant Slash is the only long-range attack, but it puts a huge strain on the body. Without the Beast Enchantment state, I couldn't use it at all." Li Pengzi curiously asked, "What is Beast Enchantment?" "It's my newly acquired beast talent that allows me to draw power from my beasts for a short time," Yi Fan replied, frowning. "My swordsmanship requires a lot of energy, so I need the enchantment. But after enchanting, both my and the beast's stamina drain quickly, limiting my attacks." Ma Xiaoxue interjected, "But even a few strikes are incredibly powerful. Those few attacks just now left a golden 4-star 4-armed demon ape defenseless." Yi Fan shook his head. "That's because it didn't have suitable weapons to block my attacks. Against a similarly ranked opponent, those strikes wouldn't be enough." He pondered. "The energy consumption is a critical flaw and won't improve with my level. I need a method to expand my internal energy reserves, or a container that can restore my stamina instantly." Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, everyone couldn't help but show a look of helplessness. The swordsmanship Yi Fan had just demonstrated was stunning, and everyone present thought it was an extraordinary technique. But Yi Fan claimed it was a fatal flaw. Li Pengzi patted Yi Fan on the shoulder and comforted him. "Fan, you don't need to be so hard on yourself. Don't be upset." Yi Fan shook his head, a profound look flashing in his eyes. "I'm not upset. In fact, I'm somewhat relieved. I've discovered the flaws in my path, and that's a good thing. Fixing this flaw will make my path even more perfect." He elaborated. "Imagine if I found a solution and could unleash the Jinghong technique without limits. What would that mean?" Li Pengzi fell silent, recalling the earth-shattering strike and the sky full of sword energy. He couldn't help but shiver. Seeing this, Yi Fan patted Li Pengzi's shoulder with a smile. "You see, you understand now, don't you? All right, I have another task to work on." He sheathed his heavy sword and turned to leave. "Let's head back. With this 4-armed demon ape, we've had a great start." Li Pengzi and the others followed, calling out to their companions to clean up the aftermath while marveling at the power of that strike. The gruesome state of the 4-armed demon ape's corpse made even Li Pengzi frown. That strike was brutal. "I thought Yi Fan had bought a fake swordsmanship manual, something about a sword saint and a technique to split the heavens. I didn't expect it to be this powerful. Who exactly was the old man who developed this swordsmanship?" By dusk, Yi Fan and his team returned triumphantly. Over 100 people came back with a bountiful harvest, and the carcass of the 4-armed demon ape they carried drew even more attention. The news of Yi Fan single-handedly killing the 4-armed demon ape had already spread throughout the mercenary group, especially his final strike, which had become legendary. Wang Lingxi greeted them at the mercenary group's entrance, looking astonished. "Yi Fan, I just heard a mercenary say you fought a 4-armed demon ape in the forest and used a single strike to unleash a massive sword energy that split the entire forest in half?" Yi Fan sighed and explained. "Don't believe their exaggerations. I'm at the silver level, not honor, let alone a king. If I could split a forest with one strike, I'd be out there on the front lines making a name for myself." Wang Lingxi let out a disappointed "oh," which annoyed Li Pengzi. "What's with that disappointed look? A single strike to defeat a gold-level beast is already impressive." Wang Lingxi retorted, "Well, it's just that after hearing about splitting a forest, there's bound to be some letdown." She glanced at Li Pengzi. "Why are you so worked up? It's not like you did it. So what if I didn't? My good brother is this skilled, and that brings honor to us all." Li Pengzi replied, puffing out his chest. Listening to their banter, a smile appeared on Yi Fan's face. He hoped they could get along well, as they were comrades who fought side by side. Before long, Dai Laoba hurried over, a warm smile on his face. "Young Master Yi, your prowess is truly unmatched. As a silver 9-star, you managed to slay this 4-armed demon ape. You are indeed a top-notch young genius of this era." Yi Fan asked expressionlessly, "Captain Dai, did you come specifically to congratulate me?" Dai Laoba chuckled. "Congratulating you is just a part of it. I came because you had entrusted me with something." Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. "Did you collect my 30 million meters?" "Of course, it's all collected," Dai Laoba quickly replied. "Moreover, I bring you good news. Zhao Deming, the head of the Zhao family, is willing to buy your grain at 8 pieces per unit. It seems the Zhao family urgently needs grain, and you stand to make a significant profit. Such investment foresight is remarkable." Hearing the price of 8 pieces per unit, Li Pengzi and the others were stunned. They remembered Yi Fan mentioning that he had bought 3 million units at 7 pieces each and could sell them all at 8 pieces, making at least 300,000 in profit. A glimmer of amusement flashed in Yifan's eyes, not because of the profit, but because he saw through Dai Laoba's trick. He said, Zhao family head is straightforward. However, I'm not in urgent need of money. Since Captain Dai has collected the grain, just bring it to me. Dai Laoba froze. He had planned to earn some favor but was exposed by Yifan. At that moment, how could he have the grain? It was all collected for the Zhao family, and his warehouse only had a small amount for his own use. Yifan stared at Dai Laoba with a faint smile, bringing immense pressure to the latter. After a while, Yifan spoke. What, Captain Dai? Did you lie about collecting the grain? Sweat beaded on Dai Laoba's forehead. Thinking quickly, he said, Young Master Yi, our mercenary group is small and can't store that much grain. To prevent theft and other issues, we built a warehouse outside the city for your grain. It's a bit far, but if you want it, I'll gather some men and deliver it tomorrow morning. How about that? Yifan remained silent for a few seconds before nodding. All right. Dai Laoba breathed a sigh of relief and quickly left. His hunched figure hurried away, resembling a turtle messenger delivering news to the Dragon King. Watching Dai Laoba leave, a sharp light flashed in Yifan's eyes as he muttered to himself, this Zhao Diming really thinks I'm a child. Doesn't he have any connections with the royal organization? After they suffered so much, does he want to try his luck too? Master, Yifan said he doesn't want money, he just wants rice. This statement made Zhao Diming furrow his brows. Late at night, Dai Laoba hurriedly arrived, disturbing Zhao Diming, who was about to retire for the night. Dai Laoba, with a face full of anxiety and a slightly trembling voice, said, Master, I already told Yifan that we would give him rice in the morning, but we don't have any. Yifan is not someone to be trifled with. If we can't deliver by morning, there might be trouble. Zhao Diming frowned and thought. Although he appeared to be mediocre, the fact that he had made the Zhao family the wealthiest in Yun City was no small feat. Why does Yifan only want rice and not money? He murmured to himself, a hint of wariness flashing in his eyes. In a lowered voice, Dai Laoba said, Master, I suspect he knows something. The Yi family has always been at odds with the dynasty organization. They recently wiped out the dynasty's presence in Ping City. He might have caught wind of the longevity cloud matter here in Yun City. Longevity cloud? Zhao Deming's eyes narrowed as he fell into deep thought. After a moment, he made a decisive decision. Prepare everything. I will personally visit this young man in the morning. Dai Laoba was surprised. Master, the dynasty organization is not happy with you right now. Although the Zhao family has protective formations, if you go out… Zhao Diming waved his hand to interrupt. I can't hide in this shell forever. Occasionally going out, they won't dare act rashly. His gaze deepened. I need to understand Yifan's intentions. If it's just to disrupt the dynasty's plans, we might be able to cooperate. But if it's for the longevity cloud… His tone turned icy. Then we are enemies. The next morning, Zhao Diming, accompanied by his entourage and carrying lavish gifts, waited early at the mercenary group's entrance. This scene caused quite a stir on Mercenary Street. Inside the Lone Wolf mercenary group, Zhang De explained to his companions, Old Zhao is being so courteous because he thinks Yifan is blocking his wealth and can't be offended, so he's here to make peace. He shook his head and sighed. We small folks should stay out of this. Keeping our heads down, hunting more, and making money to support our families is the right way to go. When the mercenary group opened its doors, Li Pengzi, yawning, was startled by the scene outside. The Zhao family's steward quickly stepped forward to explain their purpose. Although Li Pengzi was somewhat impatient, he still went to inform Yifan. Before long, Chun Peng came out to usher Zhao Diming inside. Seeing Yifan sitting high and unmoved, Zhao Diming felt a bit displeased, but he still wore a smile on his face. Young Master Yi truly lives up to his reputation, so distinguished and talented. Yifan merely said indifferently, Please have a seat. Suppressing his displeasure, Zhao Diming sat down and immediately cupped his hands in apology. Young Master Yi, to be honest, I am here to apologize. He explained the reasons behind the mistaken taking of Yifan's rice, speaking earnestly and sincerely. Then, he had several boxes of gold, silver, and jewels brought in as compensation. Yifan remained expressionless throughout, only slowly speaking after Zhao Diming finished. I will certainly accept these. However, a few boxes of jewels are hardly enough to compensate for your offense. Wouldn't you agree? As soon as the words left his mouth, the air seemed to freeze, and even Zhao Diming's expression faltered for a moment. But he quickly regained his composure and nodded, saying, Young Master Yi is right. This is indeed not enough. How about this? If there's anything you want and it's within my power, I'll make sure to get it for you. A hint of a smile flickered in Yifan's eyes. Oh, it seems the head of the Zhao family has some connections in Yun City. Zhao Diming humbly replied. Connections might be an overstatement, but the Zhao family does carry some weight in Yun City. All right, let me think about it, Yifan said, pretending to be deep in thought. Seeing Yifan's pretense, a trace of impatience finally appeared in Zhao Diming's eyes. Since entering, This young man had maintained an air of superiority, not showing the slightest respect. The lack of basic courtesy was one thing, but trying to take advantage of the situation was another. These thoughts fueled Zhao Deming's anger, but as a seasoned fox, he suppressed it and smiled again. Young Master Yi, you can tell me what you want when you think of it. There's no rush. Fine. Yi Fan agreed. Since you've said so, let's put the matter of the rice aside for now. At least you're in a hurry to get the rice to feed those starving workers, not to make a profit from it. That's commendable. Zhao Deming ignored the comment and simply smiled. Thank you for understanding, young Master Yi. He then asked, I'm curious, aren't you studying in Ping City? What brings you to Yun City all of a sudden? Yi Fan replied, I heard some rumors about major changes in Yun City, so I came to check it out and confirm a few things. Since you're so well connected here, do you know anything about these changes? Changes? Zhao Deming was momentarily taken aback, but quickly waved his hand dismissively. Yun City is peaceful and the people are living well. There's no major upheaval. The Zhao family always stays within its bounds and doesn't get involved in messy affairs. I'm not aware of any changes. Oh, that's good to hear. Yi Fan nodded, a slight smirk on his lips. After a few seconds of silence, Yi Fan looked directly at Zhao Deming and straightforwardly said, if there's nothing else, shouldn't you be leaving now? Such a blunt dismissal left Zhao Deming momentarily stunned, but he slowly stood up, his tone tinged with anger. In that case, I won't disturb you any longer, young Master Yi. Yi Fan remained seated, watching Zhao Deming leave, his eyes glinting with contemplation. His attitude wasn't out of disdain for the greasy old merchant, but was a deliberate attempt to provoke him. Anger clouds judgment, and only in a moment of lost composure could a crack be pried open. Unfortunately, this old fox was more patient than expected, maintaining his vigilance and giving Yi Fan no opportunity. Yi Fan muttered to himself, I really don't want to deal with such difficult people. They're too good at holding back. He turned to Wang Lingxi and asked, Lingxi, do you understand what Zhao Deming was trying to ask me earlier? Yes, Wang Lingxi nodded. He wanted to know why you were collecting rice, but the rest of his words were a mix of truth and falsehood that I couldn't discern. There's no need to discern the truth from the falsehood. Knowing his intention is enough, Yi Fan said as he stood up. All right, this was just a test for us. Starting tomorrow, keep an eye on their rice prices. For every increase, we'll add a dime. I want to see how long Zhao Deming can endure. Understood. Wang Lingxi replied and left. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from outside Mercenary Street, followed by the roars of beasts and the chaotic sounds of battle. Li Pengzi rushed in to report, Yi Fan, there's a fight outside between Zhao Deming's people and another group. It's a fierce bunch. Seems like they're from the Dynasty organization. All masked and in black. Yi Fan frowned. Zhao Deming gets attacked right after leaving here? Is he trying to frame me? Doesn't seem like it. Li Pengzi hesitated. Those masked men are really going for Zhao Deming. They seem intent on killing him. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan immediately rushed outside. On the nearby street, a fierce battle had already broken out. A group of black-robed figures, all high-level silver rank, with a few gold rank experts among them, were attacking. Zhao Deming's guards were few and already at a disadvantage. Yi Fan's sharp eyes noticed the emblem of the Dynasty organization on the chest of a fallen man and felt something was off. It's really the Dynasty organization trying to kill Zhao Deming. Isn't he colluding with them? Why would they attack him in broad daylight? These people seemed genuinely intent on ending his life. Chen Peng approached and asked, Captain, what should we do? If we just watch Zhao Deming die, people might suspect we had a hand in it. Yi Fan shook his head, thought for a moment, and then gripped the sword behind him. The Yi family has already moved to the capital. I can't mobilize that many people. Fine, Zhao Deming may not be a good person, but he's better than the Dynasty remnants. Get ready. We'll intervene after they've fought for a bit. These scoundrels have chosen their timing well, trying to kill Zhao Deming and drag me into it. It's their usual trick. Master, hurry. On the bustling street, Zhao Deming's bodyguards threw themselves in front of him, facing the sudden attack from men in black robes with a look of unyielding determination. Despite the chaos, Zhao Deming remained unusually calm. He surveyed the powerful black-robed figures with a cold gaze and shouted angrily, Are you from the Dynasty organization insane? This is human territory. Yun City is still Yun City. A place where you scum can't do as you please. Heh. The leader of the black-robed men let out a piercing laugh, his eyes gleaming with mockery. Zhao Deming, you of all people dare to say such things? It's nauseating. How many innocent lives have you ruined for your wealth? What gives you the right to call us scum? In Yun City, you're the biggest scum. These words clearly infuriated Zhao Deming. His face darkened as he retorted, Scum? Every penny I've earned has been through my own intelligence and effort. How can you call that scum? Another black-robed man interrupted impatiently. Enough, Zhao Deming. We're not here to argue about who's scum. We're here to take your life. He turned to his companions and urged, Hurry up. Yi Fan always sees us as enemies. He might interfere, and we can't afford delays in our plan. Got it. The other black-robed men responded without further words, launching themselves at Zhao Deming. These attackers were no ordinary fighters. They were all top-tier warriors, each controlling powerful beasts. In just a few moves, they had overwhelmed Zhao Deming's guards and targeted Zhao Deming himself. As the ferocious beasts lunged at him, the murderous intent made Zhao Deming's heart tremble. He quickly pulled out a red gemstone from his pocket, seemingly trying to activate some mechanism. At this critical moment, Yi Fan and his group, who were not far away, were ready to intervene. However, a thunderous shout echoed before they could act. How dare you commit violence in Yun's city? Before the words faded, a scroll unfurled in midair, as unyielding as steel, blocking all the beast's attacks. The booming sounds were incessant, but the scroll remained unmoved. A figure appeared, standing in front of Zhao Deming. With a wave of his hand, he retracted the scroll, instantly enveloping the attackers. In the next moment, he pushed the scroll to the ground, leaving only a pool of glaring blood. Wei Dong. The remaining members of the dynasty organization recognized the newcomer and fled in panic. Wei Dong snorted coldly, retrieved his scroll, and scanned the surroundings with a piercing gaze. He commanded, "No unlawful acts are permitted in Yun City. City Guard, eliminate the traitors." Following his order, a well-equipped squad of soldiers emerged from the alleys of Mercenary Street, each wielding a peculiar gun. These guns were unlike any mechanical weapon, glowing with an unearthly light. Boom, boom, boom. The guns roared, firing not ordinary bullets but powerful energy blasts, each creating a crater in the ground. In no time, all members of the dynasty organization were annihilated. Mercenary Street fell into an eerie silence. From Wei Dong's intervention to the complete cleanup of the street, the entire process took only a few minutes. What shocked everyone even more were the mystical scroll and the immensely powerful guns, weapons that the human race had never seen before. Their activation and destructive capability far exceeded everyone's understanding. This scene left everyone present uneasy. Ordinary firearms were ineffective against high-level warriors and beasts, but these new weapons could easily kill top-tier warriors. This was no trivial matter. Wei Dong seemed indifferent to the crowd's reaction. He simply said, "The traitors have been dealt with. Please disperse." With that, he turned to leave. City Lord Wei. Zhao Deming, regaining his composure, grabbed Wei Dong and tentatively asked, "Have you already applied the longevity technology to weapons?" This question instantly darkened Wei Dong's expression. He pushed Zhao Deming away and warned, "Zhao Deming, be mindful of what you say and what you don't. Know your place." He then glanced in Yi Fan's direction, secured his scroll at his waist, and left with his men. Soon, another group arrived to clean up the bodies on the street. "Wow, Yi Fan, did you see that?" Once the crowd dispersed, Li Fati exclaimed in awe, "Wei Dong is unbelievably strong. He took out several top-tier warriors effortlessly. Could he be an eternal-level warrior?" Yi Fan shook his head. "No, I checked. His strength is only at the top-tier level." He thoughtfully looked at the now empty street. "But his scroll and those guns seem to be some kind of advanced technology." Zhao Deming mentioned something about longevity technology. Chunpeng added, "Isn't that the technology you said is used to make longevity clouds?" "That's not right." Yi Fan firmly denied. "Longevity technology has nothing to do with weapons, at least not yet." He pondered. "In my memory, there's no information related to such weapons. We've just witnessed their power, far beyond ordinary firearms, potentially even reaching the level of high-tier beast control. If such technology existed in the past, it would have been widely known. Given the annual conscription and many people going to war, these weapons couldn't have gone unnoticed." After a moment of contemplation, Yi Fan concluded, "These weapons shouldn't exist unless Wei Dong developed them himself. He might have some connection with the creators of longevity clouds, understanding some longevity technology and transforming it into weapons. It sounds so complicated." Li Fati scratched his head, feeling puzzled, but eventually asked the question that concerned him most. "Yi Fan, what should we do next?" "Break the situation," Yi Fan replied. "We have a lead now, and people related to the longevity clouds have shown up. It's time for us to step in and gather more information." He paused, his gaze falling on Zhao Deming, who was about to leave. "We'll start with Zhao Deming. Fatty, go deliver an invitation to Zhao Deming, telling him I want to have lunch with him tomorrow. If he asks why, say I have something he might be interested in." "Got it." Li Fati nodded and was about to leave. "Wait," Yi Fan called him back. "Not now. Go in the afternoon or evening. Leave some room for maneuver. Right now, everyone is watching this place. If you go now, everyone will know I have business with Zhao Deming." In the courtyard of the city lord's mansion, a simply dressed yet strikingly beautiful woman sat quietly on a stone bench, her gentle gaze fixed on a little girl hopping around nearby. The girl held a delicate wooden toy in her hand, joyfully playing in the yard. As dusk settled, the girl, perhaps tired from playing, stopped and turned to her mother, asking in a soft, childish voice, "Mommy, when will Daddy come back?" A trace of worry flashed across the woman's face, but she quickly responded in a calm tone, "Daddy went out to take care of some matters. He should be back soon." "Why does Daddy always have things to do every day?" the girl pouted, her tone carrying a hint of dissatisfaction. "He never plays with me properly." The woman drew her daughter into her arms and gently explained, "Because Daddy is the city lord. He has to take care of all the people in the city. He has to fight the bad guys and protect all the children like you." Hearing "fight the bad guys," the girl paused, puzzled, and asked, "But Daddy said the bad guys are very strong. Can he really beat those strong bad guys?" The woman smiled softly, a complex look in her eyes, but her voice remained tender and firm. "Of course he can. Your daddy is a hero. There used to be many strong bad guys in Yun City, but they were all defeated by your daddy." "Wow, Daddy is amazing," the girl exclaimed, waving her little hands excitedly. "My daddy is the greatest hero." "Yes, your daddy is the greatest hero," the woman echoed, gently rocking her daughter. As night deepened, the little girl slowly fell asleep in her mother's arms. Suddenly, the courtyard door creaked open, and a man in white robes walked in. He looked weary, but his eyes softened when he saw his wife holding their daughter. "Why are you so late?" the woman gently chided. "Our daughter has already fallen asleep. You promised to spend the evening with us." Wei Dong showed an apologetic expression and quickly moved to embrace his wife and daughter together. My fault, my fault. Xian, don't be mad. It's not good for your health." With her husband's comforting words, the woman's resentment faded. She lightly patted Wei Dong's head and said softly, "You've had a long day too." After a moment of closeness, the woman stood up and carried her sleeping daughter into the house. When she returned, she brought a steaming plate of food. "I kept some food warm for you. You must be hungry after such a long day." Wei Dong sat on a small stool, devouring the food like a child savoring a rare moment of family time. The woman sat quietly by his side, waiting until he had eaten enough before asking, "Wei Dong, why did it take you so long today?" Wei Dong's eyes flickered, and his tone was evasive. I had some things to take care of. You know, with such a big city, there are always countless issues. This argument, that dispute, as the city lord, I have to handle everything." The woman, sensing something amiss, said directly, "That's not right. Wei Dong, you've changed your clothes, but there's still a smell of blood on you. Did you kill someone?" Wei Dong was momentarily speechless and lowered his head. "I heard about it. The city guard killed a group of dynasty members on Mercenary Street today." The woman continued to press. "Why did you lie to me, Wei Dong?" Wei Dong sighed and confessed, "I didn't mean to lie to you. It's just that some things are hard to talk about." The woman, catching the unusual tone in her husband's voice, looked worried. "Did you use the longevity technology?" After a brief silence, Wei Dong finally nodded. "I did. I modified the city guard's weapons and created an energy scroll capable of killing high-level beasts." The woman hesitated before asking, "But didn't you promise Chen Chongqing not to use the longevity technology for making weapons?" Wei Dong explained painfully, "I had no choice. Various factions are pressuring me, deliberately causing chaos in the city. The enforcers are beyond my control. I had to use the city guard for enforcement, but their combat power is mostly ordinary. Without new weapons, I can't quell the chaos." The woman, still concerned, said, "But once those weapons appear, they will attract even more attention. Chen Chongqing warned you not to use the longevity technology for weapons because of this. You might have subdued them now, but they'll become even more desperate later." Wei Dong responded passionately, "But if I don't subdue them, Yun City will fall into chaos. Do you know who they were planning to kill today? Zhao Deming. He's crucial to half of Yun City's economy. They want to use this pressure to force me to hand over Chen Chongqing. If I don't stop them, the city will quickly descend into turmoil. The higher-ups aren't giving me any answers or assistance, so I have no choice. I know it's a desperate measure, but I have to protect Chen Chongqing." The woman's eyes widened in shock at her husband's outburst. Wei Dong softened his tone, "Xian, I'm not trying to be harsh. I just have no other options." After a long silence, the woman sighed and embraced Wei Dong. "If that's the case, I won't stop you. Chen Chongqing is a benefactor to the entire city. You should protect him. I'm just worried you'll lose yourself in the power of these technological weapons. We've seen the power of the longevity technology before. Once you get lost in it, it's a disaster waiting to happen." Wei Dong replied firmly, "I won't. With you and our daughter here, I won't be tempted by these external powers. I'm just worried that those despicable people will try to harm you." The woman reassured him, "We'll be extra careful. Isn't this courtyard the best protection? We'll stay here safely. I'll take good care of our daughter." Wei Dong nodded, stood up from his wife's embrace, and picked up the bowl again. "I might need to go to the research building tonight. There seems to be an issue with today's longevity weapons that needs improvement to better suit the city guard. You rest early with our daughter. When I have time, I'll be home to spend it with you." With that, Wei Dong quickly left the courtyard. The woman stood there, watching her husband leave, her eyes filled with worry. They both knew the longevity technology could create miracles, but once they touched the root of this miracle, no one could predict the consequences. In over 10 years of marriage, over 10 years of being the city lord, Wei Dong had never spent a night away from home. Today seemed to be the start of something ominous. Dressed in a white robe, Wei Dong left his home and headed towards the research building. The so-called research building resembled more of a fortress, brightly lit even at night. There was an unusual tension in the air as Wei Dong briskly entered the building, swiftly made his way to the second floor, and pushed open the door. Inside, an elderly researcher was operating some complex machinery. Wei Dong smiled and asked, "Uncle Da, how's the modification going?" Uncle Da shook his head and replied, "Not very optimistic. The material for the weapon is too poor, and our extraction concentration of the elemental ore is insufficient. Forcing an increase in power will cause an explosion." As he spoke, he picked up a nail and placed it into a bottle containing red liquid. Immediately, the liquid began to boil violently and then exploded. Although the specially made bottle did not shatter, the explosion's force caused the entire floor to tremble, and even some wall bricks in the lab fell off. Uncle sighed. "You see, this is the consequence of forcibly increasing power." Wei Dong, however, was not disappointed. Instead, he was excited and said, "Just extracting energy from 1 kilogram of elemental or can produce such a powerful explosion. If we make it into a bomb, it could definitely kill a gold-level warrior. If we concentrate it further, could it even—" "Wei Dong," Uncle Da interrupted him, his tone filled with anger. "We create weapons to protect the peace of Yun City, not for slaughter. This kind of explosion is a result of our failure to control it, and has a wide range of destructive power. Making it into a weapon goes against our original intention." Wei Dong was taken aback and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, Uncle Da, I didn't mean it that way." Uncle Da ignored him and turned to retrieve an item from another machine. "This is your mountain and river painting. I've completed the power modification." Wei Dong excitedly took the painting and examined it closely. Uncle Da explained, "Now you should be able to face off against several gold-level warriors hidden. It has extremely strong defense, and can even reflect some of the absorbed damage. I've embedded a new form in the painting. You can try it by pressing the red button." Wei Dong did as instructed, and the painting immediately shrank and transformed into a glowing green sword. Uncle Da continued, "This is the second form of the mountain and river painting. Let's call it the mountain and river sword. In this form, its destructive power is greatly enhanced. It can release energy similar to sword chi by drawing a small amount of your internal energy. With this form to compensate for its shortcomings, you are now almost at the pseudo-eternal level. Gold-level warriors won't be able to harm you. Your weapon is currently the most advanced and unique one we can modify." Wei Dong played with the mountain and river sword, his eyes gleaming with excitement. However, when his gaze fell once again on the bottle filled with ashes, he couldn't help but ponder, is this really the pinnacle of the power that eternal technology can achieve? At noon, Yifan waited for Zhao Deming in a private room at a restaurant. Soon, Zhao Deming arrived as promised, accompanied by several robed warriors who stood silently by the door. Yifan started, "Master Zhao, were you startled yesterday?" Zhao Deming responded, "Startled? Not really. Just need to be more cautious. Even the rats in Yun City dare to bite people on the streets." He glanced at the dishes on the table, slightly surprised. "Young Master Yi seems quite hospitable today." Yifan gestured for him to sit and got straight to the point. "My companion should have conveyed my message." Zhao Deming nodded. He did. "Have you decided on what you need?" Yifan admitted. "I have. Master Zhao, what I want is simple, and you should be able to provide it. If you give it to me, the previous rice incident will be forgotten, and the 3 million rice debt won't be mentioned again." Zhao Deming's eyes lit up. "What do you require? Feel free to ask." Yifan looked directly at Zhao Deming and pointed upwards. "I need to know something about the eternal clouds." Zhao Deming's expression froze, and he forced a smile. "Young Master Yi, you're joking. Matters related to the eternal clouds are beyond the reach of people like us." Yifan explained, "Of course, I didn't say I need it from you, Master Zhao. I just need to know. I want to learn about the eternal clouds from you." Zhao Deming hesitated for a moment and then asked, "Why do you want to know about these things?" Yifan was straightforward. "To get involved. I've already learned about the affairs in Yun City. To be honest, I also have an interest in that person." Zhao Deming was surprised. "You know about Qin Changsheng?" Yifan frowned. "Qin Changsheng? So that's his name." Realizing he had slipped up, Zhao Deming looked annoyed. He coughed and no longer hid it. "Young Master Yi, everyone in Yun City wants to get Qin Changsheng. Everyone uses their own methods, and information is just one of them. If you want to get involved, why not find out yourself?" Yifan shook his head. "Finding it out myself would be too time-consuming. Seeing you and City Lord Wei talking yesterday, I figured you have a lot of information." That's why I came to you to discuss cooperation. 3 million in rice for some information. Surely Master Zhao wouldn't pass up such a profitable deal. After all, the rice situation can be big or small. If I decide to make a fuss. Zhao Deming understood Yi Fan's intention and cursed inwardly at the cunning young man for blackmailing him. Yi Fan urged, Master Zhao, don't hesitate. A few words for 3 million is a good deal. Considering your plans, this 3 million in rice will be worth much more in the future. Anger and doubt flashed in Zhao Deming's eyes. Finally, he asked, Young Master Yi, what information do you want? Yi Fan smiled, not much. Zhao, it's best if you talk freely. If I have to ask, you might find it annoying. Zhao Deming suppressed his emotions. You may ask first. Yi Fan didn't hold back and asked directly, Zhao, where is Chen Changxing now? None of us know where Chen Changxing is. Yi Fan's question made Zhao Deming shake his head helplessly. Only Wei Dong knows his whereabouts. We just recently learned about Chen Changxing from the Zheng family. Wei Dong? You mean the city lord? Yi Fan nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over Zhao Deming's face. After a moment of thought, he asked, Master Zhao, who are the people interested in Chen Changxing now? Zhao Deming was taken aback by the question and then smiled bitterly. In Yunqing, anyone who knows about Changxing Yuan is eager to find Chen Changxing. The most powerful forces currently are the Sun and Zheng families. They are colluding with the dynasty organization, putting pressure on Wei Dong both openly and covertly. They have effectively taken over Yunqing's law enforcement agencies. Their current plan seems to be causing chaos and civilian casualties with the dynasty organization's people. As the city lord, Wei Dong will undoubtedly be held accountable for the dynasty's rampant actions. They've managed to take over the law enforcement agencies in Yunqing? Yi Fan frowned, unable to hide his surprise. Law enforcement agencies are typically directly under the higher authorities, and it's not easy to take them over. Even in the chaos of Pingqing, the law enforcement agencies were never completely overrun. Only certain areas experience loss of control. Noticing Yi Fan's expression, Zhao Deming explained, Yunqing's situation is quite unique. Initially, the place was so poor that the law enforcement agencies were funded by the Sun and Zheng families. Over time, these families monopolized them, allowing them to act with impunity. Don't the higher authorities care about such things? Yi Fan pressed. Wei Dong is still the city lord. He could report this. Surely his words would carry some weight. Zhao Deming sighed and shook his head. It's unlikely his reports get through. The Sun family in Yunqing is under the Sun family in the capital, one of the 8 great families, which happens to control the regulatory bureau responsible for handling complaints. Yi Fan understood, his brow furrowing. This meant Wei Dong was entirely isolated and powerless. A city lord, and he hasn't prepared for this over the years? Yi Fan asked, puzzled. Zhao Deming explained helplessly, even if he prepared, it wouldn't matter. Wei Dong is not particularly talented, and his strength has improved slowly. He's only at a low golden level now, not enough to intimidate anyone. If not for his remarkable governance over the years, he might not have even kept his position as city lord. Everyone in Yunqing covets Chen Changxing, and Wei Dong insists on protecting him. So, many people are targeting him now. Zhao Deming suddenly remembered something and added, but I saw him using a weapon modified with Changxing technology yesterday. With that, he might hold out a bit longer. Yi Fan nodded slightly, having a rough understanding of Yunqing's situation. It was like a game of cat and mouse, with Wei Dong as the protective mother hen and the other forces as predatory hawks eyeing Chen Changxing. Wei Dong was isolated, relying solely on his accumulated achievements. However, in this era, achievements alone couldn't suppress others. Without strength, no one would care about your thoughts. This Wei Dong seems like a decent person, Yi Fan thought to himself. Then he turned to Zhao Deming and changed the subject. Master Zhao, you raised the grain prices to force Wei Dong to hand over Chen Changxing, didn't you? Zhao Deming quickly waved his hand, smiling cunningly. Not really. I just took the opportunity to make some money. Yi Fan saw through him but only said lightly, I don't believe it. Then he picked up the wine glass on the table. In any case, today's information is enough. Master Zhao, to a successful cooperation. To a successful cooperation, Zhao Deming replied, smiling as he drained his glass. Yi Fan put down his glass and stood up to leave. Master Zhao, we've finished our business, so I'll take my leave now. With that, he walked out, leaving Zhao Deming holding his glass, feeling both angry and bewildered. That kid, still so impolite, can't even say a few courteous words? Back at the mercenary group, Li Pengzi, who had been waiting at the door for a long time, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Fan, you're finally back. What's up? Yi Fan asked, frowning at Li Pengzi's anxious expression. Li Pengzi quickly explained, you don't know? Today, a lot of masked people from the dynasty organization appeared in Yunqing, causing chaos everywhere. The main city area is in complete disarray. The dynasty organization hates you, and you were out alone for half a day. We were all worried sick. A lot of masked people? Yi Fan frowned. These people are becoming so brazen. Qin Peng, standing nearby, added, yes, Captain. I just came back from the main city. It's completely chaotic there. Even Pingqing wasn't this bad. It's like they are doing it on purpose. As soon as the city guard shows up, they run away, and then appear somewhere else. City Lord Wei has no way to handle it. Yi Fan nodded to show he understood and stepped into the mercenary group's headquarters. Li Pengzi and Qian Peng followed, looking as if they wanted to say something but hesitated. Yi Fan stopped, turned around, and looked at the two of them with a smile. What? You want to help the city lord? Yes. Li Pengzi hesitated. Yi Fan, you might not have seen it, but those people are truly despicable. They kill indiscriminately, not even sparing children and the elderly. Judging by the situation, the big families aren't stepping in, and the city lord is completely isolated. If we don't help, those civilians won't stand a chance. Qian Peng agreed. Yes, Captain. We have the strength to help. A hint of a smile flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. It's rare to see you all volunteering. Since you want to help, we will. Notify all the mercenaries. Anyone willing to participate can join. Our mercenary group will cover the costs. For each enemy killed, there's a reward. If someone dies, their family will receive triple the compensation. Got it. Li Pengzi and Qian Peng responded enthusiastically and immediately went to inform the other mercenaries. Yi Fan stood up and turned to Pan Zhao. Mr. Pan, let's join in as well. You've been wanting to take down these scum. Pan Zhao frowned. Yi Fan, you shouldn't go personally. You're too important. In such chaos, you should stay out of it. I'll go to ensure things are handled. Your safety is paramount. Let others fight. Yi Fan shook his head, his gaze firm. I have to go. I'm not just fighting out of hatred. There's another reason. Wei Dong is isolated and helpless. Right now, only I can help him, and it's the only way I can meet Qin Changsheng. Hearing this, Pan Zhao was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and just nodded. He looked at Yi Fan with determination in his eyes. You come with me. I'll protect you as best as I can. Yi Fan didn't refuse this time. He nodded slightly, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. All right, he replied simply, understanding that even without Qin Changsheng's involvement, he would have chosen to act. Just as Pan Zhao said, they might have to deal with other matters first. But since it concerned Qin Changsheng, he had to step in personally. Yi Fan knew well that a genius like Qin Changsheng wouldn't be easily convinced with mere words. To earn his respect, one had to demonstrate strength. Compared to those who used threats and chaos to coerce, taking the risk to eliminate remnants of the dynasty seemed far more honorable. Soon, over 100 people gathered inside the Shanyi Tavern. These individuals had all witnessed Yi Fan's prowess and harbored a deep-seated hatred for the dynasty's organization. The chance to participate, combined with a substantial reward, had many eager to fight. Fatty Li leaned in close to Yi Fan and whispered, Yi Fan, we've got 112 people signed up. Yi Fan looked around, observing the lively crowd in the tavern with satisfaction. The number exceeded his expectations. He hadn't thought they could gather over 100 people. It seemed he had underestimated the passion of these ordinary folks. Gentlemen, follow me, Yi Fan said simply, and without further ado, he took the heavy sword off his back and headed out. A rowdy crowd poured out of Shanyi Tavern, making the already tense mercenary street even more boisterous. Many people, hearing the wild chatter of Shanyi mercenaries, looked on in amazement at the armed group, whispering among themselves. At the entrance of Lone Wolf Tavern, Zhang De, who was usually in charge of watching the street, noticed the commotion. He watched the Shanyi mercenaries gradually disappear into the distance, a look of surprise in his eyes. Xiao Sanzi, who had just been scolded, sidled up to Zhang De, explaining excitedly, yeah, the Shanyi guys are saying Yi Fan's offering big money 500,000 for each kill, and triple compensation if they die. He looked at the group with envy in his eyes. Zhang De glanced at Xiao Sanzi, spitting out a sunflower seed shell. What, you want to go too? He frowned. Have you even got a wife yet? If you die, who's going to claim the compensation? I still have my parents, Xiao Sanzi quickly replied. Even if I die, 1.5 million will be enough for them to live comfortably for the rest of their lives. That's nonsense. Zhang De slapped Xiao Sanzi on the head, scolding, you're an only child. If you die, how are your parents supposed to live? Get back to cleaning tables. You can't just think about these things all the time. Didn't I tell you before that this isn't something you can get involved in? Xiao Sanzi, rubbing his head, shrank back but remained stubborn. But I really want to go. Killing those dynasty scum feels worth it. Not worth a damn. Get back inside, Zhang De roared, kicking Xiao Sanzi into the tavern. Your mom left you in my care to learn to hunt and make money for a wife, not to fight the dynasty scum. If anyone's going to fight, it's me, not a kid like you. Xiao Sanzi nearly fell, but perked up at the latter part. Boss, you're going to help Yi Fan? Who said I'm helping Yi Fan? I'm helping our city lord Wei, Zhang De replied, grabbing a large knife and stepping inside the tavern. City Lord Wei has done so much for us. We can't leave him to fend for himself. We can't. The tavern echoed with the voices of Zhang Da's loyal comrades, all fired up and ready to fight. Zhang Da grinned, patting his hairy chest. We might not have the riches like Yifan, but if you kill someone, I'll give you 2 pounds of pork head meat. If you die, your parents become our parents, and we'll take care of them. Who's with me? With that, a group of men stood up from their seats. Xiao Sanzi tried to join them but was knocked down again by Zhang Da. Kids like Xiao Sanzi, who are only children and don't have wives or kids, should stay out of this. We're the top dogs on Mercenary Street. Taking a kid along would be a joke, Zhang Da said, lifting his knife and leading the way out. Unlike Yifan's group, these men reeked of alcohol and bore scars, armed with guns and swords, looking fierce. Yet, they exuded a certain heroic spirit. Mercenary Street quieted down after the two groups left, as if no one had gone to support City Lord Wei. Meanwhile, in the main district, Wei Dong was leading a squad of city guards, driving away a group of dynasty remnants. A guard, panting heavily, said, "City Lord, we can't kill all these dynasty remnants. We're too few. The main district is huge, and they're causing trouble everywhere. We're just ordinary people carrying heavy guns. We can't hold up." "I know," Wei Dong replied, looking at his weary guards, his brow furrowed. He had underestimated the shamelessness of those families. Seeing the dynasty remnants wreaking havoc openly in Yun City, they chose to stand by. Not everyone was colluding with the dynasty, but they were equally detestable. Over the years, they had benefited from Yun City's rapid development. Deploying a force comparable to the city guards would be easy for them. Yet now, they stood by, letting the chaos unfold. All this was to pressure Chen Chongqing, to gain control over his technology, and to seize control of Chongqing Yun. Wei Dong clenched his fists, thinking, such families are better off gone. Yun City would be better without them. "City Lord, there's another disturbance on Mingdian Street," a subordinate reported urgently. "Let's go." Wei Dong gritted his teeth, leading his exhausted guards towards Mingdian Street. Despite their weariness, the soldiers mustered their strength and followed closely behind. Dragging this out will only lead to chaos. Wei Dong panted heavily as he glanced at the exhausted city guards behind him, gritting his teeth and pressing forward. They finally reached their destination, but the scene before him was unexpected. Over a dozen corpses of the dynasty's members lay scattered on the ground, with no sign of any survivors. Wei Dong stood stunned for a moment. The intelligence officers quickly dispersed to question the nearby civilians. Moments later, one of them ran back, excitedly reporting, "City Lord Wei, Yifan and the Shunyi mercenary group came to our aid. They deployed over 100 people, led by Yifan himself, and even had a 9-star gold expert who easily wiped out the dynasty remnants here." "Yifan?" Wei Dong frowned slightly. "Is it that Yifan from the Yi family in Pingqing?" "Yes, it's him," the intelligence officer confirmed. Many of the city guards sighed in relief upon hearing this. Wei Dong fell into deep thought. The Yi family and the dynasty are mortal enemies, so their involvement makes sense. But wasn't old Master Yi summoned back to the capital? Why would Yifan come to Yun City alone? While he was pondering, another report came in about disturbances elsewhere. Wei Dong had no time to think further and immediately led his team to the next battlefield. Upon arrival, they encountered the lone wolf mercenary group locked in fierce combat. This group was not as strong as Yifan's. They had only a few beast tamers and were barely holding on with their leader, a silver-ranked expert, and some firearms. The battle was intense. Seeing this, Wei Dong quickly led his team into the fray, and they soon defeated the enemy. "Zhang Da, what are you doing here?" Wei Dong asked angrily after the fight. "This is madness. The dynasty members are powerful. How can you tangle with them?" Zhang Da grinned. "If Yifan, a Pingqing native, can come to help, how could we Yun City folks leave our city lord to fend for himself? If it weren't for you, City Lord Wei, giving us a chance, we'd have starved on the streets long ago." Wei Dong shook his head and sighed, then turned to his city guards. "Hand over half of our firearms to them." The city guards promptly followed the order, dividing half of their firearms with the lone wolf mercenary group. Wei Dong explained, "These firearms are powerful enough to kill silver-ranked beasts. Since you're joining the fight, take these." Zhang De gratefully accepted the weapons. Wei Dong then asked, "Where are Yifan and his people?" "We saw them heading north when we arrived," Zhang De replied. Wei Dong made a quick decision. "All right, you take the west, and I'll lead my men to the southeast." With the added firepower, Zhang Da's group could now handle the dynasty members independently. Combined with Wei Dong and Yifan's teams, the efficiency of the cleanup operation increased significantly. The dynasty quickly realized the dire situation. In the northern part of the city, a dynasty member hidden in a tree watched anxiously as Yifan's team effortlessly took down their forces. Yifan's squad was not only powerful but also able to predict their movements accurately, often setting ambushes and striking with precision. "This won't do. I need to inform the higher-ups immediately," the member muttered, pulling out a communicator. Just as he was about to make contact, a clear female voice from Yifan's team called out, "Yifan, there's someone in the tree." Before the words had fully left her mouth, Pan Zhao had already appeared at the base of the tree in a flash. The communicator fell to the ground with a crack and was crushed underfoot. Yifan walked up, a slight smile on his lips. He knew it was the brilliance of Wang Lingxi, who seemed harmless but could see through everything that had been overlooked by the enemy. "Yifan, there's a group of men in black robes 1 kilometer northeast." Wang Lingxi's voice sounded again. Yifan nodded in acknowledgement, silently praising this capable assistant who was adept in both support and internal affairs. Who would have thought that just a few months ago, she was an ordinary student being chased around the academy? Cultivating geniuses is one thing, but turning an average person into a talent is another form of accomplishment. As the cleanup operation progressed, by evening the chaos had been completely quelled. Yifan and Wei Dong's teams met in the city center. Wei Dong expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "Thanks to your help, brother Yifan." Yifan humbly replied, "It was nothing, hardly nothing. Without your help, today's situation would have been much worse." Wei Dong said sincerely, "I must properly thank you another day." Yifan politely declined Wei Dong's invitation and then asked, "City Lord Wei, why was there such chaos today? Yet I never saw any law enforcers." Wei Dong sighed deeply. "Alas, it's no secret, brother Yifan. The law enforcement in Yun City is no longer under my control. Several major families have seized the main power and no longer heed my commands." Yifan nodded, as if he had heard this before, and asked, "Today's incident was instigated by the dynasty, yet these families remain indifferent. Could it be they have ties with the dynasty?" Wei Dong was taken aback and wanted to deny it, but considering Yifan's background, he eventually smiled bitterly. "Brother Yifan, your insight is sharp. My management of Yun City has indeed become a laughingstock." "It's not a laughing matter. City Lord Wei is not at fault. It's these people who are truly despicable," Yifan responded, his eyes flashing with a hint of coldness. "City Lord Wei, do you have any plans for dealing with them?" Upon hearing those words, Wei Dong was momentarily taken aback, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure and merely shook his head. He was well aware that these prominent families held the lifelines of Yun City's various industries. Acting rashly would only incite chaos. However, the current situation in Yun City was already on the brink of eruption. Yifan's sharp gaze swept across Wei Dong's face as he said meaningfully, "These people's appetites are insatiable. Even if City Lord Wei satisfies their demands this time, they will find new leverage to threaten you next time." Wei Dong frowned and turned to Yifan. "It seems you know quite a bit." Yifan nodded candidly and said straightforwardly, "City Lord Wei, I am here to find Chen Chongsheng." "You're looking for him too?" Wei Dong asked in return. "Are you also interested in his immortality technology?" Yifan's lips curled slightly. "I have no interest in any immortality technology. I just believe that a genius like Chen Chongsheng should openly showcase his talents, rather than hiding away." These words seemed to strike a chord with Wei Dong. He nodded in agreement. "I think the same. Unfortunately, in Yun City, I am isolated and without support." "I can help you, City Lord Wei," Yifan immediately offered. Wei Dong hesitated, scrutinizing the young man before him. "You're alone, and the Yi family has already returned to the capital." Yifan interrupted with a shake of his head. "Suppressing the dynasty organization doesn't require much force. The biggest issue now is that information can't get out. I can solve that. While I'm not clear on the higher-up stance, if old Yi steps in, they won't ignore it. But there might be people causing delays." He continued to analyze. "The key is to quell the chaos during this period. The dynasty organization has infiltrated everywhere. If civilian casualties are too high, the conflict will escalate and implicate you, City Lord Wei." Hearing this, Wei Dong found himself agreeing with Yifan's analysis. After a brief consideration, he tentatively asked, "So, you want to cooperate with me?" "You could say that," Yifan nodded. "I want to meet Chen Chongsheng." Wei Dong declined. "I can't let you see him now. All factions are watching me closely. I must avoid him being discovered." Yifan understood and then shifted the conversation. "City Lord Wei, the firearms you possess, are they made using the immortality technology?" This time, Wei Dong did not deny it and admitted, "Indeed. It's an application of the immortality technology. We refine minerals to replace conventional bullets, providing greater firepower for the firearms." Yifan nodded thoughtfully, then after a moment of silence, asked, "So, do you agree to cooperate with me, City Lord Wei?" Wei Dong sighed. "I'm willing to cooperate, but I'm not sure what exactly you mean by cooperation, Yifan. Do you want to fight the dynasty organization together, or do you just want to meet Chen Chongsheng?" "Both," Yifan smiled. "Someone like you, City Lord Wei, should understand that sometimes it's unnecessary to separate things too clearly. As long as we achieve our ultimate goal." Wei Dong agreed readily. "All right. If you have any requests or plans, just let me know." Yifan got straight to the point. "I need 50 of those firearms to arm my people. I will help you defend the northern district for a while. During this period, I might take some actions and will inform you if I need your assistance. Wei Dong hesitated briefly but quickly agreed. I can accept that condition. Then it's a deal. Yi Fan extended his hand with a smile. Once the situation in Yun City stabilizes, I hope to meet Chun Changsheng. As Wei Dong shook hands with Yi Fan, he suddenly realized that the calm, confident, and articulate young man before him was only 15 years old. Throughout the conversation, Yi Fan had almost entirely taken the lead, exuding a maturity and steadiness far beyond his years. After Yi Fan left, Wei Dong watched the young man and his beastly companion disappear into the distance, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Is he really just a teenager? Meanwhile, in the capital, Yi Mao stood up immediately upon hearing news from Yi Fan. The high-level meeting had long ended. Although he had been granted the title of marshal for his contributions to the dynasty, he was actually stripped of his military power and left idle in the capital. For a seasoned warrior like Yi Mao, this life of attending boring meetings and social banquets was torturous. What did Feiner's message say? Tell me quickly, Yi Mao asked urgently. A soldier handed over a communicator, which displayed a brief message. I plan to recruit a talent in Yun City. The current situation there is dire, with the dynasty organization colluding with local families. The Sun family is deliberately obstructing communication. Please help me get the message out, grandfather. Yi Mao frowned and murmured. Yun City? What is that boy doing there? Recruiting talent? Is he thinking of forming a private army? Despite his puzzlement, Yi Mao decided to act. He stood up, a smile suddenly appearing on his face. Those fools think they can control me by keeping me in the capital, but they don't know that the Yi family has such a capable descendant. The collusion between dynasty remnants and local magnates, with the Sun family obstructing communication, gives me plenty to talk about. Come on, today I'm going to have a good meeting with those people. Early in the morning, the central hall of Kyoto welcomed the daily court assembly. The palace was bustling with people, as hundreds of human nobles gathered, causing those who sought favor to be busy delivering gifts and invitations. The high-ranking officials, led by the 8 great families, formed groups and ascended the long steps slowly. Amidst the bustling crowd, an unfamiliar old man stood out. He walked with his head held high, contrasting sharply with the surrounding officials. Someone recognized him and whispered in astonishment, "Isn't that Yi Mao? What's he doing at the morning assembly?" Since being reassigned to Kyoto, he rarely shows up. The higher-ups don't bother with him much, letting him do as he pleases. Must be something important. Don't you know the Yi family? Every time they show up at court, trouble follows. Back when Zhan Tianwang attended court thrice, each time led to military action, either fighting this or that, scaring the higher-ups. But hasn't Yi Mao been stripped of his military power? What troops can he command? The murmurs did not affect the progress of the assembly. As the palace doors opened, a procession of people filed in. The palace's interior was simple, with a round table at the center, and at the head sat 3 elderly men with kind faces. They were the representatives of the highest council, known by the titles of scholar, warrior, and sage, supposedly former kings from an earlier generation, responsible for the daily court decisions. Seating arrangements were meticulously planned, with the most powerful sitting closest to the head. The first row was usually occupied by the Ji and Sun families. However, Yi Mao ignored these conventions and sat directly in Sun Wu's seat. Sun Wu's face darkened immediately and was about to speak when Yi Mao preempted him. What? Are we going to follow bureaucratic formalities even in the council hall now? Sun Wu was at a loss for words, and Scholar King, sitting at the head, had to mediate. Yi Mao is a marshal. By seniority and age, he can sit here. Sun Wu, let it go. Sun Wu had no choice but to nod in agreement and took a seat below Yi Mao. The meeting began with regional officials reporting information that needed discussion, followed by a lengthy discussion of frontline war conditions. These processes were tedious, and Yi Mao, who had intended to wait, grew impatient after more than an hour and finally spoke up. Scholar King, I have something to report. Hearing this, Scholar King's expression changed slightly, and he exchanged a helpless glance with his colleagues. They all knew that whenever Yi Mao spoke, it meant trouble. But with everyone now quiet, Scholar King had no choice but to nod. Marshal Yi, what do you have to report? Yi Mao said sternly, Scholar King, I have received news that a family in Cloud City is colluding with the dynasty organization, causing chaos locally, and Cloud City is unable to suppress it. I request Scholar King to send troops to Cloud City to quell the unrest. Upon hearing this, Sun Wu's expression immediately turned complex. Scholar King frowned and asked, how does Marshal Yi know about the situation in Cloud City? Scholar King, the Yi family has a descendant training in Cloud City, Yi Mao replied. Scholar King did not pursue further but looked puzzled. If Cloud City is unable to suppress the dynasty organization, they should report it to the Regulatory Bureau. He then looked at Sun Wu. Director Sun, have you received any reports from Cloud City? Scholar King, no, Sun Wu replied, trying to maintain his composure. though his face showed signs of distress. No. Scholar King frowned and looked back at Yimao. Yimao suddenly slammed the table, startling everyone. Some people turn a blind eye and a deaf ear, so naturally, there is no report. Sun Wu's face turned pale with anger. Marshal Yi, you cannot speak so recklessly. What do you mean by some people turning a blind eye and a deaf ear? Fabricating military reports and creating rumors. Even if you are Marshal Yi, you cannot slander others like this. Yi Mao, do not stoop to slandering someone like you. Sun Wu. Yi Mao snorted coldly, then turned to Scholar King and bowed. My descendant would not lie. Scholar King, please dispatch troops. Scholar King found himself in a dilemma. After a moment of contemplation, he said, both of you, please calm down. Perhaps there is some misunderstanding. Various reports come in daily, and there might be an oversight. Director Sun, can you investigate this matter? Sun Wu stood up and quickly returned with a stack of documents. The Regulatory Bureau records all incoming information promptly, and it goes through 3 levels of review before reaching me, with detailed records at each stage, making it impossible to falsify. I have extracted reports from South River Province over the past 100 days for Scholar King to review. Scholar King carefully reviewed the documents but found nothing unusual and had to tell Yi Mao, Marshal Yi, there is indeed no report. Whether there is a report or not, it is up to some people to decide. Yi Mao responded coldly. Yi Mao. Sun Wu was furious, and both men stood up, creating a tense atmosphere in the palace. The 3 kings shook their heads helplessly. Scholar King intervened. Both of you, sit down. Marshal Yi, the dynasty organization is a common enemy, and Director Sun is unlikely to make such a foolish move. Perhaps your descendant is overly cautious. Each city has a substantial law enforcement presence and should be able to handle minor remnants of the dynasty. The situation might stabilize in a few days. The central forces are crucial, especially with the front lines being tight recently. We cannot deploy them casually. My descendant does not lie, Yi Mao insisted. This matter requires no debate. Scholar King, just send a capable person to investigate. Scholar King nodded. Investigating is possible. Since Cloud City is in South River Province, let Governor Li Ming handle it. From the middle of the round table, Li Ming stood up and accepted the order. Scholar King, I will handle this matter promptly and provide a response to Marshal Yi and Scholar King. Go ahead. Scholar King watched Li Ming leave, then turned to Yi Mao. Marshal Yi, is it acceptable for Li Ming to handle this? I will follow Scholar King's arrangement. Yi Mao nodded, a subtle look flashing in his eyes. Li Ming was like a brother to him, so he should be able to handle the matter fairly. Yi Fan, my young friend, these are the guns I had crafted overnight. There aren't many, just 30. Early in the morning, Wei Dong arrived at Shunyi, carrying a conspicuous box. Yi Fan took the box and gave a nod to Li Pengzi. Li Pengzi understood and quickly put the box away. Thank you. Yi Fan briefly expressed his gratitude before getting straight to the point. Going forward, I'll be taking over the original enforcement team. City Lord Wei, I assume you can grant me all the necessary privileges. Privileges? Wei Dong hesitated slightly but soon nodded in agreement. I'll issue a document appointing you as the captain of the patrol team. You can handle certain matters on your own. All right, Yi Fan nodded. Thank you, City Lord Wei. It's me who should be thanking you, Yi Fan. Wei Dong clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. I'll go handle the city guard affairs now. If anyone causes trouble later, we'll deal with it together. Understood. After Wei Dong left, Yi Fan headed to the back and carefully examined the firearms. He picked one up, a glint of interest flashing in his eyes. These guns contain refined energy, probably extracted from minerals. The energy is precisely controlled and converted into manageable power. The key to the longevity technology seems to lie in this refining process. Wow, does that mean you've figured it out, Yi Fan? Li Pengzi asked in surprise. Yi Fan shook his head with a smile. I just understand the principle. The technology itself is the core. It's not something you can grasp with just a glance. But knowing the principle is enough. It justifies our efforts to find Chen Changsheng. So, are we just going to patrol the area now? Li Pengzi asked, puzzled. Sort of, but there are other tasks as well. Yi Fan turned to Wang Lingxi. The team from Pingqing has arrived, right? Have them come see me. Wang Lingxi nodded and picked up a communicator. Shortly after, 2 young men walked in, excitedly calling out, Boss Yi Fan, you too. Li Pengzi recognized them in surprise. Zhou Tsong, Deng AI? Yi Fan nodded in confirmation and patted Zhou Tsong on the shoulder. Your talents are similar to Wang Lingxi's. This time, you're here to patrol. You should have experience from hunting in Pingqing. This time, your targets are members of the dynasty. Distribute the guns to the team. From now on, you two are squad leaders. Squad leaders? Zhou Tsong exclaimed in delight. Does that mean I've been promoted? Yes, Yi Fan encouraged with a smile. Go on, do a good job, and maybe you'll be promoted to a higher rank in the future. Zhou Tsang and Deng Ai left cheerfully, carrying the box of firearms. Wang Lingxi asked, puzzled, Yifan, why choose these two as squad leaders? They have practical talents, Yifan explained. It's just a squad leader position, nothing too critical. This gives them a chance to prove themselves. We're starting to build our blueprint now, and need to arm some people. This is an opportunity for them to gain experience. Blueprint? Li Pengzi asked, confused. What kind of blueprint? A blueprint of power, Yifan patiently explained. Whether it's forming a mercenary group or a business association, it's all part of the plan. We currently don't have many good channels, so the main focus is on selecting personnel from the mercenary group, forming independent squads, providing benefits, and training them to be our own forces. As our forces grow stronger, they can support the business associations and other ventures. What starts as one squad will eventually become 10, 100, and so on. These will be our strength. Chun Peng expressed concern. Captain, are we planning to raise private soldiers? There's a ban on private armies. 1 or 2 squads are fine, but if we have more and get discovered, it would be a serious crime. Yifan calmly replied. Who said these are private soldiers? They're members of my mercenary group. Chen Peng suddenly understood. Li Pengzi also realized. No wonder you wanted to form a mercenary group. Using the guise of a mercenary group to build your own forces, earning money while strengthening your power, and then using that power to earn even more money. If we manage to build this up, Yifan, are you planning a rebellion? Yifan shook his head with a smile. It's not about rebellion. The world doesn't belong to anyone in particular. Even if it were a rebellion, who would we be rebelling against? Pengzi, I've often told you to think bigger. With a broader perspective, you see more. We've all seen a lot now, and eventually, we need to go to university. But after graduation, do we stay on the front lines or return home? To reach that legendary step, we need both power and personal strength. Don't the major families cultivate their own forces everywhere? Take the Sun family in Yunqing, for example. Can you say they're not just a pawn of the Sun family? Li Pengzi shivered a bit. It sounds so complicated. It feels like humanity is on the brink of a cold war, with various warlords carving out territories. Yifan said thoughtfully, isn't that what's happening now? Many are already laying their plans. I'm starting to understand why some members of the dynasty say the problem isn't with the dynasty itself. You can see a lot from Yunqing. Many major families are unhappy with the restrictions. Outwardly, they still submit, but they're exploiting loopholes. Look at how they collaborated with the dynasty to force out Qinchangsheng. You'd think Wei Dong was the villain. It's not the dynasty running rampant. It's these scheming families giving them the green light and profiting from the chaos. Li Pengzi hesitated. But if it's just about profit, they might not necessarily rebel. They might just want money. Yifan shook his head, looking out the window. You're thinking too simply. Profits have limits, but human desires are boundless. When they realize they can bypass the rules, one day they'll want to establish new ones. It's just a matter of time. As night fell, the Sun family mansion in Yun City was brightly lit and bustling with activity. In the courtyard, the heads of the Sun and Zheng families sat at the head of the gathering, surrounded by a group of individuals dressed in black robes, each bearing a distinctive emblem on their chests. They stood respectfully, maintaining a solemn silence. The group was seated around a large bonfire, the flames casting anxious shadows on their faces. A man crouching by the fire was the first to break the silence. Master Sun, summoning us here at this late hour must mean there's something important you need to discuss. Master Sun remained calm as he spoke slowly. We've received news from above. Yimao has reported to King One, alleging that there is a rebellion in Yun City and requesting military intervention to suppress it. The crowd was visibly shaken by this revelation. One person angrily exclaimed, "It must be that bastard Yifan." Another individual expressed concern. There are only so many of us in Yun City. If we're discovered, it could be disastrous. Have troops been dispatched? How close are they? Master Sun shook his head. No troops have been sent, but the governor of the southern region, Li Ming, has been dispatched. He should arrive in Yun City in 3 to 5 days. 3 to 5 days? That's not enough time, someone exclaimed, their face turning pale. Our people are in key positions. We won't have time to withdraw. We'll definitely be found out. Master Zheng, however, seemed unfazed. Why withdraw? The emperor is far away, and they don't know the actual situation in Yun City. If it's just a rebellion, we can help suppress it in the next few days. Master Sun nodded in agreement. Exactly. We don't know the specifics of what Yifan reported, but if it's just a rebellion, we can put on a show and deal with it. The key is to control Qinchangsheng. Whether there is a rebellion or not is up to us. He continued outlining the plan. In the next few days, we'll have some servants wear the organization's uniforms and cause trouble. We'll then assist in quelling the disturbances. The higher-ups might even commend us. Someone still had reservations. But will that work? Li Ming is a governor, at least at an honorary level. If he investigates seriously, Master Sun interrupted. Who takes things seriously these days? Li Ming is indeed the governor, but his son, Li Xiao, works in the regulatory bureau. He looked at the crowd meaningfully. You are all seasoned players. You should understand that the world is not just about fighting. His words left the crowd momentarily stunned before they erupted into knowing laughter, which sounded particularly harsh in the night. The next morning, Zhou Cong, Deng Ai, and others were already patrolling with guns, while Wei Dong led a team to inspect the city. By noon, there were several outbreaks of chaos in the main district, but each time Wei Dong arrived, the enforcers had already handled the situation. This continued into the afternoon, and the disturbances gradually subsided. Wei Dong found this puzzling and, after some thought, decided to report the situation to Yifan and Shunyi. Enforcers taking the initiative? Yifan frowned upon hearing this. Wei Dong nodded. Yes, almost all the disturbances today were quelled by them. Could it be because Brother Yifan has already reported to the higher-ups? Yifan pondered. That could be it. With people coming from above, these families are scared of being held accountable, so they deployed the enforcement team. But the higher-ups aren't fools. This last-minute effort will be easily exposed. It makes no sense. Why would they do this? He then asked, besides helping out, did they exhibit any other unusual behavior? Wei Dong recalled. Nothing else really. They didn't interact with me much. They left after dealing with the troublemakers. But today, the so-called rebellion members were very weak. Almost no beastmasters, just ordinary people with muskets. Ordinary people with muskets? Yifan seemed to realize something. So they staged the incidents themselves to make a show for the higher-ups. He thought for a moment. Could they have bribed someone above? It was said that King Wen personally dispatched someone. How could they be colluding with these families? With this in mind, Yifan took out his communicator to inquire about the situation from the only signal available from the capital. He quickly received a reply, and his face darkened. The person coming is Governor Li Ming of the southern region. Yifan looked at Wei Dong. Governor Wei, you've been an official for many years. What do you know about Li Ming? What kind of person is he? Wei Dong recalled. Governor Li Ming has worked in the capital for many years, only occasionally visiting Yun City for inspections. We've had a few interactions, but I don't have a strong impression. He seems to be a by-the-book official, neither particularly caring about the people nor particularly corrupt. Yifan nodded. So, he's mediocre and incompetent. It makes sense now. The Sun family in Yun City has connections in the capital. My uncle had a confrontation with Sun Wu over the report, and Sun Wu denied any rebellion in Yun City. This is not a small matter. If the report is false, my uncle will suffer. If it's true, the punishment from above will be severe. Li Ming is not a major player in the capital's hierarchy. Compared to the powerful 8 families, he's nothing. He likely wouldn't want to offend Sun Wu over this. As long as things look good on the surface, he probably won't dig too deep into Yun City's affairs. Wei Dong suddenly understood. So, the arrival of someone from above makes almost no difference? Yifan sneered. Pretty much. Still, even if they don't want to get involved, they need to maintain appearances. Since they're being shameless, we don't need to hold back either. Wei Dong hesitated. Brother Yifan, what do you plan to do? A cold gleam flashed in Yifan's eyes. We'll cause trouble. If they can have their own people pose as rebellion members to create chaos in Yun City, we can do the same. They think they can easily cover things up? Not so fast. Tonight, it'll take people to burn down the Sun family's granary. Burn the granaries? Wei Dong was momentarily stunned, a slight frown crossing his face. Yifan nodded, his gaze sweeping over Wei Dong's expression before continuing. In the past few days, I've learned that the Sun and Zhang families have been secretly building granaries in the city. Unlike the Zhao family, who openly buy rice, they are quietly hoarding it. Wei Dong fell into deep thought, then suddenly realized, are they trying to create chaos in the city, drive up rice prices, and artificially cause a famine? Yifan's tone was calm. I don't know Qin Changsheng well, but someone who would use that kind of technology to create the longevity cloud wouldn't stand by and let such atrocities happen. Wei Dong hesitated. But if we burn the granaries, won't the rice be gone? Yun City will lose a lot of food. Yifan looked directly at Wei Dong. Lord Wei, that grain belongs to them, not to you, and certainly not to Yun City. I hope you can see the difference. Not everyone cares about the people like you and Chen Changsheng. Some only think of themselves. A bunch of thieves. Wei Dong said angrily. Have they forgotten how we all worked together when Yun City was first established? They've forgotten. Yifan waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to say more. Lord Wei, remember this. No matter how close you once were, you are now enemies. What is there to say to an enemy? Wei Dong paused and then nodded. Understood. I agree with your plan. What do you need me to do? The Sun and Zheng families might deploy eternal level warriors. Eternal level? They might not dare to attack me. Yifan turned. Just wait for the good news. As night fell, a corner of Yun City's warehouse district still saw sporadic deliveries. A slender young man sat alone at the warehouse entrance, a golden spear by his side. Lu Chun, the delivery leader, closed the granary door and noticed the young man. Approaching, he greeted, Jing Ling, still not resting at this hour? My duty is to guard the granary, Jing Ling replied. What about you, brother Lu? Lu Chun sat down beside Jing Ling, sighing, people like us never get a break. Serving those above us, we'll probably never see a brighter future. Jing Ling tried to console him. Don't be so pessimistic. There's still a chance after a promotion. Lu Chun shook his head, took out a cigarette, and offered it to Jing Ling, who politely declined. Lu Chun lit it himself. People like us, without any special talents, can only do odd jobs. Being an official is out of the question. He turned to Jing Ling. I heard you were sent by the higher-ups. What are the top people in the dynasty like? Jing Ling thought for a moment. They're not much different from others, just in higher positions. Lu Chun nodded and asked about Jing Ling's personal life. Jing Ling briefly mentioned that he was an orphan raised by a foster father in the organization and now wanted to repay him. When the topic of marriage came up, Jing Ling smiled. I have someone I like. Once I have a proper status, I'll marry her. Lu Chun sighed. People like us don't have grand ambitions like those big shots. We just want to make a living and ensure our families are well. After a bit more small talk, Lu Chun stood up to leave. Jing Ling watched him go but suddenly saw Lu Chun stumbling backward. Under the moonlight, several figures loomed over Lu Chun. Brother Lu, what's wrong? Jing Ling grabbed his spear, calling out warily. Lu Chun turned back, his eyes filled with terror, silently mouthing, Run. Who are you? Jing Ling stepped forward with his spear, only to be struck by a heavy black sword. He blocked it, but was pushed back several steps. At the end of the street, a group of black-robed figures appeared, led by the owner of the black sword. Are you alone, guarding the Sun family's warehouse? Jing Ling gripped his spear tightly, his gaze fixed on the man opposite him wielding a heavy black sword. His hands trembled slightly. The power of that previous strike was terrifying. Who are you? Jing Ling demanded sternly. Beneath his mask, Yi Fan's lips curled into a smile. Me? I'm with the Dynasty Organization. Organization? Jing Ling was taken aback, then quickly realized. Whose men are you? Yun City is under the jurisdiction of the Guard King. Yi Fan was momentarily stunned. The Guard King? The one defending the beast frontier on the front lines. Jing Ling's face changed dramatically, realizing the man's identity was fake. He immediately launched an attack with his spear. His spear techniques were fierce and domineering, each strike powerful enough to shatter the bricks beneath them. Jing Ling displayed the strength of a golden 4-star warrior, his attacks relentless. Yi Fan drew his heavy sword to counter. Though slightly less powerful, he held his ground. After 20 exchanges, Yi Fan was pushed back several steps by a sweeping strike. Such a domineering spear technique is rare. Yi Fan squinted his eyes. Your identity seems unusual. Jing Ling snorted coldly, not answering, and attacked again. This time, Yi Fan didn't hold back. He summoned 3 beasts and activated the enchantment skill, Swift Wind Hawk. A whirlwind formed around Yi Fan, and Hellhound and Little Celestial Dog launched the first strike. Feeling his senses heighten, Yi Fan engaged Jing Ling once more. This time, not only could he block the fierce spear techniques, but he also began to gain the upper hand. You're Yi Fan? Jing Ling seemed to recognize his opponent, sweeping his spear to lift a section of the floor. Yi Fan easily slashed through it, but the two kept their distance. Who taught you swordsmanship? Jing Ling's grip on his spear tightened. It's even more domineering than my spear. Doesn't your Yi family specialize in hand-to-hand combat? Yi Fan explained. The Yi family practices hand-to-hand combat because Dragonid warriors can't control beasts. I'm not a Dragonid warrior, so practicing swordsmanship is fine. He stared directly at Jing Ling. Step aside. You can't stop me. Whether it's weapons or beasts, you can't match me. Several star levels can't bridge the gap between us. Step aside. Jing Ling's anger flared. It's my duty to stop you. If you want to pass, defeat me. Do you think I only have one trick? With that, Jing Ling plunged his spear into the ground. The golden spear vibrated and glowed brightly. A 2-winged golden tiger emerged from the spear, its roar echoing through half of Yun City. A beast spirit warrior, Yi Fan frowned. A golden 6-star beast spirit, the golden winged tiger, an extraordinary beast spirit. Behind him, Pan Zhao stepped forward. Yi Fan, we can't drag this out. The commotion is too big. Let me handle this quickly. No, you go burn the granary. Yi Fan shook his head, his gaze on the golden winged tiger in the sky. Leave him to me. Pan Zhao nodded and led the others around the battlefield, heading for the Sun family granary. You won't get away. Jing Ling roared, sweeping his spear. Yi Fan coldly replied. Jing Ling, your opponent is me. He planted his heavy sword into the ground, a black dragon coiling in the air, its roar shaking the heavens. Jing Ling was shocked. You're also a beast spirit warrior? How can one person master so many paths? What people deem impossible can often be broken. Yi Fan raised his heavy sword. I want to see how beast spirit warriors fight each other. In the sky, the black dragon roared and charged at the golden-winged tiger. Meanwhile, Pan Zhao and his men bypassed Jingling, torches in hand, heading for the Sun family granary. Night fell, and the stars were hidden. A large cloud, though not obscuring the moon, appeared magnificent under the moonlight. The Sun family head and the Zheng family head drank in the courtyard. The Zheng family head spoke first. Once Li Ming finishes his investigation, we can make our move. That Yi Fan is troublesome, but fortunately, Yi Mao has been recalled to the capital. Otherwise, with the Yi family's ways, we might be in trouble. The Sun family head was dismissive. Trouble? Hardly. Last time, during the purge of Ping City, Yi Mao broke the rules by mobilizing the Imperial Army and reuniting the battle army. All major offenses. The Yi family never learns. The stronger they get, the more the higher-ups fear them. Back when the Battle King held power, the entire human leadership was dissatisfied. With Yi Mao on the front lines, the higher-ups couldn't touch him. Now that they've found an excuse to recall him to the capital, he probably won't get another chance to leave. The Zheng family had agreed. Exactly. The Yi family is too rigid and slow to adapt. This time, Yi Mao's actions, though famous among humans, have cornered him. Without real power in the capital, he's like a toothless tiger, no threat at all. The Sun family had nodded, then looked up at the sky, musing. Speaking of which, Chun Chongqing is truly a genius. Creating something like the longevity cloud. I wonder how he does it. The Zheng family head shook his head. We don't need to know how he does it. The higher-ups want him, and that's enough. Once this is over, we should get promoted. Promotion is secondary. More practical benefits would be better, the Sun family head said. We've been in Yun City for 15 years. Honestly, this place is better than others, and we're used to it. Zheng family head, look at the night view of Yun City. It's beautiful. I wonder if the thousands of human cities have such scenery. Other cities don't have this cloud. The Zheng family head sighed. After staring at the cloud for a moment, the Zheng family head felt something was off. Sun family head. Look, why does the night seem less dark tonight? With a hint of red? Because of the lights. What a silly question, the Sun family head replied, but then looked up and realized something was wrong. It seems like something is burning. That's clearly firelight. And it feels hot. The Zheng family head frowned and turned, his face changing drastically when he saw the scene behind him. There's a fire. A fire. The Sun family head also turned, seeing the blazing flames in the distance. That's the direction of my granary. Someone's burning my granary. Who dares to burn the Sun family's granary? The head of the Sun family roared, his voice thunderous. The head of the Zheng family, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, turned pale and panicked. Men, follow me to the granary. With a command, the heads of the two families quickly gathered a team of over 100 people and hurried to the Sun family's granary. Upon arriving, they saw a group of mysterious figures in black robes rushing out. Leading them was a young man wielding a black sword Yi Fan. Beside him, several fierce beasts stood ready to attack. The head of the Sun family recognized the familiar attire immediately. His eyes fell on the black sword and the beasts, and he hesitated for a moment. But soon, his anger flared up again. Yi Fan, how dare you? He bellowed. Who said I was Yi Fan? The young man sneered. I'm the leader of the dynasty organization. Before he finished speaking, Yi Fan patted the small celestial dog beside him. The dog opened its mouth, conjuring an elemental cannonball that shot towards the Sun family members. Taking advantage of the chaos, Yi Fan and his group turned to flee. Stop them, the head of the Sun family shouted, as the surrounding strongmen prepared to attack. But Yi Fan had anticipated this. With a wave of his hand, dozens of subordinates armed with energy guns opened fire. The barrage forced the Sun family's men to retreat. Sun Ping, attack. The head of the Sun family ordered, summoning his trump card. A lean man stepped forward, exuding a powerful aura. With a single palm strike, he unleashed a massive palm print that not only absorbed the bullets but also headed straight for Yi Fan and his group. In the nick of time, Pan Zhao intervened. With a roar, he summoned a lion beast. The lion's sharp claws collided with the palm print, shattering it instantly. Using the brief clash as cover, Yi Fan and his people slipped into the moonlit darkness. Sun Ping was about to pursue but was stopped by the head of the Sun family. Put out the fire, quickly. There are millions of pounds of grain here. The head of the Sun family was frantic, his voice cracking. Sun Ping then noticed the raging fire behind him. The granary and houses were ablaze, the flames lighting up the sky. Frowning, he summoned a whale beast. As soon as it appeared, the ground surged with seawater. Roar! The whale beast opened its mouth, releasing a torrent of water that doused the flames. Under the powerful water attack, the fire was finally brought under control. By then, the enforcers had arrived. With everyone's combined efforts, the fire was extinguished, leaving behind only a charred ruin. Yi Fan is a complete madman. The head of the Zheng family muttered in disbelief, arriving late to the scene and taking in the devastation. The head of the Sun family's face was ashen with rage. Though the loss of millions of pounds of rice was worth only a few million, Yi Fan's arson had completely destroyed the Sun family's granary. It was a public humiliation. Taking deep breaths to calm himself, the head of the Sun family said coldly, "Li Ming will be here in a few days. Yi Fan did this to embarrass us. This granary can store tens of millions of pounds of grain. To restore it won't be a matter of just a few days." The head of the Zheng family fumed. "Sun family head, this is outrageous. How can a few outsiders dare to do this in Yun City? They have Wei Dong's guns. He must have permitted this. We should demand an explanation from Wei Dong." The head of the Sun family shook his head, analyzing calmly. "It's not about Wei Dong. He dared to act, and they wore our organization's robes. Even if we confront Wei Dong, he could blame the organization. It plays into his hands. They're deliberately causing trouble before Li Ming arrives, and they've succeeded." The head of the Zheng family hesitated. "This doesn't seem like something Wei Dong would do." "Wei Dong wouldn't, but Yi Fan would. He's audacious and unscrupulous," the head of the Sun family said darkly. "We never expected him to be this bold and shameless." "So what do we do next?" the head of the Zheng family asked. "What else can we do?" the head of the Sun family replied harshly. "Guard the granary and make sure nothing happens in the next few days. When Li Ming arrives, we'll say we accidentally burned it ourselves." Meanwhile, in the mercenary camp, "Man, that fire was something else," Fatty Lee said, pulling off his hood, a proud smile on his face. The head of the Sun family was furious. "They'd never expect you, Yi Fan, to burn their granary." Yi Fan smiled calmly. "It's just a tactic. If they can use it, so can we. They gave me the idea. Tomorrow, we'll burn another place, and they won't be able to hide it." "Are we really going back tomorrow?" Wang Lingxi frowned, worried. "We just burned their granary today. They'll be on high alert. It won't be as easy. We barely got away this time, and that Sun Ping seems to be at the eternal level." "I never said we'd burn another granary," Yi Fan replied nonchalantly. "Their family isn't just about granaries. We'll burn a restaurant or a shop, anything. We don't need to be honorable with scoundrels. They have to save face, not us." The group was taken aback, not expecting such a casual response. "You're ruthless," Fatty Lee said, impressed. "The Sun family is really unlucky to have you as an enemy." "I never show mercy to my enemies," Yi Fan said. Just then, a faint sound came from the corner of the tavern. They turned to see Jing Ling, tied up and struggling, eyes wide and mouth gagged, making muffled sounds. "I almost forgot about you," Yi Fan said, walking over and pulling the gag from her mouth. "Kill me," Jing Ling shouted. "Kill you?" Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. "Why, because you feel humiliated being captured? Or because you can't accept losing in beast control? You didn't win because of your skills, but because your beast is stronger," Jing Ling retorted. "If it weren't for the dragon spirit in your sword, you wouldn't have beaten me." "A strong dragon spirit is also a skill," Yi Fan scoffed. "You, with your gold 5-star strength, couldn't beat me at silver 9-star. Your gold 6-star golden winged tiger couldn't beat my gold 3-star black dragon. Whether in physical combat, beast control, or spirit control, you lost. Jada Bailong lost to me at the same level. What right do you have to be dissatisfied?" The words fell among the mercenary group, and Jing Ling stood there, momentarily speechless. Yi Fan's words hit him like a sledgehammer, shattering his confidence. This was an unprecedented situation for him. In his 20s and already a golden 5-star, Jing Ling had always considered himself a top talent among his peers. He possessed domineering spear skills and a compatible beast spirit weapon, making him a formidable force among those at his level. Battling ordinary superhumans was usually a breeze for him. However, at this moment, having been defeated by Yi Fan, who was at a higher echelon, and then having the gap between them pointed out so bluntly, Jing Ling felt a deep sense of defeat. He had to admit, if even the mighty Jia Bailong had lost to Yi Fan, what reason did he have to be unconvinced? After a long silence, Jing Ling finally spoke, his voice tinged with despair. "Kill me?" He paused and then emphasized, "I won't tell you anything." Yi Fan merely chuckled. "It doesn't matter if you don't tell me. You've already said the most important thing." He stared at Jing Ling and said in a deep voice, "You mentioned this area is under the jurisdiction of the Zhenwang. This means the Zhenwang, who wields significant military power, is one of the top leaders in your dynasty organization." Yi Fan continued to analyze. Zhenwang is one of the 5 kings on the front line and is very close to the Li Wang. If he rebels, Li Wang will certainly follow. Combined with the Sun family controlling the regulatory bureau and the Ji family controlling the inspection bureau, your higher-ups already have the power to influence the decisions of the human leadership, forming a closed loop. Listening to Yi Fan's reasoning, Jing Ling's face grew increasingly grim. but he still gritted his teeth and remained silent. Yifan squinted slightly. Enough. Stop pretending. Do you think you can hide the information? Your spear technique, called the Overlord Spear, was passed down by a powerful figure known as the Overlord hundreds of years ago. The Overlord was skilled in weaponry, and the Overlord Spear is one of the 15 weapon techniques he left behind. There have been 7 generations since the Overlord, and in this generation, it should be passed down by Wu Jingtian. Stop talking. Jingling finally broke down, his eyes filled with fear. How do you know so much about these things? Yifan's deep gaze bore into Jingling. I can see more than you think. Jingling let out a long breath, feeling as if all his strength had been drained, collapsing to the ground. Yifan had seen through him completely, deducing all the hidden information with just a few words and the details of their battle. After a long while, Jingling looked up, exhausted, and asked, "You already know everything. What more do you want me to say?" Yifan calmly replied, "I want all the information you have. Everyone you know, everyone who has joined the dynasty organization." Jingling shook his head. "I can't do that. Betraying the organization is a capital offense." Yifan countered, "For a dynasty organization, you're this loyal? You're quite capable, and you don't seem like a stubborn or gloomy person. You can't possibly believe everything the dynasty organization does is right." Jingling answered firmly, "My loyalty is to my foster father. He took me from the orphanage, raised me, taught me spear techniques, and gave me weapons. He means more to me than my biological father ever could." Yifan nodded. Wu Jingtian's foster son. He didn't press further. Instead, he lightly remarked, "Wu Jingtian is quite capable in the dynasty organization, so your status shouldn't be this low. Why were you sent here to guard some local family's warehouse?" Jingling was silent for a moment, then shook his head. "I don't know." Yifan seemed to understand something and chuckled. "Your foster father, if I'm not mistaken, has many foster sons, right?" Jingling nodded. "Yes, 79. He quickly added, "But my foster father isn't doing it for personal gain. He treats us all very well." Yifan retorted, "Do you believe that yourself?" Jingling hesitated for a moment, but quickly nodded firmly. "I believe." Yifan sneered. "If he really cared about you, he wouldn't send his foster sons to a place like this. Wu Jingtian has his own sons. Why does he need 79 foster sons? Out of the goodness of his heart? Someone who can scheme to throw the human race into chaos isn't kind-hearted. Every action he takes could create more orphans like you." Jingling argued, "It's not like that. My foster father and the others are truly loyal to the human race. They want to see the human race unified under a new king." Yifan frowned. "Unified? Isn't the dynasty organization trying to revive the beast dynasty? How does that align with a new human king? Are you saying you're from the lineage of the human king?" Jingling explained, "The king we're talking about isn't the old human king. It's a new human king for our race. My foster father said that great chaos brings great order. We created the dynasty organization to incite chaos so that a new order can emerge. After the death of the Battle King, the human race has entered a dark period. Without change, we will only face the counterattack of the extraterrestrial beasts. Only through complete chaos can a new human king emerge, and with the king's order, the human race can change." Yifan pondered. "Chaos for the sake of order." After a moment, he asked, "Is this belief your foster father's alone, or is it shared by the entire upper echelon of the dynasty organization?" Jingling replied, "My foster father said at least a part of them think this way." He looked at Yifan and added, "Not everyone in the dynasty organization is bad. Those who do evil are not necessarily evil people." Yifan mused, repeating the phrase, lost in thought. Upon hearing Jingling's words, Yifan fell into deep thought. His gaze turned profound, as if he were recalling memories from a past life. Scenes from his previous life flashed through his mind like a montage. The chaotic early days of the human race, the rise of a new king, and the eventual downfall. Each of these stages was etched deeply into his soul. Great turmoil brings great order, Yifan murmured to himself, a contemplative light flickering in his eyes. If Wu Jingtian and his people had foreseen this, then the vast net I sensed might not be just a figment of my imagination. He stood up and stretched, his eyes falling on Jingling. "You've given me some useful information," Yifan said, a hint of approval in his tone. "However, I won't let a potential threat go just because of a few words. You have 2 choices now. Follow me or die." Jingling hesitated, an unprecedented look of uncertainty crossing his face. He had been by Wu Jingtian's side for over 20 years, yet he had never fully grasped the essence of the royal organization. At this moment, Yifan's gaze seemed to pierce through everything, filling him with a sense of awe. "Yifan," Jingling finally spoke, "what exactly do you intend to do?" Yifan raised an eyebrow and, after a brief pause, replied, "I enjoy the feeling of being in control. I don't believe that great chaos is necessary for great order. If something is wrong, we'll fix it now. Why wait for chaos? So, you want to govern the human race? To become the human king? Jingling pressed. Yi Fan shook his head. I've never thought about that. I just want to minimize regrets in life. If I see something wrong, I'll correct it. If I can't tolerate someone, I'll eliminate them. If I find something worthwhile, I'll keep it. I want to reach the legendary peak of cultivation. Everything I do is from my heart. Nothing more. Jingling fell silent, prompting Yi Fan to ask him, what do you want to do? A handsome, endearing image surfaced in Jingling's mind, and he spoke softly. I have someone I love. I want to live honorably, become stronger, and marry her. Yi Fan nodded. Follow me, and I can give you a legitimate reason to marry her. Jingling hesitated for a long time before finally admitting, but how can I face my adoptive father? I'd be betraying him. Yi Fan responded calmly. If your adoptive father is truly the most loyal guardian of the human race, as you say, he won't blame you for joining me. You can tell him you're participating in the great order they hope for. If he's not, then any relationship built on lies isn't worth mentioning. These words plunged Jingling into a fierce internal struggle. His face displayed a complex mix of emotions as he weighed his adoptive father, his love, his ideals, and his dreams. Yi Fan did not rush him, merely waiting quietly. Time passed slowly, and the air grew thick with tension. Finally, Jingling raised his head. The future master of spear techniques had a determined gleam in his eyes as he nodded firmly. I am willing to follow you. 3 days passed quickly, and Li Ming arrived in Yun City. His heart was filled with doubts, hoping the city would remain peaceful and avoid unnecessary conflicts and troubles. However, the scene before him made him frown. A tavern was ablaze, thick smoke billowing into the sky. People were frantically trying to extinguish the fire, and the scene was chaotic. From the air, Li Ming could clearly see a group of men in black robes. He shook his head helplessly, sighing inwardly that Zhang Tian's grandson was indeed a troublemaker. As a seasoned veteran, Li Ming had his own judgment about the situation. He was certain that Zhang Tian's grandson had no ties with the dynasty organization, even though the men in black bore the organization's insignia. His experiences in the capital had long given him insight into Yun City's true nature. Thinking that Zhang Tian's grandson might have underestimated him, Li Ming felt a bit displeased, but a self-deprecating smile appeared on his face. Once, he had been a great general on the front lines, facing waves of magical beasts without flinching. Now, a boy far away in the capital considered him timid and weak, making him lament the ruthlessness of time. With a light sigh, Li Ming descended from the sky, landing beside the tavern. With just a wave of his hand, the flames were instantly extinguished. The crowd was stunned, and a knowledgeable family head even knelt on the spot, calling out, Governor. Li Ming sidestepped, saying calmly, I don't accept such grand gestures. With a wave of his hand, an invisible force lifted the man. Ordinary people had never seen such magical powers and looked on with fear and unease. Li Ming gently explained, the higher-ups sent me to check on the recent situation in Yun City. There's no need to be afraid. He softly urged the crowd not to spread the word and then disappeared down the street like a gust of wind. To the onlookers, it seemed as if a deity had descended. Even the usually arrogant family heads became subdued and uneasy. Meanwhile, in the Sun family courtyard, the head of the Sun family was listening to reports from his subordinates. Encountering Yi Fan had been a string of bad luck for them. This young man was exceptionally cunning, burning granaries, taverns, and even daring to set fire to the Sun family estate. The family head looked at the charred marks on the courtyard wall and couldn't help but curse. Last night's fire almost knocked him out of bed. The family head wished he could kill Yi Fan with a single strike, but was helpless. Yi Fan didn't even bother to disguise himself anymore, openly setting fires and then walking away. The family head dared not act rashly and could only wait for Li Ming's arrival. Just then, a breeze swept through the courtyard, and Li Ming suddenly appeared. The family head was so startled he nearly knelt down, hurriedly greeting, Governor. Li Ming waved his hand, his gaze sharp and his demeanor imposing. You don't need to say anything. Now, answer my questions truthfully. Meanwhile, in the Shunyi Tavern, Jingling excitedly reported to Yi Fan that the task was completed. Yi Fan smiled and praised. Feels good to punish evil and promote good, doesn't it? Jingling responded enthusiastically. Yes, it feels great. I never thought someone like me could have a day like this. Yi Fan spoke earnestly. A man born into this world should live with dignity. If you can't even enjoy this sense of righteousness, what's the point? As a person, you should stand tall and proud. You don't have to be a saint, but at least, you should stand in the sunlight without fear. Yi Fan then told Jingling not to burn any more taverns. He explained that Li Ming was about to arrive, and they needed to prepare for his arrival. Yi Fan mentioned that they might need external assistance to deal with Yun City's eternal-level experts. As he was speaking, a whirlwind suddenly arose in the tavern, and Li Ming appeared out of thin air. He seemed to have heard Yi Fan's words and said helplessly, I Li Ming, am not a weakling. As soon as this man appeared, everyone's expressions changed dramatically. Sun Chong and Pan Zhao immediately stood by Yi Fan's side, ready for a confrontation. Only Yi Fan remained calm. He looked at the elderly man who had just appeared and greeted him with a cupped fist. Uncle Li, long time no see. Technically, you should call me Grandpa Li. Li Ming responded helplessly, but I'm only 20 years older than you, little Yi, and just a few years older than your grandfather. It doesn't seem appropriate to consider myself from your grandfather's generation. I wanted to say something back then, but I held my tongue. Yi Fan, his expression unchanged, replied, then let's just stick with Grandpa Li. Li Ming waved his hand, not angry but rather assessing Yi Fan. You kid, have some serious guts. You were just bad-mouthing me, and now you act like nothing happened. He glanced around the mercenary tavern and continued, it seems your mercenary group is doing quite well. What? Planning to develop a private army? Yi Fan answered calmly, I wouldn't call it a private army, just some self-defense measures. With the turbulent times for our people, having some protection should be acceptable at higher levels. These are mercenaries from the group. We're comrades in arms. We're all just trying to make a living. I treat them well, and they are willing to follow me. It's not about forming a private army. Li Ming was taken aback by Yi Fan's words. He stared at Yi Fan for a long time. The question about a private army was tricky for anyone to answer, but Yi Fan managed to deflect it effortlessly, as if he had rehearsed it many times. Could such mature and worldly words really come from a 15-year-old boy? Li Ming shook his head and sighed. You? Never mind. I'm not here to talk about private armies. King Wen sent me to investigate the chaos in Yun City, and now I've seen it myself. Yi Fan nodded. Since Grandpa Li has seen it, there's no need to find me. Since the capital sent you, they naturally trust you. How to handle it is up to you. Hearing this smooth response, Li Ming glanced helplessly at the people around them before waving his hand. All right, I'm not an idiot. I know what you're thinking. Have your people leave so we can talk properly. Yi Fan nodded in agreement and signaled to Li Pengzi. Understanding the gesture, Li Pengzi quickly led all the mercenaries out, even arranging a fixed team to go hunting for extra income. Soon, only Pan Zhao and Sun Chong remained, still standing guard around Yi Fan. Seeing their wary expressions, Li Ming found it amusing but said nothing. After a moment of silence, he spoke to Yi Fan in a serious tone. I've understood the situation in Yun City pretty well. I know the causes and effects. I'm here to ask you how you want me to handle it. Yi Fan frowned and asked in return, how do I want you to handle it? Ideally, I would hope you handle it impartially. Li Ming replied with a bitter smile, I can't. I'm not like your uncle, with no private army and no great power. These people have backing. You can move against them, but expecting to eliminate them according to royal law is basically impossible. Yi Fan shook his head. If we don't eliminate them, there's no point. He paused for a moment and then continued. You are a glory-level expert, capable of founding your own sect. If you were dealing with the top levels in the capital, I could understand. But why be so restrained in a small place like Yun City? Li Ming sighed. It's not that simple. The stronger you are, the more constraints you face. When your brother acted in Ping City, it immediately drew suspicion. It seemed glorious, but he paid a heavy price for breaking the rules. I'm not weak or corrupt, but in the current situation, sometimes it's not about willingness but about lack of means. Hearing this, Yi Fan fell silent. A few days ago, he might have dismissed Li Ming's words as the excuses of a hypocrite, but after what Jingling had said, he now found himself deep in thought. According to their perspective, this was just the calm before the real chaos. There was still some time before everything fell apart. The human race was maintaining a superficial peace, and all the rules and constraints were still in place. These constraints were deteriorating, failing to bind those with ill intentions but still holding back the truly conscientious and ambitious. The chaos in the Ping City dynasty was unmanageable, and the royal organizations acted with impunity. Yet when Yimao acted to purge the corruption, he paid a heavy price. Similarly, if Li Ming acted in Yun City, he couldn't escape these constraints. He could clean up the mess, but he couldn't face the repercussions from the higher-ups. This was truly a strange situation. Yi Fan had met the three kings of the human race, and they were not incompetent. Even if they were far removed from the capital, they couldn't be blind to the blatant chaos. The top-level kings, both civil and martial, must have some involvement, perhaps even pushing for this great upheaval. This was a long-planned rebellion. Some were betting on the downfall of the human race during the chaos, while others hoped for a new dawn after the turmoil. Until then, they had a tacit understanding, as if they had reached a consensus to do nothing and merely wait, restricting anyone from interfering with the coming chaos. Yi Fan nodded slightly, taking a deep breath. The more he investigated, the more he learned, and the more alarmed he became. In his previous life, he knew nothing of the Yi family, the Battle King, or the royal organizations and fell into the historical currents completely unaware. This scheme had been in the making for over a century, perhaps since the fall of the Battle King. Whether it was the people in the royal organizations or the formidable Wu Jingtian mentioned by Jingling, they were all prepared for this. This wasn't frightening. The key was who dared to drive such a process. Both the human race and the royal organizations might have a truly terrifying force behind them. They all treated the human race as a chessboard, with everyone else, knowingly or unknowingly, serving as pieces. Even his past self might have been just a pawn that fell in one of their games. This was the truly alarming part. Maybe I'll see the answers when the curtain rises, Yi Fan murmured to himself, as if speaking an incomprehensible line. He didn't delve further but looked at Li Ming with a determined gaze and said firmly, Grandpa Li, you might be constrained and powerless, but do all you can. I'll handle the rest. You're going to handle this? Li Ming was slightly taken aback by the bold statement, his brows furrowing unconsciously. Yi Fan, maintaining his composure, responded calmly, both the Sun and Zheng families have eternal level powerhouses. Just bring them to me, Grandpa Li. He waved his hand lightly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. I have ways to make them submit to me. A hint of realization flickered in Li Ming's eyes. He cautiously asked, you want to force the Sun and Zheng families to bow to you? No. Yi Fan shook his head firmly. I can't tolerate them. Once their two eternal level powerhouses submit to me, I'll drive them out of Cloud City. Li Ming's frown deepened at Yi Fan's words. Your plan seems a bit far-fetched, he muttered after a moment's thought. I looked into Wei Dong's stance. He trusts you a lot. If you're doing this, there must be more to it. Yi Fan admitted candidly, claiming Cloud City isn't too much to ask. His tone took on a hint of ambition. I don't want to just sit around waiting for the future. I'm not a clockmaker, just watching time pass. While I'm still weak and unnoticed, I might as well be bold. His gaze became profound, as if painting a grand vision. I want to take Cloud City and make it my base. I'll grow stronger quickly, and in the future, expand from Cloud City to form my own power. Li Ming fell silent. If it were anyone else, he would have condemned them as overly ambitious. But facing Yi Fan, he was reminded of the unparalleled prodigy who once dared to pull on King Wen's beard to demand a military order. A 15-year-old, aiming to control a city, just a mere silver-level kid? After a long pause, Li Ming finally spoke, his voice hoarse, filled with a mix of emotions. What can I do to help you? Yi Fan quickly took out a pen and paper, jotting down a few lines. There's a lot I need your help with, Grandpa Li. He handed the note to Li Ming and explained in detail. First, I need you to eliminate part of the dynasty's forces. Since you already know, use whatever means necessary to force them to surrender some people. Those two eternal level powerhouses need to be subdued and brought to me. Second, when you return to the capital, don't mention the dynasty's presence in Cloud City. Instead, accuse the Sun and Zheng families of harboring malicious intentions. No matter how unwilling they are, they will have to act on this accusation. I'll work with Governor Wei to use this charge to expel them from Cloud City. Third, I need your cover. As the governor of the South, you're in charge of the entire South. For the next year, don't let anyone interfere with Cloud City's affairs. I'll be making significant moves here, and it must go unnoticed. Yi Fan's tone was solemn. Just these three things. Grandpa Li, please remember. Li Ming hesitated for a long time before finally accepting the note. He said with a complex expression, Yi Fan, what you're doing. One misstep and it's all over. Yi Fan, however, seemed invigorated. I'm not worried about failure. In fact, it excites me. He looked Li Ming in the eye and asked softly, Grandpa Li, you're involved in this too. Whether you act or watch from the sidelines, don't you want to see what lies behind this grand stage? Li Ming opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but ultimately just shook his head. I only wish for the prosperity of the human race and a peaceful life for the people. Yi Fan, however, was undeterred. But with the current situation, we must tear it apart to find a new path. If we do nothing, the human race will bleed even more. Li Ming voiced his concern. But this way, you'll become an enemy to both sides. While you're weak, they might ignore you. But as you grow stronger, more eyes will be on you. What you're doing is preventing everything they want from happening. After saying this, Li Ming seemed to regret agreeing to Yi Fan's request. He folded the note repeatedly. With your talent, even if you follow the traditional path, you could become a powerful figure in the future. Why not wait until then to act? Yi Fan, however, was confident. Don't worry about that, Grandpa Li. I know what I'm doing. I'm not trying to stop anything. I just don't want to stand by and watch. His eyes were deep, his tone resolute. Some things are completely different if done now rather than waiting until I'm a king. Li Ming was at a loss for words, eventually waving his hand in resignation. I didn't participate in that battle back then, thinking Zhang Tian wouldn't lose. When I learned of his death, my heart was shattered. Now, seeing his descendant like this, I don't know whether to be relieved or worried. He took a deep breath, making up his mind. I'll help you. This is a debt I owe to Zhang Tian. I can buy you a year. Time may be running out, with changes happening slowly. Be careful. Finally, Li Ming left with a simple "I'm leaving," his voice echoing in the mercenary tavern as he vanished. Pan Zhao seemed thoughtful, while Jing Ling was full of confusion. Yi Fan, sitting in his chair, had a fire in his eyes. The information he had gathered was enough, and with Li Ming's help, the chaos in Cloud City, and the shifting times, he had the perfect opportunity. It might be risky, but this chance was fleeting. Clearing out the malignancies and subduing Chen Changsheng would make Cloud City the foundation of his vast future empire. A few days later, the turmoil in Cloud City began to stabilize. As promised, Li Ming forced several families to surrender some members of the dynasty, weakening its power. He also brought Sun Ping and Zheng Chang to Yi Fan. Sun Ping refused to sign a contract, while Zheng Chang did, resulting in the former joining Yi Fan and the latter's defeat. The outcome of this conflict was more brutal than anyone had anticipated. Li Ming's tough stance forced several families to make painful sacrifices, thinking it would save them. However, a few days later, Li Ming returned to the capital and reported the news, and the capital's punishment quickly followed. On a sunny afternoon, a subordinate rode a tall horse, hurrying towards the Sun family's estate. Yet, before he could reach the courtyard, he stopped at the end of the street. In front of the Sun family's gate stood 1,000 armed city guards, led by the young man with the black sword. Under the sunlight, the young man's face was cold as he slowly raised his heavy sword, his eyes reflecting a steely resolve. He announced loudly, "By the order of the city lord, all members of the Sun and Zheng families must leave Cloud City within a day. Those who disobey will be executed without mercy. Disobey the order, and face death without mercy." The city guards' voices thundered through the air, as thousands of them shouted in unison, shaking the entire street. In a distant corner, elderly folks who were about to go out to buy groceries turned pale at the sound and hurriedly retreated back home. The Sun family compound was enveloped in an eerie silence, with each second feeling like an eternity. Finally, the main gate creaked open slowly. A group of elderly and children, carrying large bags, stumbled out. Routine inspection. No stolen goods are allowed to be taken. Yi Fan's voice was cold as he spoke. As the soldiers behind him moved to intercept, a weary voice interrupted. "Yi Fan, they are just the elderly and children of the Sun family. Let them take some belongings with them." The head of the Sun family stood at the gate. Once a figure of success, he now appeared haggard, his hair entirely white. He had been utterly defeated in the battle for Yun City. From the moment Li Ming risked offending the Sun family to support Yi Fan, he knew he had lost. With their strongest fighters forced to switch sides, they no longer had the means to resist Yi Fan and were driven to a dead end. After days of conflict, the head of the Sun family understood Yi Fan's nature well. Yi Fan would not show them any leniency. It was clear he intended to annex both the Sun and Zheng families. This day had long been anticipated. "Why should I let you take any valuables?" Yi Fan responded with a blank expression. "I show no mercy to my enemies. The road ahead is long, and with our strongest fighters gone, they won't survive without any money," the head of the Sun family said, falling to his knees before Yi Fan. "To the victor goes the spoils. I do not expect your sympathy. If you fear a threat, I offer my life in exchange for some travel funds for the elderly and children. Use my life to grant them a chance for survival." As soon as he finished speaking, he began to kowtow fiercely. The dull thuds echoed through the courtyard, and soon his forehead split open, blood seeping out. The Sun family's elderly and children clutched their bundles in terror. Yi Fan watched coldly, saying nothing. As time passed, the head of the Sun family's wounds became more gruesome, but he persisted, his eyes bloodshot, continuing to kowtow. Eventually, he could no longer lift his head, collapsing into a kneeling position, motionless. The onlookers gasped, and all eyes turned to Yi Fan, awaiting his decision. Yi Fan stared at the body for a moment, his gaze serene. After a brief pause, he sighed, shouldered his black sword, and turned to leave. "Confiscate half of their belongings for public use. The city guards will escort them to the neighboring city," he said without looking back. Some of the city guards exchanged complicated glances. They had followed Yi Fan and witnessed his ruthless decisiveness. They had expected him to show no mercy, but in the end, he had given these people a chance. "Yi Fan, why did you let them go?" Wei Dong, speaking for the city guards, asked as he watched the Sun and Zheng family members being led away. "You're usually so thorough, leaving no loose ends." "I don't see them as a threat." Yi Fan shook his head. Even at their peak, the Sun and Zheng families were no match for me. Now, with only the elderly and children left, the idea of them seeking revenge is laughable. I gave them a chance to live, a chance earned by the head of the Sun family with his life. A dragon does not concern itself with the lives of ants. Mercy is but a fleeting thought. Wei Dong patted Yi Fan's shoulder. "Governor Li Ming has already told me about your plans. If you had wiped out the Sun and Zheng families today, I might have had my doubts. But seeing you spare them, I feel reassured." You are a prodigy fighting for the human race, and you quelled the chaos in Yun City. I am willing to help you, to aid those suffering under the current regime. Having your support is invaluable, Yi Fan smiled, extending his hand to Wei Dong. The elites sit high above, manipulating the chaos and order as they please, unaware of the suffering of the common people. The human race belongs to everyone, not just the exceptional few. Those who truly understand the struggles of the lower classes would never instigate such upheaval lightly. In my eyes, people like you, Wei Dong, are the true fighters for humanity. I'm no fighter for humanity, Wei Dong waved his hand dismissively. I just love Yun City and its people. I want to protect what I cherish. We've come a long way from the desolation and ruin of the past. Qin Changsheng and I poured our hearts into rebuilding this city, and I won't let anyone destroy it. Well said, Yi Fan nodded, then smiled. So, can I meet Qin Changsheng now? Of course, Wei Dong replied, smiling as well. Now that Yun City is stable, I've brought him to my home. He no longer needs to hide in that dark, cramped basement. You truly appreciate talent, Yi Fan praised. Lead the way then. All right, Wei Dong nodded, turning to lead the way. Sunlight bathed the now peaceful streets of Yun City, exuding a sense of tranquility. People could finally return to their normal lives. For the city lord who had devoted his youth and passion to Yun City, it was undoubtedly a beautiful day. At Wei Dong's home, the gates of the city lord's mansion swung open, revealing the scene in the courtyard. Wei Dong's wife, Guo Xian, was intently rolling out dough on the table, the rolling pin moving deftly in her hands. Not far away, on an open patch of ground, their 3-year-old daughter, Xiao Xianer, was engrossed in playing with a toy doll, her little face full of concentration. Wei Dong, you're back, Guo Xian said with a smile, looking up at the sound of the door. When she saw Yi Fan, a look of surprise flashed in her eyes, followed by a warm greeting. Oh, it's Yi Fan, the great benefactor of Yun City. Sister Xian, you flatter me. It's all for Yun City, Yi Fan replied modestly, his gaze shifting to the playing Xiao Xianer. He knelt down and asked gently, Xiao Xianer, do you like this doll? Xiao Xianer looked up, her eyes still lingering on the doll, but she answered politely, yes, I like it. She waved her small hand at Yi Fan and said sweetly, thank you, brother Yi Fan, for the doll. Yi Fan smiled warmly, it's just a doll. If you like it, I can bring you more in the future. Seeing Xiao Xianer's innocent demeanor, a sense of warmth filled Yi Fan's heart. As someone who had weathered countless storms, he cherished these pure moments of humanity even more. The happy scene of Wei Dong's family made Yi Fan reflect. Such a seemingly simple yet blissful life was what many people yearned for. It seemed that the heavens had favored this righteous city lord, granting him the best gifts. Brother Yi Fan, let me take you to see Qin Changsheng. Wei Dong's voice broke Yi Fan's thoughts. Yi Fan straightened up slightly and followed Wei Dong inside. He was finally going to meet the true purpose of his visit, someone who filled him with anticipation. They passed through several doors and arrived at the innermost room. As they opened the door, the sight made Yi Fan pause. The room, not particularly spacious, was filled with various instruments. At an old-looking desk, a gaunt man was deeply engrossed in studying a delicate device. This was Qin Changsheng, a man who lived for his research. Seeing that Qin Changsheng didn't react, Wei Dong explained briefly to Yi Fan, then raised his voice, Qin Changsheng, the one who saved Yun City, Yi Fan, is here to see you. Qin Changsheng paused slightly, then slowly turned his head, his gaze landing on Yi Fan at the doorway. Yi Fan? He asked tentatively. Yes, Yi Fan nodded in confirmation, his eyes scanning the room before finally resting on Qin Changsheng. Despite Qin Changsheng's emaciated appearance, Yi Fan keenly noticed the intense, unyielding light in his eyes. This was someone who was willing to give his life for his research, his eyes burning with an unwavering passion. After a moment of silent exchange, Yi Fan spoke with a hint of awe. I've never seen anyone so passionate about their research. My research is my dream, Qin Changsheng replied calmly, his eyes bright. To give everything for a dream is nothing to me. Dreams, Yi Fan murmured, pausing for a moment before continuing. It's been a long time since I've heard someone talk about dreams. To me, dreams are life, Qin Changsheng replied, his gaze shifting between Wei Dong and Yi Fan. He seemed to understand something and hesitantly asked, you came to see me for a reason, didn't you? Yes, Yi Fan nodded, but before he could continue, Qin Changsheng interjected. I can't teach you the longevity techniques. You saved Yun City, and I can trust you. I don't need the longevity techniques. Yi Fan shook his head. The true essence of the longevity techniques is you. Without you, it can hardly be called the same. Qin Changsheng was taken aback by this and then shook his head. I don't want to work for others. I just want to focus on my research. You can still continue your research, Yi Fan replied calmly. I just hope you can have a larger platform with me. A larger platform with you? Qin Changsheng looked at Yi Fan in confusion. Yi Fan slowly explained. City Lord Wei has agreed to hand over control of Yun City to me. I've already prepared a cover. In the coming time, I will reorganize Yun City, improve people's lives, optimize the city's structure, and train the military. Using Yun City as a base, I aim to expand to the 24 cities of the entire Nanchuan province. Are you planning to rebel? Qin Changxing asked in shock. Yi Fan's eyes were firm. This world is already in chaos. No one is willing to change it. Instead, they choose to let it rot. If they won't change it, I will. Right now, it's just Yun City. As my power grows, it will be the entire Nanchuan province, then the entire southern region, and eventually, even the capital is not out of reach. Chun Changxing's eyes flashed with surprise, and he unconsciously stood up. He was a smart man, and from Wei Dong's words and Yi Fan's brief explanation, he could already grasp Yi Fan's ambition. You want me to help you improve the entire human race, he said slowly. Yes, Yi Fan nodded seriously. A single longevity cloud can change Yun City. If no one had hindered you, in these 10 years, Yun City could have turned into something entirely different. I won't limit your research. You will have the greatest autonomy, the greatest support. All your ideas, as long as they benefit humanity, can be pursued freely. Yi Fan's words echoed in the research room, leaving not only Qin Changxing but also Wei Dong in astonishment. Such generous conditions were something even Wei Dong, who valued Qin Changxing greatly, might not have been able to offer. Qin Changxing looked at Yi Fan in shock, and after a long while, he asked, Why? Why are you willing to give me such conditions? Yi Fan turned, lightly patting a worn-out instrument, and answered calmly, because people like you are a gift from the heavens to humanity. As Guixian stepped out of the inner room, she saw Qin Changxing following behind Yi Fan and was slightly surprised. She couldn't help but ask, Brother Qin, why are you out today? Wei Dong smiled and explained, Qin Changxing is moving. Brother Yi Fan said he arranged a dedicated research institute for him. For now, he'll work at our previous research institute. Guixian nodded in agreement. Oh, that's good too. Our place is too small. However, Qin Changxing earnestly replied, It's not small. It's very warm here. Thank you, Lord Wei, and your family for taking care of me all these years. His words left Guixian momentarily speechless. She wiped her apron and finally said, Brother Qin, what are you saying? Everything you do is for Yunqing. It's our duty to protect you. There's no rush to leave. I'm making wontons today. Let's eat at home. Wei Dong and Qin Changxing exchanged a glance, then looked at Yi Fan. Finally, they all smiled and nodded in agreement. The simple wonton meal turned out to be exceptionally harmonious. Yi Fan, Wei Dong, and Qin Changxing chatted freely about Yunqing, technology, and the future and past of the human race. There were no awkward pauses due to age differences or differing circumstances. They shared their dreams openly. Guixian, holding her daughter, looked at the smile on her husband Wei Dong's face and felt a deep sense of relief. She knew Wei Dong longed to make a significant contribution to Yunqing and the human race. Yi Fan's arrival seemed to make that possible. This was perhaps the happiest day Wei Dong had in the past 2 years, the last being when their daughter was born. The meal stretched from the afternoon into the evening. The wonton bowls were long empty, but the conversation continued, with the 3 men repeatedly picking up and putting down their empty bowls. As night fell, Yi Fan and Qin Changxing stood up to leave. Yi Fan said, Let's go to the research institute and let Qin Changxing get familiar with the new environment. Wei Dong readily agreed and prepared to go with them, but Yi Fan stopped him. Smiling, Yi Fan motioned for him to look back. Turning around, Wei Dong saw Guixian holding their sleeping daughter, bathed in the serene moonlight. Yi Fan softly said, Lord Wei, I always believe that family and dreams are equally important. There's no need to rush. We can be the second priority. After all, isn't family the reason we decide to protect Yunqing and aim to change the human race? With that, Yi Fan and Qin Changxing walked away slowly. Wei Dong stood there, looking at the moonlight and then at his wife and daughter in the courtyard, suddenly realizing that he had been neglecting his family recently. In the following days, Yunqing underwent significant changes. The Sun and Zheng families were eradicated, the Zhao family surrendered, and the city lord's mansion under Yi Fan's control regained ownership of Yunqing. A new military force named Zhu Fa replaced the old law enforcement and city guard units. Though only 5,000 strong, they were well equipped to quell any unrest. Education was opened up, and schools sprang up like mushrooms after the rain. Yi Fan promoted a simple breathing technique suitable for the masses, giving everyone a chance to change their fate. More policies benefiting the people were introduced, and Yunqing rapidly transformed during this period of upheaval. A few months later, Changshan Cloud resumed operations, and Yunqing reopened. The first caravan set off from the city. Standing on the city wall, Li Pengzi marveled at the bustling scene below and sighed. Can a city really change this much in just a few months? Yi Fan explained, many things were always possible. It's just that no one was willing or dared to do them before. Now, I'm giving everyone the opportunity. Wang Lingxi remarked, it feels somewhat unreal. Just over half a year ago, we were still freshmen, and now we've taken control of a city and even talk about changing the human race. Yi Fan reminded them, don't relax or get complacent. The human race has hundreds of provinces, and Nanchuan is one of the less prominent ones. In Nanchuan province, Yunqing is only in the top 10. Controlling Yunqing sounds impressive, but in the grand scheme of the human race, it's insignificant. This is just our starting point. There's much more to be done, Li Pengzi asked. So what's our next plan? Are we going to continue the mercenary route in other cities? Yifan shook his head. No need to rush. I'll have people handle that. With Yunqing stable, it will be our base for a long time. You can bring your families here for safety. Next, we can focus on our cultivation. We recently discovered a Yangtze-level secret realm outside Yunqing, which will open next month. It's mostly beneficial for gold-level experts. We can explore it then. Hearing about the secret realm, Li Pengzi immediately became excited, and the others looked eager as well. Seeing their anticipation, Yifan shook his head helplessly but also smiled. It's been too long since I last fought. I do miss it a bit. This time, let's capture a new beast. In the morning, Yifan was organizing his gear in the mercenary group when Wei Dong excitedly strode in, shouting before even entering the door, Yifan, the Equipment Research Institute has found a way to modify your heavy sword. Yifan looked up, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes. They found it. Hurry, come with me and see. Wei Dong eagerly beckoned Yifan, leading him towards the other end of the city. On the way, Wei Dong briefly explained the division of technological research in Cloud City. Although Chen Changsheng was reluctant to use technology for weapon manufacturing, he supported Yifan's idea of arming civilians with advanced technology. Hence, he shared some of his longevity techniques for weapon research. Cloud City divided its advanced technological research into two parts. The Research Institute led by Chen Changsheng focused on improving livelihood and cutting-edge technology, while the Equipment Research Institute led by Uncle De was dedicated to weapon enhancement and civilian armament. The two soon arrived at the now expansive Equipment Research Institute. Uncle De came forward and instructed someone to bring Yifan's black sword. Yifan, take a look at your black sword. Yifan took the black sword and immediately felt a difference. My sword feels much heavier. Uncle De smiled mysteriously. Yes. Go outside and try activating it. Yifan gripped the sword and moved to an open area, his aura rising. Jing Hong, he shouted softly, swinging the sword down. The runes on the black sword vibrated, and a massive sword energy instantly shattered a nearby training dummy. Yifan exclaimed, now, the energy consumption for using Jing Hong is at least halved. He turned to Uncle De. How did you achieve this? Uncle De detailed the modification process, which involved longevity techniques like extraction techniques and rune carving. After listening, Yifan furrowed his brows slightly. This seems like the work of an alchemist. Uncle De was surprised. Yifan, you know about alchemy? Yifan nodded, carefully examining the black sword in his hand. This black sword has a mysterious origin. I didn't expect anyone to decipher and reforge it. You said Chen Changsheng helped you. Does he know alchemy? Uncle De affirmed. Yes. Longevity technology includes extraction and alchemy techniques. Chen Changsheng has already given these technologies to our Equipment Research Institute, but we are still exploring and familiarizing ourselves with them. Yifan pondered. Chen Changsheng mastering alchemy explains how he could create the seemingly miraculous longevity cloud. After leaving the Equipment Research Institute, Yifan and Wei Dong discussed the armament and training progress of the Zhufa army. Yifan realized the urgent need for a strategist who could plan for future developments. Suddenly, an image of a middle-aged man with a feather fan and a melancholic expression appeared in his mind. Yifan thought to himself, if this person were to join us, it would solve many of my problems. The Research Institute stood quietly in a corner of the city. The three-story building appeared unremarkable, but it held many secrets. The first floor was the workspace for regular researchers. The second floor housed technical advisors and experienced senior researchers, and the third floor was occupied by just one person, Chen Changsheng. The main door was tightly shut, with a guard stationed outside. This privilege was granted to Chen Changsheng by Yifan. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, breaking the silence. Come in, a voice called from inside. The door opened gently, and Yifan stepped into the room. Chen Changsheng looked up from his research desk, a faint smile on his face. Yifan, what brings you here today? I came to check on your recent research progress, Yifan replied with a smile, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Chen Changsheng took the initiative to speak. How's the modification of your black sword? Satisfied? Even better than I expected. Yifan nodded, then shifted the conversation. How did you learn alchemy? Chen Changsheng's expression turned nostalgic. I was the last disciple of Bai Zhuo, the greatest alchemist of the previous generation. My mentor was obsessed with alchemy. Unfortunately, he died in an explosion caused by a rune mishap during one of his studies. Yifan nodded slightly. I didn't know you had such a background. What about your family? Are your parents and wife still around? Chen Changsheng's gaze grew deep. I come from Yunqing. My parents were farmers. Yunqing suffered from droughts for years, and the harvests were often poor. They gave me most of their food and starved to death during one particularly bad drought. He shook his head. I've seen Yunqing turn into a hellish place during those droughts, which is why I developed the Changsheng cloud. Yifan didn't press further and instead got to the point. Chun, do you have any new research lately? I'll be heading to the secret realm near Jinqing next month and might be gone for a couple of months. If you have any results, let me know so I can make arrangements. Chun Changsheng hesitated slightly. I do have some results, but is it inconvenient to share? Not exactly. Chun Changsheng stood up and retrieved a peculiar device from an instrument nearby. It looked like a belt with a circular ring in the middle, a button on top, and strange runes engraved on its surface. Yifan looked at the device, puzzled. What's this? I call it the beast control ring, Qin Changsheng explained calmly. Its function is straightforward. It contains an independent space and can release and retrieve beasts bound by a beast contract. Yifan's expression changed dramatically. He finally understood Chun Changsheng's earlier hesitation. It's like creating an artificial beast space. With this belt, anyone can control beasts. Chun Changsheng nodded. Yes, but the success depends on whether the beast is willing to submit. There are still many flaws, and I plan to add more independent spaces in the future. No matter the flaws. Yifan interrupted, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Chun, you've given me a huge surprise. Chun Changsheng was momentarily stunned, then smiled. Yifan lowered his voice. Chun, for now, don't tell anyone about the beast control ring. You understand the terrifying implications of this device. Until we can protect ourselves, we can't let anyone know about our research. Chun Changsheng hesitated. But if we don't implement it, it's a waste of our efforts. Let's continue the research. We can start by implementing it with the Zhufa army as a pilot project, Yifan suggested. I'll have them sign oaths of secrecy, but we'll need to make the ring less conspicuous so outsiders can't tell it's a device. I can work on that. Chun Changsheng agreed. The two discussed the beast control ring's usage and future plans in detail, talking for several hours before ending their conversation. As Yifan left the research institute, he couldn't hide his excitement. He had thought the Changsheng cloud and Tianqian were miracles, but the beast control ring made him realize what truly groundbreaking innovation looked like. This was something that could change an era. Although it wasn't ready yet, if it were ever widely adopted, it would herald an era where everyone could control beasts. Yifan and Li Pengzi walked side by side on the dusty road leading to Jin City. The scorching sun beat down on them, causing sweat to bead on their foreheads. Yifan, what kind of beast are you planning to tame this time? Li Pengzi asked curiously, wiping the sweat from his brow. Yifan frowned in thought for a moment before waving his hand dismissively. Something extraordinary, probably. Let's see if there's anything in the Yangtze-level secret realm. You're aiming pretty high, Li Pengzi exclaimed, inching closer to Yifan and lowering his voice. Yifan, I've opened a new beast space. Another one? Yifan was slightly surprised. Last time was your fourth, right? And now you're on your fifth? Li Pengzi leaned in even closer, a mysterious smile on his face. Actually, it's not the fifth. I opened the fifth a while ago. Now, I'm on my sixth. Yifan nodded, eyeing the heavy-set Li Pengzi, who likely weighed around 200 pounds, with a smile. You're making good progress. It seems like the gluttony technique suits you well. Most people get stuck at their third beast space, but you're already on your sixth, more than double. Li Pengzi scratched his head and laughed. It's just that I've had nothing to do lately. Staying in the city, eating a lot every day. I guess it all went into opening beast spaces. Yifan patted Li Pengzi on the shoulder. That's good. If you encounter an exceptional snake-type beast, you should try to tame it. I can tame an exceptional beast? Li Pengzi's eyes widened in surprise. Yifan shook his head, a deep smile in his eyes. Why not? Pengzi, haven't you realized your strength isn't weak anymore? Compared to those prodigies, the gap isn't that big. Not just you, but also Chen Peng, Ma Xiaoxue, and even Wang Lingxiuve all reached the critical point of Silver 9 stars. For the next 2 to 3 years, your star level will likely be stuck here. At the same level, you're not weak. In fact, you're quite strong. An exceptional beast isn't that unattainable. We're strong. Li Pengzi pointed at himself, hesitating. He looked at Yifan and continued, but Yifan, you're also at Silver 9 stars. How come it feels like there's such a big gap between us? You can easily defeat low to mid-level gold opponents, while we struggle with newly advanced gold ones. It's different. Yifan shook his head slightly, a mysterious smile on his face as he walked ahead. Li Pengzi, still puzzled, turned to Teacher Pan Zhao. Teacher Pan Zhao, what does Yifan mean by different? Pan Zhao rolled his eyes. It means your levels are different. He's comparing himself to the strongest of his generation, like the prodigy Jiao Bailong. You're comparing yourself to average people. How can it be the same? Oh, I see. Li Pengzi nodded, somewhat understanding. He watched Yifan's back and asked again, Teacher Pan? Yifan said we'll be stuck at gold for 2 to 3 years. Will he be stuck here too? Pan Zhao first nodded. Yes, Yifan reached silver 9 stars a few months ago. Then he shook his head. But it won't be long for him. He should be advancing to gold soon. Soon? Li Pengzi exclaimed. Being stuck for a few months still counts as being stuck? Pan Zhao waved his hand dismissively. Don't stare at me with those squinty eyes. I'm more shocked than you. I was stuck at silver for years, from sophomore year in high school to sophomore year in college. Suddenly, Li Pengzi remembered something and asked excitedly, if Yifan breaks through smoothly, will he be the youngest to reach gold? I remember him saying the youngest eternal level was in their 30s. The youngest gold, even with resources, takes around 16 or 17 years, right? Pan Zhao looked at Yifan, who was carrying a black sword, and after a moment's thought, replied, yes, if all goes well. Awakening the beast-taming talent at 15. Even at the fastest pace, it takes a few months to reach silver 9 stars. After that, it's a long wait for the beasts to evolve to gold. The youngest gold was 16 years and 7 months old, after a year and a half of school. Now, it's been just over half a year since you enrolled. At the entrance of the secret realm, Yifan listened to Li Pengzi's shocked exclamations and merely shook his head with a smile. With the 32 time ratio in his beast space, he could advance to gold even faster. However, the initial low-quality beasts and lack of resources had wasted much of his time. Being stuck at the early stages meant nothing to him. Even at silver 9 stars, he had many ways to grow stronger. That was the real key. Of course, breaking through would be ideal. His beasts had undergone long growth periods and were nearing gold, ready for a small transformation and new skills. He also had the Xuanji Lotus in his beast space, which would further enhance their levels and unlock new talents. Enchantments allowed the beast's growth to feed back into his own strength, which was why he sought to tame new beasts. Let's go. The Yangtze level secret realm is much larger than the ones we've encountered before. We need to be more cautious. Yifan waved his hand, signaling the end of the conversation. Following Yifan, they quickly passed through the portal into the Yunqi secret realm. Not long after, another group arrived in haste. They were clearly being pursued, judging by their labored breathing. At the entrance, the leader anxiously asked, strategist, what do we do? Should we enter the secret realm or not? The strategist, ever cautious, paused to calculate despite the urgency. His eyes flickered with light as he frowned. Wait, why is there so much blood energy in this secret realm? Something dangerous is inside. We shouldn't go in. But we have no other way. Hongxiu urged. Those people are catching up, and they're much stronger than us. There's only one road to Yun City, and we can't outrun them. Sweating and pale, the strategist performed another calculation. It's a dead end ahead, he said just as the sound of hoofbeats echoed from afar. There they are. Catch them. Hearing this, the strategist made a quick decision, gritting his teeth. Go in. The Cloud's Car secret realm unfolded before everyone, revealing a vast and desolate landscape stretching out like a barren wasteland. Li Pengzi couldn't help but exclaim, no wonder it's called the Cloud's Car secret realm, there aren't even any clouds here. Yifan shook his head helplessly and explained, the term Cloud's Car refers to the level of the secret realm, not its name. Most newly discovered secret realms don't have names, they're categorized by levels. Cloud's Car is just one of those levels. Scratching his head, Li Pengzi curiously asked, so what are the other levels? Patiently, Yifan replied, the basic levels are Dim, Cloud's Car, and Thunderstrike. Above them are Ancient and Eternal. There are 5 levels in total. The larger the secret realm, the harder it is to explore. In the human territory, we've only identified 4 eternal secret realms and 10 ancient secret realms. There are over 100 Thunderstrike realms, and many more Cloud's Car and Dim realms. Li Pengzi nodded thoughtfully, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Is the dragon python in an eternal secret realm? No, the dragon python is in an ancient secret realm, near the capital, Yifan replied, shaking his head. Seeing Li Pengzi's excited expression, his tone turned serious. Ancient-level secret realms are enormous, possibly larger than a human province. Ordinary people might spend years exploring them. There are also various ancient beast tribes inside, making them extremely dangerous. Even with our main forces on the front lines, we haven't fully mastered a single ancient secret realm yet. Yifan continued. As for the eternal secret realms, they're even more terrifying. It's said that they were created by ancient superpowers. Entering one means you are likely to be killed by the powerful beings inside. The 4 eternal secret realms are known as the 4 forbidden lands of humanity. No one has ever returned from exploring them. Li Pengzi shivered. Are there really such powerful beings in the world? Yifan shook his head. I'm not sure either. These things are too far beyond us right now. Knowing too much won't help. Let's focus on the opportunities in front of us. The Cloud's Car secret realm has plenty of useful treasures for us. Without further questions, Li Pengzi followed Yifan, curiously observing their surroundings. Moments later, several spirit beasts were silently released. Wang Lingxi also released her silver fur mouse and poppy bird. Her level had reached Silver 9-star, greatly expanding her scouting range. Ma Xiaoxue and Chun Pong guarded Yifan's sides, ready to act at any moment. Pan Zhao watched this team surrounding Yifan, admiration flickering in his eyes. Yifan's strategy had indeed succeeded. The individuals he initially gathered each had their unique strengths after training. They could lead teams independently and seamlessly blend their skills. Pan Zhao couldn't help but marvel. This team's coordination is becoming more and more perfect. Though most are only in their teens and, except for Chen Pong, are just at the silver level. In a few years, they might shake the entire human race. In a perilous area, the 5-person team was locked in battle with a golden 3-star diamond elephant. The massive creature's defense was formidable, but against the team's coordinated and relentless attacks, it couldn't retaliate and could only roar in frustration. Finally, Yifan delivered a precise, lethal strike, bringing the diamond elephant crashing down. Tough bastard, thick-skinned and all, Li Pengzi panted, slumping onto the diamond elephant, only to leap up immediately. Damn, it's so hard. The group noticed that Li Pengzi's pants had been pierced, leaving 2 large holes, making him look ridiculous. Oblivious, Li Pengzi asked, "What's so funny?" Chun Peng couldn't hold back his laughter and pointed out, "Li Yu, your pants?" Realizing the situation, Li Pengzi's face turned beet red. Yifan handed him a black cloak. "Here, use this to cover up." Li Pengzi quickly took the cloak, awkwardly wrapping it around his lower half before turning to face the group. With Ma Xiaoxue and Wang Lingxi present, he was mortified, muttering, "Damn, I want to die." Usually gentle, Chun Peng patted Li Pengzi's shoulder, comforting him. "It's okay, Li Yu, buddy. My mom always says that people with big butts are good for childbirth." "She meant women?" Li Pengzi retorted, exasperated. Everyone burst into laughter again, easing Li Pengzi's embarrassment. He tied the cloak around his neck, holding up his pants as he approached the diamond elephant, kicking it in frustration. "Damn elephant, growing all these spikes just to mess with me." "Take that," Yifan quickly warned. "If you kick it again, you might lose your shoes too." Li Pengzi sheepishly retracted his foot. Yifan continued, "This diamond elephant should have some valuable items. These spikes alone are worth thousands each. Let's collect them and see if the research institute needs them." Without lingering on the diamond elephant's corpse, Yifan's gaze fell on a nest where a blood-red plant with vibrant fruits was blooming. His eyes lit up, and he quickly moved to harvest it. Blood essence fruit, low-grade mystic level, greatly replenishes chi and blood for both humans and spirit beasts, enhancing physical strength significantly, Yifan explained, joy flashing in his eyes. As expected, these newly discovered secret realms are full of treasures. This blood essence fruit alone is worth millions. Li Pengzi felt a bit disappointed. Only one plant? Just a few fruits? That's not much. How is it not? Yifan smiled mysteriously. With his beast space, any spirit herb or medicine in his possession could be multiplied by 30. The more types of spirit herbs and medicines in his space, the richer the future harvest. With the establishment of the extermination army in Cloud City, although still in the optimization stage, Yifan would need vast resources to nurture this elite force. Blood essence fruit, which could be consumed by humans, was precisely the kind of resource Yifan urgently needed. As Chen Chongqing's beast rings became more widespread, even the lower-level spirit herbs and medicines in Yifan's beast space, which he no longer needed, would find significant use. The army had grown strong, enabling them to accomplish much more and gain even more. Standing at the entrance of the cloudy secret realm, Yifan gazed into the distance. Reflecting on the recent events, he mused, if the punitive army of Cloud City had been powerful enough, we could have entered directly and swept through the entire secret realm. The rewards would have been unimaginable. Yifan's thoughts turned to the prominent families, all of whom sought to maintain private militias. The Ji family and the Sun family dared to provoke outside the secret realm because they had strong backing. The Ji family had clansmen with the Kuei-Nyo bloodline as their retainers and death guards, while the Sun family boasted the Iron Guard battalion, ranked among the top 3. One person's strength is ultimately limited, Yifan thought to himself, unless they have nothing to lose. Otherwise, it's hard to fully protect oneself and those around them. This was why, after taking control of Cloud City, his first move was to reform the city guard and law enforcement teams, establishing the punitive army. Yifan's eyes glittered as he pondered future plans. There was much to plan without reliable allies. He had to rely on himself. For now, he decided to focus on arming and enhancing the punitive army. The leadership of the punitive army had been entrusted to Jing Ling, giving him a chance to prove his loyalty. Meanwhile, Yifan's mercenary plan was also underway. He intended to form mercenary groups in various cities, which could handle covert operations and build an intelligence network. Shaking his head lightly, Yifan brought his thoughts back to the present. He turned and waved to the few people still playing behind him. "Get ready, we're moving deeper. The further we go, the stronger the beasts we encounter will be." and we might even face eternal-grade beasts. Meanwhile, in another part of the secret realm, Wang Tu and his group were facing a life-or-death decision. Strategist, if we keep running like this, we won't escape, Wang Tu said, panting heavily. The strategist, sweat pouring down his face, eyes gleaming with calculations, was constantly trying to find an escape route. Unfortunately, every path led to a deadly black hole. Strategist, what should we do? Hong Xiu asked anxiously. She suddenly turned to the younger member, scolding, "It's all your fault for provoking Wu Qi of Jin City," drawing attention to the strategist. The young member, head down, apologized softly, "Sorry, I didn't know that woman was Wu Qi's wife." The strategist shook his head, tiredly sitting on the ground. "Their target was never you. It must be someone from my sect coming to kill me, and they took the opportunity. Young one, you were too naive and fell into their trap." At that moment, a massive death vulture descended from the sky. Hong Xiu pushed the young member aside just in time, but in doing so, she received a long gash on her back from the vulture's talons. A burst of maniacal laughter echoed as Wu Qi and his men appeared before them. He sneered at Swan Sansheng. "With your cultivation wasted, has your calculation ability also failed? Why would you choose to escape here?" Swan Sansheng snorted coldly. "I never expected that the one who cried at the gate of the Yintian sect, begging the master to stay, would one day become so arrogant with borrowed power." Wu Qi's face darkened, and he signaled the death vulture to attack. Although the vulture was only at a gold 2-star level, it was overwhelming for Wang Tu's group in their current state. Wu Qi didn't immediately capture Swan Sansheng. Instead, he commanded the vulture to attack repeatedly, watching with a twisted satisfaction as the group got injured protecting Swan Sansheng. The memory of that afternoon when he was humiliated and expelled, begging pitifully, while Swan Sansheng stood high and mighty, fueled his perverse pleasure at the role reversal. Hong Xiu and the young member tried to push Swan Sansheng to flee, but he refused. Wang Tu firmly said, "Without the strategist, we wouldn't be here now. We're family. Don't talk about being a burden." Suddenly, a blood-red light flashed in Swan Sansheng's eyes again. He urgently said, "There's a way ahead. Let's escape together." However, as he turned to leave, Wang Tu pushed him forcefully. Wang Tu shouted, "Strategist, you must escape. It doesn't matter if we die, but you must avenge us." Wang Tu, Hong Xiu, and the young member charged at Wu Qi, trying to buy time for Swan Sansheng to escape. Watching them face death, Swan Sansheng's eyes filled with profound sorrow. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "I will avenge you. I swear." With that, Swan Sansheng dashed towards the red light in his vision, disregarding any ominous signs. His sole thought was to survive and seek revenge for his fallen comrades. Yifan stood beside the corpse of a golden 3-star bone-strengthening bull, watching as Li Pengzi crouched down to extract the spirit orb. Li Pengzi grumbled as he worked, "There's no extraordinary beast here, just these ones we can sell for meat." Yifan sighed and replied, "Extraordinary beasts aren't so easy to come by. Finding one depends on luck." "Luck?" Li Pengzi looked up curiously. "So, with enough luck, you can encounter an extraordinary beast?" Yifan shook his head and smiled knowingly. "It depends on how lucky you are. Remember we talked about the Child of Destiny? History records that some lucky individuals have found rare extraordinary or even ancient-level beast cubs in secret realms and soared to greatness. Finding ancient-level cubs? Li Pengzi's eyes widened in amazement, followed by a look of envy. "I wish I had the luck of those children of destiny." Chen Peng walked over and said earnestly, "I don't wish for that. Meeting our leader is my greatest fortune." Li Pengzi was silent for a moment before muttering, "Chen Peng, with that sweet talk? It's a shame you don't have 18 wives." Chen Peng scratched his head, embarrassed. "Hee, actually, I've had quite a few girlfriends before. Not to brag, but..." "Enough, I don't want to hear it." Li Pengzi covered his ears and ran ahead. "Hey, don't run. Listen to me." Chen Peng chased after him. Wang Lingxi and Ma Xiaoxue exchanged glances and smiled wryly before continuing to dismember the bull. Wang Lingxi looked at Yifan, who was sitting on a large rock, and hesitated before asking, "Yifan, are we heading deeper into the secret realm today? My Bopi bird has detected many dangers ahead, including some high-level golden star beasts." Yifan replied, "If there are only high-level golden star beasts, we don't need to proceed. We can change direction. The Yunqi secret realm has many treasures and isn't open just for a few days. There's no need to take unnecessary risks. We can come back later." Wang Lingxi nodded, about to speak when the sound of a chaotic pursuit came from the forest. "Someone's coming. Keep quiet," Yifan whispered, ready to observe. Suddenly, Li Pengzi and Chen Peng's voices came from the slope ahead. "Hey, isn't that the guy from before? What's wrong with him? Hey, don't faint. Don't play dead. Yifan, come quick. Someone's pretending to be hurt." Yifan's expression changed, and he quickly climbed the slope. He saw Swan Sanqing lying unconscious in front of Li Pengzi, bleeding profusely, his folded fan broken beside him. Yifan frowned and was about to help Swan Sanqing when a group of menacing individuals emerged. Leading them was Wu Qi, with a dead soul vulture on his shoulder. Wu Qi noticed their low strength and sneered. "This is my target. Don't interfere, kid." Yifan asked softly, "Why do you want Swan Sanqing?" Wu Qi grew cautious. "You know Swan Sanqing? The Yintian sect has a bounty on him. Didn't you know?" Yifan nodded, his gaze icy. "I know. But what does the Yintian sect's bounty have to do with me? And what does my interference have to do with you?" Wu Qi fumed. "Who do you think you are, talking to me like that? Dead soul vulture. Teach this kid a lesson." The dead soul vulture swooped down with a 3-meter wingspan, exuding a menacing aura. Yifan drew his sword and, with a powerful strike, split the vulture in two. The massive bird fell heavily to the ground without a sound. "My name is Yifan," he said coldly. Wu Qi was shocked. "Yifan? The Yifan from the Yi family? You've guessed it. Why ask?" Yifan tightened his grip on the black sword. Wu Qi hesitated, then straightened up. "The Yintian sect wants him. We're just following orders. We hope, young master, you won't make it difficult for us." Yifan responded icily. "The Yintian sect's target has nothing to do with me. I'm protecting Swan Sanqing. If you have a problem with that, feel free to act now." Wu Qi paused and signaled his men to raise their weapons. At that moment, Pan Zhao arrived with his golden 9-star roaring lion. Wu Qi quickly changed his tone. "Since young master you wants to protect him, we'll leave it at that. Farewell." He then hurriedly left with his men. Yifan looked at Pan Zhao. "These guys sure know how to bully the weak and fear the strong." "Safety first," Pan Zhao said, withdrawing the roaring lion and stepping aside. Yifan helped Swan Sanqing up and extracted juice from a healing plant. Swan Sanqing regained consciousness and instinctively formed a hand seal. Seeing Yifan, his eyes filled with a tangible blood-red light. "The ominous blood light in this secret realm. It's you. An ominous light? Me?" Yifan was taken aback by the words and looked at Swan Sanqing in confusion. Swan Sanqing hesitated before shaking his head. He turned around to find that the deadened behind him had disappeared, leaving him stunned. How did the crisis get resolved? Swan Sanqing muttered to himself, his gaze falling on the split corpse of the death vulture on the ground. A realization dawned on him. "Yifan, did you drive away Wu Qi?" Yifan nodded. "I forced him to leave." He scrutinized Swan Sanqing. "Why did you escape to the secret realm alone? Where are your previous companions?" At the mention of his companions, Swan Sanqing's eyes reddened. "Wang Tu and the others. They sacrificed themselves to hold off Wu Qi and give me a chance to escape." Yifan nodded silently, patiently waiting for Swan Sanqing to calm down. After a long while, he spoke. "Swan Sanqing, come with me. I won't follow you. I want to seek revenge on my own," Swan Sanqing said stubbornly. "You also want revenge?" Yifan's lips curved into a slight smile. "Against whom? Wu Qi or Yin Tianmin?" "Wu Qi." Swan Sanqing gritted his teeth, then his eyes dimmed. "Yin Tianmin. I may never be able to avenge them in this lifetime." Yifan waved his hand dismissively. "What's the point of avenging Wu Qi? Your hatred is too narrow." Swan Sanqing retorted. "Do you have a way for me to avenge Yin Tianmin? Their legacy spans 1,000 years, far beyond the 8 great families." "The 8 great families are nothing," Yifan scoffed. "Following the tide is the act of a coward." Swan Sanqing calmed down. "If you can truly help me get revenge, I will follow you. But for now, at least show me a glimmer of hope." Yifan candidly revealed that he controlled Yun City, possessed the technology for eternal life, and had established an army and research institutes. He was in need of a strategic talent to oversee everything. Upon hearing this, a spark of excitement flashed in Swan Sanqing's eyes. After some thought, he nodded. "I will follow you, but only if you promise to help me get my revenge in the future." "Revenge is simple. I promise you," Yifan agreed. With their agreement reached, Yifan arranged for Chan Peng and Ma Xiaoxue to escort Swan Sanqing back to Yun City. Before leaving, Swan Sanqing insisted they address him as military advisor. As he watched the three depart, Yifan turned and continued on his way. Wang Lingxi, curious, asked why Yifan didn't seem particularly pleased. Yifan explained that he was merely contemplating how everything had been going so smoothly lately, as if blessed by fortune. Meanwhile, in a remote hut in Jin City, the Oracle was furious after learning that Wu Qi had failed to kill Swan Sanqing. Wu Qi knelt and begged for forgiveness, suggesting they ambush Yifan. After a moment of thought, the Oracle decided to personally take action to ensure Swan Sanqing didn't escape. Yifan and Li Pengzi walked side by side, weaving through the lush forest of the Yunqi secret realm. Li Pengzi looked worried and spoke up. "Yifan, we saved Swan Sanqing. Aren't you afraid that Wu Qi will come back for revenge? What if he brings a whole gang with him?" Surprisingly, Yifan agreed with Li Pengzi's concern this time. With just a few of us, it would indeed be troublesome if he brought dozens of gold-level fighters. Li Pengzi was taken aback. Then, why are you so relaxed? Wandering around the secret realm? Yi Fan repeated. I said dozens of gold-level fighters. He looked at Li Pengzi and explained. Jinqing isn't much stronger than Pingqing. I believe they have a few gold-level fighters, but dozens? They can't afford that. But even a few hundred silver-level fighters would be a headache, Li Pengzi persisted. Yi Fan waved his hand dismissively. A few hundred? It takes about 4 days to get from Jinqing to here. We'll explore for another day or two, and if we don't find suitable spirit beasts, we'll head back. No need to worry about being chased. Li Pengzi finally understood and said with a hint of resignation, so there's nothing to worry about. Yi Fan, why didn't you say this earlier? I thought you knew, Yi Fan replied, already striding ahead. The Yunqi secret realm was vast, comparable to a city in size. After days of exploration, they had ventured deep into its heart. Most of the spirit beasts they encountered were gold 5 or 6-star level, but their bloodline quality was generally low. They had only seen 2 exceptional level beasts. The rest were mostly elite or peak elite, with no extraordinary level beasts in sight. Climbing over a dense patch of forest, they suddenly saw 2 wild spirit beasts locked in fierce combat. A gold 5-star, exceptional level forest anaconda and a gold 7-star, peak elite level sawtooth lizard. Though their levels were similar, their strengths were evidently different. The sawtooth lizard had the upper hand, having already inflicted several wounds on the forest anaconda. Yi Fan smiled and said to Li Pengzi, hey, race a spirit beast suitable for you. Wait until they're both exhausted, then you can step in. Li Pengzi hesitated. Can I really tame a gold 5-star beast? And it's an anaconda. I usually tame snakes or pythons. Yi Fan explained. Anacondas and pythons only differ in their reproductive methods. They're both essentially snakes. As for the level, it might be challenging. If the tamed beast's level is too far above your strongest beast and your own strength isn't sufficient, it will be hard to command. Then why did you? I forgot you're not that strong. Yi Fan interrupted with a faint smile. Just see how it goes. If you can tame it, great. If not, well, kill it and eat the meat. Li Pengzi nodded reluctantly. All right. They hid on a hillside, quietly observing the battle between the 2 spirit beasts. Wang Lingxi asked curiously, Yi Fan, which beast do you think will win? The sawtooth lizard seems to have the upper hand. It's strong and tough, while the forest anaconda seems to be struggling. Yi Fan shook his head. Not necessarily. There's also the factor of bloodline suppression. Exceptional level beasts have an extra innate skill compared to elite level ones, which it hasn't used yet. Often, a small innate skill can turn the tide of battle. Though Wang Lingxi was skeptical, she didn't argue and continued to watch the fight. The battle quickly reached its climax. The forest anaconda, seemingly at its limit, abandoned defense and wrapped itself around the sawtooth lizard. This played right into the lizard's hands. Its sharp claws tore through the anaconda's skin like steel blades. Each time it was cut, the anaconda trembled violently, but it persisted in entangling its opponent. Suddenly, the sawtooth lizard slashed open the anaconda's belly, exposing its innards. The anaconda shuddered violently but managed to tighten its grip. At that moment, a gleam appeared in the forest anaconda's eyes. Innate skill, Wang Lingxi exclaimed. Under the influence of the gleam, the anaconda's mouth formed 2 large, glowing green fangs. Sensing danger, the sawtooth lizard struggled frantically but couldn't break free. The forest anaconda bit down on the lizard, its potent venom quickly incapacitating it. The lizard thrashed for a few seconds before going limp. The anaconda uncoiled, revealing its own severe injuries. An innate skill really did change the outcome. Wang Lingxi looked at Yi Fan in amazement. She had seen him accurately predict battle outcomes countless times. His understanding of spirit beasts seemed almost uncanny. Yi Fan just shook his head slightly, saying nothing. No one knew how much effort he had put in to catch up with the prodigies. He had simulated spirit beast battles thousands of times. Li Pengzi asked, puzzled, Yi Fan, what are these spirit beasts fighting for? Even if they win, isn't this more like a loss? How is it not a win? Yi Fan retorted. No matter how severe the injuries, as long as they win, they can consume the opponent's spirit core and flesh, quickly recovering and even becoming stronger. Without natural enemies in their territory, they can grow more robust. But fighting like this makes it easy for other spirit beasts to take advantage. If they get taken advantage of, they die. Simple as that, Yi Fan replied curtly. That's the law of the jungle. Let's go, it's our turn. Li Pengzi nodded and was about to move when Yi Fan suddenly grabbed him. Don't go out. Li Pengzi looked confused. Didn't you just tell me to? Shoo. Yi Fan interrupted. Another spirit beast is coming. Li Pengzi immediately became alert. A moment later, an eerie chill filled the air, and the temperature dropped sharply. A low growl echoed through the forest. Unable to resist, Li Pengzi peeked out and saw a spirit beast emitting a blue glow. It had no skin or flesh, just a skeletal frame with two hollow red lights in its skull, looking like a haunting specter. Oh my god, what is that? Li Pengzi's eyes widened, his breathing quickened as he turned to Yifan. Yifan stared intently at the scene, his expression serious. Sensing Li Pengzi's gaze, he said in a low voice, an extraordinary level spirit beast, an ice phantom, ice soul. Hearing Yifan utter the name, Li Fadi was momentarily stunned and peeked out again to observe the situation. The forest giant python, having just finished a fierce battle, instantly became alert. Its massive body coiled and twisted, its tongue flickering incessantly, eyes fixed on the direction from which Ice Soul was approaching. Ice Soul was only half the size of the jagged lizard and ranked at golden 2 stars, yet it posed a deadly threat to the forest giant python. This newcomer clearly hadn't matured much and was quietly waiting, just like Yifan and his companions, for the outcome of the ongoing battle. At this moment, Ice Soul cautiously approached the forest giant python. Hiss, the snake's tongue emitted a dangerous sound. As Ice Soul drew nearer, the severely injured forest giant python didn't wait passively. Instead, it launched an attack, opening its massive jaws and lunging at Ice Soul with terrifying momentum. Roar! Ice Soul let out a strange hiss, a bone-chilling sound originating from its vibrating skeleton. Faced with the python's assault, Ice Soul first dodged and then stomped the ground fiercely. In an instant, its extraordinary bloodline power erupted, and ice elements rapidly spread from beneath its feet, creating what seemed like an instant glacier. Although the forest giant python's head was airborne, its body was still in contact with the ground. Within seconds, the spreading ice enveloped it. The python's momentum tore through the ice, but its attack faltered, and its enormous body lost balance and crashed to the ground. The ice clung to it like a curse, seeping into its wounds and freezing its organs and blood. The forest giant python raised its head, trying to stave off death, but it could only hold on for another second. Moments later, it was completely encased in ice, its previous injuries now fatal weak points. Gradually, the python fell silent, and the battle came to an end. Ice Soul roared again, and the ice receded. The python collapsed with a thud, its innards spilling out with the melting ice water, its eyes wide open in death. What was expected to be a fierce fight ended in such a bizarre manner. Holy crap, Yifan. What the heck can we possibly fight? Let's get out of here. On the hillside, Li Fadi was terrified, witnessing the extraordinary beast's abilities for the first time. What are you scared of? It's not you who has to fight it, Yifan said, getting up. Hey, you're still going? Li Fadi looked at Yifan in surprise. That ice is deadly. It's deadly because the python was injured, and the blood helped the ice form. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be that lethal, Yifan explained. Extraordinary beasts aren't that scary. Otherwise, it wouldn't have waited for the python and the jagged lizard to wear each other down before showing up. With that, he hefted his black sword and leaped into the battlefield. Yifan, Li Fadi called out, but seeing Yifan already in the fray, he could only close his mouth in frustration, glancing at the eerie Ice Soul and shaking his head at the memory of the recent scene. Mr. Pan, can Yifan defeat that Ice Soul? Wang Lingxi asked worriedly in a low voice. That Ice Soul seems really strong. Ice Soul's strength lies in its elemental control. Yifan has enchantments, which also give him strong elemental control, Pan Zhao replied, though his expression betrayed his concern. After a moment of thought, he added, Ice Soul is a particularly unique type of extraordinary beast, almost an elemental prodigy. Yifan only has his Hellhound to counter with fire attributes, but their bloodline levels are vastly different, as is their elemental control. Winning will be very difficult. If he doesn't break free quickly when frozen, and if Ice Soul attacks at that moment, he could be shattered instantly, with no chance of survival. I'll be ready to intervene at any moment. In the field, Ice Soul, about to feast, looked up at Yifan, its eyes flashing with confusion. It could sense that the beasts around this human were only at silver 9 stars, their bloodlines far inferior to its own. It couldn't understand why this human dared to stand before it. However, confusion quickly turned to alarm. Yifan swung his black sword, unleashing terrifying power. Boom! The sword struck Ice Soul's skeleton, visibly deforming the bones. But immediately, frost rapidly covered the black sword. Beast, enchant! Yifan quickly withdrew his sword and activated the Hellhound's enchantment. Meanwhile, the Celestial Pup's elemental conversion fireball cannon blasted forth, and the Gale Eagle soared into the sky. Flames surged from Yifan, spreading to the black sword and dispelling the frost. Ice Soul formed an ice wall to block the Celestial Pup's attack and retreated. As they distanced themselves, Yifan gripped his heavy sword and unhesitatingly launched another thrust. Roar! Ice Soul, unwilling to show weakness, stomped the ground again, ice spreading swiftly under Yifan's feet. Frost Shock, such a garbage skill, but in your hands, it's quite powerful, Yifan recognized Ice Soul's move, knowing it was a minor ice attribute skill, only potent due to Ice Soul's exceptional elemental control. Yifan remained unfazed, using the Hellhound's fire enchantment to stomp the ground as well. Overheat burn. Flames erupted from him, instantly destroying the encroaching ice. Seizing the opportunity, Yifan launched another thrust, charging at Ice Soul. Sensing the power of the strike, Ice Soul formed a thick, iron-like ice wall in front of it. Yifan's thrust failed to penetrate. Chirp! At that moment, the Gale Eagle's cry came from above. It unleashed its silver-level skill, Rending Claw, a move with formidable armor-piercing ability, directly striking Ice Soul's skeleton, sparks flying. Roar! The pain triggered Ice Soul's ferocity. It roared, blue light surging from its body, frost rapidly spreading along the Gale Eagle's claws, freezing it. Ice Soul was about to smash the frozen Gale Eagle when Yifan's black sword, enveloped in scorching flames, struck, sending it flying. Thud, thud, thud. Ice Soul rolled on the ground, ice forming wherever it passed. Yifan grabbed the frozen Gale Eagle, using flames to thaw it while continuously stomping the ground to cut off the spreading ice. What a troublesome beast, Yifan muttered, frowning at the distant Ice Soul as it stood up. The brief skirmish had already drained his energy, forcing him to constantly summon fire elements to avoid being frozen. Elemental prodigies like Ice Soul were the most vexing, able to manipulate vast amounts of elements for their attacks. While there were many elemental prodigies in the world, Ice Soul was undoubtedly among the best, its ice attribute particularly problematic. Fighting Ice Soul meant being frozen when moving, frozen when attacking, and frozen when defending. It was like battling the air in a deep freeze. After another bout of fierce struggle, Yifan once again gained the upper hand. With a swift strike, he forced the ice spirit back and took a few steps to create some distance. As he stared at the paused ice spirit not far away, a complicated emotion flickered in his eyes. This ice spirit, Yifan muttered to himself, analyzing the situation in his mind. The ice spirit showed no fear towards him, which actually increased the chances of taming it. Extraordinary beasts were often proud and difficult to subdue, especially elemental ones like this. It would only submit if it was defeated by someone of a lower level. If it were bested by someone of the same or higher level, taming it would become much harder. With this thought, a slight smile appeared on Yifan's lips, and a glint of determination flashed in his eyes. He hadn't held out much hope of encountering an extraordinary beast in the newly opened Yunqi's secret realm, but now not only had one appeared, it was an extremely rare ice spirit of a fitting level. Missing this opportunity was something Yifan couldn't accept. There's only one way, Yifan murmured. Beat it into submission. As he spoke, the Hellhound's fire element enchantment slowly faded from his body. He looked up at the sky and slowly raised his hand. Enchantment, Gale Eagle. A sharp eagle cry pierced the sky as the Gale Eagle descended, transforming into an energy form that merged with Yifan. In an instant, his senses heightened dramatically, and his vision expanded. Gripping his black sword, he shot towards the ice spirit like an arrow released from a bow. On the hillside, Wang Lingxi watched Yifan switch enchantments with a puzzled expression. Mr. Pan, why did Yifan choose the Gale Eagle's wind element? Wind and ice don't counter each other. Wouldn't this state restrict him even more? Pan Zhao, once the ace instructor of Pingxing, quickly provided an answer. Since you mentioned there's no direct counter, how could it restrict him more? You should think of it the other way around. Within a natural counter relationship, both Yifan and the ice spirit would only be able to utilize about 80 of their strength. The ice spirit's mastery of the ice element is deeper than the Hellhound's fire, so Yifan might only be able to exert 65 of his power. By switching to the Gale Eagle, he avoids the counter relationship, allowing both to exert 100 of their abilities. It might not seem like much, but the actual difference is significant. Pan Zhao kept his eyes on the battlefield as he continued. Look closely. Under the Gale Eagle's enchantment, Yifan is exceptionally swift in close combat, causing more damage. Although he's still somewhat restricted, he's using his heightened reflexes to shatter the ice that clings to him, a feat only possible with the Gale Eagle's agility. Wang Lingxi nodded thoughtfully. So, Yifan's choice of the Gale Eagle enchantment gives him an advantage? Yes, Pan Zhao agreed, surprise flickering in his eyes. He likely identified the ice spirit's weakness in close combat and switched to the Gale Eagle to exploit it. The path of perfection grants him unparalleled versatility, and the enchantment ability allows him to temporarily amplify a specific strength. The Hellhound provides area damage, the Gale Eagle enhances reflexes and senses, and the Little Tengu offers elemental conversion. If he tames the ice spirit, he'll gain formidable elemental control. Each additional beast adds to his arsenal, enabling more pathways for overclocking his abilities. Enchantment is practically a talent tailor-made for him. On the battlefield, Yifan's black sword struck again with a resounding crash, sending the ice spirit flying. A deep gash marred its skull as it struggled to stand after rolling a few times. This time, the fire in its eyes was tinged with fear. Despite causing Yi Fan considerable trouble, the key point was that it was being suppressed by an opponent of the silver 9-star level. Beasts began to gain intelligence at the gold level, and the ice spirit now realized that this human was terrifyingly powerful. This strength seemed to resonate with something deep in its bloodline. In other words, after a thorough beating, the ice spirit recognized that if this human were a beast, his bloodline would be far superior. Seeing the ice spirit not charging at him this time, a hint of a smile appeared in Yi Fan's eyes. He shook off the ice shards covering his limbs and, resting his giant sword on his shoulder, walked towards the ice spirit. The ice spirit appeared panicked as Yi Fan approached but didn't attempt another fierce resistance. It seemed to have accepted that it couldn't defeat Yi Fan and had no means of escape, so it stayed put. Standing before the ice spirit, Yi Fan looked down and asked, "Do you submit?" Though the ice spirit couldn't understand his words, it grasped Yi Fan's meaning. Mimicking other beasts it had seen, it lowered its head and bowed at Yi Fan's feet. A smile spread across Yi Fan's face as he extended his hand, revealing a beast contract in his palm. The ice spirit glanced at it, and, without much resistance, allowed the contract to envelop its head. As the light flashed and then faded, the ice spirit transformed into light and entered Yi Fan's beast space. When Yi Fan summoned the ice spirit again, its eyes were filled with astonishment. It nuzzled up to him without hesitation. Compared to the small territory it had fiercely defended, Yi Fan's beast space was like paradise, an offer few beasts could refuse. "You little thing," Yi Fan said, looking at the ice spirit nestled against his leg, a smile in his eyes. Beasts were simpler than humans. Their defiance was real, and so was their submission and affection. "Let's see what kind of power you have," Yi Fan said, placing his hand on the ice spirit. He then uttered 2 words, enchantment, ice spirit. As soon as he finished speaking, the ice spirit transformed into light and merged into Yi Fan. He shivered involuntarily before standing up, ice blue light flickering in his eyes. The surrounding temperature plummeted as Yi Fan raised his hand, conjuring tangible ice elements in his palm. Sensing something, he lifted his black sword and swung it forward. Stunning strike! With a thunderous roar, a massive sword energy burst forth, now enveloped in tangible frost. The sword energy swept towards a distant tree, shattering it instantly. In the next moment, the explosive sword energy bloomed like ice flowers, covering several trees and freezing them into crystalline sculptures. Seconds later, the ice sculptures collapsed, shattering into countless pieces of ice. "This ice element is so potent it can now imbue my stunning strike with attributes." Yi Fan nodded in satisfaction. This attack, seemingly less lethal, was actually incredibly powerful. It transformed the pure destructive force of the stunning strike into an internal ice sword energy. If an opponent took this hit unprepared, the fragmented sword energy would cause secondary damage. The original sword energy was like a razor-sharp blade, while the enchanted ice sword energy was like a soft yet deadly whip, ready to claim lives at any moment. "Perfect finish," Yi Fan said after a few more attempts, finally content. He turned towards the hillside where Li Pengzi and the others stood, waving them over. "What are you standing around for? Let's get moving." "Yi Fan, does this mean I'm now a gold-level beast master?" Li Pengzi was jumping up and down with excitement, his face beaming with uncontrollable joy. In just 2 days, Yi Fan had successfully tamed the ice soul, and Li Pengzi had also made significant gains. He had acquired a silver 8-star thunder serpent and a gold 1-star forest boa as his new companions. Although it wasn't quite what he initially hoped for, it was still a mission well accomplished. Yi Fan looked at Li Pengzi, a slight smile playing on his lips. "With a gold-level beast in your hands, you can indeed call yourself a gold-level beast master. However, the forest boa isn't very powerful, so let's just say you're a pseudo-gold for now." He paused and continued. "How does it feel to specialize? You were the first among the 4 of us to reach silver, and now you're the first to reach gold too." Li Pengzi nodded vigorously. "I can definitely feel the benefits." He recalled the forest boa he had seen earlier, whose innate abilities perfectly matched his own talents. Suddenly, a question popped into his mind. "But Yi Fan, aren't you a specialized beast master too? How did you manage to level up so quickly?" Yi Fan thought for a moment and replied, "Let's just say I'm not a typical beast master. It's hard for beast masters to tame beasts of a higher level because it's difficult to make them submit. Beasts have their own minds. If you don't defeat them yourself and rely on your beasts to overwhelm them, even if they lose, they won't truly submit." Li Pengzi scratched his head and muttered, "But usually, those who can defeat beasts themselves are warriors without beast spaces. Not every beast master can fight like you do, both as a beast master and a warrior." Yi Fan explained, "That's the trade-off. Beast masters have the advantage of more beasts and their talents, while warriors, without beasts, find it easier to make them submit." His eyes seemed to hold a deeper meaning. "The Tao has its flaws, sometimes manifesting in various ways. Suddenly, Yi Fan seemed to think of something, waving his hand and patting Li Pengzi on the shoulder. However, this flaw might be resolved in the future. Resolved? How? Li Pengzi asked, confused. Yi Fan gave a mysterious smile. You'll find out in due time. With that, he hefted his black sword and walked forward. On the barren expanse of the Yunshi secret realm, the sight of this slender youth carrying a massive black sword was particularly striking. Li Pengzi watched Yi Fan's retreating figure and couldn't help but mutter, my bro is really cool. If I were a girl, I'd be totally smitten. He instinctively glanced at Wang Lingxi, who was also staring at Yi Fan with a peculiar glint in her eyes. Li Pengzi sidled up to Wang Lingxi and suddenly said, Hey, wake up, you're drooling. Startled, Wang Lingxi wiped her mouth reflexively, then realized what he meant and her face flushed with anger. She slowly raised her fist. Li Yu, what nonsense are you spouting? I didn't say anything, Li Pengzi quickly defended himself. I know my bro is handsome, but drooling over him is a bit much, don't you think? You're full of it. I wasn't drooling. I wasn't. Li Yu. Hey, don't hit me. Don't. Yi Fan, help. Wang Lingxi's gonna kill me. Stop talking nonsense. I wasn't. Ow. Don't pull my hair, it hurts. As Li Pengzi and Wang Lingxi bickered their way toward the entrance, Yi Fan watched them with a smile in his eyes. He understood their little crushes but paid them no mind. To him, the budding romances of these youngsters were just a passing amusement. In his previous life, Yi Fan had endured countless trials to reach the pinnacle, encountering deceit and treachery along the way. People who saw him as weak still harbored various feelings even after he became strong. But this time, he was different. He had unparalleled insight into human nature and a broad perspective. He was the youngest gold-level master to defeat the guardian dragon and possibly the only one in his era to perfect the Tao's embryonic form. He didn't need to worry about whether Jingling's words were true or if the execution army harbored remnants of the old dynasty. Even if they did, so what? How long could they hide? And what could they do? Even Ji Jia, who had tried to kill him in his previous life, was the sole heir of the powerful Ji family, with top-tier talent, strength, and cunning. Someone like that had schemed for decades before finding a moment of weakness. If Ji Jia came, Yi Fan might be interested, but he couldn't be bothered with these small fries. His plans were perfect, not something a few unremarkable characters could disrupt. This wasn't arrogance, but rather a lack of interest. What could a few scheming sparrows do against a dragon? They were no more than nuisances, easily dealt with. Constantly guarding against such minor threats would be beneath him. This was just a small town on the edge of the southern Sichuan province. Those who followed him would eventually revere him as a god. Just then, the sound of hooves echoed from outside the secret realm. It was the arrival of the Oracle and his party. As the designated future leader of the Yintian sect, the Oracle, though young, commanded respect. No one wanted to offend these seers, who seemed like street fortune-tellers but could genuinely predict the future. It was a well-known fact that the Yintian sect could indeed divine the heavens. In a place like Jin City, even the law enforcement squads were eager to curry favor with the Oracle. Upon receiving the invitation, they rushed over. Yu Qi, who had previously made a grave mistake, was now particularly diligent, quickly dismounting to lead the way. The Oracle jumped off his horse and said, From the time you informed me until we found this place, it's been 5 or 6 days. They might have already left. Let me divine the situation. With that, he began to perform a series of intricate gestures, different from the methods of the previous seer. He drew symbols on the ground, set up yellow paper and a bronze mirror. The whole setup looked like something out of a street fortune-teller's act. Yu Qi watched and couldn't help but shake his head. He had once joined the Yintian sect and knew that divination techniques varied in quality. This method, called prism divination, was considered middle tier. The top-tier techniques involved more abstract calculations. The previous seer, with his natural gift of insightful eyes, could deduce many things with minimal effort. In terms of talent, the future leader of the Yintian sect was indeed far behind the former prodigy. Despite the disparity in talent, the Oracle's technique was still effective. Soon, the bronze mirror began to show images, with different colors appearing in various directions. In the center, a bright red light shone intensely. The Oracle frowned. The surroundings are calm, but there's a significant ominous sign to the north. He turned to Yu Qi, who was standing nearby. What's to the north? Yu Qi quickly responded, looking toward the northern road and thinking for a moment before answering. To the north, there's only one main road leading directly to Yun City. Upon returning to Yunqing, Yi Fan did not rush to look for Swan Sansheng. Instead, he went back to the mercenary group. Days passed, and Swan Sansheng had yet to appear, but Yi Fan showed no sign of impatience. He knew Li Pengzi would relay the message to Chanpong, and Swan Sansheng would come at the right time. Dealing with smart people doesn't require complexity. At this moment, Swan Sansheng had joined him out of desperation. To make him truly loyal, Yi Fan needed to let him witness more. so he would willingly serve. Yifan sat in the back room of the tavern, deeply engrossed in studying the fourth move of the sword manual. With a deeper understanding of swordsmanship, his curiosity about the origins of this manual grew. Although he had learned other sword techniques, none were as unique as the manual he had accidentally purchased. The manual contained 21 moves, each an explosive sword technique, consuming more energy as one progressed. The energy consumption was almost fixed. Improving one's realm only enhanced the destructive power without reducing the energy required. Despite its fatal flaw, the sword technique's terrifying destructive power made it hard for practitioners to be interested in other techniques. Even Yifan, with the best breathing method, top-tier body techniques, and an almost perfect enchantment talent, found it difficult to execute the third move, Jing Hong, without the modified black sword from the Research Institute. Yifan pondered the creator's strength, guessing their realm must be higher than the king level. He recalled the time-space dragon he had seen in his past life and knew that reaching the king level was not the end. Whether the emperor level was the pinnacle of cultivation remained uncertain. The master of the sword technique was a sword saint who followed the human king, suppressed magical beasts for 300 years, and traversed the stars. What kind of realm was that? Lost in thought, Yifan was interrupted by a knock on the door. Wang Lingxi announced Swan Sanqing's arrival. Yifan remained composed and gestured for him to enter. Swan Sanqing entered the room but did not sit down. Instead, he bowed to Yifan and thanked him in a complex tone. Yifan responded casually, inviting him to sit. Swan Sanqing produced a detailed plan of Yunqing, listing nearly 100 reform measures covering various aspects like civil affairs and military strength. After carefully reviewing it, Yifan marveled at Swan Sanqing's talent, especially the plan to establish a military academy. It avoided higher-level scrutiny, paved a private path for Yunqing, and could attract talent from other cities, which greatly impressed Yifan. Yifan instructed to follow the plan and promised Swan Sanqing full authority. When Swan Sanqing asked if Yifan had any questions, Yifan simply smiled, expressing his trust and importance. Deeply moved, Swan Sanqing stood up and pledged his loyalty. Noticing the old fan in Swan Sanqing's hand, Yifan suggested gifting him a new one. With Li Pengzi's assistance, Yifan presented Swan Sanqing with a feather fan imbued with the spirit of an exceptional nether cat beast. Overwhelmed with surprise and gratitude, Swan Sanqing repeatedly declined. Yifan nonchalantly remarked that compared to Swan Sanqing's talent, the beast's spirit weapon was insignificant. But this weapon is incredibly precious to me, Swan Sanqing said softly, his fingers absent-mindedly stroking the small cat on his shoulder. His gaze fell on Yifan, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Ever since I lost the ability to control beasts, I've spent countless nights thinking about this day. Controlling spirits and controlling beasts are fundamentally different. Yifan frowned slightly, looking at Swan Sanqing. Was the Dantian, where your cultivation is gathered, destroyed? I remember that the divination techniques of the Yantian sect are based on one's cultivation, yet your divinations seem unaffected. Swan Sanqing pointed to his eyes and explained, I have a natural Lingji eye. I can perform divinations without relying on cultivation, seeing differences between fortune and misfortune, and occasionally spotting hidden impurities. In the mortal world, it's also called the yin-yang eye. So, it's a natural divine eye. No wonder, Yifan said, suddenly understanding. Knowledge about the divine eye flashed through his mind. Among the billions of beings in the human realm, various unique abilities indeed exist. The divine eye is one of them, each type unique and powerful. Yifan pondered, the people of the Yantian sect want to capture you because of your Lingji eye, right? The Lingji eye must be extremely attractive to them. Swan Sanqing nodded, partly because of the Lingji eye, but in the past, I've managed to evade them using it. The sect leader was once my master and perhaps out of sentiment, didn't pursue me further. He lowered his voice, adding, but this time, the Yantian sect leader observed the stars and found that my star sign was influenced by a killing star, potentially bringing catastrophic disaster to the sect. A killing star. Yifan's brow furrowed. Could it be that your master is referring to me? It seems so. Swan Sanqing looked directly into Yifan's eyes. Your star sign has changed. The last time I saw you, your fortune was impressive but not overwhelmingly ominous. Now, any divination about you is accompanied by a surge of red light. You must have experienced something extraordinary recently, completely altering your star sign. Yifan fell silent, reflecting on his recent experiences. Gradually, a hypothesis formed in his mind. Finally, he looked back at Swan Sanqing and asked, what does it mean to become a killing star? Swan Sanqing cautiously replied, there are many implications, but the most evident is chaotic star signs and a surge in killings. He paused before adding, the War King was also a killing star when he emerged, observed by the Yantian sect for 15 years. Yifan's brow remained furrowed, not pressing further. He understood the weight of being a killing star and its potential consequences. At this moment, He was more concerned with how to handle the current situation. Is there any way to conceal a star sign? Yifan asked directly. Swan Sanqing shook his head. Star signs can't be hidden, only interpreted differently. The Yintian sect follows destiny closely. With the emergence of a killing star, destiny is disrupted, so they likely won't reveal much. If you feel something is wrong, you can use certain methods. Methods? What kind of methods? Yifan pursued. A shadow crossed Swan Sanqing's eyes, hesitating. These methods require someone from the Yintian sect to perform. Meanwhile, at the gates of Cloud City, a group of people halted, staring in surprise at the new, high-tech gates. Wu Qi dismounted and curiously inspected the gate. Don't waste time. Find Yifan quickly, the oracle urged. Cloud City is close to Ping City, his family's former stronghold. Once we're there, it will be harder to make a move. The group strode forward, ready to enter the city. However, they were stopped by guards as they approached the gate. Stop. Show your pass to enter Cloud City, the guard commanded sternly. The sudden demand left the group stunned. A man claiming to be from the Cloud City enforcement team tried to bribe the guard, only to be slapped away. Immediately, the sound of dozens of guns cocking echoed, and over 100 armed soldiers appeared atop the gate. The situation escalated quickly, turning the enforcement team's arrogance into fear. After a deafening gunshot left a hole in the ground, any remaining hope was shattered. Illegal entry, obstructing inspection, dismount, and submit to arrest. Raise your hands. The captain's voice was authoritative and unyielding. The group exchanged glances, slowly raising their hands. The oracle, still mounted, looked furious. He couldn't believe that in such chaotic times, a mere gate guard would dare treat him, the young master of the Yintian sect, this way. At that moment, a sharp voice broke the silence. Hey, Baldy over there, are you deaf? Get off your horse and raise your hands. Didn't you hear? Yifan stood at the entrance of the mercenary group, having just seen off Swan Sanqing. The captain of the Zhufa army hurriedly arrived, escorting several prisoners. The captain, visibly angry, roughly pushed the bound captives in front of Yifan. Master Yifan, these fools tried to force their way through our checkpoint, the captain fumed. They claim one of them is the young master of the Yintian sect and demanded our superior to kneel and apologize. I couldn't tolerate their arrogance and brought them here for your judgment. The air seemed to freeze. Yifan and Swan Sanqing exchanged a meaningful glance, both falling into silence. After a moment, Yifan softly asked, Strategist, could that bald young man be the young master of the Yintian sect you mentioned? Swan Sanqing looked helplessly at the captive known as Ming Xianji and sighed. As much as I hate to admit it, yes, it's him. Yifan led the group to a pavilion behind the mercenary headquarters. His gaze fixed firmly on the bald youth in the center, a hint of mockery in his tone. Brother Seer, what a coincidence. Swan Sanqing stood nearby, fanning himself with a feather fan, his expression complex. His former rival was now a prisoner, stirring a mix of emotions within him, even a sense of shame. Ming Xianji raised his head, staring directly at Swan Sanqing. Swan Tianzi, do you really think he can help you forever? The Yintian sect follows the will of heaven. You were expelled for defying it, and now you conspire with such people. What are you after? Swan Sanqing shook his head in resignation and looked at Yifan. Yifan understood, a knowing smile forming on his face. Brother Seer, haven't you figured out the situation yet? Yifan asked leisurely. Ming Xianji tried to remain calm. Figured out what? Yifan didn't explain, only tapping the table lightly. Brother Seer, don't play dumb. I'm not a patient man. If I lose my patience, your life might be at risk. You dare kill me? Ming Xianji was incredulous. The Yintian sect is powerful. Killing me means declaring war on them. A trace of mockery flashed in Yifan's eyes. Who said I would kill you? At most, I'll have one of my men shoot you. The Yintian sect, with all their divination, might not even trace it back to me. I can easily pin it on someone else. Isn't that right, Brother Seer? Ming Xianji was stunned, realizing the young man before him was no ordinary person. Suddenly, he recalled a divination before coming to Yun City and exclaimed, The killing star my master mentioned, it's you? That would be me, Yifan admitted straightforwardly. Since you know I'm the killing star, you should understand I'm not one for hesitation. Now that you're in my hands, I need your help. If you help, I'll let you go. If not, a cold glint appeared in Yifan's eyes. Ming Xianji hesitated for only a few seconds before quickly nodding. I'm willing to help Brother Yifan with this matter. Yifan and Swan Sanqing exchanged a glance before Yifan gestured to Ming Xianji. Come closer, I'll tell you what needs to be done. After Yifan whispered in his ear, Ming Xianji's face changed dramatically. You want me to destroy the star map? That's impossible. The star map is the most important treasure of the Yintian sect, the culmination of generations of sect leaders' efforts. If I destroy it, my master won't spare me. Yifan calmly explained. I'm not asking you to destroy the star map, just to weaken its sensing ability. The strategist said its sensing ability comes from its core and can be altered with the power of deduction. As the young master, you have access to the star map. You only need to seize an opportunity to damage a part of the core. Ming Xianji was still hesitant. Even damaging part of the core will anger my master. Yifan's tone turned threatening. You're the young master. At worst, you'll be confined for a few years. But if you refuse my request, it won't be just confinement you'll face. Ming Xianji wrestled with his thoughts before finally lowering his head. I agree. Yifan nodded in satisfaction. Then let's seal it with an oath. The strategist mentioned your Yintian sect has a special method for oaths? The Tianming oath, Swan Sancheng added. Ming Xianji said no more, forming hand seals, his eyes gradually glowing. Moments later, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and he smiled bitterly. Yifan, is this enough? Yifan looked at Swan Sancheng, who nodded in confirmation. Only then did Yifan respond. Brother Seer, if you had agreed earlier, we wouldn't have had to go through this. As the young master of the Yintian sect, you are still respected in Yun City. Someone, bring a bowl of water for our esteemed young master to drink. The sound in the attic fell, and the prophet's expression instantly turned grave. Li Pengzi, quick on his feet, handed a bowl of water to the prophet. The prophet stared at the seemingly ordinary water, hesitating. He couldn't help but wonder if it might be poisoned. At that moment, Yifan broke the silence. Prophet, drink the water and be on your way. You've been away from the sect for a while. Your master and the others must be worried. The prophet snapped out of his thoughts and looked at Yifan's faintly smiling face, feeling uneasy. Unable to read the young man's intentions, he nodded and drank the water in one gulp. Yifan, I must take my leave, he said, standing up and cupping his hands in farewell. Yifan maintained his unsettling smile. Go ahead, prophet. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't see you off. The prophet glanced at the empty bowl, recalling the vow he had made, and a flash of fear crossed his eyes. This unease drove him to leave hastily. After the prophet departed, Li Pengzi approached Yifan curiously. Yifan, what was in that bowl? Did you secretly add some colorless, tasteless poison to control that bald guy for life? Yifan shook his head and patted Li Pengzi's shoulder. It was just plain water. But by drinking it, he'll always be under my control. He can't see through me or the water. From now on, he'll constantly worry about whether he's been poisoned, and every time he sees me, he'll be terrified. The real poison isn't in the body. It's in the mind. Li Pengzi scratched his head, half understanding. Yifan didn't elaborate further, instead turning his gaze to Wu Qi and the others. Now, it's time to deal with you. This statement made everyone present tremble. Yifan looked at Swan Sancheng. Strategist, you decide. After all, they were the ones who caused your friend's death. Swan Sancheng was surprised but couldn't hide the hatred in his eyes as he looked at Wu Qi. Scenes from the secret realm flashed through his mind. Being deceived, hunted, watching a friend who was like family die to protect him. These memories fueled his growing hatred. Wu Qi noticed Swan Sancheng's dark expression and felt a sinking feeling. He wanted to beg for mercy but couldn't bring himself to speak. Just days ago, he had been mocking this downtrodden middle-aged man, and now the roles were completely reversed, leaving him speechless. Swan Sancheng finally spoke, his voice full of venom. Yifan, such scum should just be killed. He then sat back down, a look of exhaustion on his face. Yifan nodded. All right, since the strategist says to kill them, then kill them all. Panic immediately erupted. One of the enforcers couldn't help but plead. We had nothing to do with Wu Qi's schemes. We were just giving the prophet face by helping him out. We didn't harm Swan Sancheng's friend. Please spare us. Yifan coldly replied. I don't care if you were accomplices or not. You were with Wu Qi, so you're all in the same boat. In this world, you share blessings and hardships together. If you can't even uphold that principle, what are you doing in the underworld? This made their faces turn even paler. They had only intended to join in for some benefits, but now they faced death alongside Wu Qi. Finally, someone couldn't hold back and started cursing Wu Qi, with others quickly joining in. Wu Qi was surrounded, dodging left and right, but couldn't avoid being bitten and scratched. The scene was like a group of zombies attacking their prey, extremely horrifying. Wu Qi kept howling for help. Yifan watched for a while, then approached and saw that Wu Qi had already stopped moving. Did he scare himself to death? Such a coward, Yifan remarked with disdain, shaking his hand. Seeing this, the others knelt down and begged for mercy. Yifan raised his hand to stop them. All right, I won't kill you, but I need some useful information from you. One of them immediately asked, what kind of information, Yifan? We'll tell you everything we know, just spare our lives. Yifan shook his head, his eyes cold. You decide what information to give. You enforcers must have connections with the scum of Gene City. Tell me the most explosive news you can think of. If I find it useful, it'll buy you your life. As soon as he finished speaking, one enforcer eagerly stepped forward. Sir, I have something. Jean City's mayor, Song Yun, has been keeping dozens of young female students. His wife found out recently, and now they're getting a divorce. They even fought at the city gate the other day, and we enforcers couldn't stop them. It was only when Song Yun's father-in-law showed up that they were separated. Yifan listened and, after a moment of silence, sighed. Personal scandals like that aren't what I'm looking for. Yifan, I have some news. Sir, I do too. In the attic, the members of the Jean City enforcement team seem to have opened a floodgate, eagerly crowding around Yifan to report their findings. However, despite the flurry of information, nothing seemed to pique Yifan's interest. Just then, a team member stepped forward, his voice tinged with nervousness. Lord Yifan, I have news about Ping City. He took a deep breath and continued. I recently heard that a new secret realm has been discovered near Ping City. It's rumored to be of the Lei Ling level. This immediately caught Yifan's attention. His sharp gaze turned to the speaking team member. Where did you get this information? From a remnant of the old dynasty. The team member replied, quickly adding, Sir, I have no ties with that remnant. Yifan raised a hand to stop him. You don't need to explain. I don't care about your background. Do you know the exact location of this secret realm? The team member shook his head. I don't know the exact location. It's said to be less than 30 miles from Ping City. That makes sense. Yifan nodded slightly, his eyes narrowing in thought. A secret realm of the Lei Ling level could unleash beasts powerful enough to cause a beast tide. Yifan recalled the beast tide that had struck Ping City in his past life. A disaster that claimed the lives of his parents, Yi Linqing and Ning Qingxia. Now, with more clues at hand, it was clear that the beast tide's outbreak in Ping City was no coincidence but a deliberate act. Yifan pressed on. What else do you know about this secret realm? The team member replied, That's all I know. The organization seems to take this secret realm very seriously and will soon send a team to investigate. He paused, then added, These are all details I got from that dynasty remnant. He seems to be in charge of liaising with higher-ups and knows a lot of inside information. Can you contact him? Yifan asked directly. I think I can. The team member hesitated. Yifan nodded. That simplifies things. Disguise yourself and bring that person to Yun City. If you do, you and your team will live. The other enforcement team members visibly relaxed upon hearing this, but the speaking team member looked troubled. Yifan narrowed his eyes. What? You can't do it? His voice turned cold. If not, then there's nothing more to discuss. Li Pengzi, call the execution squad to have these people shot on the spot. I can. The team member hurriedly agreed. Yifan waved his hand, and a black sword slashed through, freeing the team member from his restraints. It takes less than half a month to travel to and from Jean City. I'll give you a month. Within that time, I want to see the person you're talking about. The team member stood there, stunned, seemingly unable to believe that Yifan had just let him go. Yifan spoke nonchalantly, Don't even think about betrayal. I have a subtechnique from the Great Zhou Heavenly Soul Refining Spell. Once you cultivate it, you can leave. Hearing the name, Great Zhou Heavenly Soul Refining Spell, the team member trembled. He looked at Yifan in disbelief. Isn't that the master-servant contract spell used by the organization? How do you? Yifan sneered. It's not like the dynasty's organization is the only one with such vicious methods. He stared at the team member, a cold glint in his eyes. Sometimes, my methods can be 100 times more ruthless. Jean City, a place where spring seems eternal, filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers, lush greenery all around. Not only is the environment pleasant, but its unique system and stable atmosphere have also made it a retirement haven for many. The small taverns in the city are always packed, especially on weekends. This Saturday afternoon, the tavern was filled with a diverse crowd. Middle-aged men with potbellies occupied most of the seats, occasionally whistling at the scantily clad dancers on stage and tossing a few bills if they had some spare cash. There were also many young men, likely first-timers, whose faces flushed as they watched the dancers. Among the crowd, a man with a scarred face sat in the corner, drawing attention. His face was marred with burned scars, and his head had an uneven contour, as if it had grown some extra flesh. Despite others avoiding him, it didn't stop him from intently watching the dancers. Simba, finally found you. A somewhat flustered man suddenly appeared beside him. The scarred man, called Simba, looked up, surprised. Dylan? Why did it take you so long to return? Weren't you helping the young master of the Yin Tian sect? Ran into trouble? Dai Lin shook his head, his expression uneasy. No. He hesitated for a moment, then leaned in close to Simba and asked, Simba, how much more do you need to buy Lin Na's freedom? Simba's expression instantly darkened. He looked at the petite dancer on stage and slowly said, A lot more. I calculated yesterday. I have 3,454,856 and 30 cents to buy Lin Na's freedom. I still need 6,545,143.70 cents. After speaking, he sighed deeply. If I work harder, maybe I can free her soon. Hearing this number, Dai Lin couldn't help but gasp. He took the opportunity to lean closer to Simba and whispered, "There's an opportunity now to make a lot of money. Are you interested?" Of course, Simba nodded without hesitation. "Where? I can go right away." Dai Lin finally smiled, exhaling in relief, and put his arm around Simba's shoulder. "It's in Yun City. Just come with me." Cloud City? Upon hearing this, Simba furrowed his rugged brows, a flicker of unease passing over his scarred face. "That's far from Jean City," he muttered to himself, then turned his gaze towards the stage, his eyes lingering on the young dancer with an unmistakable look of reluctance. "If I leave, who will protect Lena if someone bullies her?" Simba said softly, his thick fingers clenching unconsciously. Dai Lin patted the big guy on the shoulder, his tone carrying a hint of reassurance. "No one will. Everyone in this tavern knows Lena is under your protection. No one would dare harm her. When we return from Cloud City, you'll have enough money to buy her freedom." Simba fell into deep thought at these words. He stood still, his brows tightly knitted, as if engaged in an intense internal struggle. After a long while, he slowly nodded. "I need to say goodbye to her." "All right," Dai Lin responded, watching as Simba walked towards the corner of the stage. His eyes grew complicated, filled with mixed emotions. Simba was indeed a member of the Dynasty organization. Despite his fierce appearance, Dai Lin knew from years of acquaintance that this scarred man was fiercely loyal to his friends. Especially towards the dancer named Lena, Simba showed a rare gentleness. Though he was as fierce as a tiger, he trusted his companions deeply and would always stand up for them. In the days before Dai Lin became an enforcer, it was often Simba who protected him. Thinking about his current actions, Dai Lin felt a pang of guilt. But soon, the constraints in his mind made him shudder, forcing him to lower his head and whisper, "Simba, I'm sorry." The words were barely audible in the noisy tavern. Simba approached the dressing table behind the stage, finding Lena as she was fixing her makeup. This usually imposing figure now looked awkward and uneasy, stammering as he spoke. "Lena, I have to leave for a while." Lena was slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting this man who watched her every day but never spoke to suddenly start a conversation. She hesitated for a moment and then cautiously asked, "Are you not coming back?" "I'll be back," Simba quickly replied, scratching his head nervously with his rough hand. "I'm just worried that if I leave, someone might bully you." He hurriedly added, "But don't worry, I'll come back as soon as I can. If anyone bothers you, just mention my name. Everyone in this city is afraid of me." "All right," Lena nodded, her tone carrying a barely noticeable fluctuation. "Just be careful out there." This seemingly ordinary piece of advice filled Simba with immense joy. He nodded repeatedly, as if gaining great strength. "I will. Thank you." With that, he turned and walked off the stage, his steps firm and resolute. "Is that the big guy who looks out for you?" Another dancer beside Lena asked, her eyes filled with envy. "Such a man, so full of security. He may be ugly, but at least he's faithful, unlike those greasy, pot-bellied men who can't keep their hands to themselves and flirt with other women the next day." "Faithful." Lena repeated the word thoughtfully, her eyes inadvertently sweeping over the pile of coins in front of her companion. Though less attractive than her, the other dancer made several times more money by relying on heavy makeup and revealing outfits. "Faithfulness, what good is it?" Lena murmured, her tone tinged with helpless regret. "He watches me every day, but in all this time, he hasn't given me a single coin. Without money, I have nothing, not even the most worthless freedom." Meanwhile, in the Shenyi Tavern, strategist Swan Sancheng hurriedly arrived. "Strategist, can we expand the number of troops in the Zhufa army in the short term?" Yifan asked directly. Swan Sancheng paused at the question, then fell into deep thought. After a moment, he nodded. "If necessary, it can be done. But hastily expanding the army might lower its overall quality. I suggest establishing a new corps, similar to the enforcement unit and regular patrols. This way, we can lower the entry requirements and handle miscellaneous tasks. In the future, this corps could serve as a permanent garrison for Cloud City. We could also implement a promotion and demotion system, where the best are promoted into the Zhufa army and those who err are demoted, creating a positive incentive and selection mechanism." "No problem." Yifan nodded in satisfaction. With Swan Sancheng, he didn't need to worry about many details. He just had to provide the requirements and ideas, and Swan Sancheng would come up with the corresponding plans, often going above and beyond. Such talent was indeed priceless. "Yifan, why do you want to expand the army?" Swan Sancheng asked curiously. Yifan explained, "I've sent someone to find a member of the Dynasty organization. Once I get the exact location of the secret realm, I plan to explore the Leiling secret realm." "The Leiling secret realm might have beasts above the eternal level," Swan Sancheng said with some concern. "So, You're expanding the army to prepare for exploring the Leiling's secret realm around Ping City? Yi Fan nodded. A level 3 secret realm is vast and resource-rich. Many rare minerals, rare earths, and gems for humanity are usually sourced from secret realms. Cloud City is abundant in agricultural products but lacks some minerals. With the research institute and workshop booming, relying solely on trade will gradually become insufficient. As Cloud City grows, we'll need resources for development. In that case, it's indeed worth planning carefully. Swan Sanching agreed. I'll arrange it in the coming days and help you establish a new core as soon as possible. For now, let's set the secondary core at 5,000 men. If needed, we can consider forming an even lower tier core in the future. All right, I'll leave it to you then, Yi Fan said politely. Well, I have my work cut out for me. Swan Sanching stretched. Establishing a new core might seem simple, but it involved coordinating personnel, arranging weapons, training grounds, and many other complex tasks. For him, it was also a challenge, but a great opportunity to showcase his abilities. By the way, Swan Sanching suddenly remembered. What will the new core be called? Yi Fan? Yi Fan frowned in thought at the question. After a moment, a deep look flashed in his eyes, and he slowly said, let's call it Tengen. Heaven's Punishment? Swan Sanching paused slightly upon hearing the name, his gaze landing on Yi Fan's face. He noticed a hint of depth in Yi Fan's expression and couldn't help but ask curiously, does this name have any special significance? Yi Fan's lips curled into a slight smile as he replied, not really, just thought it sounded nice. He didn't elaborate, but his mind was calculating. Subduing Chen Chongqing and Yunqing was a crucial step in his strategic plan, one that would change many future events. The terrifying bomb once known as Heaven's Punishment would no longer exist. Instead, it would be replaced by an army dedicated to the people's livelihood, order, and peace. Swan Sanching nodded, not pressing further. After a moment of thought, he said, forming the Legion is just the first step. Entering the secret realm around Pingqing involves many considerations. Once we get the information, should we notify or share it with Pingqing? No need for now. Yi Fan waved his hand dismissively. Pingqing just went through a major upheaval. They probably can't organize any effective force at the moment. The secret realm was first discovered by the dynasty, and they will likely send some people. It's better for us to secure the periphery of the secret realm before making any moves. Later, we can share it with others, but we must retain ownership of the realm. A secret realm like Lei Ling is as vast as several cities and is a valuable resource. Securing it would ensure Yunqing has ample resources for at least the next few years. That makes sense, Swan Sanching agreed, then asked tentatively, what are your plans for Pingqing? Will you eventually bring it under your control? Yi Fan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Not for now. Pingqing was once my family's territory. Though it's backward, various forces are entrenched there, including dozens of eternal level and above powerhouses. It's too complicated to clean up now. Let Yunqing develop for a couple of years, and let us grow stronger. When the time is right, we'll bring Pingqing under control. For now, maintaining friendly relations will suffice. Got it. This helps me understand how to adjust our plans moving forward, Swan Sanching said, a hint of a smile in his eyes. Conversing with Yi Fan was a novel experience for him. Despite Yi Fan's youth, his insight and strategy were on par with his own. Their exchanges felt like a chess match between two skilled players, each move laden with meaning. Just as Swan Sanching was marveling at the depth of their strategic discussions, a soldier from the Zhufa army hurried in, looking tense. Lord Yi Fan, we've brought the person Delin mentioned. He's at the city gate now. He's very fierce and surrounded by our troops. We didn't dare to shoot for fear of accidentally killing him. Chun Peng and Lord Li Yu were outmatched, and we're having trouble dealing with him. Yi Fan frowned upon hearing this. Even Fatty Li with his golden beast control couldn't handle him? He nodded. I'll go take a look. As he reached the door, Yi Fan recalled Swan Sanching's earlier words. With a smile, he said, the world is vast, with hundreds of provinces and billions of people. In this remote province, those who challenge us are like grasshoppers in the field, hardly more than sparrows. When we reach the peak of the clouds, we'll be contending with dragons and phoenixes. Don't you agree, strategist? Outside Yunqing, Yi Fan saw Simba, surrounded by the Zhufa army. Simba was covered in wounds, clearly having been through several fierce battles, but his eyes remained fierce, his breath heavy but his fighting spirit undiminished. Pan Zhao stood outside the crowd with his hands behind his back, while Fatty Li and the others were injured. Delin, who had been sent to bring Simba, was hiding at the back, trembling at Simba's angry roars. Seeing their disheveled state, Yi Fan teased, what, feeling embarrassed because you lost? Fatty Li raised his hand, revealing a bloody bite mark. That guy's too fierce. His strength isn't that high, but he fights like a wild beast, totally reckless. Look at this, I was about to win, and he bit me. Who can handle that? Chen Peng chimed in, yes, Captain. His fighting style is completely reckless. We could win, but it would mean seriously injuring him. It's hard to hold back, and we end up at a disadvantage. Yifan nodded slightly, then turned to the anxious Delin. He could see Delin looked guilty but didn't say anything about it. Instead, he asked, "How did you lure him to Yunqing?" Delin replied nervously, "I told him there was a big job that could make a lot of money." "Oh, he likes money?" Yifan frowned, glancing at the beast-like Simba, puzzled. Someone motivated by money and power shouldn't have such strong willpower. Delin, seemingly feeling guilty, added in a low voice, "Sir, Simba wants the money to raise 1 million to free a dancer. He's not a bad person. He's working for the dynasty because they pay more." Yifan pondered. "What's the dancer's name?" "Linna," Delin replied. Yifan nodded, waving his hand. "All right, let me talk to him." A soldier cautioned, "Lord Yifan, he's extremely fierce. Be careful he doesn't attack you." "He won't hurt me that easily," Yifan replied, signaling the troops to make way. As soon as he entered the circle, Simba lunged at him, roaring, "You despicable people, I'll never submit." Yifan didn't hesitate or draw his heavy sword. He simply punched. The impact sent Simba sprawling back. Sensing Yifan's superior strength, Simba didn't back down. He snarled, "I'll bite you to death," and charged again. This time, Yifan didn't strike. He watched Simba approach and calmly said, "What, don't you want to make money to free your Lin Na?" The sound of his voice made Simba, who had been charging forward, suddenly pause. A look of confusion flashed across his brutish face, quickly replaced by rage. He roared, "You think you can trick me? You people came here just to capture me, and you call this doing business?" Yifan remained impassive, his gaze calm as a still lake. He spoke slowly, "You are a member of the dynasty organization. I had no intention of doing business with you. But after hearing some reasons from your friends, I decided to give you a chance." Simba frowned, clearly not understanding. "Why?" "No particular reason." Yifan shook his head, exuding authority with a mere gesture. "I give opportunities when I choose to. It has nothing to do with you. It's just a whim of mine." Simba hesitated, pondering the words. After a few seconds of silence, he cautiously asked, "What kind of business?" "It's simple." Yifan nodded, his eyes sharp. "I need some information about the Thunder Ridge secret realm near Pingqing. If the information is useful, I'll pay you." "Information about the secret realm?" Simba's eyes flickered, instinctively wanting to refuse. But as he was about to speak, a memory of someone flashed in his mind, making him hesitate. He carefully asked, "How much are we talking about?" "Enough to buy that dancer's freedom," Yifan replied succinctly, then turned to walk down the path cleared by the Zhufa army. With his back to Simba, he waved his hand. "The opportunity I'm offering won't last forever. You have half a minute to decide. I don't repeat myself. If you refuse, it's certain death. Think it over." With that, Yifan walked away without looking back. Simba was left in the circle of soldiers, watching the young man with the black sword recede into the distance, complex emotions in his eyes. "I promised Lena I'd return," Simba muttered to himself, seeming to come to a decision. He stood up and silently followed Yifan. The soldiers of the Zhufa army remained vigilant, fingers on their triggers, ready for any resistance from the fierce man. But at this moment, Simba seemed to have retracted his claws, walking with his head down, only casting a fierce glance at Dai Lin as he passed, before lowering his gaze again. This once untamed beast had been struck at his most vulnerable point by Yifan. To survive, for the reason he had to survive, he chose to submit for the first time. In a sparse room, Yifan sat opposite Simba. Chun Pang stood by, watching the brutish man warily, ready for any sudden move. "Have you thought it through?" Yifan asked directly. "Yes," Simba replied in a deep voice, without unnecessary words or actions. "Good." Yifan nodded. "Write down the location of the secret realm, as detailed as possible." "I can't write," Simba stated bluntly. Yifan was taken aback, incredulous. "You can't write? Are you sure? With your strength at Silver 9 Star, how did you learn breathing techniques and martial arts without knowing how to read or write?" "My parents were butchers, and I was a butcher too. I never learned to write. I learned breathing techniques and martial arts directly from my master," Simba explained expressionlessly. "You have a master?" "Yes, a martial arts instructor." Yifan nodded thoughtfully, not pressing further. "Then just describe the location of the secret realm. I'll have someone write it down." Simba agreed and began describing the location in detail to a soldier, who diligently took notes, missing nothing. When the soldier finished, Simba asked, "Anything else?" Yifan waved his hand. "No, that's all." He scrutinized Simba, a glint in his eye. This fierce yet loyal man, if properly trained, could become an excellent warrior. The Zhufa army, currently led only by Jingling, could use a brave vanguard. After a moment of thought, Yifan asked, "I'm curious, how much does the dynasty organization pay you to risk your life for them?" 100,000 a month, Simba replied honestly. 100,000? Yifan frowned. "With your strength, earning that much should be easy." Why not hunt in the forest or do some business? Simba admitted. I've been spending my days at the tavern these past few years. No time for hunting. As for other ways to make money, too complicated. I don't know how. Yifan chuckled at the straightforward answer. He shook his head, thinking Simba indeed didn't seem like someone who could make money. The dynasty organization had a good eye, getting such a fierce silver 9-star to work for them for just 100,000 a month. After a moment's reflection, Yifan probed. If I offer you a job that pays 500,000 a month after you buy back that dancer's freedom, would you join me? 500,000. Simba hesitated, but quickly shook his head. I work for the dynasty to free Lena. Once she's free, I won't work for anyone. Yifan was surprised but persisted. Don't you want to give Lena a better life? You should know my status. If you work for me, I'll give you a prestigious job and many opportunities. Simba shook his head again, resolutely. I can hunt and give her all the money. As for status, I don't think Lena would care. She's a kind girl, not like those who chase after power. Seeing Simba's determination, Yifan didn't press further. All right, Wang Lingxi, give him 10 million. From outside, Wang Lingxi responded. Moments later, she walked in with a card, explaining, we received a donation from the Zhao family yesterday, exactly 10 million. The password is 6/8. Zhao Deming, always with his ambitions. Yifan chuckled, handing the card to Simba. I won't make things difficult for you. Take the card and go free your Lena. Simba took the card, his face finally showing a hint of excitement. He turned and left without a word, eager to see the person he longed for. The others watched in disbelief as Yifan let Simba go. Normally, Yifan wouldn't spare anyone from the dynasty organization. Seeing their astonished expressions, Yifan explained, why are you all staring at me? I'm not bloodthirsty. Some people in the dynasty aren't inherently bad and haven't done anything wrong. I can't be bothered to kill them. Get back to work or train if you have nothing to do. We have big plans ahead. The group, though still surprised, dispersed. Only Swan Sancheng stayed behind. He seemed to have seen through the exchange between Yifan and Simba, puzzled. Yifan, if you wanted to recruit Simba, why not use some leverage? That Lena seems to be his weakness. Yifan shook his head, looking thoughtfully down the road. I don't like using underhanded methods to recruit people. I value his straightforward nature and want his genuine loyalty. Using tricks would only yield results I don't want. Sometimes you just need to wait. In Jean City, it was an ordinary sunny day. Pedestrians hurried along the streets, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Graceful women held parasols, their fair skin seemingly reflecting a soft glow under the sunlight. At the end of the street, a burly figure appeared, resembling a weary tiger, with fatigue evident in his eyes. Despite his exhaustion, he clutched a card tightly, as if it were the most precious thing in the world. Passers-by instinctively made way for him, but he seemed accustomed to such treatment, keeping his head down and eyes fixed on the corner of the street. With a thud, Simba pushed open the door to the small tavern on the corner. The arrival of a regular caught the attention of many, but this time, their eyes held a complex mix of emotions, perhaps mockery, perhaps disdain. Simba paid no mind to the stares, quickly scanning the stage. But he did not see the familiar figure he was looking for. Where's Lena? Panic suddenly gripped him. He had never been away for so long, and this brief absence filled him with unease. He rushed into the dressing room behind the stage, startling the dancers. Where's Lena? Where did she go? Simba roared, not caring about the scantily clad dancers. Finally, a dancer who seemed to know Lena mustered the courage to speak softly. Lena was redeemed a few days ago. The words hit Simba like a bolt from the blue. After a moment of stunned silence, he roared again. Who? Who redeemed her? The son of the Jean City Lord, Song Shao, the dancer replied, a hint of worry in her eyes. Simba, Song Shao is the young lord. Don't do anything rash. Before she could finish, Simba had already stormed out, leaving behind a group of stunned dancers. Though they feared the fierce man, they couldn't help but gossip after he left. If Lena stayed with Simba, she might have had a good life. But Song Shao has wealth and power. Is wealth and power more important than true love? I think true love is more important. That's because you haven't met someone wealthy and powerful. Everything has a price. When I was in my prime, many people were sincere to me. Should I have married each one of them? Simba arrived at the gates of the city lord's mansion and shouted Lena. His voice drew the attention of many. The gates soon opened, and a slender man stepped out. Simba, what are you doing? Song Shao frowned. Sir? Simba was taken aback, clearly not expecting the man who paid his wages to be Song Shao. What do you want? Song Shao asked coldly. Simba held up the card and said, Sir, I'm here for Lena. I have 1 million. I can redeem her now. Song Shao smirked. You have 1 million? But you're too late. Lena has already been redeemed by me. She is now my concubine. Concubine? Simba's heart sank. Shaking his head, he said, Impossible. Lina would never become someone else's concubine. Why not? Song Zhao's smirk deepened. Would you like to see her and ask her yourself? Simba nodded heavily.
Yes.
Song Xiao ordered a servant to fetch Lina. Soon, she appeared at the gate. She had changed drastically, no longer dressed as a heavily made-up dancer, but in luxurious attire, looking every bit the noblewoman. Simba? Lina was surprised. Lina, I have the money to redeem you now. Simba raised the card. I've earned 1 million. Lina paused, memories flashing through her mind. She seemed to understand why Simba visited her daily without ever paying. However, Song Zhao's cough brought her back to reality. Simba, thank you, Lina said, suppressing her complex emotions. She glanced at Song Xiao and said as calmly as she could, I have already been redeemed by Song Xiao. I am now his concubine. Use your money to redeem someone else you like. I don't have anyone else I like. Simba stared at Lina in disbelief. You wouldn't even let a drunk customer touch your hand. How could you willingly become someone else's concubine? Were you forced? Simba, watch your words, Song Xiao said impatiently, pulling Lina close and kissing her provocatively. I gave you a chance to ask. You've confirmed it. What more do you want? Leave. You have 1 million. Find another dancer. Coveting someone else's concubine is disgraceful. Simba persisted. Lina, are you here willingly? Lina's expression was complicated. Held tightly by Song Xiao, she felt his coercive grip. She looked away from Simba and down at her luxurious attire, sighing softly. Simba, people change. When I was a teenager, I could live happily on a few hundred in tips each day. But now, at 22, I want freedom and a life of ease. I don't want to be a dancer anymore. Come with me, and I can give you a life of ease too, Simba said stubbornly, glaring at Song Xiao with a fierce look. If you want, I can take you away right now. Song Xiao's expression darkened. Simba, you're being reckless. I don't want to, Lina interrupted, looking calmly at Simba. Simba, don't you understand? I've become a shallow woman. I only love money and power. I want a life of ease and respect. What can you offer me? Hardship? A life of toil? I've had enough of that. I want to live the good life I've dreamed of.
Leave.
With that, Lina closed her eyes and leaned submissively into Song Zhao's arms. Song Xiao laughed triumphantly, casting a mocking glance at the stunned Simba before stepping back into the mansion. The gate closed, and Simba stood still, gripping the card tightly. The sunny day gradually turned dark as heavy rain poured down. Even into the night, Simba remained at the city lord's gate, drenched, unable to distinguish between rain and tears on his face. Let's go. At some point, a figure with a heavy sword appeared beside Simba. Holding a black umbrella, he looked at the city lord's mansion with a calm expression, as if mourning. The power and wealth she desires, I will give you, and it will surpass what she has now by 1,000-fold. Time flies like an arrow, and in the blink of an eye, January has passed. In this short yet fulfilling period, 2 elite corps in Yun City have taken shape. The Zhufa army, led by Jingling with Simba as the main general, has Zhotsong and Deng Ai responsible for battlefield intelligence. Over 100 beast tamers form the core of the troops, each rigorously trained in specialized martial arts and breathing techniques. They are equipped with the latest Zhufa Type 4 weapons and full armor, making each soldier capable of taking on any beast below the gold level. Alongside them is the newly formed multifunctional Tianqian army. Yifan incorporated the Lone Wolf mercenary group, led by Zhang De. They are outfitted with specially developed Tianqian series equipment, which includes various functionalities such as attack and rescue, making them highly versatile. On the training ground, Swan Sancheng stood on the command platform, overlooking the 2 burgeoning corps. He felt a mix of emotions, knowing that such an armed configuration had indeed consumed a vast amount of resources, beyond what most forces could afford. Standing beside him, Yifan scanned the neatly arranged soldiers and nodded slightly. This is just the beginning, he said calmly. We still need to grow and recruit more elite forces. Swan Sancheng responded, and then turned his attention to the Zhufa army. In the front, Simba sat atop a mighty iron-horned rhino, clad in heavy iron armor and wielding a giant axe. From a distance, he looked like a fearsome deity of war. Simba is indeed a formidable general, Swan Sancheng praised, then turned to ask Yifan, why did you personally go to recruit him back then? Yifan shook his head. It wasn't intentional, just a visit. He said no more, his gaze falling on Simba in the distance, with a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. Simba had received everything Yifan promised: top-tier martial arts, breathing techniques, and the position of chief general of the Zhufa army. Yifan didn't expect gratitude. Instead, he believed that those filled with hatred and resentment often possess terrifying drive. Indeed, this former butcher proved exceptionally gifted. After receiving new training methods, Simba practiced day and night and is now on the verge of breaking through to the gold level. His focus and talent would soon make him a true formidable general. Yifan snapped out of his thoughts and said to the strategist beside him, "Prepare, we will depart for the Leiling's secret realm today." Swan Sancheng was surprised. Depart today? Didn't you say a few days ago that we should wait for other beast tamers to break through to the gold level? Yifan nodded with a smile. It's already done. I now have 4 gold level beasts. With that, he shouldered his black sword and stepped down from the platform. Swan Sancheng watched Yifan's back with a look of astonishment. He knew that the gold level was a significant threshold. Once crossed, a beast tamer could truly explore vast new horizons. Most of the strong in the Nanchuan province were stuck at the gold level, while Yifan's terrifying combat prowess made him comparable to high-star gold-level warriors even at the lower gold level. Yun City now had a genuine voice. A top-tier combat force comparable to high-star gold level, 2 elite corps of 5,000 each, several gold-level experts, and a master nearing the Eternal Realm. This small city was expanding at an astonishing rate, destined to shock the entire Nanchuan province and even the whole human race one day. As the sun set, the Zhufa army and Tianqian army silently left the city. Yifan controlled all key institutions within the city, ensuring no information could be leaked, and no one dared to try. During the march, Li Pengzi looked at Simba riding the iron-horned rhino with envy and said to Yifan, "Shouldn't we also get some mounts? Walking all the time isn't exactly dignified." Yifan pondered for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the 2 corps behind him. He realized that walking indeed posed many inconveniences. If they could train easily domesticated riding beasts for the corps, it would significantly enhance their mobility and combat effectiveness. The frontline corps often use Iron Man horses, Yifan explained, but they are regulated and not allowed to be privately tamed. Wang Lingxi chimed in. South City is selling a batch of white mane horses recently, 15,000 each, with about 2 to 3,000 available. Yifan shook his head. White mane horses are too slow and timid, unsuitable for the battlefield. Li Pengzi suggested, it doesn't necessarily have to be horses, right? Any beast that can run and fight would do. Yifan's eyes lit up. You're right. He looked at Li Pengzi. Then this task falls to you. Me? What task? Li Pengzi was taken aback. Yifan explained. Once we enter the secret realm, you will lead a 100-man team to find a suitable group of beasts for our corps to ride. Bring back a suitable individual for me to see. Li Pengzi hesitated. Do I have to act alone? Of course, Yifan nodded. You are already a gold-level beast tamer. It's time to learn to lead a team. This is your first mission, and the requirement is simple. Ensure everyone returns safely. If your decisions cause casualties, you will be held responsible. Despite his worries, Li Pengzi agreed. Yifan said no more. He knew that these people around him had great potential, and now was the time for them to gain experience. He chose Li Pengzi first because he was the earliest to have a gold-level beast, and was familiar with the corps members. Secondly, because of his laziness, always indulging in food and leisure, his weight was nearing 300 pounds. If he didn't put some pressure on him, always hanging around, he might end up like a pig. Sir, our fortress is almost completed. A young voice reported to the officer seated nearby in the dark depths of the secret realm. The outline of the fortress loomed in the dim light, with its formidable walls already taking shape. This fortress can accommodate tens of thousands. Once this is done, we'll soon have reinforcements sent down, the young man added excitedly. The officer nodded slightly, his expression calm. Clad in a luxurious purple robe, his distinguished status was evident. In the dim light, his silhouette exuded a steady presence. Master Lin Kuan, the young man, who looked no older than 15 or 16, moved closer, revealing a youthful face. Why don't the superiors come down here themselves? They're all so powerful. Any one of them could easily take over the secret realm. Why do we have to sneak around building this fortress? Lin Kuan gently ruffled the young man's hair, like petting a small, furry animal. With a sigh, he spoke with a touch of resignation. Xiao Ho, there are things you may not yet understand. The world isn't entirely broken yet. There's still a net. The stronger someone is, the more they're ensnared by it. A net? Xiao Ho's eyes sparkled with confusion. Do you mean like a fishing net? That's one way to put it. Lin Kuan nodded, gesturing in the air. Everyone is like a fish caught in a net. The net is only so big, and the bigger fish crowd the smaller ones. As they grow, the net tightens around them. The bigger they get, the deeper the net cuts. So, they're afraid to move because the net will hurt them? Xiao Ho asked, half understanding. Lin Kuan explained, they can't move now, but the net has bound them for so long that they want to break free. They can't break the net themselves. They need us, the smaller fish and shrimp, to find weapons and food to make them stronger. Once they're strong enough, they can break the net. Xiao Ho nodded, still puzzled. But what good does it do us if they break the net? Why should we help them? Lin Kuan shook his head, gazing into the distance. The immediate benefit is just the scraps that fall from their mouths. But they say that if the net is broken, there will be an ocean, and then we can breathe freely and grow into big fish like them. Is there really an ocean beyond the net? I don't know. Maybe there is, or maybe... Lin Kuan didn't finish, just sighed again. We are all small fish and shrimp born in a puddle. We've never seen this so-called ocean. Who knows if what they say is real? Meanwhile, outside Ping City, under Simba's leadership, a group quickly located the so-called Lei Ling secret realm. 2 legions entered one after another, stunned by the sight before them. Holy crap, is this really a secret realm? Li Fati exclaimed, gazing at the endless mountains and forests. This isn't a secret realm. It's a whole new world. Yi Fan shook his head with a smile. It's only the size of a few cities. Wait until you see the giant ancient secret realm, which is as big as a province. Then you'll know what a new world really is. There's even Hengshi above giant ancient. Li Fati began to dream aloud. Hengshi is so vast you can't even get out once you're in. So don't think too far ahead. Yi Fan interrupted his fantasies. Alright, now that we're in the secret realm, it's time for you to start your mission. Pick 100 people and get going. Li Fati muttered. Yi Fan, you make it sound like you're afraid I'll eat all your food. Despite his grumbling, he quickly gathered 100 men and headed towards a section of the forest. Chen Peng looked concerned. Commander, can Li handle this on his own? Maybe I should go with him. Yi Fan shook his head, offering advice. He'll be fine. Everyone needs to grow up eventually. Chen Peng, it's good that you care about your comrades, but remember, while it's important to help each other out, you can't always carry them. You all have to stand on your own one day. So keep pushing yourself too. Chen Peng hesitated, but then nodded. Got it. Yi Fan turned to the others. Let's move. We have plenty to do today. We've taken all the city's legions with us, leaving only Pan Zhao in charge. While nothing might happen in the short term, we can't stay away too long. Let's focus on what needs to be done. He looked at Swan Sansheng. Strategist, you take command. I remember you had various plans for the secret realm. Swan Sansheng was momentarily surprised but then smiled and nodded. Seated in his specially made 4-wheeled chair, he held a feather fan and began directing the troops. Under his command, the army of over 10,000 efficiently carried out tasks such as surveying, exploring, hunting beasts, and gathering resources. Wang Lingxi watched Swan Sansheng with admiration. No wonder you were so keen to recruit him, Yi Fan. His skills and strategic mind are amazing. I wish I could learn from him. Yi Fan, leaning against a hellhound, casually flipped through a sword manual. You'll learn in time. These logistical tasks aren't too hard. You'll get the hang of it. A moment later, Yi Fan remembered something and took out a blood essence fruit from his pocket, handing it to a nearby officer. Make sure the strategist gets this. He doesn't have any cultivation and has been exerting himself a lot. Also, ensure that Chun Changsheng eats regularly. He's so absorbed in his research that he often skips meals. These are exceptional talents, and we can't afford to lose them to exhaustion. The officer took the fruit and nodded repeatedly. Understood, Master Yi Fan. The army continued onward. By afternoon, as Yi Fan was engrossed in his sword manual, an officer hurriedly approached. Master Yi Fan, the strategist reports signs of another army's activity ahead, in the direction where Master Li went earlier. How am I supposed to find a tribe that rides beasts? Li Pengzi led a squad of 100 men through the dense jungle, his face full of confusion. The Lei Ling secret realm was vast and boundless, and this unfamiliar environment left him somewhat at a loss. However, his long experience leading hunting parties still came in handy. Despite the somewhat sloppy arrangements, Li Pengzi managed to keep the team under control, directing them to explore the jungle. The team arrived at a cluster of green fruits, and Li Pengzi recalled the techniques taught by Yi Fan. He cautiously approached and sniffed them. He signaled to those behind him to tread lightly and carefully parted the foliage. Suddenly, an open space appeared, dotted with small nests made of wood and straw, clearly the lairs of some kind of beasts. Just as Li Pengzi was about to get a closer look, a large beast suddenly dashed past them and disappeared into the dense jungle. A razor-claw lizard. Li Pengzi muttered, frowning. It runs fast, but it's too short. Riding it would make me look like a groundhog. This won't do. Let's find another one. With a firm decision, Li Pengzi led the team in another direction. Before long, they discovered another beast tribe Taishan wolves. They're tall enough, but hard to maintain. Li Pengzi again dismissed them and moved on. As the mission progressed, Li Pengzi became more adept. By the afternoon, he was able to deploy scouts and direct his team efficiently. Unknowingly, Li Pengzi was putting Yi Fan's teachings into practice, and it seemed to be working well. He looked at his well-organized team with a satisfied smile, thinking, being a commander isn't that hard after all. If Yi Fan knew how quickly I mastered leading 100 men, he'd surely praise me. Just as Li Pengzi was feeling pleased with himself, a scout hurriedly came back to report. Master Li Yu, something seems off ahead. Someone else? Li Pengzi's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly followed the scout. Sure enough, they found a small path, trampled by human feet, winding through the jungle. It was as if they had stumbled out of the underbrush. Driven by curiosity, Li Pengzi sent out scouts and led his team along the path. Soon, they reached a construction site for a fortress. The square buildings were patrolled by soldiers, weapons at the ready, and hundreds of workers were busily building. Wow, they're actually building a fort here, Li Pengzi exclaimed. Just as he was about to investigate further, he felt a tap on his shoulder. Good grief. Li Pengzi jumped, turning to see Yi Fan, who had appeared without a sound. He sighed in relief. Yi Fan, why didn't you say something when you arrived? Yi Fan didn't reply. Instead, he silently dropped a corpse dressed in black at Li Pengzi's feet. Chun Pong and others also appeared, each carrying a body. Li Pengzi stared at the insignia of the Wang dynasty on the corpses, stunned. Yi Fan's tone was filled with disapproval. You're being reckless. In the jungle, it's dangerous to wander around without knowing anything. If I hadn't received word and rushed over, you'd have been discovered by now. I did send scouts. Li Pengzi tried to defend himself. Yi Fan cut him off. Your scouts only went 100 meters. How could you charge ahead with your entire team? I've told you before, in the jungle, a kilometer is the danger zone. Within that range, whether the scouts detect something or relay specific movements, you can respond in time. Charging ahead like this, how many men would you lose? A commander this reckless is gambling with his own life and his troops' lives. It was rare for Yi Fan to scold Li Pengzi so sternly. Knowing his mistake, Li Pengzi nodded repeatedly. I understand. I was wrong. Admitting it isn't enough. You need to change, Yi Fan said, walking ahead to scrutinize the fortress. Feeling dejected, Li Pengzi was comforted by Chun Pong, who patted his shoulder. Li Yu, Yi Fan's criticism is for our own good. This is about leading a corps, and every soldier has a family and a life. You need to be responsible for them. Don't be too upset. Just be more careful next time. I know. I'll be more careful next time and won't make the same mistake. Li Pengzi nodded, then worriedly asked, but I'm a bit concerned. Yi Fan said he'd punish me if I made a mistake. Do you think he'll dock my food allowance? I didn't earn much last month, and if he finds me, I won't be able to eat. Chun Pong, if that happens, can I borrow your card? Chun Pong was silent for a moment, then punched Li Pengzi lightly. You glutton, always thinking about food. You deserve a beating. Yi Fan observed from behind a tree for a while. Soon, Swan Sancheng arrived. Strategist, what do you think we should do? Yi Fan asked. These must be the first batch of Wang dynasty remnants that Simba mentioned. They're building a fortress, and it's large enough that more people will likely follow. Swan Sancheng thought for a moment and replied, their current troops are mostly construction workers, not very strong. Taking them down would be easy. But once the news gets out, we'll face a larger army. Yi Fan added, it's not the future battles that worry me. The problem is that we don't have many troops left in Yun City. If we fight here and something happens in Yun City, it would be a major issue. We could send a few hundred back. Yun City is quite stable now, with Pan Zhao in charge. It should be fine, Swan Sancheng suggested. We've made so many preparations, so a short absence won't matter. This fortress is nearly complete, and taking it would save us a lot of effort. We were planning to establish a foothold here anyway. That's true. Yi Fan nodded in agreement. Let's take it. All right, Swan Sancheng replied, turning his four-wheeler around and leaving. The others, bewildered by the cryptic exchange, hadn't fully grasped the plan before Swan Sancheng had already gone. Li Pengzi thickened his skin and asked, Yi Fan, are we going to battle? Yes, Yi Fan nodded, still slightly annoyed with Li Pengzi. Soon, we'll fight the first battle in Yun City, and it must be a decisive victory. You just made a mistake, so you'll lead the charge. If you do well, fine. If not, I'll dock your food allowance for 3 months. Realizing his fear had come true, Li Pengzi immediately straightened up and solemnly promised, I guarantee to complete the mission. Sir, would you like some water? Xiao Ho approached Lin Kuan with a bottle in hand. The young boy was drenched in sweat, his thin vest tattered, but his face beamed with an innocent smile. Lin Kuan glanced up and shook his head. No, thank you. Watching Xiao Ho smile as he drank, Lin Kuan couldn't help but smile faintly himself. That smile had a healing power, reminding him of his own son. If his son were still alive, he would be about Xiao Ho's age. Son, Lin Kuan murmured, his eyes reflecting memories. His son had been an obedient and hardworking child, excelling in his studies. If it weren't for that upheaval, those despicable people. Sir, what's wrong? Xiao Ho noticed Lin Kuan's unusual expression and asked curiously, you don't seem happy. Lin Kuan snapped out of his thoughts and forced a smile. No, I'm happy. His gaze shifted to the fortress ahead, and after a brief pause, he said slowly, in 2 days, the fortress will be finished. Xiao Ho eagerly chimed in, yeah, once the fortress is done, they'll pay us. Then I can buy something for my mom. Lin Kuan interrupted his daydream. When the fortress is done, come back to Nange City with me. Huh, Nange City? Xiao Ho was taken aback. Why go to Nange City? Lin Kuan looked at Xiaoho seriously and explained, in Nange City, I can send you to school. I'll enroll you in the best academy to learn beast taming, to become a beast tamer. You have a clever talent for beast taming, and you have the potential to become a powerful tamer. Working as a laborer will get you nowhere. Xiaoho's eyes lit up with excitement. I can become a beast tamer too? Clearly, he had never imagined that he could one day reach such a prestigious profession. Lin Kuan nodded affirmatively. Yes, it's true. However, Xiaoho's excitement quickly faded, and he shook his head. No, I can't go. Why not? Don't you want to go to school? Lin Kuan asked, surprised. I do. Xiaoho nodded emphatically, but then said firmly, but my mom needs me. Lin Kuan understood Xiaoho's family situation. He had a bedridden mother who had been paralyzed from a work accident years ago, and his father had passed away early. Over the years, aside from occasional help from kind neighbors, it was this young boy who had taken on all the responsibilities, working odd jobs and doing physical labor to support his small family. I can help you, Lin Kuan said sincerely. I can send money to support your mom and hire someone to take care of her. And once you finish your studies, you can earn a lot of money and give her a better life. Despite Lin Kuan's well-meaning offer, Xiaoho shook his head again. My mom needs me, Xiaoho repeated, his eyes shining with determination. She lies in bed all day, never seeing the outside world, knowing no one but me. I'm her only support. If I leave, she'll be lonely, just like when she went away, and I was left alone at home. I know that kind of loneliness, so I won't leave her. Lin Kuan opened his mouth to speak, but was silenced by the stubbornness in Xiaoho's eyes. He sighed, knowing his own experience far surpassed the boy's, and that there were better choices and solutions. But at this moment, faced with Xiaoho's unwavering gaze, everything else seemed less important. After a long while, Lin Kuan spoke slowly. But if you stay, life will be very hard. Hard. Xiaoho hesitated for a moment, then smiled and took a sip of water, as if recharged with energy, and walked towards the fortress. Being with my mom isn't hard. Meanwhile, in the forest not far from the fortress, 2 legions had already assembled. Yifan stood on a high point, overlooking the bustling laborers and personnel in the fortress, his brow furrowed. Yifan, our troops are ready, Swan Sancheng said, standing beside Yifan and gently fanning himself. We can wait until evening. I interrogated their intelligence officer. They usually change shifts only at 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. Yifan nodded and asked, what about the people we sent back to Yunqing? We'll draw from the Tianqian army, Swan Sancheng replied. I had Zhang to select some younger members from the legion. If we take this fortress, the dynasty organization will definitely come to reclaim it. In a battle, the younger ones might not adapt well. All right, let's do as you suggest, Yifan agreed, his gaze still fixed on the fortress. Strategist, which family does this dynasty organization belong to? A fortress like this can hold over 10,000 people, but even in Yunqing, all the dynasty organization members, including the retainers of families like the Sun and Zhang, don't exceed 1 or 2,000. A force of over 10,000 is not allowed in any city. I haven't heard of any significant upheaval in any city recently. Swan Sancheng pondered for a moment before replying, that is indeed a problem. Ordinary people can't maintain an army of over 10,000. Even someone like you, who controls a city entirely, has to avoid scrutiny. Otherwise, no one would dare to take on the title of a private army. And in a place like Nanchuan province, it's difficult to muster 10,000 troops from a single city. Unless he can mobilize people from multiple cities. Multiple cities? Yifan's frown deepened, and a figure flashed in his mind. Although Nanchuan province was not large, it had a nominal provincial governor. This person had authority above all city lords, capable of doing more than any other city lord. Mobilizing troops from multiple cities might be difficult for a city lord, but for a provincial governor, it was one of his privileges. If it's him, then things get interesting. Yifan nodded thoughtfully. At this moment, Swan Sancheng stood up. Yifan, it's almost time. We should move out. All right. Yifan nodded in agreement. What about the people in the fortress? Should we kill them all? Yifan waved his hand dismissively. It doesn't matter to me. They're just laborers. His gaze swept over the crowd, pausing briefly on a frail boy. Leave those who don't resist and confirm their identities. If they're just laborers, spare their lives. The fortress isn't finished yet. Why haven't the scouts returned today? Lin Kuan sat on a pile of rubble, periodically glancing at his pocket watch, his frown deepening. The secret realm had always been tranquil, and those lazy informants usually rushed back 2 hours early to report. It was rare for them to be this late. Is it because I scolded them yesterday? Lin Kuan snorted, contemplating silently. He despised these leech-like informants. It was their negligence that had led to his son's death. Yet, sometimes he had no choice but to cooperate with them. As he often said, the big fish decide everything, and small fry like him have no choice. If given the chance, I'd kill them myself to avenge my son. Lin Kuan muttered viciously, standing up to peer into the distance. Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically. From within the dense forest, an overwhelming army emerged like a tide. Thousands of soldiers trampled the trees at the edge, appearing abruptly before the fortress. Lin Kuan's heart sank. He had never seen uniforms like these. They were clearly not allies. Laborers paused their work, curiously observing the unexpected visitors. Some faces showed fear, while others gleamed with excitement. Sir, did the higher-ups send these people? Xiao Ho eagerly asked Lin Kuan. Are they here to help us build the fortress? They're not from our side, Lin Kuan replied with difficulty, his voice strained. Thud, thud, thud. The synchronized footsteps of the army sounded like drums, pounding directly on Lin Kuan's heart. After a moment's hesitation, he reacted faster than anyone else, shoving Xiao Ho towards the fortress rooms. Stay inside. Don't do anything. Lin Kuan barked. Xiao Ho stumbled and fell far. Without checking on him, Lin Kuan turned to face the well-equipped army, his heart racing. Though he had never seen such a formation, Lin Kuan understood its implications. Forcing himself to calm down, he climbed onto a platform and used his golden-level strength to project his voice to the army. This fortress is being built under the orders of the governor of Nanchuan province. Who are you? And do you have permission? The army remained silent. Moments later, 2 large flags were hoisted, unfurling in the wind. One flag had a black background with the character Yi, and the other had a red background with the characters Punish and Heaven's Wrath. Yi? Lin Kuan was puzzled. Is there a Yi family army in Nanchuan province? The answer came quickly. Near Pingqing, the name Yi could only mean the prominent Yi family. Are you from the Yi family, the dragon slayers of Pingqing? Lin Kuan asked again. This time, a young man with a black sword stepped forward, his voice loud and clear. This Yi is Yi Fan's Yi, the divine Yi. Yi Fan. The name struck Lin Kuan, and he hurriedly explained, Young Master Yi Fan, we are here under the orders of the governor of Nanchuan province. The governor of Nanchuan province, conspiring with the dynasty? Yi Fan interrupted with a cold snort. By the order of King One, we are here to purge the dynasty traitors. Surrender and be investigated. Resist and be executed on the spot. With Yi Fan's command, the army surged forward. Chaos erupted as everyone panicked, and Lin Kuan stood frozen on the platform. King Wen's order? Didn't the governor say King Wen wouldn't interfere here? Has he changed his mind? Lin Kuan was in turmoil, unsure of what to do. In the back, Li Fati approached Yi Fan, surprised. Yi Fan, do you really have King Wen's order? When did he give it to you? I had no idea. I don't have such an order. Yi Fan laughed. Fati, the first strategy in warfare is to deceive the enemy. On the battlefield, the goal is to win with minimal cost. If it can disrupt the enemy's morale, you can even claim to be their long-lost father. Strategist Swan Sansheng nodded in agreement. Warfare is the art of deception. Wow, Li Fati muttered, questioning his life choices for the first time. He looked at the battlefield, where the dynasty's troops, already demoralized, were further disheartened. Lin Kuan, standing high, was shot down by a soldier. Can wars really be fought this way? Li Fati murmured. Deception, deception. It's all about keeping your enemy in the dark. Yi Fan patted Li Fati's shoulder. This applies to both warfare and life. Fati, you still have much to learn. Don't forget your task as the vanguard. The battle has started, and if you don't make a good showing, you'll lose several months' worth of meals. Oh no, I forgot. Li Fati suddenly remembered his mission. He rushed forward, summoning several beasts, shouting, Don't fight me for it. I'm the vanguard. Watching Li Fati's retreating figure, Yi Fan chuckled and turned to strategist Swan Sansheng. Strategist, it seems my guess was right. These are indeed the governor's forces. That corrupt official, known for his bribery and corruption, has now become a cancer for the dynasty. Swan Sansheng added, he probably hasn't directly participated, just colluded with the dynasty's organization, pointing to some individuals in official uniforms, he said. Some of them are officials from the capital. We can interrogate them later. All right, Yi Fan nodded, stepping forward, his gaze turning cold. That old fox, Nangu City is the capital of Nanchuan province. As large as it is, it couldn't satisfy his greed, and he extended his reach to Pingqing. The battle ended swiftly. Faced with the well-equipped Punish and Heaven's Wrath armies, the fortress laborers and ragtag soldiers stood no chance. Yi Fan's initial King Wen's order had many fooled, preventing any significant resistance. Those who tried to fight were quickly killed, and the rest were captured. Lin Kuan, the first to speak up, became the primary target for interrogation. You're quite strong to survive a shot from Punish 4, Yi Fan remarked, sitting in the fortress, looking at the kneeling Lin Kuan with a playful smile. You're an official from Nangu City, aren't you? Lin Kuan remained silent, lowering his head. He had realized the so-called King Wen's order was a ruse, but defeat was inevitable. Even without the ruse, he couldn't change the outcome. There's no need to pretend in front of me. Just tell me what you know, Yifan said bluntly, disliking wasting time during interrogations. Aren't you afraid of being held accountable for having private troops? Lin Kuan retorted. No one in Nanchuan province dares to organize such an army, not even the governor. If your actions are discovered, not even General Yi, no, Marshal Yi, can save you. You've already answered that for me. Yifan shook his head. The higher-ups won't know, and I don't need to worry about accountability. You. Lin Kuan was at a loss for words, staring at the imposing young man before him, managing only to ask, do you intend to rebel? Rebel? Yifan laughed, joined by Li Fati and the others. They had asked the same question earlier. Does this world have a master? Who am I rebelling against? Yifan countered. The sound settled in the room, seemingly reverberating a bit. Lin Kuan stood frozen, his gaze shifting between Yifan, his companions, and the strategist San Sheng who was fanning himself nearby. A flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes, quickly turning into deep apprehension. This young man was unabashedly displaying his ambition, as if he intended to conquer the entire world. You're incredibly bold, Lin Kuan began, but his voice had lost its usual confidence. He took a deep breath, trying to sound more assertive. This land still belongs to the human race. The three kings of literature, martial arts, and wisdom are still here. How dare you? Yifan sneered, dismissively waving his hand. You all dare to openly collude with the imperial organization, so why shouldn't I dare? His tone was dripping with sarcasm. Come on, you're just loyal to a provincial governor of Nanchuan at best. Acting all righteous, one might think the central appointed governor of the south, Li Ming, himself is here. Lin Kuan's face showed a slight change. The roles of provincial governor and southern governor might sound similar, but their levels were worlds apart. One governed only a province, while the other controlled the entire southern region of the human race, including over 20 provinces. They were not on the same level at all. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Lin Kuan's mind. Is Governor Li Ming covering for you? He cautiously asked. Recently, the central government sent Governor Li Ming to inspect the Nanchuan province without specifying his exact whereabouts. It seems he must have gone to Yun City. You're quite perceptive, Yifan nodded, a trace of approval in his eyes before they turned cold again. Given that, I won't waste more words with you. If you have something valuable to say, you might survive. If not, you can walk out now, and my army will turn you into a sieve. Lin Kuan was silent for a moment before finally speaking reluctantly. What do you want to know from me? You should know better than I do. Yifan stared directly into Lin Kuan's eyes. Just the layout of Nange City, the reasons for your collusion with the Imperial Organization, and some names. Lin Kuan frowned slightly, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. After a moment, he slowly opened his mouth. I can tell you these things, but I have doubts. What do you intend to do with this information? What else? Eradicate the remnants of the Imperial Organization. Yifan impatiently waved his hand. But that's Nange City, the capital of Nanchuan Province, Lin Kuan countered. How do you plan to eradicate them? Yifan's gaze became profound, as if looking into the distance. Just wait and see. Nange City won't always belong to that old fox, Mao Zuzi. While everyone else is slacking off, Yun City is rising. It won't be long before I seize the perfect moment to swallow Nange City whole. By then, I'll hunt down everyone on that list. These words struck Lin Kuan like a sledgehammer, leaving him momentarily stunned. To hear someone say they would swallow Nange City would usually be dismissed as delusional. The Imperial Organization was notoriously difficult to deal with. Even Mao Zuzi had to cooperate with them. But when this young man spoke those words, Lin Kuan recalled the two legions he had seen earlier and suddenly felt that this crazy idea might not be entirely impossible. Everyone knew about the deep-seated hatred between the Yi family and the Imperial Organization, especially this grandson of the Battle King. If he could really rise. All right, I'll tell you, Lin Kuan finally decided. A soldier quickly brought over paper and pen, and Lin Kuan began writing without hesitation. His handwriting was neat, indicating he was a civil official from Nange City. Soon, several pages were filled to the brim. When the ink ran out, Lin Kuan stood up and handed the stack of papers to Yifan. I've written down everything I know and can remember. Yifan took the papers and began reading carefully. After a while, he nodded. It's quite detailed. Although much of it aligned with his expectations, having this intelligence made the situation in Nange City clearer in his mind. In short, Nange City was currently in a complex situation. On the surface, it was still controlled by the provincial governor, Mao Zuzi, but in reality, multiple factions had taken root there. Unlike the conspicuous Mao Zuzi, they wore the dual masks of the Imperial Organization and prominent families, navigating between them. The Imperial Organization was similarly fragmented, with individuals who had ulterior motives, those who fanned the flames, those who sought personal gain, and possibly even some who genuinely wished to revive the Beast Dynasty. It was a chaotic mess. Nange City was struggling to maintain itself amidst this turmoil. Mao Zuzi had originally intended to monopolize the recently discovered secret realm in Ping City. However, given the current situation, although he had his own faction of officials, he couldn't mobilize a large-scale military force. Perhaps out of necessity, the imperial organization or some prominent families offered to help Mao Zuzi seize the secret realm in exchange for a share of the benefits. This was undoubtedly a deal with the devil, but Mao Zuzi had no choice but to agree to the collaboration. This led to the current bizarre scene where laborers and organization members worked together, and Nange City officials and imperial captains collaborated. So, in reality, you are an independent faction and not truly allied with the imperial organization, Yifan said thoughtfully. That's one way to put it, Lin Kuan nodded, acknowledging. Nange City is large and is now mainly divided into 3 factions: the officials under Governor Mao Zuzi, the imperial organization, and the personnel from various prominent families. There might be imperial members among the officials, family plants within the imperial organization, and Mao Zuzi's informants among the families. The 3 factions outwardly oppose each other, but secretly collaborate. Your Nange City sounds quite interesting, Yifan remarked with a meaningful smile. In other words, some people are playing human, while some ghosts are playing human too. He stared at Lin Kuan. What about you? I heard your name is Lin Kuan, and you wrote that your role is Director of Social Security for the province. It sounds like a minor position, yet you're here. Are you playing human? Or are you playing ghost? Lin Kuan let out a bitter laugh. Me? People like us don't get to choose whether to play human or ghost. It's decided from above. If they want us to be human, we are human. If they want us to be ghosts, we are ghosts. Do you want to be human or ghost? Yifan pressed on. This question left Lin Kuan stunned, sensing a deeper meaning. He looked up at Yifan, who was staring back with a faint smile. Are you trying to recruit me? Lin Kuan hesitated. Not exactly recruiting, just asking. Yifan shook his head, saying no more. He simply waved his hand and turned away. All right, you can leave. Can I really leave? Lin Kuan was puzzled, staring at Yifan's back, trying to gauge the young man's intentions. This young man was indeed terrifying, decisive, ambitious, and only 15 years old. If he had this much ability at 15, in 20 years or even 10, taking over Nange City might not be so difficult after all. In the end, Lin Kuan said nothing. He walked out the door, feeling uneasy. He couldn't see through Yifan and had no bargaining chips. If the other wanted to kill him, he wouldn't even need a reason. Step by step, Lin Kuan walked out the door. As he reached the entrance and saw the 2 mighty legions before him, his face changed slightly, recalling Yifan's earlier words about being shot to pieces. However, he paused at the door for a moment, and no one shot at him. Then Yifan's voice rang out. Lin Kuan. The call made Lin Kuan's body tense. Before he could react, Yifan's meaningful words came through. As a person, you can do many things. As a ghost, you can do just as much. The only difference is who you do them for. When you go back, I suggest you think carefully before you act. Lin Kuan finally left the secret realm. Before departing, he hesitated about taking Xiao Ho with him, but ultimately said nothing. This seemingly kind official might reconsider things upon his return. Swan Sanqing stood beside Yifan, gently fanning himself, deep in thought. A powerless official can hardly accomplish much in such a complex environment, Swan Sanqing murmured. Yifan shook his head. It doesn't matter how much he can do. I never expected him to achieve anything significant. Sometimes, sowing a few seeds is all it takes. Swan Sanqing nodded in understanding and, after a moment of contemplation, asked, what about the laborers? Should they continue building the fortress? Yes, the fortress needs to be completed as soon as possible, Yifan replied, his eyes glinting with thought as he looked at the list in his hand. This secret realm is clearly not just our discovery. Although we were the first to find it, Mao Zuzi and others won't let it go easily. War will soon reach here. Should we hide our identities? Swan Sanqing asked worriedly. We don't have many people and might not withstand the pressure. Yifan considered for a moment. Let's disguise ourselves as part of the dynasty's organization for now. This takeover of the secret realm will trigger a chain reaction. We can't fight alone. We need to ally with some forces. During the lull after the first battle, I'll go out and gather some support. Are there really reliable allies in the Nanchuan province? Swan Sanqing still looked concerned. The world is chaotic now. What if we trust the wrong people? Yifan waved him off. Don't worry, I'll only recruit those I'm sure of. He gazed into the distance, eyes deep. Though many are waiting for humanity to fall apart, there are also those who are loyal and passionate. Yifan stood up and patted Swan Sanqing on the shoulder. You'll be in charge of wartime command, strategist. You've seen a lot. It should be no problem, right? No problem, Swan Sanqing nodded, then looked towards Wang Lingxi nearby. But we might need Wang Lingxi's assistance. Her spirit vision talent is very useful in war. Wang Lingxi responded, I'm ready to assist anytime. She sharply sensed the gravity of the situation. more so than Li Pengzi and the others, understanding the urgency of Yi Fan's call for external aid. Chen Peng, Ma Xiaoxue, and Li Pengzi also expressed their willingness to help. Yi Fan assigned tasks. Chen Peng and Ma Xiaoxue each lead a 1,000-man unit. Pengzi, continue to find suitable beasts for riding. Li Pengzi's face fell. I'm not joining the battle? Yi Fan explained. We will surely win the first battle. Now, we need to arm ourselves quickly. You made a mistake, so you won't be on the battlefield for now. But your task is crucial, finding beasts for our mounted troops and handling logistics. We'll be in the secret realm for a long time, and we'll need to replenish weapons and food. Though Li Pengzi understood, he still felt downcast. Seeing this, Yi Fan leaned in and whispered a few words in his ear. Li Pengzi immediately brightened up. Yi Fan, are you serious? Of course. Then no problem, I'll head out right away. Li Pengzi's mood lifted, and he grabbed his weapon and dashed out. Here I come, riding beasts. The others, seeing Li Pengzi's sudden change in attitude, looked curiously at Yi Fan. Yi Fan just gave a mysterious smile. I merely gave him something to look forward to. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in Nange City. After Lin Kuan returned with news of the secret realm's fall, the governor's mansion was soon surrounded. Leaders from various factions gathered to discuss countermeasures with Mao Zuzi. How could anyone else know about the secret realm? A fierce-looking man shouted. Our operation was absolutely secret. How could it have leaked? This statement ignited the tension in the room. Everyone stood up, looking indignant. A 10,000-man army? Who in the entire Nanchuan province could muster that? This is peacetime. Who dares to keep such a private army? The meeting room turned into a cacophony of voices, with everyone feeling uneasy about the sudden appearance of a 10,000-man army. Private armies were forbidden, a cornerstone of human stability. They had painstakingly gathered 10,000 men, and now someone had quietly assembled a similar force. How could they not be alarmed? Finally, Mao Zuzi's steady voice calmed the uproar. The burly governor's face was somber, his gaze fixed on Lin Kuan at the back of the room. Lin Kuan, you said they took the fortress and captured everyone. Why did they let you go? Mao Zuzi's tone was sharp. All eyes turned to Lin Kuan. Though nervous, Lin Kuan answered softly, I don't know. Maybe because I was in command. Did they tell you their identity? Mao Zuzi pressed. No, they were all masked. Lin Kuan responded quickly this time. Masked? Mao Zuzi's brow furrowed, his piercing gaze on Lin Kuan, as if trying to see through him. Lin Kuan, feeling the pressure, couldn't meet the powerful governor's eyes and looked away. It was hard to tell which words were true and which were false. In the end, Mao Zuzi didn't press further. He waved his hand and turned to the others. So, what do you all think our next move should be? Fight. We can't let them take our stuff. We must retake the secret realm. Nanchuan province hasn't discovered a new secret realm in a decade. It's a significant resource. At least we need to find out who they are. After listening to the impassioned speeches, Mao Zuzi nodded. Since we need to fight, organize your troops. Tomorrow, we'll select a leader to reclaim the secret realm. With the highest authority's decision made, the others had no objections and quickly left. Though seemingly hasty, this decision matched everyone's sentiments. Soon, only Mao Zuzi and Lin Kuan remained in the meeting room. Mao Zuzi looked up again, his gaze sharp as a knife on the immobile Lin Kuan. This time, his expression was entirely different from before, dark and menacing. His eyes half closed, his demeanor terrifying. Lin Kuan, Mao Zuzi's voice was low and dangerous. Why did you lie earlier? As the voice fell, the hall seemed to tremble slightly. Lin Kuan was under immense pressure, sweating profusely. Yao Zuzi, who had served as the governor of the Nanchuan province for 10 years, was a figure whose authority few could withstand. Seeing Lin Kuan still silent, Yao Zuzi let out a cold snort, his voice booming like thunder. In front of me? Do you still think you can get away with lies? The moment you spoke, I knew you were lying. If it weren't for the fact that you've been with me for 10 years, I could have had you executed on the spot with just one question. I'm giving you a chance to redeem yourself by asking you now. Will you speak? These words were like a hammer blow, instantly shattering Lin Kuan's psychological defenses. He fell to his knees with a thud, his forehead drenched in cold sweat, and tremblingly said, Governor, I deserve to die. Seeing this, Yao Zuzi snorted again, his expression softening slightly. He sat back down, his gaze piercing as he looked at the kneeling Lin Kuan. You don't seem like a traitor. There must be a reason for your sudden betrayal and lies. Were you placed under some kind of restriction in the secret realm? No, my lord. Lin Kuan shook his head, still reluctant to say more. Yao Zuzi narrowed his eyes. No? Lin Kuan, I'm very curious. Who did you encounter in the secret realm, and what kind of power compelled you to take such risks? Lin Kuan opened his mouth to speak, but then hesitated. After a long pause, he finally shook his head and said, My lord, I don't want to live like a ghost anymore. I despise the Wangchao organization and can no longer stomach working with them. Yao Zuzi was taken aback, seemingly understanding something. He sighed. Lin Kuan, I know your son was killed by the Wangchao organization, and you hate them deeply, but haven't I told you before? There are powerful figures behind the Wangchao organization. It's not as simple as you think. Lin Kuan forced a bitter smile. I'm just a small fry. I can't fathom the thoughts of those big shots. All I know is that if it weren't for them, my son wouldn't have died. When they rise, they crush countless small fry like my son. He looked up, staring directly at Yao Zuzi. Governor, you are the overseer of Nanchuan province and have far more power than we do. You could have stopped many things. Why didn't you? Yao Zuzi shook his head helplessly. Do you think I don't want to? But there are even bigger fish than me. I'm powerless too. Lin Kuan suddenly let out a tragic laugh. Governor, I no longer believe in the grand promises you made. 10 years ago, you said you would resolve the Wangchao organization issue. But 10 years later, the chaos in Nanchuan has only worsened, and now you even have to collaborate with them. It's not that you can't act, you're just afraid. I can't see the big picture of someone like you, but I see others willing to take action. So I'm willing to help that person, even if it's futile. I just want to do something. Living like a ghost? Lin Kuan can't stand it anymore. Before he finished speaking, Lin Kuan suddenly struck his own temple with a powerful palm. With a dull thud, he lost his life and collapsed heavily to the ground. The hall fell into a deathly silence. Yao Zuzi sat there, struggling to understand who could make Lin Kuan willing to die. He turned to look at the map of Nanchuan province on the wall and noticed that Yun City had been peaceful for 4 consecutive months, with no disturbances or complaints. Meanwhile, 15 days had passed in the secret realm. The fortress was completed, and Li Pengzi had recruited 500 iron-hoofed rhinos to form the first cavalry unit. Yifan continued to leisurely study sword techniques, occasionally summoning his newly advanced golden 3-star ice spirit to play. He pondered the progress of the Zhufa series firearms, realizing that such potentially world-changing weapons needed to be handled with caution. Just as he decided to hold off on arming the troops, Li Pengzi came rushing in. Yifan, they're coming. The strategist says there might be close to 20,000 of them. Double our numbers. 20,000 people? Yifan squinted, his tone calm. These guys are really generous. He stood up and glanced at Li Pengzi. Have you changed into the new uniforms? Li Pengzi nodded and pulled a black mask from his backpack, putting it on. With our skills, even my mom wouldn't recognize me. Yifan frowned. Why are you wearing that? I told you not to join the battle. I retrieved my beasts, and none of the team was lost, Li Pengzi explained, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. The strategist said it would take 2 more days to prepare the first batch of resources. I have nothing to do in the meantime. Yifan, let me join the fight. I promise to follow orders and achieve great merits. Yifan shook his head and patted Li Pengzi's shoulder. No need for great merits. Just do what you need to do. Li Pengzi's eyes sparkled with amusement. So, you're agreeing, Yifan? Yeah. Yifan responded briefly and waved his hand as he walked forward. Yifan, don't you need a mask? Li Pengzi caught up and asked. Yifan took out the mask he wore when he seized the creation fruit. This will do. Li Pengzi stared in astonishment and muttered. Why didn't I think of wearing that? It looks so cool. Coolness doesn't matter. Winning does, Yifan said as he walked out of the fortress. A chilling atmosphere greeted him. Soldiers were stationed all around the fortress, and Swan Sancheng stood on a high platform, gazing into the distance. Strategist, how are things looking? Yifan asked as he climbed the platform. In the distance, the enemy army was stationed not far away. The forest had been cleared, and new defensive structures had been added in front of the fortress. Between the two sides was an open area, the distance quite close. Yifan glanced over. There must be someone on their side familiar with military engineering. This distance is slightly beyond the range of ordinary muskets, but our execution and divine retribution series firearms can reach them. Swan Sancheng smiled. It seems they don't know much about our equipment. Maybe Lin Kuan had an effect, Yifan nodded, continuing to observe. It's clearly not a unified group. These people have obvious gaps between them, each led by different leaders. There must be at least 10 factions. 13 factions. Swan Sancheng provided the exact number. The central group should be Ma Zhuzi's men, numbering around 5,000. The others mostly have 2 to 3,000, some even just a few hundred. Yifan shook his head. So many factions together without a main commander, it's a mess. 20,000 sounds intimidating, but many of them are just here with muskets. Not worth mentioning. Swan Sancheng asked, shall we strike first? We have the advantage and can inflict damage anytime. No need, Yifan smiled. They're hesitating because they can't figure out who we are. They want to talk. I should make the most of this opportunity. Li Pengzi leaned in curiously. Yifan, what will you say this time? Still talking about King One? We're wearing the dynasty's uniforms. How could I talk about King One? Yifan was about to answer when someone rode out from the enemy camp. Who is the leader of the rebel forces? How dare you impersonate remnants of the dynasty and disrupt the governor's plans? State your name immediately. Yifan smiled, handed his heavy sword to Li Pengzi, and stepped onto the high platform. Wearing his mask, he spoke in a deep, arrogant voice. How dare you question the actions of the king of Zhen? The person on the other side hesitated. Li Pengzi was also stunned, clearly having heard about the king of Zhen from Jingling. Holding the heavy sword, Li Pengzi looked at the calm Yifan on the platform and muttered, "Talk about King Wen to people, talk about King Zhen to ghosts." With this demeanor, even the king of Zhen himself would be taken aback. In the enemy camp, many faces changed. Someone questioned, "Impossible. The king of Zhen has deployments in Nanchuan, but not on such a large scale. And the king of Zhen is one of the 3 frontline kings, strictly against private armies. How could he have such a large force?" Another person expressed concern, "But who can say for sure? The king of Zhen is against others having private armies, but if he has one himself, what can you say? If this really is the king of Zhen's force, we wouldn't stand a chance." After a brief discussion, someone called out to the person in front, "Xiaowan. Ask him if he has the king of Zhen's token." Xiaowan responded and loudly asked, "You claim to be from the king of Zhen. Do you have his token?" On the platform, Yifan paused briefly. Li Pengzi whispered, "Wow, that's a sharp question." This time, Yifan might be stuck. Before he finished speaking, Yifan had already replied, "I am the king of Zhen's emissary. Of course, I have the token." He raised a token with a large E character on it. Li Pengzi was shocked, but before he could say anything, Yifan had already put away the token and shouted, "You've seen the token, yet you don't retreat. Do you really want the king of Zhen to come and ask for an explanation himself?" In the enemy camp, someone expressed doubt. "Is that really the king of Zhen's token? Couldn't see clearly from this distance. Should we ask him to show it again for confirmation?" "I think it's real." Xiaowan was about to speak again when someone on Yifan's side ordered to open fire. Gunshots rang out, accompanied by Yifan's voice, "I gave you a chance, and you didn't cherish it. Don't blame me for being ruthless. How dare you question the king of Zhen's orders? You have some nerve." Enemy soldiers fell one after another, and someone shouted, "Their firearms have a long range. Retreat! Retreat!" With this shout, the hastily assembled coalition fell into chaos. What was a formidable force on paper quickly crumbled under the firepower of the execution and divine retribution units. In the center of the enemy formation, the commander sent by the governor cursed, "These idiots." Despite having the advantage in numbers, they collapsed before the battle even began. "Working with these fools is impossible." Boom, boom. The sound of gunfire exploded on the battlefield, deafening everyone around. The extermination army's firearms unleashed their maximum power, covering a wide area. The enemy broke ranks without a fight, fleeing in panic, many of them blown to pieces. The governor's men paused briefly but soon joined the retreat. This anticlimactic battle ended with the enemy's hasty escape from the secret realm, leaving over 1,000 corpses behind. Swan Sansheng watched this dramatic scene, feeling a sense of helplessness. He looked up at Yifan, who was standing on a high platform, and after a moment of silence, said, "Brother Yifan, your act was too convincing." Yifan jumped down from the platform and replied calmly, "It wasn't really an act. These people are just cowards who bully the weak and fear the strong. With us posing as the king's guard and acting so fierce, of course they were scared." Fatty Li chimed in, "Sometimes, when you encounter a stray dog on the road, if you cower in fear, it will bite you. But if you act fiercer than it, raising your foot as if to kick it, it will tuck its tail and whimper away." Yifan shook his head helplessly. "Come on, I told you to pretend to kick, not actually kick. Did you see me send the extermination army to fight them, Hedon?" Fatty Li shrank back, embarrassed. Oh. Yifan waved his hand and continued, "All right, they got the short end of the stick this time and are unsure of our next move. They'll likely try to gather intel from the king's guard. Since we're already pretending, let's go all the way. As long as the king himself doesn't come, we'll claim to be his men to anyone who asks." Swan Sansheng looked surprised. "Brother Yifan, are you really planning to wear the tiger's skin as a cloak? We don't have any official orders from the king, and no one to verify our claims. If they investigate, we might be in trouble soon." A glint of amusement flashed in Yifan's eyes. "We'll just forge a king's order. The key is finding people to back us up. The situation is so chaotic now. No one can tell a fish from a dragon. In this small Nanchuan, as long as we find enough people to vouch for us, who can say otherwise? I don't believe these small fry can contact the king directly and bring trouble our way." Swan Sansheng nodded. "All right, since Brother Yifan has a plan, I'll follow your lead." Yifan turned to Chunpeng. "Chunpeng, come with me to Balian City." Chunpeng looked puzzled. "Balian City? It's quite close to here." Yifan explained, "It's about a 10-day journey, not exactly close. I'll be gone for about a month. During this time, everyone follows the strategist's orders. Fatty Li, stick to my instructions. Ma Xiaoxue, your main task is to protect the strategist. The group acknowledged his instructions, though their faces showed concern. Sensing their unease, Yi Fan reassured them. The people from the dynasty won't come anytime soon. Don't worry too much. We've just shown our firepower and donned the king's cloak. Even if they want to retaliate, they'll need time to find a way. Gathering various forces isn't easy, and by the time they're ready, it'll be 2 or 3 months. I'll be back by then. Just handle things until then. Their expressions eased slightly, though there was still some reluctance. Fatty Li waved at Yifan. Yifan, if there are good eats in Balian City, bring some back for me. Yifan scolded him jokingly, get lost, picked up his black sword, and left with Chan Peng. Once Yifan was out of sight, Fatty Li quickly put on a fawning smile and approached Swan Sansheng. Strategist, give me some other tasks. With my build and strength, delivering goods is a waste of talent. Swan Sansheng smiled and asked, what would Brotherly like to do? If it's suitable, I can arrange it. Fatty Li eagerly said, I want to join the cavalry, the one led by Simba. I don't need to be a captain, just a centurion. I love the spirit of the cavalry. Swan Sansheng nodded. Being a cavalry centurion is no problem. Fatty Li ran off excitedly, shouting, Ironhoof Rhino, here I come. Starting tomorrow, I'm an Ironhoof cavalryman. Wang Lingxi, looking worried, asked, strategist, didn't Yifan say you should handle deliveries? Why did you agree to his request? Swan Sansheng shook his head, waving his feather fan, and smiled at Fatty Li's departing figure. It's fine. The cavalry has fixed meals and rigorous daily training. With Brother Li's appetite, he won't last long. Meanwhile, in Yunqing, a portly middle-aged man wearing a purple knit hat stood out under the bright sun. This was Mao Zuzi, who had quietly come to Yunqing to assess the situation. Walking through the streets, Mao Zuzi muttered to himself, so this is Yunqing? He quickly noticed the differences between Yunqing and other places. The city had guards checking at the gates, a stark contrast to before. Inside Yunqing, the feeling grew stronger. The city's atmosphere was unlike any other. Despite the foreboding of chaos, Nanchuan province, though backward, had many cities that felt lifeless. People were living but lacked vitality. In contrast, Yunqing was full of life. People looked spirited, patrols maintained order, and traffic moved smoothly. After wandering the city for half a day, Mao Zuzi's sense of strangeness intensified. He couldn't help but grab a passerby in a dark alley, looking down at him and asking, tell me, has there been any recent change in Yunqing? The passerby, startled, nodded repeatedly. Yes. A few months ago, a young man helped Mayor Wei Dong clear out the dynasty's forces in the city and drove away the oppressive Sun and Zheng families. Mao Zuzi frowned. A young man? What's his name? The passerby hesitated. I think it's Yi. Mao Zuzi pressed on. Yi what? Before the passerby could answer, a stern voice echoed from the alley. How dare you threaten the citizens of Yunqing? Raise your hands. In the detention center of Yunqing's law enforcement team, a member of the Heaven's Wrath army stood solemnly, holding a Heaven's Wrath wand, in front of an elderly man who appeared to be in his 50s or 60s. This old man was the governor of Nanchuan province. He sat on a simple wooden bench, staring through the iron bars at the Heaven's Wrath army member with a look of helplessness on his face. Why did you rob ordinary people on the streets of Yunqing? The Heaven's Wrath army member barked, breaking the silence. The governor inwardly smiled bitterly. Who would have thought that he would end up in a detention center just for stopping a passerby to ask for directions? Although these people couldn't really stop him, he had intended to use the opportunity to gather information. Little did he know, the law enforcement in Yunqing was so formidable, and their firearms far more powerful than the weapons in Nange City. Do you know who I am? The governor finally spoke. The law enforcement officer sneered. In Yunqing, it doesn't matter who you are. If you break the law, you get punished. The governor retorted. What if the governor of a province comes here? Would you dare to arrest him? Why wouldn't we? A governor is just a person, isn't he? The officer shot back, then realized something was off. Hey, old man, who's asking the questions here, you or me? Now, why did you rob ordinary people? The governor explained that he was merely asking for directions and suggested they question the passerby. The officer fetched the statement, carefully reviewed it, and then accused the governor of spying on Yunqing's secrets. The governor defended himself, saying he used to be a resident of Yunqing and was merely surprised by the changes in the city. The officer, detecting his Nange accent, immediately pronounced the verdict. We'll set aside the espionage charge for now. You're sentenced to 7 days of detention and a fine of 3,000. After 7 days, have a relative or friend come to bail you out. The iron door clanged shut, leaving the governor stunned. A dignified governor of Nanchuan province, detained in a small city like Yunqing? As his anger surged, he suddenly smiled. Let's see how much Yunqing has really changed. Was Lin Kuan's death worth it? Meanwhile, Yifan and Chen Peng, after 8 days of non-stop travel, finally arrived in Balian City. As they got off the carriage, Chen Peng's face was pale, and he felt nauseous. "Captain, why don't we develop some transportation tools?" Chen Peng asked, puzzled. "Aren't there electric cars and automobiles? They're much faster than carriages." Yifan explained that such technologies did exist but were monopolized by the powerful and were extremely expensive, beyond the reach of ordinary people. Even if they could be made widely available, no one was willing to do so now, as everyone was preparing for potential chaos. Chen Peng sighed and asked if there was really no way to change the current situation. Yifan replied that perhaps there would be a turning point in the future, but for now, their primary task was to survive before the impending chaos arrived. "Where are we headed now?" Chen Peng asked. "Straight to the city lord's mansion," Yifan said. "Let's first get in touch with our mercenary group in Balian City and have them guide us." Chen Peng nodded and took out a communicator to contact the mercenary group. Yifan added, "And let's see how their mercenary group is doing. After that, we'll visit an old friend." Upon hearing Yifan's words, Chen Peng immediately responded and operated the communicator. Shortly after, a reply came through, stating they would arrive within 5 minutes. Chen Peng simply said, "Got it," and Yifan nodded in acknowledgement. Soon, a middle-aged man clad in full armor hurried over. His eyes lit up with excitement upon seeing Yifan and Chen Peng. Just as he was about to kneel and salute, Yifan quickly extended his hand to stop him, saying directly, "Our mercenary group doesn't follow such formalities. Just lead the way." "Understood. My name is Nian Yao, and I'm the leader of the Shinai Mercenary Group's Balian City branch." Nian Yao introduced himself respectfully before leading the way. "Please follow me, Commander and Deputy Commander." The three of them soon arrived at the Shinai Mercenary Group's Balian City branch. The scale was noticeably smaller compared to the main group in Yun City. As Yifan flipped through the mercenary roster, he saw that the number of members was just shy of 100. Considering they couldn't leverage their reputation without being present, this size was quite decent. Suddenly, Yifan's eyes locked onto a highlighted name. "There's a beast master here? Golinger. Sounds like a girl's name." Nian Yao immediately explained, "Yes, she's the only noteworthy mercenary we have. She's young, maybe 17 or 18, but her skills have already reached the bronze 9-star level." Yifan nodded slightly and asked, "Where is she now? Can you bring her here for a chat?" Nian Yao happily complied and soon returned with a confident girl dressed in a leather skirt. After introducing both parties, the girl greeted Yifan with a smile, her eyes curving like crescent moons. "Hello, Commander Yifan. I've seen you before." Yifan frowned slightly. "You've seen me? Where?" "In the secret realm of Pingqing's creation fruit. My companions and I were there and saw you fighting valiantly in the valley," Golinger explained. "When I heard that Shinai was founded by Commander Yifan, I joined without hesitation." Yifan nodded and asked, "You mentioned companions. Where are they now?" Golinger's expression darkened. "They all perished during that secret realm expedition." Yifan remained expressionless as he continued to ask, "Are you alone? What about your parents?" "They got lost a few years ago while traveling to Fuxing province," Golinger replied. "I come from a poor family and ended up drifting here." Yifan nodded, taking out a token and handing it to her. "I've heard you're a skilled beast master, and I plan to put you to good use. This is my token. If you ever need anything, you can come to Yun City to find me." Golinger was overjoyed and thanked him repeatedly, carefully taking the token. Yifan then turned to Nian Yao. "Let's go." The three of them walked out of the mercenary group, and it wasn't until they reached the end of Mercenary Street that Yifan spoke. "Nian Yao, there's something off about Golinger. She might be sent by another faction." Nian Yao was shocked. "How can that be? She usually performs very well." Yifan shook his head and pointed out several inconsistencies in Golinger's statements, concluding, "Have her report to Yun City as soon as possible. In Yun City, a bronze-level troublemaker won't be able to stir much trouble. There are plenty of ways to handle her." Shortly after, they arrived in front of the city lord's mansion. Chen Peng was amazed by the tower-like structure, and Nian Yao explained that it was originally a monk's residence, later requisitioned by the city lord. Yifan showed the guards the token of the Yun City lord and was promptly granted entry. As they stepped into the first floor, Chen Peng was awestruck by the room filled with flowers, birds, fish, and insects. Yifan reminded him to watch his words to avoid breaking any taboos. "This Qingzi is truly an extraordinary woman," Yifan said with a smile as he headed towards the second floor. Layer by layer, Yifan and Chen Peng quickly ascended to the top floor of the tower. There was no door here, only a threshold. In the middle of the spacious room stood a desk, on which sat a fish tank containing a peculiar pet beast known as the ugly fish. The room was filled with a faint, pleasant fragrance. Yifan stood at the entrance, not stepping in rashly. He spoke slowly. "City Lord Qingzi, the captain of the Cloud City Guard requests an audience." A gentle female voice came from within. "Enter." Yifan nodded, signaling Chen Peng to wait at the door, and then stepped into the room. Turning his head, He noticed a beaded curtain at the back of the room, partially obscuring a bed. Behind the curtain, a graceful woman reclined on a grand chair, holding a small round fan. She was dressed in light gauze, her figure exuding a mesmerizing allure. Before Yi Fan could speak, Qingzi's voice, tinged with coldness and menace, rang out, "Your age doesn't seem to match that of a guard captain from Cloud City. I despise deception the most. You'd better give me a reason not to kill you in one sentence." As her words fell, the atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically, a piercing sense of pressure enveloping the surroundings. Yi Fan felt this change but remained calm, quietly observing Qingzi behind the curtain. "City Lord Qingzi, sometimes it takes a reason to discuss something," Yi Fan responded calmly. There was a brief silence behind the curtain before Qingzi's voice came again. "What do you want to discuss? What can a teenager possibly have to say?" Yi Fan shook his head, his gaze sharpening. "Age means little to me. I've united Cloud City, formed an army, and seized the Thunder Ridge secret realm that the governor of the Southern River Province and the Dynasty organization were after. I bear the title of Prince of the Realm, and now, I need your help to solidify it." Each statement carried more weight than the last. Qingzi seemed slightly surprised, lifting her fan to part the curtain. "Boy, do you know what you're saying?" Of course, Yi Fan nodded, a complex smile crossing his face as he saw Qingzi's appearance. This smile made Qingzi pause, sensing that this was not the gaze of a mere boy. "Who are you?" Qingzi scrutinized Yi Fan, her expression uncertain. "Is this some powerful figure playing tricks on me?" "I am Yi Fan," he replied calmly. "Yi Fan?" Qingzi paused, seemingly recalling something. "Are you the one who recently defeated the descendant of the human king? The grandson of War King?" "That's me," Yi Fan confirmed with a nod. Qingzi seemed to have many questions, but didn't know where to start. After a moment, she repeated, "Is what you said true? You seized the secret realm from the governor's son and hold the title of Prince of the Realm? How could the governor's son be colluding with the dynasty organization?" "Everything I said is true," Yi Fan replied, then continued after a brief pause. "As for the dynasty organization, it's a long story. City Lord Qingzi, you've been in the tower for a long time and might not see the current situation clearly." "Situation? What situation? Explain," Qingzi pressed. Yi Fan looked directly at Qingzi, his eyes burning. "The dynasty organization has revived, becoming a cloak for all those with ulterior motives. The high ranks of humanity believe in chaos followed by order, doing nothing and even colluding with each other, allowing chaos to spread. Everything appears calm on the surface, but the rot has reached the core, and collapse is imminent." With that, Yi Fan placed a stack of organized documents on the desk in front of him. "Everything I say is true. Here are some things I've compiled. If you don't believe me, you can take a look." Qingzi hesitated, then walked over and picked up the documents. Her beauty was striking, her fair skin glowing under the tower's light. "Let me see," Qingzi said, reading the documents carefully. Yi Fan stood silently, observing her reaction. It wasn't long before Qingzi, enraged, slammed the documents onto the desk. "These people have decayed to this extent. How can they face the countless martyrs of humanity? How can they face the warriors on the front lines who defend our dignity with their lives?" Yi Fan spoke calmly. "The rot didn't happen overnight. It's the result of long-term accumulation. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe humanity had decayed to this extent either." Qingzi regained her composure and looked at Yi Fan. "So, you're here to ask for my help to fight them? Do you, a teenager, have such power?" "My own power is certainly insufficient at the moment, which is why I'm seeking your help," Yi Fan replied with a faint smile. "What can I do to help?" Qingzi asked, her sense of justice clearly aroused, focusing on how to address the situation rather than questioning Yi Fan's background. "It's simple. The Southern River Province has already failed once in seizing the secret realm, and they'll likely try again soon. I've taken the title of Prince of the Realm, and they'll surely investigate. Given the current chaotic times, their investigation will yield little, only vague guesses. When the time comes, they'll confront us. City Lord Qingzi, bring some people to support me during the confrontation and help solidify my claim," Yi Fan explained. "No problem," Qingzi agreed immediately, then asked, "But I'm not part of the prince's faction. How can I prove it?" Yi Fan's eyes twinkled with a smile. "Who says you're not? There's an old saying, 3 people make a tiger. You say I am, I say you are. As long as our weight is sufficient, forming a closed loop, in these chaotic times, the dynasty organization won't be united. Unless the prince himself arrives, who can deny us?" Qingzi looked at Yi Fan's calm eyes with surprise. This boy's audacity was astonishing. Claiming to act under the prince's banner was risky, but if humanity was as decayed as Yi Fan described, this gamble might be worth taking. "But even with me, that's just 2 people. It doesn't seem very convincing," Qingzi pointed out. "Of course, it won't be just us. The Southern River Province is vast, and I will seek others," Yi Fan replied. "Who?" Qingzi asked. "Wu Jingtian," Yi Fan said, looking directly at Qingzi. You should have heard of him. That martial fanatic. Can you persuade him to help you? Qingzi hesitated. Not sure yet, but he's a crucial piece. He's under the prince's banner. If I can get his help, our closed loop will be complete, Yifan explained. Even if he doesn't help, I just need some key information. I can find others to take his place. All right, Qingzi nodded in understanding, but then voiced another concern. Given the chaos you described, why did you choose to come to me? Aren't you worried I might be one of them? Instead of helping, I could turn on you. Yifan lifted his head slowly, meeting Qingzi's gaze, his eyes filled with deep meaning. I'm not worried about that. I trust in your character, City Lord Qingzi. Trust my character? Qingzi was momentarily taken aback when she heard this, her brows furrowing slightly. Yifan smiled calmly and waved his hand. Some things, I don't need to see to know. Qingzi's gaze was intense, locking onto Yifan's eyes, trying to find answers within them. However, her usually sharp insight seemed to fail her at this moment. The young man's eyes were as deep as the ocean, seemingly containing everything, yet giving away nothing. This only piqued Qingzi's curiosity even more. Reflecting calmly, she thought about how a 15 or 16-year-old boy had not only defeated the strongest prodigies of his age group, but had also formed an army, contended with the provincial governor over a secret realm, and even dared to impersonate the forces of the town king. Such audacity was truly impressive. As the grandson of the renowned battle king, his reputation was well-deserved. After a long silence, Qingzi finally spoke. I would prefer if people called me by my name. Yifan nodded in agreement, saying little more, and cupped his hands in a gesture of respect. City Lord Qingzi, I have urgent matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Please be sure to keep our appointment within 20 days. Here is the specific location of the secret realm. As he spoke, he handed her a map. Understood. Qingzi took the map and responded succinctly. I will organize a team as soon as possible. I have 10,000 troops. City Lord Qingzi only needs to bring 100 or so people, Yifan said as he walked towards the door. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he turned back quickly, walked to the table, and began writing swiftly. Qingzi watched this unexpected action with confusion but waited patiently. After a moment, Yifan handed her the paper he had written on. This is a prescription to treat the effects of the Xianqing technique. Follow the dosage I've written, and the cold energy will gradually diminish. Qingzi's face changed dramatically upon hearing this. How did you know I practiced the Xianqing technique? Yifan only smiled, not answering directly. Instead, he placed the prescription in her hand. This is a slow treatment, gentle and harmless. Take it daily, and it will take a few years to fully recover. By then, I will provide you with a complete cure. Though I am currently in a precarious situation, since you are willing to help, I won't hold anything back. We'll meet again in the secret realm in a few days. Before Qingzi could respond, Yifan had already turned and left, not giving her a chance to speak. She stood alone, staring at the prescription in her hand, her mind in turmoil. Why did this young man give her such a strange feeling? Her heart suddenly raced, and Qingzi pressed a hand to her chest, closing her eyes in an attempt to calm herself. However, all she could see was the complex look in Yifan's eyes from earlier. It seemed to contain 1,000 words, as if he had much to say, yet ultimately said nothing. He spoke and acted like an ordinary scholar, but it was only when he handed over the prescription that Qingzi faintly sensed his hidden emotions. Was he trying to tell me something? Why is that emotion so intense, yet so well restrained? Qingzi muttered to herself, her eyes filled with confusion. Is he really just a 15 or 16-year-old boy? Outside Balian City, Chunpeng followed closely beside Yifan, hesitant to speak. Finally, he quietly asked, Commander, what's wrong? Yifan glanced at Chunpeng. Commander, did you know City Lord Qingzi from before? Chunpeng scratched his head, hesitating. I got the feeling you two were quite familiar. Yifan pondered for a moment. You could say that. But it's more accurate to say I know her, but she doesn't know me. But it feels like there's a story between you two, Chunpeng said, looking back at the high tower behind them. I've never seen you show such emotions. Even though you hid them well, I could still sense it. You could sense it, huh? Yifan sighed softly, a helpless smile appearing on his face. Shaking his head, he said, forget it. Stories are just stories. Let's not bring them up again. With that, Yifan waved his hand and continued walking forward, his eyes once again showing a complex emotion. Despite being a king in his past life, he too had regrets. The woman living in the high tower had many connections with him. She had once protected him in his youth, and he had searched for her later on. Over the long years, perhaps some feelings had developed, but the flaws in her cultivation technique had left her gravely ill, and his prescription had arrived too late. The beauty had passed, time had moved on, and 100 years later, in this new life, those feelings had nearly faded. Now, their reunion was just a sigh and a glimpse of complexity. Yifan paused and looked back at the high tower, murmuring softly, "In this life, I can cure your illness." In a cell at the Yun City Detention Center, Mao Zuzi sat on a bench, his eyes bloodshot. This law enforcement captain was clearly targeting him. Many people had been brought in over the past few days, but they were all placed in other cells, leaving him isolated. He just wanted to understand the thoughts of ordinary people by pretending to be one. But this captain wasn't treating him like a person at all, deliberately isolating him. The clock on the wall pointed to noon, and footsteps echoed down the corridor. Mao Zuzi finally saw the familiar figure and stood up, questioning, "Why do the other cells have so many people, but mine is empty?" "Humph." The law enforcement captain sneered, looking at Mao Zuzi with a sideways glance. "You think I don't know what you're up to? Trying to be a spy and gather information about Yun City? At least be smart about it. Do you think I'm an idiot, putting people in your cell knowing you're a spy?" Mao Zuzi was silent for a long time, finally saying with resignation, "I've said many times, I'm not a spy." "If you're not a spy, prove it," the captain said indifferently. "Your 7 days are almost up. I gave you a chance to call someone to bail you out. But you, old man, have no money, no phone, and a weird hairstyle. Fat and round, you don't look like a good person. You can insult me, but please don't attack my appearance," Mao Zuzi said, his face darkening. Taking a few deep breaths to calm down, he finally extended his hand. "Give me the communicator. I'll call someone to get me out." "Oh, changed your mind?" The captain nodded, handing over the communicator without hesitation. "You should have done this earlier." Mao Zuzi took the communicator, pondered for a moment, and then dialed a number. In the governor's mansion, the officials who were at a loss after their defeat perked up at the sound of the communicator, as if hearing a lifeline. They quickly called for the captain of the governor's law enforcement team to answer. The captain's expression grew strange as he listened to the call. "Well, what's the news? Where's the governor? Where is he now?" The officials crowded around, urgently asking. The captain looked embarrassed, hesitating before he replied. "The governor says he's been held in the Yun City Detention Center for a week. He wants us to bring 3,000 yuan to bail him out." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd turned peculiar. Yun City, Detention Center, Governor, and 3,000 bucks. These four words didn't seem to fit together in any context, but their combination now was even more bewildering. "Is it really the governor?" someone asked cautiously. "Could it be that the governor's communicator was stolen? We need to confirm." The team leader nodded repeatedly and picked up the communicator again, asking softly, "Governor, has your communicator been stolen?" A furious roar came through the communicator. "I never take a communicator when I go out. This is the detention center's enforcement captains. Hurry up and bring the money to bail me out. If you keep wasting time, I'll dock a year's salary from each of you when I get back." The team leader was startled by the sudden outburst and hadn't even had a chance to respond before the line went dead. The conference room fell into a heavy silence. Everyone looked at each other, unsure of what to do. "Should we go rescue him?" Finally, one official spoke up hesitantly. 3,000 bucks isn't much. Maybe we could all chip in a bit." "If the governor heard you say that, he'd probably faint from anger," another person snapped, stepping forward. "I'll go save the governor. Just give me the money." Meanwhile, at the detention center, Mao Zuzi angrily hung up the phone. The enforcement captain, with a mocking smile on his face, took the communicator and said, "What's the matter? Did they hear you got caught, and now no one dares to bail you out?" "You." Mao Zuzi trembled with rage, unable to calm down. Since becoming the provincial governor, he'd never faced such humiliation as he had in the past few days. "You, captain." Mao Zuzi gritted his teeth. "When I get out, I'm going to promote you. You'll be my chief guard." Watching the enforcement captain walk away, Mao Zuzi picked up his rice bowl with a sinister expression, thinking to himself, "Today's humiliation will be repaid 100-fold in the future." Elsewhere, Yifan and Chun Peng were walking down the streets of an unfamiliar city. Chun Peng, a bit worried, said, "Leader, do you think we can persuade Wu Jingtian? I heard his power is already above eternal. What if he decides to attack you?" Yifan smiled confidently. "The strong don't bully the weak. These older martial artists still follow some rules. He's above eternal, but my grandpa is above glory. In broad daylight, there's nothing to fear." "All right," Chun Peng nodded, straightening his posture, though he still seemed a bit nervous. Sensing Chun Peng's tension, Yifan just shook his head and continued walking. He knew that this respect for the powerful could also be a source of motivation. It's okay to be afraid, as long as there's a fire and ambition in your heart. Soon, they arrived at a grand martial arts school. The school occupied a large area, luxuriously decorated, and took up almost half the street, resembling the mansion of a wealthy family. The sturdy and imposing main gate had a golden plaque above it with 3 bold characters, Ba Wangguan Overlord School. "That name really sounds domineering," Chin Peng said, looking at the plaque with a hint of admiration. "Is that the Overlord's handwriting?" "Probably," Yifan replied. "But it's likely a reproduction. Martial artists who reach the level of a king often imbue their actions with intent. If it were his original writing, the intent would be so powerful that it could harm those who look at it. Words that can kill, Chen Peng mused, nodding. The Overlord must have been the strongest martial artist of his time, right? Not necessarily the strongest. Yi Fan shook his head, smiling mysteriously. Throughout history, there's no first in literature and no second in martial arts. If he were the strongest, his title would be Wu Martial. Wu. Chen Peng was puzzled for a moment, then realized, you mean the Wu King, one of the three kings of the human race's High Council? Yi Fan didn't answer, just gave Chen Peng a meaningful look and stepped into Ba Wangguan. Two young boys in training uniforms immediately blocked their path, asking crisply, what business do you have here? We're here to see Master Wu Jingtian, Yi Fan replied. To see our father? One of the boys asked in surprise. Are you also adopted by Wu Jingtian? Yi Fan was also taken aback. Yes. Do you have business with the master? If you're here to see the master, it must be important, Yi Fan said with a smile. Are you here to challenge the school? The boy asked warily. Challenge? No. Yi Fan waved his hand. Just inform him that Yi Fan is here to see him. The boys nodded, still wary but not asking further questions, and went in to report. Yi Fan watched the boys' retreating figures and couldn't help but sigh. Wu Jingtian has so many adopted children, and these boys are so young. They walked further inside, soon arriving at a large training ground. Students of various ages were practicing martial arts, their shouts creating an impressive atmosphere. After watching for a while, Yi Fan said slowly, it's a pity that most descendants are not as strong as their predecessors. If Wu Jingtian were a glory, there might be hope to revive the Overlord school. Not long after, a robust voice came from the main hall. So, it's the grandson of the Battle King. I wondered who this Yi Fan was. Young brother Yi Fan truly has the heroic looks I imagined. Yi Fan looked up to see a burly man approaching. His skin was dark, but his presence was imposing, his features dignified. Greetings, Master Wu, Yi Fan said politely. I didn't want to intrude, knowing how busy you are, but I have an important matter to discuss. Young brother Yi Fan, a top-notch young talent, visiting my school is an honor, Wu Jingtian said heartily. Please come in. They entered the inner hall, where tea and snacks were served by the young boys. Wu Jingtian warmly praised Yi Fan for defeating Jia Bailong, revealing that Jia Bailong had visited Ba Wangguan recently. Clearly, Wu Jingtian still harbored resentment over Jia Bailong's challenge to his students, and Yi Fan's victory had given him some satisfaction. After some small talk, Wu Jingtian finally asked, young brother Yi Fan, you mentioned you have something important. What is it? Yi Fan paused briefly before speaking slowly. It's not a big issue. Your adopted son, Jingling, was captured by me recently and is now under my command. The smile on Wu Jingtian's face froze instantly, and the atmosphere in the hall turned icy. Wu Jingtian's face gradually turned stern, his gaze fixed on Yi Fan across from him. Clearly, he had sensed the visitor's unfriendly intentions. As a martial arts fanatic, Wu Jingtian's passion for martial arts was unparalleled, but he was far from being dull-minded. Apart from martial arts, he had his own insights into other matters, which was why he chose to join the side of the town king. After a moment of silence, Wu Jingtian spoke in a low voice. Yi Fan, you might as well speak plainly. Yi Fan waved his hand, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. I'm not here to threaten you, Master Wu. I need a small favor from you. What kind of favor? Wu Jingtian asked. Yi Fan looked directly at Wu Jingtian and said slowly, I've consolidated Yun City and raised an army of 10,000. Now, I'm competing with Mao Zuzi for the newly emerged Thunder Ridge, secret realm near Ping City. Hearing this, Wu Jingtian fell silent for a moment before realizing. So it was you. No wonder the town king sent new recruits down yesterday, causing such a commotion. Yi Fan nodded, a smile appearing in his eyes. Since you know, you should understand my purpose for coming. Wu Jingtian stared at Yi Fan, surprise flashing in his eyes. You want me to help you solidify this identity. 3 people make a tiger. You want to make the false seem real? Yi Fan calmly replied. They say you're obsessed with martial arts, but I find you quite wise. Wu Jingtian couldn't hide his surprise. You have a lot of nerve. You're so young. Where do you get such courage? Raising private soldiers, flying the town king's banner, and competing for an official secret realm. One misstep, and you'll bring disaster upon your entire family. Yi Fan's tone was firm. I won't fail, so there's no risk of implicating anyone. Master Wu, with chaos on the horizon, why not seize the opportunity? I've already secured the support of Qingzi City's lord, and I have the backing of Governor Li Ming from the southern region and my uncle. As long as you help smooth things over, we can accomplish great things in Nanchuan. Wu Jingtian remained silent for a long time before finally shaking his head. What you say sounds good, but I can't help you with something so dangerous. I have too many family members and students to take such a risk. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. Master Wu, Do you really want to be a martial arts master for the rest of your life? The Dominator's techniques once made the human race famous. Don't you want to restore your ancestors' glory? Wu Jingtian hesitated. Of course I do, but I've passed that age. My talent seems to have reached its limit. Yifan suddenly asked, Master Wu, if I'm not mistaken, you're not practicing the Dominator's Heart Sutra, are you? Wu Jingtian suddenly looked up, his eyes full of surprise. The Dominator's Heart Sutra? How do you know about it? Yifan took out a bamboo scroll and placed it on the table. The Dominator's techniques consist of 15 parts. Only by mastering all of them can one achieve greatness. However, after mastering them, one's progress often stalls. This must be why your exceptional talent has been halted below glory. With this Dominator's Heart Sutra, you should reach glory within 10 years. If fortune favors you, you might even achieve kingship. Wu Jingtian stared intently at the bamboo scroll, his breath becoming heavy. After a long time, he spoke with difficulty. Why do you have the Dominator's Heart Sutra? Yifan simply waved his hand. That's not for you to worry about. Master Wu, I think this condition is enough for you to consider. A great man should not remain under others for long. Instead of waiting for peace to come, why not be bold and create it ourselves? The human race is about to descend into chaos. Now is the time to make our move. Wu Jingtian remained silent for a long time before finally nodding. If that's the case, I can't agree. I've desired this technique for far too long. Yifan put away the bamboo scroll. Master Wu, good things take time. The Dominator's Heart Sutra is precious, so I'll need to see some sincerity. Wu Jingtian conceded. In the next few days, I'll spread the word that you've allied with the town king. Yifan shook his head. You only need to mention Yun City. Besides that, in a few days, we'll need to visit the secret realm and put on a show with Qingzi City's lord. Wu Jingtian didn't hesitate long before agreeing. Yifan nodded in satisfaction and raised his teacup. Then let's toast to a successful partnership and to our future endeavors. Wu Jingtian also raised his teacup and drank it in one gulp. To a successful partnership. In Kyoto, within a lavish mansion, Li Ming, his hair streaked with gray, sat at his desk, gripping the message sent by Yifan. His brow was furrowed, his expression grave, and he remained silent for a long time. After what seemed like an eternity, he let out a deep sigh and murmured to himself, that kid, his audacity knows no bounds. Reflecting on his decision to grant Yifan's request, Li Ming felt a pang of regret. He had anticipated some bold moves from Yifan and had agreed to cover for him for 6 months, hoping to make up for his past failures against the Heavenly King. Yet, this message shattered all his expectations. Yifan's actions far exceeded Li Ming's imagination. Raising private troops, monopolizing the city, seizing public secrets, allying with Wu Jingtian and Qingzi, 2 top figures in the Nanchuan province, and even aiming to secure a title under the king of Zhen. This was far from merely governing Yun City. It was an attempt to carve out his own dominion in Nanchuan province. Li Ming realized that his temporary cover-up had escalated into a massive conspiracy. They were now on the same side, and if their actions were exposed, everyone involved would face severe punishment. Li Ming couldn't help but wonder, how could a teenager command the loyalty of powerful figures like Wu Jingtian and Qingzi? Despite Yifan's exceptional talents, he was only at the golden level and merely 15 years old. Was there a mastermind behind him? Such audacity and strategy seemed beyond the capabilities of a mere child. Lost in thought, Li Ming's mind raced with various speculations. He wasn't unwilling to believe in a prodigious youth, but Yifan's every move was astonishing. Such courage and tactics were rare even among adults, let alone a teenager. Finally, Li Ming sighed again. He stood up, understanding the situation had become extremely precarious. If this matter reached the court, the consequences would be unimaginable. As Li Ming walked towards the main hall, he pondered his next steps. As the governor of the South, all southern affairs needed his approval. Previously, he had delegated these responsibilities to the Sun family's regulatory bureau, but now, he had to intervene personally. Just as Li Ming was about to open the door, it suddenly swung open from the outside. Yi Mao appeared in the doorway, surprising Li Ming. Brother Yi, what brings you here? Li Ming asked, astonished. What else could it be? Yi Mao replied helplessly, stepping into the room. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Ming quickly shut the door and led Yi Mao to the inner sitting room. You must have heard about Fanner, Yi Mao said bluntly after sitting down. Li Ming nodded, I have. Seeing the helpless expression on Yi Mao's face, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. I must admit, Yi Fan's audacity is truly astonishing. I'm still figuring out how to handle this. His actions must never reach the higher-ups. Covering it up won't work. The truth will come out eventually. Yi Mao shook his head. Li Ming was taken aback. What do you mean by that, Brother Yi? Don't misunderstand me. I, Yi Mao, would never betray my grandson. Yi Mao smiled slightly, then his eyes turned sharp. I mean, we can't just cover it up. Then what can we do? Li Ming sensed something unusual. Yi Mao was silent for a moment, his gaze fixed on the table. After a few seconds, he spoke. I hadn't figured it out either. But this morning, after talking to Fanner, I have some ideas. He paused, then asked, Li Ming, among those generals who fought alongside us, how many are still pure and willing to serve humanity? Li Ming was stunned, taking a while to respond. Brother Yi, are you planning to get involved in politics? As an old general, I never wanted to engage in court politics, but seeing how things are now, Yi Mao shook his head and sighed. The Sun and Ji families have monopolized power, but we are not powerless. I've heard that Western Governor Luo Xiao, Intelligence Minister Min Du, and several other high-ranking officials are dissatisfied with their alliance, but lack a leader to challenge them. Li Ming seemed to grasp Yi Mao's intention. Brother Yi, are you planning to lead the opposition against the Sun and Ji families in court? In terms of strength and titles, only I am qualified to do so in the entire court. Yi Mao looked Li Ming in the eye. They gave me the title of Marshal to keep me in Kyoto. Though it's an honorary title, my rank surpasses theirs combined. If I decide to intervene and rally support, I can turn the court upside down. If Fanner's actions are exposed, we can follow the Sun and Ji family's example and manipulate the truth. Yi Mao continued, with my credentials and achievements, I am one of the top 10 generals on the front lines, having slain countless beasts. Even though my bloodline crisis is resolved and becoming a king is out of reach, my combat prowess is not much weaker than the top 3 kings. In court, even King Wen has to show me respect. With me around, they won't be able to act so wantonly. This is much better than merely covering things up. Is that so? Li Ming was surprised. Brother Yi, this is the first time I've heard you speak like this. You used to despise political intrigue. I can't help it. I don't like political machinations, but suddenly, Fanner's words made sense. Yi Mao waved his hand. I always thought humanity's main concern was the beasts from beyond the borders. That's why the Yi family has fought on the front lines for countless generations, sacrificing everything to secure a future for humanity. But now, the root of the problem has been discovered. Killing beasts won't save humanity. What we need is reform and governance. Yi Mao looked at Li Ming, his eyes heavy with emotion. Li Ming, if we had united earlier and prepared adequately 15 years ago, without the Battle of Yingfeng City, with Zhang Tian's prowess, we could have swept through everything. Humanity wouldn't be in such a state now. We could have done so much to help Zhang Tian, but we did nothing. Even a peerless talent like Zhang Tian couldn't withstand so many treacherous enemies. These words struck a chord with Li Ming, leaving him in a daze. The Battle of Yingfeng City was a permanent scar in his heart, his greatest regret. Many of his closest friends perished in that battle, becoming a haunting memory. His willingness to help Yifan in Yun City was also a way to atone for his past guilt and unease. Now, Fanner has emerged brilliantly, as outstanding as Zhang Tian once was. This might be our second chance, and this time, we must not let it slip away. Yi Mao clenched his fist, slamming it on the table, making it tremble. We are in high positions. If we do nothing, how can Fanner alone tear down this great curtain? Li Ming, we have both fought for humanity. Even though we are far from the battlefield now, has our blood turned cold? Are we going to do nothing? Li Ming took a deep breath and nodded. I understand now. The softness in his eyes vanished, replaced by the steely resolve he once had on the battlefield. He stood up and declared, if that's the case, let's do it. My blood has been cold for too long. Good. Yi Mao also stood, and together they walked out with determined strides. At that moment, these two gray-haired elders stood tall and straight. In the sunlight, they no longer appeared old and frail but like two lions baring their fangs once more, ready to fight for the future of humanity. Governor, we've come to rescue you. The envoy from Nange City finally arrived at the Yunqing Detention Center, paid a fine of 3,000 taels of silver, and freed Mao Zuzi. Furious, Mao Zuzi stormed down the streets of Yunqing, loudly cursing the unjust behavior of the city's chief enforcer. His followers trailed behind him, too afraid to utter a word. To calm himself, Mao Zuzi first indulged in a feast at a street stall, then went to a tea house to cleanse his palate, and finally took a long, refreshing bath at a public bathhouse. This series of actions somewhat alleviated his anger. However, when he overheard street vendors discussing the Zhan Wang's men, his rage flared up again. How could I have been so stupid? Asking for directions in a back alley and ending up locked up for half a month. Mao Zuzi berated himself. His followers quickly tried to soothe him. Governor, please don't be angry. The Zhan Wang's people must have had their reasons for detaining you. Mao Zuzi snorted but soon looked puzzled. How does even a street vendor know about Zhan Wang? How can these people know so much? One follower urgently reminded him, Governor, you've been away too long. Many matters have piled up in Nange City. The secret realm is preparing for a second attack, and many decisions need your approval. We can't delay any longer in Yunqing. Mao Zuzi coldly responded. Do you think I want to stay in this wretched place? If it weren't for you useless lot, Would I have needed to come and spy myself? Despite his harsh words, he still felt something was off. How could the random passers-by he encountered while detained know nothing about Zhenwang? Yet now every street vendor seemed informed. Was he really that unlucky to bump into the one clueless person? Eventually, under the urging of his followers, Mao Zuzi decided to return. Tell those heading to the secret realm not to rush. This time, I'm going personally. I want to see if there really are any of Zhenwang's men. Meanwhile, Yi Fan had just returned to the secret realm and ran into Li Pengzi, who was preparing to transport supplies to Yunqing. Holding an apple and smiling broadly, Li Pengzi greeted him. Yi Fan, you're back? Yi Fan teased. What? You gave up on becoming a cavalryman? Li Pengzi scratched his head sheepishly. Yeah, I gave up. The cavalry training is too exhausting. We start at 7 in the morning, train all day with only 3 meals, and then have night drills. I couldn't handle it. I lost weight after just a dozen days. Transporting supplies suits me better. Yi Fan laughed and patted Li Pengzi on the shoulder before heading towards the fortress. Li Pengzi pulled Chen Peng aside, eagerly asking about their recent experiences. After a brief reply, a soldier arrived to inform Chen Peng that he had been appointed as the commander of the elite guards, leading 1,000 men. Standing there, Chen Peng reflected on his life's journey. From being down and out to now being entrusted with significant responsibility, everything changed because he met Yi Fan. He silently vowed that if anyone threatened Yi Fan, he would be the first to stand in their way. Yi Fan strode into the fortress and inquired about the preparations from Swan Sancheng. Swan reported, almost done. We've spread the word in Yunqing that we are Zhenwang's men. Li Yu is in charge of procuring fabric, and in a few days, we can start making uniforms for our organization. Qingzi City Lord and Wu Jingtian are also on their way. Yi Fan nodded in satisfaction. Now we just wait for those people to come and confirm our identity. Once that's established, we can operate in Nanchuan with fewer concerns. Yi Fan continued. My uncle has already persuaded Governor Li Ming. They will hold off Sun Ji and his faction in the court. Once things are settled there, no one will interfere with us in Nanchuan. Then, we can proceed with our plans. Swan Sancheng, surprised by the rapid progress, quickly adjusted his plans. Yi Fan encouraged him, be bold. Though Nanchuan is small, it's the best base for development. I have 2 more years before I go to the capital. During this time, as long as we solidify our identity as Zhenwang's men, we can gradually take over all of Nanchuan. We'll arm our troops with technology and improve people's lives with longevity techniques. Though the great governance of humanity might be far off, the great governance of Nanchuan is within reach. The tranquil silence of the hidden realm was abruptly shattered by the clamor of an approaching army. This time, Mao Zuzi himself led the charge, commanding a formidable force of 20,000 troops. Despite the diverse backgrounds of the soldiers, under Mao Zuzi's command, the army moved with impeccable order. Standing at the forefront, Mao Zuzi's piercing gaze scanned the fortress ahead. The sight of the Zhenwang's banner fluttering high caught his attention, causing his brow to furrow. Is it really Zhenwang's forces? He murmured to himself. One of his subordinates cautiously responded, Sir, we've already sent scouts. It's said that Zhenwang has indeed developed a force in Yun City. Mao Zuzi nodded thoughtfully. A small squad wouldn't be a problem, but a legion of over 10,000 is no small matter. Despite his words, he remained skeptical. With a wave of his hand, he led his troops forward. Just as they approached the fortress, Mao Zuzi suddenly halted. He was about to inquire further when a deafening roar echoed. With his extraordinary vision, he clearly saw an incoming cannonball. Unlike ordinary ones, this cannonball carried immense power, causing even Mao Zuzi to tense up. These guys, firing without warning? Mao Zuzi's brows knitted tightly, and he quickly summoned his spirit, a massive silver chameleon named Ling Junlong. This colossal creature, resembling a battle tank, swiftly wrapped its long tongue around the cannonball and swallowed it. A muffled thud resonated from Ling Junlong's belly, and it slightly curled its tongue. This cannonball is quite impressive, capable of harming a golden rank, but it's nothing to me. Mao Zuzi raised an eyebrow, seemingly unimpressed by this greeting. However, before he could speak, a barrage of artillery fire erupted from within the fortress, followed by the rapid staccato of gunfire. Ling Junlong quickly shielded Mao Zuzi, but the army behind him suffered significant casualties. Are these people insane? Mao Zuzi's face darkened as he urgently commanded, defend. The army responded swiftly, raising large, specialized war shields. The shields formed a continuous barrier, with eerie light flowing between them, merging them into a unified front. Though the artillery and bullets struck with immense force, they failed to breach the defense. Fortunately, we still have 3,000 of those end-of-law shields we seized from the hidden realm. Mao Zuzi observed the trembling light screen from behind the shield formation, surprise flickering in his eyes. Their firepower is so strong. These firearms are unlike anything we've seen in Nanchuan. Meanwhile, inside the fortress, The Tianqian army and Jufa army were firing with full force. At the rear, a man in black, wearing a black fox mask, lounged leisurely in a chair. This man was Yifan. Standing beside him, Swan Sancheng reported, "Brother Yifan, they seem to be using some kind of weapon from the hidden realm to block our attack. However, we've suppressed them, and they can't move. Should we increase our firepower? The shield's protective range seems limited and can't last long." Yifan replied nonchalantly, "They're just showing off. No need to take it seriously. We're the hosts here, so we need to be firm." Swan Sancheng nodded in understanding and, after commanding 2 more rounds of intense fire, ordered a ceasefire. Seeing the fortress ceasefire, Mao Zuzi hesitated for a moment before stepping forward and shouting, "Where is the envoy of Jinwang?" Swan Sancheng was about to respond, but Yifan gestured for him to stop and ascended the high platform himself. Looking down, he replied with a hint of mockery, "I am the envoy of Jinwang. Governor Mao Zuzi, what brings you to my hidden realm?" Mao Zuzi was momentarily speechless. This so-called envoy of Jinwang was exceedingly arrogant, giving him a hard time right from the start. Instead of being intimidated, Mao Zuzi found the envoy's audacity convincing of his identity. Without a powerful backing like Jinwang, how could an envoy dare speak to him this way? After a brief contemplation, Mao Zuzi smiled and said, "Since you are the envoy, may I verify your identity? How would you like to verify it?" Yifan's voice was calm. "Do you need my identity token or Jinwang's decree? Could we verify both?" Mao Zuzi replied, adding, "After all, this hidden realm is important to Nanchuan as well. If Jinwang wants it, that's one thing. But I worry about opportunists taking advantage." After a moment of silence, Yifan's voice rang out again, "Verification is possible, but you must come to the fortress alone." Mao Zuzi nodded and, without hesitation, walked toward the fortress. A loyal subordinate grabbed his arm, concerned, "Sir, what if it's a trap?" "A trap?" Mao Zuzi paused, then confidently shook his head. "If it's a trap, all the better. That way, I can act without mercy. In Nanchuan, there are few who can challenge me." Mao Zuzi. Besides, even as an envoy of Jinwang, he can't do as he pleases here. With that, Mao Zuzi summoned Ling Junlong, mounted the silver beast, and swiftly headed toward the fortress. The 20,000 troops exchanged awkward glances, feeling a sense of unease. Inside the fortress, Mao Zuzi met the masked Yifan and his group. Only Swan Sancheng wore a mask. Yifan, seated in the center with an air of arrogance, was instantly recognizable. "Greetings, envoy," Mao Zuzi said politely. He glanced around, noting that most present were of golden or silver rank, a faint disdain in his eyes. Yifan responded, slightly tilting his head. Wang Lingxi handed over 2 tokens, placing them on the table. Yifan spoke, "Here is my identity token and Zhenwang's decree. Governor Mao Zuzi, please inspect them." Mao Zuzi didn't hesitate, picking up the tokens for a thorough examination. Yifan remained composed, showing no signs of anxiety. The tokens were forged, but since no one had seen the real ones, there was no need to worry. Soon, Mao Zuzi placed the tokens down, a warm smile spreading across his face. "Since the tokens are in order, the envoy's identity is unquestionable. Since it's unquestionable, the governor can withdraw his troops," Yifan responded calmly. "Withdraw my troops?" Mao Zuzi's expression stiffened slightly. A mere golden rank casually ordering him around was irksome. Yet he didn't show it, instead smiling, "The envoy's identity is clear, but I still don't understand why Jinwang would compete with a small-time governor like me for this insignificant hidden realm. Jinwang doesn't lack resources, but here in Nanchuan, we do." "Oh." Yifan raised an eyebrow, his gaze mocking, "So, the governor intends to compete with us?" "No need to compete." Mao Zuzi waved his hand, a hint of contempt in his eyes. "The envoy is only a golden rank. If we were to compete, it might harm the envoy. My idea is to negotiate and cooperate so everyone gets what they need. This way, I can also answer to my subordinates." "How you answer to your subordinates is your concern, not ours," Yifan coldly rejected. This statement ignited Mao Zuzi's anger. He laughed coldly, "Envoy, you certainly have an imposing authority, don't you?" Hearing the words official authority, Yifan's lips curved slightly as his gaze settled on the elderly figure before him. In Nanchuan, who could rival the governor in terms of official power? Yifan chuckled to himself, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. He spoke slowly, his voice tinged with provocation. "I know quite a bit, especially about how the governor exploits the people, lines his own pockets, and deceives his superiors. Are you threatening me?" The elderly man's face darkened instantly. He clenched his fist slightly, and the imposing aura of a star-level expert surged forth. The overwhelming pressure blanketed the area, causing Wang Lingxi, Ma Xiaoxue, and others to struggle to breathe, their bodies trembling involuntarily. However, Yifan and the fan-wielding San Sheng beside him remained unmoved, their expressions unchanged. This scene secretly alarmed the elderly man. He had expected a mere gold-level youngster to withstand his pressure to be surprising enough, but even the seemingly ordinary person next to him remained unaffected. Unwilling to back down, the elderly man intensified his pressure. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, Yifan and Sansheng stood firm as if watching a farce. The elderly man, feeling humiliated, was about to make a move when a hearty laugh suddenly rang out. "Governor, there's no need to be so serious with the envoy of our Prince Zhan." Wu Jingtian strode forward, exuding an impressive aura. The elderly man frowned, clearly surprised by Wu Jingtian's presence. Wu Jingtian stood beside Yifan, speaking eloquently. "The envoy is still young and not yet powerful. It's our duty to support him. The envoy represents Prince Zhan, and if he is disrespected, it reflects poorly on the prince. Don't you agree, Governor?" The elderly man weighed his options, knowing that Wu Jingtian's strength was on par with his own. He quickly changed his demeanor, smiling broadly. "Brother Jingtian is right. The envoy represents Prince Zhan, and we dare not be negligent. I was merely testing the envoy's resolve. If I have offended, please forgive me." Yifan waved his hand with a light smile. "I am not one to hold grudges." The elderly man bowed. "The envoy is magnanimous." He then asked, "Envoy, are you truly not interested in the matters of the secret realm? The Lei Ling's secret realm is vast and dangerous. It would be challenging to develop it fully with just 1,000 men." Yifan replied calmly, "No need for the governor to worry about that." He paused, as if in thought, however. "Speaking of cooperation, there are indeed some matters I wish to discuss with the governor." The elderly man frowned slightly, sensing trouble but maintained his composure. "Please, envoy, if it is mutually beneficial, I am willing to cooperate." Yifan's lips curled into a meaningful smile. "There are 22 cities in the Nanchuan province. Surely, Governor Yazizi can't manage them all alone? I propose we discuss transferring the management of some of these cities to me." At this, the elderly man could no longer contain his anger. Slamming his hand on the table, "Envoy, do you realize what you are saying? I am the governor appointed by the higher authorities, the de facto ruler of Nanchuan." Yifan remained unfazed, continuing, "I understand perfectly. However, given the current chaos, even the governor must find it challenging to manage everything. The prince has ordered me to establish a presence in Nanchuan. With the impending turmoil, it would be beneficial if I helped relieve some of the burden. Don't you agree?" The elderly man's face turned ashen. "Ridiculous. You are merely an envoy, and with just one supporter, you think you can share my authority?" Wu Jingtian stepped forward, his tone menacing. "Governor Yazizi, what do you mean by that?" The atmosphere grew tense, with Wu Jingtian and the elderly man locked in a standoff. The elderly man, unable to contain his rage, shouted, "If this is how the envoy wishes to proceed, then we have nothing more to discuss. I may grant the secret realm, but if you seek to divide my power, you are welcome to try." With that, he stormed out of the fortress. Wang Lingxi and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief, their hearts pounding from the near clash between star-level experts. Wu Jingtian, however, seemed exhilarated. "Ha ha ha, Yifan, how did I do? With me here, that old man wouldn't dare make a move." Qingzi's voice carried a hint of regret. "Seems like my trip was in vain. That old man sure made a quick exit." Yifan removed his mask and stretched. He probably sensed Qingzi's presence. "Well, now that this is over, we can consider the secret realm ours. Everyone, go about your business. If anyone is interested in participating in the exploration or development of the secret realm, feel free to discuss it with me." Qingzi inquired, "What about the matter of dividing power? The governor seems unwilling to relinquish control." Yifan waved his hand confidently. "Whether he's willing or not doesn't matter. My talk of dividing power was just a ploy to get the secret realm. With Qingzi and Wu Jingtian on our side, even if we take over city by city, what can he do?" Qingzi nodded in realization. "I didn't think you had it all figured out. In that case, I'll start preparing things on my end. Since you've handled the cover-up, I can move more freely." Yifan nodded. "Feel free, Qingzi. White Lotus City is your home, so there shouldn't be much trouble." He then turned to the eager Wu Jingtian and handed him a scroll. "Hey, erase the Bawang Heart Sutra you wanted. But let me warn you, I've added some restrictions. If you practice it, there might be some limitations." Wu Jingtian's expression changed slightly, showing hesitation. "What kind of limitations?" Yifan tossed the scroll to him, explaining, "Just some safeguards. They won't force you to do anything, but will ensure some level of guarantee. Since you are originally from Prince Zhan's camp, I need to consider every step carefully. If you are aligned with me, these restrictions will be negligible. Of course, whether you use it or not is up to you." The sound of the voice made Wu Jingtian's brow furrow slightly, a moment of hesitation appearing on his resolute face. He looked around and saw Yifan and the others quietly watching him, waiting for his stance. The Heart Sutra in Yi Fan's hand seemed like an invisible blade, forcing Wu Jingtian to take a clear stand. Wu Jingtian knew this was more than a simple choice. To cooperate with Yi Fan meant betraying the town king, a step from which there would be no turning back. He had already spoken in favor of Yi Fan and his group, witnessed by Mao Zuzi. Yi Fan had laid a trap, cutting off his retreat. At this moment, Wu Jingtian could refuse, but the consequence would be losing the Heart Sutra and remaining under suspicion. Realization dawned on him, and a flash of surprise crossed his eyes as he finally saw through Yi Fan's scheme. This seemingly calm contest in the secret realm was actually full of hidden currents. Yi Fan had not only manipulated Mao Zuzi and the dynasty organization, but had also drawn him into the game. Mao Zuzi gained nothing, the dynasty organization suffered heavy losses, and he was forced to choose sides. An elite golden-level warrior had so easily manipulated several star-level masters. Yi Fan spoke calmly, "Senior, the path of the strong is about striving forward. Hesitation only hinders progress. Do you really wish to spend your life as a mere instructor at a small martial arts school?" These words hit Wu Jingtian like a hammer, shattering his last bit of hesitation. He suddenly woke up, grabbed the Heart Sutra from Yi Fan's hand, and solemnly bowed. "Wu Jingtian is willing to serve you faithfully." Yi Fan remained seated, waiting for Wu Jingtian to finish his bow before waving his hand. "Since you've made your choice, it's time to do what needs to be done. Jingling is the commander of the Heaven's Retribution Army. If you want to see him, now is the time." Wu Jingtian responded and headed towards the assembled punishment army in the distance. Meanwhile, the troops outside began to retreat. Although Mao Zuzi was unwilling, seeing Wu Jingtian and Qingzi join Yi Fan's camp, he chose not to confront them at this moment. Yi Fan squinted, watching Wu Jingtian's departing figure with a slight smile. With Wu Jingtian's allegiance, his power base had taken shape. The next step was to fully expand his influence. He turned to Swan Sanqing and instructed, "Strategist, double our army's reserves. In the next 6 months, we must maximize the development of this secret realm, enhancing both military and civilian capabilities. After that, we can consider expanding to other cities based on the situation." Swan Sanqing nodded and then asked, "Should we share some technology with Balian City?" Yi Fan shook his head, "Not yet. Focus on Yun City as the core. Using the Longevity Cloud and Chen Chongqing's new civilian technologies, one city can support multiple others, becoming our backup center. Although Qingzi is a reliable city lord for Balian City, it still needs time to eliminate various hidden dangers. Sharing technology now poses too much risk. We can send experts later, but keep the core technology in Yun City." Swan Sanqing agreed, "Understood. Regarding weapons, I suggest distributing some of the retired Punishment I and Punishment 2 models to them. We'll continue supplying weapons based on the Punishment Heaven's Retribution regular army hierarchy." Yi Fan added, "We can give out some retired weapons. The Punishment series provides significant firepower upon equipping. However, if we develop weapons capable of harming golden-level warriors, we must be cautious. These weapons are too sensitive for mass deployment. Once developed, we'll use them internally first, prioritizing the Imperial Guard led by Chen Peng. Only disclose them when necessary to avoid unnecessary trouble." Swan Sanqing understood, and then proposed assigning each of Li Yu and others their own specialized corps. He detailed the distribution plan. Li Yu would lead a transport corps of 1,000, responsible for logistics and resources. Ma Xiaoxue would command a vanguard corps of 2,000, handling battlefield support and assaults. Wang Lingxi would lead an intelligence corps of 500, overseeing information gathering and internal affairs. Chen Peng would command an imperial guard of 1,000, directly answering to Yi Fan. Hearing this arrangement, Li Yu and the others were delighted. Yi Fan approved of Swan Sanqing's plan, explaining that it was to help them gain leadership experience before their power increased, preparing them for the future. Then, Swan Sanqing suggested adopting titles to match their new roles as Town King's subordinates. After discussion, Li Yu chose Gluttonous General, Ma Xiaoxue took Dagger, Wang Lingxi named herself Treasure Eye, and Chen Peng chose Awakening Thunder. Swan Sanqing called himself Strategist, and finally asked Yi Fan about his title. Yi Fan thought briefly and said casually, "Call me Heavenly Duke. They always talk about following the will of heaven, right? Maybe they'll think I'm the one destined to follow it. It's a bit of an advantage, and it works." Fatty Li muttered, "Ye Heavenly Duke," thinking it sounded more imposing than Yi Fan, like a leader of some grand organization. Yi Fan laughed, but his eyes turned sharp. "The world is waiting for chaos, but we will defy it. In their eyes, we are exactly that kind of force. When we truly rise, we might be seen as more dangerous than the dynasty organization." On the front lines, a colossal wall stretches for thousands of miles, known as the Heavenly Barrier. This wall is pitch black, as hard as iron, absorbing sunlight without reflecting it. It stands as the final shield between humanity and external forces. Forged after an ancient battle, the Heavenly Barrier has become the steadfast defense protecting the human lands. Beyond the heavenly barrier lies a blood-soaked battlefield. The human front line extends for thousands of miles before the wall, dotted with countless military camps and 108 small fortresses. This vast expanse is the most critical buffer zone, where every inch of land is vital for humanity's survival. For millennia, countless heroes have fought to push the front line further. However, since the human king crossed over, internal and external strife have caused the line to retreat by 1,000 miles. 100 Battle City, one of the 10 cities at the forefront, is located at the front line's edge and serves as a crucial stronghold for humanity. The city is guarded by the Town King, one of the 3 strongest leaders on the front lines in recent years. Under his command, 100 Battle City has become an almost impregnable fortress. A general clad in iron armor entered the main hall of the city, knelt on one knee, and presented a list with both hands. Town King, the capital has sent another batch of student soldiers. This is the 3rd batch this year. Here is their roster and information for your review. The imposing Town King merely nodded, raised his hand, and took the list. He examined it carefully, his brows gradually furrowing. Out of the thousands of students from hundreds of universities in the capital, there are barely any outstanding ones. The general replied in a low voice, many outstanding ones are protected by their families and mostly sent to their own territories. After all, they are carefully nurtured elites, and their families fear losing them. The Town King's anger flared. Summoning students to the front lines is for them to fight and bleed, not to take a vacation. Being family soldiers is one thing, but on the front lines, they must fight. Hiding in family territories is useless. We need to train warriors who are willing to fight and kill, not a bunch of lazy cowards. The general responded helplessly, there's nothing we can do. The current system is like this. To get the noble families to participate in the war, we granted them too many privileges back then. The Town King scoffed. The noble families of old deserved those privileges. But ever since the 8 great families emerged, everything has changed. The court was set up to govern humanity together, but now it's riddled with bureaucracy and mutual cover-ups. Even the front lines, which are crucial to our survival, are not spared from this nonsense. He continued angrily, today's humanity is utterly rotten, lifeless, and devoid of hope. The general quickly tried to calm him down. Town King, please don't be angry. Kingwin and the others are already working on a solution. The turmoil in the dynasty will erupt in at most 3 years. Everything will be reshuffled, and humanity will surely revive. The Town King frowned. 3 more years. What are Kingwon and the others thinking? Why must they wait 3 years? The general explained, they are probably waiting for the youngest generation to mature. I've heard that the latest generation of the 8 great families and many other families have some outstanding individuals. Jadabailong, a descendant of the human king, has also emerged, and is said to be part of a potential second golden generation. Kingwon and the others are likely waiting for this generation to grow a bit more. If chaos erupts now, they might not have enough self-preservation ability. The Town King retorted, outstanding individuals can grow at any time. He didn't continue on this topic, but instead asked curiously, has a descendant of the human king appeared again? How strong is this Jadabailong? The general replied, he is unrivaled among his peers. He has swept through his peers at Kyoto First High School. However, recently, a secret realm of fortune appeared in Nanchuan, and Jadabailong was reportedly defeated there by a peer named Yifan. Who is Yifan? A descendant of the Yi family? The Town King inquired. Yes, the general nodded, pausing before adding. He is the grandson of King Zhantian. The hall fell silent for a few seconds before the Town King suddenly laughed. That rascal Zhantian. I knew he had descendants. When I asked him back then, he didn't admit it. What kind of person is this Yifan? And what is his character like? The general answered, we don't know much yet, but from the information we have, he seems to uphold the traditional values of the Yi family. He studied in Pingxing, where he somehow unearthed the entire roster of the dynasty organization there. Outside the secret realm of fortune, he collaborated with the old General Yi Mao to eliminate the entire dynasty organization in Pingxing. The Sun and Ji families were present, and Yi Mao even mobilized the Yutian army and summoned former members of the Zhantian army for him. The Town King chuckled. So Yi Mao's recent return to the capital was because of this kid. Daring to take on the dynasty organization at such a young age. This kid has quite the guts. The general hesitated, then lowered his voice. Town King. His audacity might be even greater than that. We have received some information that he seems to have rallied Yun City, assembled an army of 10,000, and recruited Wu Jingtian and Qingzi. Under your name, he recently brazenly took a newly discovered Thunder Ridge secret realm from the hands of the governor of Nanchuan, Lao Zizi. The Town King's smile froze. What are you saying? He said slowly. Do you understand the implications of what you're telling me? The general replied, I understand. This information comes from our second team in that area. After Wu Jingtian defected, he has solidified your title. The Town King asked, This information should have been reported earlier, right? The general nodded, looking somewhat hesitant. It's been some time. I initially thought it was just minor trouble, so I didn't report it. I didn't expect it to escalate this much. The town king frowned. It certainly has escalated. If this matter blows up, it could be disastrous. The general added. They have concealed their identities, and only a few of our people know. Yifan has changed his title, calling himself the Heavenly General, and usually wears a mask. Few can recognize him. Recently, General Yimao returned to the court and has been daily tussling with the Sun and Ji families over power. The court in the capital is in chaos, and no one can manage him. The town king was silent for a while before asking, "Do you think this is a good thing or a bad thing?" The general hesitated. He has been greatly improving the livelihood and technological development of Yun City, which is undoubtedly beneficial for the city. However, I'm worried about his ultimate intentions. If he rebels and seizes power, it could be problematic, especially since he's using your title. The town king fell into deep thought, his gaze resting on the list in front of him, seemingly deeming the matter less important. He waved his hand with a wry smile. This kid indeed has guts. There's nothing I can do if he's acting this way. The power struggles within the dynasty are tacitly understood, and I can't exactly expose myself. After a moment, the town king's face showed a hint of a meaningful smile. However, using my title isn't that easy. The secret realm. Months flew by in the blink of an eye. This mysterious land has become the new driving force for Yun City's development, addressing many urgent needs. Resources have been adequately replenished, research institutes have established themselves, and the military has found an ideal training ground. The abundant beasts and resources within the secret realm are sufficient to support Yun City's rapid growth for years. For Yifan and his companions, the Leiling Secret Realm, a provincial-level resource, is undoubtedly strategic. This is why Yifan took great risks, even opposing Mao Zuzi, to seize this secret realm. During the months of rest, many sturdy fortresses, advanced research institutes, and professional training grounds have sprung up in the secret realm. Yifan did not slack off either. His diligent cultivation led to another star increase in his overall beast-taming strength, reaching Gold 2 star, while his Ice Soul broke through to Gold 4 star. His swordsmanship also made significant progress. Beneath this calm surface, a storm was brewing. Master Yi. Bad news, a letter from the town king. Early one morning, Wu Jingtian hurriedly rushed in with a letter in hand, a hint of panic on his face. A letter from the town king? Yifan frowned slightly upon hearing this in the hall. What does it mean? I don't know. Wu Jingtian handed the letter to Yifan. Just this morning, someone came with a message, saying it was from the town king, and asked me to pass it to you. I haven't read it. Please have a look. Yifan took the letter, read it carefully, and his expression turned somewhat peculiar. He handed the letter to Swan Sanqing beside him. Strategist, take a look. Swan Sanqing quickly scanned the letter and showed a trace of surprise. Not only does he not question our identity, but he also wants to use his influence to have Mao Zuzio a favor and appoint you to an official position in Nange City? What is the town king thinking? The mind of a king is hard to fathom, Yifan said solemnly, his eyes deep. He probably knows my identity by now. At these words, everyone's eyes turned to Wu Jingtian. I didn't say anything, Wu Jingtian quickly explained. I haven't contacted anyone recently, and I've been practicing the Heart Sutra. I wouldn't dare to speak. It wasn't you. Yifan shook his head. Someone else must know my identity. Know your identity? Fatty Li beside him panicked. What do we do? Are we going to be executed? Not to that extent. Yifan analyzed calmly. Even if they know, they can't do anything to me. We've already solidified the town king's title. Unless the town king comes personally, there's nothing they can do. We can easily mislead them. The town king probably knows this too, and sending this letter might be to test something. Should we respond? Swan Sanqing asked, a bit displeased. At this critical juncture, we're about to expand our plans, and he wants you to take an official position in Nange City, which would force us to put our plans on hold. Not necessarily on hold. If we want to, we can still proceed. Yifan pondered for a moment. Let's send a reply to the town king first. What should we say? Just say, thank you for the honor, and if a suitable position is available, I will go. So, you're still going? Swan Sanqing was a bit worried. Nange City is too chaotic, full of all kinds of riffraff. I'm not comfortable with you going alone. No worries, Wu Jingtian will come with me. Yifan looked at Wu Jingtian. You're free recently, right? Free, Wu Jingtian quickly replied. There's not much happening at the martial arts hall. I can't ensure your safety. In that case, it should be fine. Yifan nodded, then told Swan Sanqing, if possible, we'll bring the Jingzha army into Nange City. All right, Swan Sanqing finally felt a bit relieved. There are too many riffraff there. You need to be extra careful. Not just careful. Yifan's eyes gleamed with a hint of a smile. The town king went to great lengths to get me an official position in Nange City. I can't let him down. If I'm given a position and do nothing, wouldn't that waste the town king's goodwill? Meanwhile, in the governor's mansion, a discussion about the letter was also taking place. Governor, a letter from the town king, a subordinate reported hurriedly. The town king? Mao Zuzi was taken aback, then remembered the unpleasantness from a few months ago, his face darkening. What does he want? Mao Zuzi grabbed the letter, glanced at it, and frowned deeply. What's the meaning of this? Asking me to give that Tiangong guy an official position in Nange City? He threw the letter on the ground in frustration. Does he want to divide my power? Seeing this, the subordinates panicked. However, the governor's chief strategist, Jean Min, picked up the letter with a smile. Governor, don't be angry. This is a letter from the town king himself, Jean Min advised. So what if he's the town king? He's not the king of literature. He can't meddle in everything. Mao Zuzi stopped mid-sentence, seemingly worried about eavesdroppers, and didn't continue, just took the letter again with a dark expression. After a while, still fuming, Mao Zuzi turned to Jean Min. Jean Min, you're always full of ideas. What do you think? After all, it's the town king. We can't just ignore his request. Jean Min pondered for a moment, a smile forming on his face. Governor, don't be upset. I think bringing Tiangong to Nange City might actually be a good thing. A good thing? Mao Zuzi's face twitched. How is that a good thing? Governor, you've always thought Nange City was too chaotic, Jean Min explained. Having a troublemaker might actually produce some unexpected results. With so many powerful families watching, why not give him a decent position and let him clash with those families? He's ambitious. Give him some power, and he'll definitely disrupt others. When they start fighting, we can reap the benefits. How do we benefit? Mao Zuzi hesitated. That kid is no ordinary person. He's bold. If he takes down other families and grows stronger, he'll be hard to deal with. There's no chance for him to grow. This is the governor's Nanchuan, Jian Min smiled. Once he's cleaned up the people the governor dislikes, we can find an excuse to remove him. This way, we can get rid of him without offending the town king. Even though the town king is far away on the front lines, the future is unpredictable, and it's best to maintain some goodwill. Using someone and then discarding them? Mao Zuzi smiled. I'm glad I brought you back. I'm impulsive. If it were just me, I might have refused outright. That would have been a huge mistake, offending the town king over a troublesome kid. Your suggestion makes me feel much better. Indeed, sometimes enemies can be useful. Jian Min also smiled. The town king's intentions are good. He thinks sending an ambitious person here can divide our power and potentially be useful later. But this is Nange City, the governor's city. Let him come. We have plenty of ways to deal with him. On the streets of Yunqing, Yi Fan strolled leisurely, accompanied by Li Pengzi, Chen Peng, and others. As they walked, they admired the city they had built with their own hands. Everywhere they looked, they saw the applications of civil technology. Mechanical constructs had significantly improved. Beast-shaped machines transported goods back and forth, and occasionally, some uniquely designed technological creations moved through the city. The transformation of the city was immense. From the outside, Yunqing had become a city of technology. In this era dominated by beasts and diminishing resources, anyone visiting would be amazed. The genius of Qian Changsheng was evident. His technological innovations had brought about dramatic changes to Yunqing. With Changsheng Cloud, numerous new technologies, and a steady supply of resources from secret realms, the city's growth seemed to be magnified infinitely. In just about a year, Yunqing had undergone such a dramatic transformation. Though sweeping reforms inevitably brought some drawbacks, improvement efforts were ongoing. Su and Sanqing managed internal affairs with a unique vision and broad perspective, living up to Yi Fan's expectations and governing Yunqing in an orderly manner. Good morning, General Tiangong. General Tiangong, would you like some breakfast? We have steaming hot buns here. General Taodai, would you like some? There aren't many buns left. I saved a few for General Tiangong. Along the way, passers-by and merchants greeted Yi Fan. Although most people didn't recognize him personally, they knew that the changes in Yunqing were due to General Tiangong. The citizens were grateful because Yi Fan had implemented new civil technologies, enforced strict security measures, built universities, and organized legions, transforming the once chaotic Yunqing into its current state. This was exactly what they had hoped for. Of course, the propaganda efforts of Wei Dong and others also played a significant role. Heroes were many, but most were unsung. To make sure the citizens remembered, it was necessary to remind them occasionally. General Tiangong, Yunqing is slowly becoming the ideal place we envisioned, Li Pengzi remarked, unusually sentimental. Nowadays, he had become quite a notable figure. Although he couldn't use his real name, the title General Taodai had made him proud for a long time. Not bad, right? Yi Fan glanced at Li Pengzi, a smile in his eyes. Not bad at all. Li Pengzi nodded repeatedly. It will only get better. Of course, it will get better. But Yunqing alone is far from enough, Yi Fan replied, his face showing a meaningful smile. There are countless cities in the human realm. With that, he waved his hand and continued walking. Yi Fan's plans remained meticulous, undeterred by a single intervention from the town's king. Yunqing's progress was astonishing, and the Zhufan series was being developed day and night. Soon, they would have the power to change many things. A single city's population was ultimately too small. His elders were fighting for opportunities in the capital, and he intended to seize them firmly. In the future, they would inevitably annex other cities, amass greater strength, and clear many current obstacles. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Xian Yi Mercenary Tavern. Inside, Yifan's parents were busy at the counter, while the significantly grown Xiaobai dozed off beside a cabinet. After Yunqing's situation stabilized, Yifan had arranged for his parents to be brought over. Yi Linqing and his wife couldn't stay idle and took up managing the mercenary tavern. Nourished by the spiritual herbs and fruits provided by Yifan, Xiaobai had advanced to the silver level, and Yi Linqing had opened a second beast-taming space, taming an elite peak-grade beast. It was as if he had been reborn, becoming a decent small-time strongman in Yunqing. Chunpeng's mother had opened a small shop, while Li Pengzi's parents still made a living by slaughtering pigs but now owned their own store. Wang Lingxi and Ma Xiaoshue's parents had stayed in Pingqing, unwilling to leave the place they had lived in for many years. On the surface, not much seemed to have changed, but upon closer reflection, much had indeed changed. At least, the most crucial thing was that they were doing well now. Li Yu was no longer bullied as in the past. Chen Peng had saved his mother. Ma Xiaoxue could now aspire to the path of the strong, and Wang Lingxi no longer had to live an ordinary life. His parents were alive, and his family was intact. Many of Yifan's past regrets had been resolved one by one. Now, he had more to look forward to: the rise and fall of the human race, the changes in the grand scheme of things. At this critical juncture, there was so much to do. Having once been crowned king, his thoughts and aspirations were vastly different from those of ordinary people. More changes are bound to come, Yifan thought to himself, then shook his head, saying no more. He didn't enter the Shunyi Tavern but stood at the door for a while before turning to leave with his companions. Bearing the title of General Tiangong, there were some things he needed to avoid. General Tiangong, the appointment letter has arrived. Su and Sanqing hurried over, holding a golden scroll, accompanied by Wu Jingtian and Qingzi. Did it come this quickly? Yifan was a bit surprised. What position is it for? Minister of the Military Department in Nange City, Su and Sanqing replied, his expression grim. One of the 6 departments, it's one of the highest positions in Nange City. Minister of the Military Department, Yifan frowned slightly. That old fox, daring to give me such a high position? The Minister of the Military Department is a particularly tricky role, Su and Sanqing said, his brow furrowed. I looked into the situation in Nange City. The military department has always been a pretext for various families to distribute resources. Many resources in Nange City are tilted towards the military department. Any powerful figure is in the military department, forming factions and vying for resources, making it the hardest to manage. That old fox probably doesn't have good intentions by assigning General Tiangong to manage the military department. He bore a grudge against me, so it's unlikely he'd give me any favorable position, Yifan scoffed. But it doesn't matter. As long as he dares to give it, I dare to take it. Summon the Jingjia army. Since Senior Wu Jingtian is here, I'll set off for Nange City today. So soon? Wang Lingxi looked worried. Can't you prepare a bit more? You can stay a few more days. There's nothing much to prepare. Everything that needed preparation is already in place. Yifan looked at his companions, noticing the reluctance in their eyes. This trip isn't a one-way journey. You all stay and grow under the guidance of the strategist, manage Yunqing well, and strive to become stronger. There will be plenty of times we'll fight side by side in the future. Yifan patted their shoulders. Having experienced much, he was no longer easily moved by farewells. But he understood the feelings of Chen Peng and the others. They were still young, with limited experience, and their emotions were genuine and intense. In their usual lives, Yifan had always been there to guide and protect them, providing a sense of security. To them, he was more like an elder brother or father figure. Now that he was leaving, their feelings of confusion and fear were understandable. If a young eagle never flies alone, it will never soar in the sky. I look forward to some surprises when we meet again, Yifan said, turning towards the city gate. Strategist, gather the troops. Yunqing is too small. Seeing the scenery in Nange City might be nice. Inside the governor's mansion, a subordinate hurriedly reported, Governor, General Tiangong is on his way along the official road and will arrive in no more than 15 days. It's said he's accompanied by Wu Jingtian for protection and has brought a 1,000-strong army. Upon hearing this, Mao Zuzi's eyelid twitched involuntarily. He frowned and said, 1,000-strong army? Is this guy really not afraid of death, marching so openly with his troops? If someone reports this, just the charge of raising a private army is enough to get him killed. Jian Min, standing nearby, shook his head and said, Governor, no one in their right mind would do something so foolish. If he's daring to do this, he must have the backing of Prince Zhan. Mao Zuzi was about to retort but suddenly thought of something. Lowering his voice unconsciously, Who would dare to charge him with such a crime? But then again, things have been chaotic in the capital recently, so who knows? Jin Min asked, puzzled. How could the capital be that chaotic? Mao Zuzi looked at Jin Min with a hint of resignation and explained, you don't hold an official position and don't attend court meetings, so you haven't heard the news from the capital. Do you know Yi Mao? Yes, the current head of the dragon-slaying Yi family, and the strongest dragoni person alive. Jin Min replied, then added, I heard that a few days ago, he raised private troops in Pingqing to stand up for the grandson of Battle King. He was summoned back to the capital, supposedly given the position of marshal, but in reality, he was stripped of his military power. At this point, Jin Min suddenly realized something and asked, shocked, could it be that Yi Mao is rebelling? Mao Zuzi shook his head with a bitter smile. The Yi family has always been loyal and righteous. Rebellion is impossible. But the current situation isn't much better. After being stripped of his military power, Yi Mao was supposed to be living in retirement. But recently, for some reason, he has been rallying a group of people to share power, clashing daily in court with the Sun and Ji families. The court is in utter chaos. You haven't seen it. In one morning court session, two factions argue from start to finish, almost coming to blows several times. Forget dealing with matters in Nanchuan. They can't even handle issues in the capital right now. After hearing this, Jin Min was still skeptical. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? What about King Wan and the others? Mao Zuzi retorted. How are they supposed to manage? Yi Mao is a marshal, nominally higher than the heads of the 8 great families. He wants to intervene, and he has support, so there's nothing to be done. In court, it's all about rhetoric and power, and in that regard, Yi Mao is not inferior to the Sun and Ji families. Jin Min remained doubtful, but still, Yi Mao is a frontline general. How much influence can he have in court? Mao Zuzi explained, he may not have much himself, but the Battle King does. Many retired generals in court have old feelings for the Battle King. Those who have been to the front lines hold him in high regard, and many who benefited from him feel a sense of guilt for not participating in the war back then. Moreover, even without the Battle King, Yi Mao himself is a highly decorated frontline general and a peak dragonid warrior, capable of rivaling some of the strongest titled warriors. Now that he's cured of the dragon blood backlash, he might step onto the path of becoming a titled warrior again any day. If he succeeds, he'll immediately be among the top few in the human race, which carries significant weight. After listening, Jin Min finally nodded in understanding, but a hint of resignation appeared in his eyes. The human race is already in turmoil, and now Yi Mao and his ilk are stirring things up further, making it even more chaotic? Mao Zuzi sighed. We can never truly understand what those high-ranking figures are thinking. Saying this, Mao Zuzi stood up and walked to the window. From the 4th floor, he looked down at the bustling scene of Nange City. He sighed softly. Nange City is such a wonderful place. I really don't want it to fall into chaos. I've been enduring for so many years, but it seems like nothing has changed. The decisions made by those above us are too hard for people like us to alter. Suddenly, Mao Zuzi turned to Jin Min, a peculiar glint in his eyes. What do you think? If General Tiangong comes here and clashes with those dynastic organizations and noble families, and if he really defeats them all, wouldn't that be a good thing? Jin Min pondered for a moment and cautiously replied, it would be good for Nange City, of course. He glanced at Mao Zuzi and added, but for you, Governor, it might not be such a good thing. Mao Zuzi laughed upon hearing this. True, after all, I've only been the governor of Nanchuan for a little over 10 years, and I'm not tired of it yet. The 10+ days passed in the blink of an eye, and Yifan finally led the Jingzha army to Nange City. Standing before the city gates, Yifan surveyed the imposing walls and nodded slightly. In his previous life, he had visited Nange City a few times, but only in passing while investigating dynastic organizations. Although this was the metropolitan center of Nanchuan, for someone who had returned to a broken home after years of study and cultivation, he felt little attachment to Nanchuan. His impressions of Nange City mostly revolved around its famous Fengyue Street, the largest in the southern 20 provinces, lined with over 100 establishments, bustling with nightlife and indulgency, a place where many cultivators occasionally let loose. As Yifan's thoughts wandered, a middle-aged man with a small mustache and a fawning expression hurried over, respectfully saying, Minister Tiangong, you've finally arrived. I am Zhao Yi, a hall master of the martial department, here to assist with the handover. Hall master? Yifan raised an eyebrow at the peculiar title, glanced at Zhao Yi, and asked, where is Governor Mao Zuzi? Zhao Yi quickly responded, the governor is busy with his duties and has arranged for his subordinates to handle the handover. Yifan inwardly chuckled at Mao Zuzi's pettiness, but maintained a composed expression, merely waving his hand, lead the way. Right away, minister. Please follow me. Zhao Yi eagerly led the way, and Yifan and his entourage marched grandly into the city. 1,000-strong army might attract attention in Yun City, but in the vast Nange City, it barely caused a stir. Soon, Yifan and his group arrived at the martial department. Surprisingly, the place was unusually quiet, with only a few hall masters like Zhao present. Along the way, Zhao dutifully introduced the responsibilities of the martial department. The work was both complex and simple, summarized as handling miscellaneous tasks and getting paid. From maintaining city security to managing and transporting supplies, any task requiring manpower fell to the martial department. However, the work was not mandatory. Monthly salaries were fixed, and there were no stringent regulations. Apart from the minister, the department had a variety of eclectic official titles. The martial department had over 10,000 registered members, with 300 hall masters alone. Above them were 40 incense masters and pavilion masters, and even higher were various other miscellaneous titles. The sheer number of titles was overwhelming, and even Zhao couldn't clearly explain the specific duties. Finally, he could only summarize helplessly: everyone's here to collect their pay, and nobody really knows what they're supposed to do. The higher-ups lead the lower downs, each doing their own thing. Sitting in the minister's seat, Yifan scanned the extensive list in his hands, thoughtfully saying, "Governor Mao Zuzi has really given me an easy job. If I wanted to do nothing and just collect my pay, I'd be quite content." He paused, a hint of coldness in his eyes. "But such a mess of a department piques my interest." Hearing this, Zhao Yi's heart skipped a beat, sensing trouble. He cautiously spoke. Minister." Yifan interrupted him, issuing an order: "Go. Summon everyone on this list who holds the rank of hall master or higher. Tell them I want to reorganize the martial department." Zhao Yi's expression changed slightly, hesitating. "Summon everyone? Minister, people are used to being lax. Even if we notify them, they might not come." "Not come?" Yifan sneered, a cold glint in his eyes. "Since the governor has given me the authority to manage the martial department, everyone will follow my rules. Tell them that those who don't come will be considered as having forfeited their positions in the martial department." As the words fell, Zhao Yi trembled all over, his gaze fixed on Yifan, clearly surprised by what was said. He hesitated for a moment, about to speak, but saw Yifan wave his hand. "You don't need to tell me about anyone's background. I don't care to hear it. Just pass on my message," Yifan said calmly. All right, Zhao Yi nodded in agreement, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. He wanted to say more, but seeing Yifan's serious expression, he hurriedly left. "This department head is not easy to deal with," Zhao Yi muttered as he quickly walked out of the martial department hall. Yifan watched Zhao Yi leave, his eyes turning cold. He had his own plans for coming to Nange City, and the chaos in the martial department suited him perfectly. Now that he had some strength, he could take bold actions. Faced with many uncertainties, Yifan had no time to hesitate. He wanted to seize every opportunity to maximize his gains. With over 10,000 people in the martial department, even if most were loyal to other families, controlling the remaining forces would still be a significant power. Yunqing's development was still short-term. Technology could bridge some gaps, but many aspects couldn't change quickly. If he could attract a large number of talents, his team's strength would surely increase. Beside him, Wu Jingtian looked worried. "Tiangong, we just got here and don't know anyone. Is it really wise to be so aggressive right away? What if they don't show up? Are we really going to fire them?" "Yes, we will," Yifan replied firmly. "I'm the department head. I need to establish authority. No one can defy me. Only a swift and decisive approach can cut through the mess. I don't have time to drag things out. They think I won't act. I'll show them bold reforms. But this will create a lot of enemies." Wu Jingtian still had concerns. "We don't have many people. What if they unite against us? No matter what I do or don't do, they'll oppose me." Yifan's eyes were sharp. "Since that's the case, I might as well be decisive. With these people, there's no need to follow rules. They fear the visible restrictions, but we fear nothing. Just watch and see. I'll let you know if I need help." "All right." Wu Jingtian nodded hesitantly, unable to hide his worry. In this chaotic Nange city, even he would feel uneasy as the martial department head. Though he was a martial artist and should be bold, following Yifan had shown him actions that were truly extraordinary. Every step was like walking on a tightrope, with the slightest misstep leading to disaster. Meanwhile, in a certain high-rise on Fengyue Street, a group of burly men was feasting in a private room. The table was laden with dishes, and numerous wine jars were scattered around. The men drank heartily, with scantily clad dancers occasionally leaning on them, laughing coquettishly. After several rounds of drinks, a man with a dragon tattoo on his shoulder spoke up. "Brothers, did you hear? The governor sent a new department head to the martial department. I think his name is Tiangong, quite a strange name. They say he starts today." "Yeah, I heard," another man sneered. "They say he's just a teenage kid, not even fully grown. The martial department has had many heads over the years. I don't know what the governor was thinking, letting a kid take charge." A skinny man in the corner interjected. "Don't underestimate him. He commands a 10th Sandstrong army and recently snatched a Leiling secret realm from the governor and those big families. He brought 1,000 men here. He's not to be trifled with. Snatched a secret realm from the governor? The dragon-tattooed man was incredulous. How is that possible? This is Nanchuan. Who dares defy the governor? The skinny man explained. Believe it or not, many saw it happen. The governor couldn't do anything about him, even after sending 20,000 men, who were all driven back. In the end, he didn't pursue it. They say this Tiangong has the backing of the king of Zhun, quite a powerful background. The dragon-tattooed man seemed to believe it a bit, having heard similar stories. But he quickly dismissed it, waving his hand. Whatever his background, it doesn't concern us. This is the martial department, with so many big families involved. Even the governor can't always manage it. Let's eat and drink as usual. Come on, more drinks. Before he could finish, the private room door suddenly opened, and Zhao Yi hurried in. Zhao Yi, what are you doing here? The dragon-tattooed man frowned. The department head has ordered all leaders and above to attend a meeting in the martial department hall. Zhao Yi replied. A meeting? The men were immediately displeased. How many years has it been since the martial department held a meeting? I don't know, Zhao Yi said helplessly to the dragon-tattooed man. He said anyone who doesn't show up today will be considered to have voluntarily given up their position in the martial department. So harsh. The dragon-tattooed man was unsettled. Does this Tiangong not understand the situation in the martial department? Saying such things, isn't he afraid the big families will push back? He doesn't seem to care, just told me to notify everyone, Zhao Yi shrugged. That department head doesn't look like someone to mess with. Feng Dehai, you guys better go. I have to inform others. After Zhao Yi left, Feng Dehai and the others exchanged glances. Dehai, should we go? Someone asked. Feng Dehai hesitated for a moment and turned to the skinny man in the corner. Mitzi, what do you think? Do we even need to ask? Of course, we should go. Mitzi stretched and stood up. I just said that department head is a tough character. New officials always make bold moves. We can't escape it, but the big families won't comply, right? Someone argued. The Ji and Li families each have over 1,000 people in the martial department. Even the governor gives them face. Mitzi shook his head. What do the big families' compliance have to do with us? We're just trying to make a living. He might not dare touch the big families, but to set an example, aren't we the perfect targets? You think Dong Xian will protect us? That scumbag only knows how to embezzle salaries and talk nonsense. When real trouble comes, he'll probably be the first to run. Mitzi's right. Feng Dehai nodded repeatedly, stood up, and pushed the dancer in his arms away. Let's go, let's go. We can come back later. As they were about to leave, the dancer called out, You haven't paid yet. Pay what? Feng Dehai pulled up his pants as he walked but still tossed a bag of money over. All right, we may be rough men, but we never skip payment. Next time, learn some new tricks. We're tired of hearing the same old song every day. By the afternoon, it had been 5 hours since Yi Fan issued his orders. The hall was bustling with nearly 200 people, more than half of the entire Wu department. Sitting in the center, Yi Fan's piercing gaze swept over each arrival. Beside him, Wu Jingtian and Chen Peng stood like statues, one on each side. The oppressive atmosphere in the hall was suffocating, and no one dared to speak. A few brave souls tried to greet Yi Fan but were quickly silenced by a gesture, retreating back into the crowd. Though many had arrived, they were clearly divided into dozens of factions. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, a slight smile playing on his lips as he glanced at the clock on the wall. When the clock struck 6, he stood up and spoke clearly. Zhao Yi, close the door. Zhao Yi hesitated for a moment as he noticed figures still moving outside. Remembering Yi Fan's prior warning, he nervously complied and shut the door. 216 people. Not bad. A 70 attendance rate, Yi Fan said calmly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Chen Peng, get the attendance sheet signed. Those who didn't show up are no longer part of the Wu department. Chen Peng nodded and moved towards the crowd with the list. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. Minister, I think this is inappropriate. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow at the speaker. Inappropriate how? The man explained that the notice was abrupt, and some might have urgent matters preventing their return. He suggested finding out the reasons before making any decisions. To everyone's surprise, Yi Fan nodded in agreement. You make a good point. The man felt pleased with himself until Yi Fan asked, What's your name and position? My name is Ji Gongming. I'm the head of Qinji Pavilion, in charge of intelligence and communications in Nange City. Ji Gongming, you're from the Ji family? Yes, I'm a branch member of the Ji family in Nange City. A cold glint flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. Very well, you're no longer a part of the Wu department. The words hit Ji Gongming like a hammer, his face paling in disbelief. Minister, what do you mean by no longer part of the Wu department? You're dismissed, Yi Fan said icily. You can think of it as being fired. As the minister of the Wu department, my word is final. For questioning me, you're out. Ji Gongming forced a smile. Minister, this is too tyrannical. There's no law in Nange City that allows such arbitrary dismissals, Yifan retorted. And there's no law in Nange City that says I can't dismiss people arbitrarily. You're dismissed. If you have any complaints, take them to the governor and have him talk to me. Seething with anger, Ji Gongming took a deep breath to calm himself. Minister, your authority is indeed impressive. With that, he turned and left, slamming the door behind him, causing a collective shiver among the crowd. Yifan remained unfazed, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, a cold smile on his lips. Does anyone else have an issue with my decision? The hall fell into a tense silence, everyone on high alert. After a few seconds, Yifan continued. Since no one is speaking up, I'll take it as no objections. He took the attendance sheet from Chin Pong and glanced at it casually. Who are the pavilion heads on this list? 14 people responded, including 3 from the Ji family and 1 from the Sun family, among other less prominent names. Yifan asked about their duties and achievements over the past year. They exchanged uneasy glances, offering vague statements about protecting Nange City and upholding the interests of the Wu department. Yifan sneered. You high-ranking pavilion heads, earning such high salaries, and this is all you do? He waved dismissively. All right, I didn't call you here to hold you accountable. The Wu department is in chaos, too many idle hands. The governor sent me here to make changes. You have 2 months to show results, maintain order, assist other departments, explore secret realms, whatever it takes. I want to see your achievements. In 3 months, I will select the 4 best performers for promotion. Someone asked, what do you mean by promotion? Pavilion head is already the highest position in the Wu department. Not anymore, Yifan explained. I will establish 4 Wu department divisions, each handling specific affairs. The promoted individuals will lead these divisions, with benefits equivalent to the combined salaries of all current pavilion heads divided by 4. And what about the pavilion heads who aren't promoted? Those who don't perform don't deserve to be pavilion heads anymore. The position will be abolished. Yifan's tone was icy. If there are no further questions, get to work. That's all for today. The crowd exchanged uneasy glances, but eventually trickled out. As they reached the door, someone muttered, this minister is really overbearing. Where does he get the confidence? Stirring things up like this, he'll face consequences soon enough. Before the words faded, Yifan's voice rang out. The one who just spoke, Yurin-san, right? You're also dismissed from the Wu department. Help. The newly appointed minister wasted no time in displaying a tough stance, immediately deciding to cut over a dozen cabinet members. This news spread like wildfire, creating a massive uproar within the martial department. On the main road, Sun Dahai and a few companions gathered as usual, discussing the sudden upheaval. Under the sunlight, their faces bore traces of concern. This General Tiangong is really unfeeling, Sun Dahai said, frowning. How could he possibly understand our hardships? If Dong Xian gets dismissed, how are we supposed to survive in the martial department? One of his companions chimed in. Yeah, what about the brothers under us? Mizi, however, had a different perspective. Narrowing his eyes, he said meaningfully, don't be so quick to judge. This might not be a bad thing. How is it not bad? Sun Dahai retorted. If Dong Xian falls, we won't even have a voice in the martial department. Mizi gave a mysterious smile and pointed toward the martial hall. Who says we can only follow those big families? Don't forget, who's the biggest in the martial department? Sun Dahai suddenly realized. You mean decide with the minister? But he quickly shook his head. The minister just arrived and caused such a stir. What if he can't withstand the pressure and falls? Mizi was unfazed. How do you know he'll definitely fall? What if he manages to stabilize the martial department? Sun Dahai hesitated. Mizi, are you betting on the minister? For now, yes, Mizi nodded. But let's keep watching. We have 2 months to see how the minister handles things. While they were discussing, Yifan had already received a summons from the governor's office. Early the next morning, he arrived at the office. Pushing open the door, Yifan saw Elder Mao sitting upright, surrounded by those who had been dismissed the previous day, all staring at him intently. Yifan, however, seemed oblivious and walked straight to Elder Mao. Elder Mao, it's been a while, Yifan said calmly. It's been almost half a year since we parted in the secret realm, and I didn't expect to meet again so soon. Elder Mao forced a smile despite his grim expression. Minister Tiangong, please take a seat. Yifan sat down unceremoniously and got straight to the point. What can I do for you, Governor? I've just taken office and am quite busy. Suppressing his anger, Elder Mao explained. I heard you dismissed a group of people, and there's some discontent. I'd like to give you all a chance to reconcile. Only then did Yifan notice the people on either side and asked, what grievances do you have? Ji Gongming was the first to speak up. The minister is too domineering and autocratic. Dismissing me just because I said something unpleasant is unreasonable. Yifan responded coldly. It's not about what you think. What I say must be executed. Seeing the situation, Elder Mao quickly tried to mediate. Minister Tiangong, let's all talk this out. But Yifan was unwavering. Thank you for your goodwill, Governor. But since the martial department is under my command, I'll handle it as I see fit. His words left everyone in the room stunned. Finally, someone couldn't hold back and questioned, you're just a 20-year-old gold-level fighter. Why do you get to be the minister? Isn't it all thanks to King Jin? Yifan raised an eyebrow at the person. So, you doubt my qualifications? The person, emboldened, replied, the martial department values strength. If the minister isn't capable, why should we respect him? Even if you're young, a 20-year-old gold-level fighter isn't top tier. It's probably due to resources. Yifan smiled meaningfully and held up 2 fingers. First, I'm not 20. I'm 16, and I broke through to gold level at 15 years and 8 months. This revelation caused a visible shock among those present, clearly understanding its implications. Yifan continued, that addresses your doubt about my talent. As for my strength, he leaned back in his chair, his tone disdainful. I might not be better than the old masters, but dealing with you lot, who are still gold level in your 30s or 40s, is a piece of cake. With that, he waved his hand impatiently. Since the governor wants reconciliation, he'll give you a chance. Anyone here below the gold level can challenge me now. If you win, they'll let you back into the martial department. If you lose, shut up and follow orders. The words cripple echoed like a heavy hammer in the governor's hall. The faces of the martial members of Nange City darkened, a surge of anger burning within them. These seasoned veterans were not ones to swallow such an insult lightly. A man with a fierce scar across his face stepped forward, gripping a sharp ghost head knife. He stood before Yifan and spoke in a deep voice, Golden 3-star martial artist, Fan Deming, requesting a duel. Yifan nodded in agreement, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. Gentlemen, I left in a hurry and didn't bring my weapon. Could someone lend me a sword? The crowd exchanged puzzled glances. After a moment, one person tossed his sword over, saying, Heavenly Lord, this sword is made of fine steel. Will it suffice? Yifan caught the sword, gave it a casual flick, and remarked, a bit light, but it'll do. The man who lent the sword was speechless, thinking it was better than nothing. Make your move, Yifan said calmly. Fan Deming cupped his hands and said, Heavenly Lord, forgive my offense. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he charged at Yifan like a tiger released from its cage. His long knife swung, stirring the air with a fierce wind. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Yifan, his blade aimed straight for Yifan's head. A martial artist's battle is always perilous, with each move potentially deciding life or death. Facing Fan Deming's fierce assault, Yifan remained composed. He slightly bent his body, and his sword slashed upwards in a swift draw technique. Clang! A dazzling flash of sword light pierced the air as the long sword clashed violently with the ghost head knife, producing a deafening metallic sound. The impact sent visible shockwaves rippling through the hall. Then, with a crisp snap, the long sword shattered. The terrifying force sent fragments of the sword flying towards Fan Deming like a shower of meteorites. Thud! A heavy sound marked Fan Deming's fall. The crowd stared in shock at his body, now riddled with sword fragments, and the hall fell silent. Yifan didn't even glance at Fan Deming's fallen form. He merely examined the sword hilt in his hand and remarked casually, too brittle. What kind of steel was this? With that, he tossed the hilt aside. The onlookers gasped. They had seen clearly that the sword had not broken because it was brittle, but because Yifan's terrifying strength had exceeded the sword's limit. Even without the ghost head knife's obstruction, the sword would have shattered. What kind of monstrous physical power was this? Who's next? Yifan's voice broke the brief silence. The crowd exchanged uneasy glances. After a moment, another person stepped forward, Golden 6-star Beast Master, Chinan, requesting a duel. A Beast Master? Very well. Yifan nodded in agreement. Someone asked, Heavenly Lord, do you need another sword? Just as they were about to toss one over, Yifan waved it off. No need. I'm also a Beast Master. The crowd was momentarily stunned. Chinan quickly summoned 3 beasts, a Golden 6-star Flaming Tiger, a Golden 3-star Bull Mammoth, and a Golden 2-star Armored Rhino. All 3 were elite peak-grade beasts. Beast fusion and transformation. Without hesitation, Chinan's hands glowed brightly. 3 beams of light connected to the beasts. With a thunderous roar, the beasts began to change in a bizarre manner. Their forms, types, and grades all shifted in an instant. A Golden 5-star Fire Monkey, a Golden 2-star Dragon Song Sparrow, and a Golden 1-star Ghost Face Viper all transformed into extraordinary grade beasts. Yifan nodded slightly. Fusion and transformation. Upgrade Beast Master talent. It boosts beast bloodlines for half an hour while lowering their star levels. Rare, but the randomness makes it unstable. Some extraordinary grade beasts aren't necessarily stronger than their original elite forms. Seeing his transformed beasts in good condition, Chinan relaxed a bit. He spoke, "Heavenly Lord, where are your beasts?" The crowd also breathed a sigh of relief. 3 extraordinary grade beasts were indeed formidable at the golden level. They couldn't believe a teenage beast master could summon 3 extraordinary grade beasts. Yifan chuckled lightly and raised his hand. "Here they come. Come forth, Ice Soul." Before the words had fully left his mouth, an icy blue figure formed beside Yifan. The temperature in the hall plummeted. An extraordinary bloodlean beast. Not just the martial members, even the elder behind Yifan stood up in shock, eyes filled with disbelief. Capturing an extraordinary beast at the golden level. How is this possible? Chenin gasped, staring at the golden 4-star Ice Soul beside Yifan. He suddenly recalled the shattered sword earlier and shivered. Could this heavenly lord really defeat an extraordinary beast of the same level? The Ice Soul, a favored child of the elements, was a standout even among extraordinary beasts. The gap between extraordinary and elite was vast. Chenin swallowed hard and then shouted, "Fire Monkey, Flame Charge, Dragon Song Sparrow, take to the skies. Ghost Face Viper, wrap around him." The 3 beasts attacked simultaneously. A fierce flame blazed a path directly toward Yifan. Yifan shook his head and sighed, then calmly said, "Ice Soul, use Frost Field." As soon as the words were spoken, the ground quickly froze, spreading outward like a tide. The flame was blocked by a sudden ice wall, the fire monkey was entangled by frost and fell, and the ghost face viper was instantly frozen solid. "What the heck is this thing?" The surrounding martial members exclaimed as the frost crept up their legs. Some strong individuals broke the ice under their feet, while the weaker ones jumped in panic, making the governor's walls look like they were filled with startled sparrows. The elder also stood up, shattering the ice beneath him and summoning his beast to block the frost from spreading further into the hall. Just a simple frost spread had everyone in shock. Qin An's heart pounded as he was about to command his beasts to continue attacking, but his face suddenly changed. Frost was spreading toward his feet. Yifan's voice echoed, "You are still too young. Knowing my beast is Ice Soul, you sent all your beasts to attack. Beast masters are usually weak themselves. How can you attack without ensuring your own safety? How could a golden level beast master lack such basic knowledge?" Before he finished speaking, Frost had already reached Chenin. He was terrified, desperately trying to break the ice, but to no avail. As the frost sealed his mouth and nose, he barely managed to shout, "Help!" The rest of his plea was cut off as the frost sealed his mouth. The next moment, an ice ball crashed into the ice sculpture, shattering it. Thud, thud. With the beast master fallen, the 3 beasts howled in sorrow, their light dimming. They bled from their mouths and noses, losing their combat ability and being frozen. 3 ice balls followed, shattering them into pieces. The crowd watched in horror, those on the walls like a flock of frightened sparrows. After a long while, the frost slowly receded. Yifan raised his hand, recalling Ice Soul, and looked up at the martial members on the walls, a playful smile in his eyes. "Who's the next challenger?" The sound echoed through the governor's mansion, and the expressions of those on the walls changed. Moments later, a group of people began jumping down from the wall one after another, like dumplings being dropped into boiling water. Some had flushed cheeks, clearly embarrassed by the predicament that had forced them up the wall. Others stared intently at Yifan, their eyes filled with astonishment. Yifan's display of power was shocking. Not only was he personally formidable, but he could also command extraordinary level beast companions, disrupting the balance between beast tamers and martial artists. The crowd thought to themselves that if this prodigy could one day tame a legendary beast, he might rival the monstrous talents in the capital. The powerful figures present hesitated. Was it worth offending someone who might grow into a terrifying powerhouse for the sake of their loyal families? Someone whispered to the burly man standing at the back, "Zushan, it's your turn." The man was Zushan, a rare lone wolf in the martial division, unaffiliated with any family or faction. He was as tall as a small mountain, with thick eyebrows and large eyes, sporting a warrior's topknot. As the strongest of the lone wolves, even the division leader couldn't deal with him. Another person urged, "Zushan, if you don't act, the martial division will remove you. Didn't you say you wanted your position back?" This seemed to touch a nerve, and after a moment's hesitation, Zushan stepped forward. Zushan walked steadily to face Yifan, bowing respectfully. "Minister, my name is Zushan, a 9-star golden warrior." Yifan squinted slightly, flexed his wrist and said, "This is getting interesting." He then turned and retrieved a modified black sword from his beast's base. The moment the dark red heavy sword appeared, it drew gasps of admiration. Yifan lightly tapped it on the ground, causing the courtyard to tremble and cracks to spread from the sword's tip. The person who had lent Yifan a sword previously shrugged, thinking their sword had indeed been too light. Zushan frowned slightly and cupped his hands. "Minister, I just want my position back. I won't go all out in this fight." Yifan lifted the heavy sword and replied, I suggest you give it your all. In a warrior's battle, there's no holding back. If you want your position back, show me your true strength. Zhu Shan said no more, his massive body moving suddenly as he launched a punch at Yi Fan. The punch was so powerful it created a sonic boom. Yi Fan met the punch with his sword, and with a resounding clang, he was forced back. Zhu Shan pressed the attack, his fist turning into a palm, which glowed brightly as he struck again. Yi Fan raised his sword to block, but the immense force nearly knocked the heavy sword from his hand. Someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Zhu Shan is as formidable as ever." Another agreed, "If Zhu Shan can't beat this prodigy, that would be truly unbelievable. Even with a fallen bloodline, descendants of legendary beasts are still beyond us." Others remarked, "The prodigy is impressive too, fighting someone several levels above and holding his own." If they were the same level, Zhu Shan might not have an easy win. As the crowd buzzed with discussion, Yi Fan suddenly smiled. "It's been a while since I've faced such an interesting opponent." He looked at the blue marks on Zhu Shan's body and raised an eyebrow. "You seem confident in your physical strength, often relying on your body to take my attacks. Do you have a legendary beast bloodline?" Zhu Shan didn't respond, advancing again. Yi Fan said no more, his hand glowing as he used his beast enchantment ability. Blue light shone in his eyes, his speed suddenly increasing as he easily dodged Zhu Shan's heavy punch and followed with a swift sword strike. The terrifying sword energy roared out, Zhu Shan's face changing as he hurriedly turned and hunched his back to take the hit. The sword energy struck, producing a creaking sound as if it would crush him. In a moment of crisis, Zhu Shan roared, and a turtle shell with a stone tablet shadow appeared, blocking the deadly strike. Even so, he was pushed back several steps before steadying himself. Facing Yi Fan, sweat appeared on Zhu Shan's forehead for the first time. What terrifying sword energy! If I had taken that hit with my body, I would be dead. Yi Fan raised his heavy sword, observing Zhu Shan with narrowed eyes. A turtle shell, a stone tablet, immense strength, and your roar had a hint of a dragon's cry. If I'm not mistaken, your bloodline comes from one of the 9 dragon sons in mythology, the legendary Baxia. Baxia? Yi Fan's voice echoed through the crowd, causing everyone to pause. Zhu Shan's expression shifted slightly. His diluted bloodline no longer displayed any prominent traits, and his remaining innate abilities were instantly discerned by Yi Fan. Zhu Shan remained silent for a moment, seemingly weighing his options. Finally, he turned around with a cold expression and assumed a combat stance. Yi Fan waved his hand dismissively, speaking calmly, "You can't beat me. Baxia's weaknesses are too obvious. If I want to avoid you, you won't even touch me." Zhu Shan's face darkened, but he still launched a powerful punch aimed directly at Yi Fan's face. "This guy really doesn't know when to give up," Yi Fan smirked. With the enchantment of the Gale Eagle, his physical abilities and senses were significantly enhanced. His terrifying combat awareness, combined with his heightened senses, produced astonishing results in battle. Boom, boom, boom. Zhu Shan's relentless attacks hit nothing but air. Yi Fan evaded effortlessly, almost toying with him. Despite the immense strain on his body, Zhu Shan refused to give up and continued his furious assault. Suddenly, Yi Fan stopped dodging. During a brief lull in the onslaught, he positioned his heavy sword at Zhu Shan's neck, halting all attacks. Zhu Shan snapped out of his trance, reviewing the fight's details and realizing that each of his attacks had exposed fatal weaknesses. Yi Fan could have ended his life at any moment. Faced with such terrifying skill and combat awareness, Zhu Shan conceded defeat. "Thank you," Zhu Shan murmured, retreating into the crowd with a sense of defeat. Yi Fan smiled and offered advice. "You're not suited for boxing. You have extreme defense and immense strength, but your speed is lacking. Using this boxing style makes your strengths mediocre. Try learning a weapon technique, like using a hammer and a shield. If you can't change your weaknesses, then enhance your strengths. The principle of one force overcoming 10 techniques should make sense to you." Zhu Shan's eyes lit up with understanding, and he bowed to Yi Fan. "Thank you for your guidance, Tiangong." Yi Fan nodded in acknowledgement, while internally pondering, the 9 sons of the dragon correspond to 9 different bloodlines. Some retain dragon traits, while others deviate completely. They sound impressive, but are only among the top tier of many bloodlines. Those born with strong bloodlines have innate strengths, but also inherent weaknesses. For a Baxia like Zhu Shan, his bloodline might soon fade into obscurity. Yi Fan looked around at the crowd, noticing their unease. He smiled faintly. "Does anyone else want to challenge me?" The scene fell silent. 3 battles had demonstrated the Tiangong's prowess. Zhu Shan, who could defeat a golden 9-star warrior despite being only a golden 4-star, was no match for him. No one dared to act rashly. Finally, Ji Gongming stepped forward, leveraging his background. "Minister, your strength is undeniable, but the martial division needs manpower. Many of the warriors are retainers of prominent families, essentially representing those families. I understand you're assertive, but making more friends wouldn't hurt, right? Yi Fan responded calmly, making friends is fine, but it requires qualifications. If the Ji family from the 8 great families said this, it would be understandable. But your Ji family from Nange City is merely a branch, not even closely related to the main family. What qualifies you to talk about friendship with me? Ji Gongming's face darkened. Minister, your words are too harsh. If the family head hears this, Yi Fan interrupted, these words are meant for your family head. He turned to the crowd. Feel free to relay everything I've said today. Also, add this. I came to Nange City for one purposito manage the martial division. I'm giving face to Governor Ma Zuzi by tolerating you repeatedly. Don't think you have any leverage. Remember, my army is always ready to march into Nange City. Yi Fan continued his warning, yesterday and today were your last chances. If any of you dare to interfere again when I'm handling matters, I won't spare the families behind you. The blatant threat shocked everyone, and they turned their eyes to Ma Zuzi. Originally enjoying the spectacle, Ma Zuzi frowned. Why are you looking at me? Even if an army marches in, it's just to threaten your families. As a governor, it's my call on right and wrong. No matter how chaotic the court is, they won't ignore the takeover of a provincial capital. Ma Zuzi coughed and stepped in to mediate. Minister Tiangong, Ji Gongming, and the others didn't mean to offend you. Nange City is a major city in Nanchuan province, and everyone abides by the law. Mobilizing private troops is excessive. Yi Fan snorted. I don't want to mobilize private troops either. But these people keep provoking me. Ma Zuzi nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. He turned to Ji Gongming. You too. Family matters are family matters, and the martial division is the martial division. Stop mixing them up. Apologize to Tiangong. Ji Gongming was stunned. Apologize? He fired us, beat us up, and threatened us, and I still have to apologize? But given the situation, Ji Gongming had no choice but to bow his head. Minister Tiangong, I overstepped earlier. I shouldn't have used my family's influence to threaten you. Ma Zuzi sighed in relief. That's better. He turned to Yi Fan. Minister Tiangong, Ji Gongming has apologized. Let's put this matter to rest. I understand the dispute was over dismissals due to tardiness, which was a bit extreme. If you're willing, perhaps you could give them another chance. Yi Fan nodded. Since the governor has spoken, I'll give some leeway. However, the order won't be rescinded. Dismissals will remain. But I'm not closing the door entirely. The martial division needs reform, and will establish a selection and assessment system. Once the reforms are complete, they can reapply. If they pass, they can rejoin the martial division. What do you think, Governor? Ma Zuzi agreed. I think that's fair. He looked at the standing individuals. What do you think of Tiangong's proposal? With the two leaders setting the tone, the situation was decided. The others, unable to match the political savvy of these two, could only nod in reluctant agreement. Ma Zuzi concluded, since that's settled, let's consider this matter resolved. Go back and handle the aftermath properly, and don't let it escalate again. He turned to Yi Fan. Minister Tiangong, you mentioned you were busy. We won't take up any more of your time. The martial division has many affairs that need your attention. Yi Fan nodded. It's a small matter. With that, he picked up his heavy sword and left. As they stepped out, Wu Jingtian followed closely behind Yi Fan. He noticed the slight furrow in Yi Fan's brow, suggesting he had something on his mind. Wu wanted to ask but hesitated. Sensing Wu's hesitation, Yi Fan spoke first. If you have any questions, just ask. Glancing at Wu with a faint smile, Yi Fan said, you probably have some idea. You know what Ma Zuzi is aiming for, right? Wu Jingtian sighed in relief and admitted, yes, I know. Mao Zuzi wants to use Tiangong as a shield. On the surface, he's on your side, but in reality, he's pushing Tiangong to the forefront to clash with those families. Yi Fan nodded in agreement. That's about right. Mao Zuzi has some grand plans, but it doesn't matter. If he's willing to delegate power, I'm willing to take it. If I gain control and manage the Wu department well, things won't be as simple as he thinks. Lowering his voice, Wu Jingtian expressed his concern. I won't question your strategies, but I do have other worries. Tiangong, despite his title and different methods, can still be traced. There aren't many with talents like Tiangong. What if someone deliberately investigates? Investigate? Yi Fan chuckled dismissively. Let them. I've been so domineering in Nange City. Even if they find out, what can they do? I don't care. In fact, they'll be the ones hesitating. Seeing Wu Jingtian still worried, Yi Fan's tone became resolute. Wu Jingtian, you're thinking too narrowly. We don't have to be bound by so many concerns. Only gentlemen and upright people fear open attacks and hidden schemes because they cherish their reputation. We are neither gentlemen nor upright people, and I've said this long ago. Elaborating on his point, Yi Fan continued, we have an army, and we have star-level powerhouses. Our strength isn't inferior to theirs, so there's no need to be polite. If they act arrogantly, we'll be even more arrogant. If they play dirty, we'll be even dirtier. They can twist the truth and bully others, and so can we. In these chaotic times, the rules are full of loopholes. We just need to focus on expanding our power without being constrained by conventions. Giving an example, Yifan said, take your concern about being recognized. In the current situation in Nanchuan, even if they recognize me, so what? Even if they accuse me directly, I can deny it and arrest them for slander. What can they do? What dare they do? With enough power, everything is possible. Wu Jingtian fell silent, contemplating for a long time before sighing. Your boldness is truly astonishing. Yi Fan waved his hand dismissively. It's not about boldness, just broadening your perspective. With that, he stepped forward. Suddenly, he turned back and asked, if the Overlord were at the star level, would he hesitate in such a situation? You, as a practitioner of the Overlord's techniques, why lack the Overlord's heart? As Yi Fan's figure receded into the distance, Wu Jingtian stood rooted in thought. I lack the Overlord's heart, he murmured, a glint of understanding in his eyes. The bottleneck that had hindered him for years showed signs of loosening. It dawned on him that the essence of the Overlord's heart lay in that very statement. As Wu Jingtian watched Yi Fan's departing figure, he was filled with astonishment. He couldn't help but wonder. How did Yi Fan pinpoint the reason for the stagnation in my cultivation? Meanwhile, in the Ji family estate in Nange City, Ji Gongming knelt on a cushion at the entrance, reporting the entire incident to the family head. The family head was shocked. The governor and Tiangong are on the same side? Has Mao Zuzi gone mad? Bringing in an outsider is one thing. But now he's siding with him? Ji Gongming continued, Master, that's the reality. The governor clearly has no intention of opposing Tiangong. Many of us could sense that if it weren't for saving face, the governor would have preferred us to fight. Tiangong is excessively domineering. He even dared to say he would bring the army into the city in front of the governor. If given the chance, I believe he would follow through. The family head replied gravely, he definitely would. After all, he seized the Leiling secret realm from us. This is a man-eating tiger. Why would Mao Zuzi keep him close instead of driving him away? At that moment, a lean, middle-aged man entered, exuding an extraordinary aura. The family head's eyes showed a hint of wariness. Sun Yuming, what brings you here? Sun Yuming calmly took a seat and smiled. With the Wu department in such turmoil, I've come to discuss some strategies with you. The family head, feeling uneasy, hesitated for a moment before dismissing Ji Gongming. Once alone, he asked, Sun Yuming, what strategies do you have? Sun Yuming replied unhurriedly, I have strategies, but it depends on whether you're willing to cooperate. Cooperate? The family head suddenly grew angry. Sun Yuming, you borrowed a gold mine from my family last time and haven't returned it yet? Sun Yuming remained unfazed. Why fuss over a few pounds of gold? The family head, still angry, retorted, there's nothing for my family to cooperate with you on. Even if the Wu department minister causes a ruckus, does he dare to touch my family? Sun Yuming replied meaningfully, it seems you haven't realized the gravity of the situation. The governor clearly wants to play one against the other. He brought Tiangong in to deal with us. The family head scoffed. Playing one against the other? This is Nange City. Every family here has thousands of retainers. Outside the city, maybe, but here, how can he touch us? Sun Yuming shook his head. That's not certain. Haven't you heard that Tiangong plans to reform the Wu department? The Wu department has over 10,000 people, a legitimate force. If he gains control and comes for us one by one, the family head, remembering Ji Gongming's removal, wavered. Most of the Wu department are our people. How can he easily take over? Seeing the hesitation, Sun Yuming continued. You see, even you doubt your own words. The family head, though displeased with Sun Yuming, reluctantly asked, what's your plan? Sun Yuming explained, it's quite simple. The governor supports Tiangong fully, making us Tiangong's enemies. But if we change our approach and support Tiangong, what then? The family head was puzzled. Support Tiangong? What do you mean? Sun Yuming lazily replied, it's simple. We fully support Tiangong. Let him reform. Give him people and let him grow. The family head's face changed drastically. What nonsense are you talking about? Mao Zuzi brought in a wolf, and you want us to feed it? Sun Yuming shook his head. No, you can't be so short-sighted. If the governor wants to play one against the other, why can't we? We play one against the other? Yes, Sun Yuming nodded, eyes gleaming with ambition. Surely, you don't want to be limited by the Nanchuan governor forever? The pavilion masters are all very enthusiastic. Wu Bu listened to Chen Ping's report, and Yi Fan was slightly taken aback. Yes, Tiangong, Chen Peng replied earnestly. Since a few days ago, the pavilion masters have been working like they're on steroids. They start early and stay late, handling official duties and patrolling on time. Yi Fan frowned upon hearing this. Is that so? Wu Jingtian interjected from the side. Could it be that Tiangong's previous threat worked? They realize they can't defy you, so they have to comply. Yi Fan shook his head, looking serious. Threats might work to some extent, but they wouldn't make them this obedient. If I were in their shoes, I'd have my men slack off. After 2 months of accumulated issues, even if I pick the right people, I'd still have a mess to deal with. So, do you think there's something fishy going on? Wu Jingtian asked hesitantly. Yi Fan sneered, given the nature of these families, I won't assume the best. Let them be. If they want to work diligently, let them. If not, they can get lost. They can't stop me from achieving what I want. Turning to Chun Peng, Yi Fan asked, how are the arrangements for the Jingjia army? Chun Peng immediately reported, they're doing well. We've bought a piece of land in the southernmost part of Nange City, which has now become our base. We've set up a specialized intelligence network with maximum security. I'm planning to take them hunting in the nearby secret realms. Yi Fan nodded. Good, just be careful. I'll help you get a pavilion master title and integrate the Jingjia army into the Wu Bu. Thank you, Tiangong, Chun Peng said respectfully. Yi Fan waved his hand dismissively. It's all part of the plan. He fixed his gaze on Chun Peng and asked, how's the contact with Zushan going? Chun Peng's expression turned slightly odd as he replied, we've made contact, and he's accepted the invitation to join as a minister. However, Zushan is quite stubborn. He said he lost to you fair and square, and wants to earn his place in Wu Bu through his own efforts. He doesn't want any special treatment. Yi Fan smiled. Stubborn, but that's a good trait. A person who is strict with themselves is worth having. Wu Jingtian asked, do you plan to bring Zushan under your wing? Yi Fan nodded. Yes, Wu Bu is vast, and I need a leader to unite the common martial artists. Zushan is strong and resolute, making him a valuable asset. Wu Jingtian reminded, but I've heard that the previous leader of the common martial artists was Dong Xian. Given Wu Bu's long-standing status quo, introducing a new leader might cause conflicts. Yi Fan was unfazed. I've assessed Dong Xian. He's weak and useless. We'll just remove him. A martial artist should be unyielding. When the sky falls, it can break your neck or legs, but never your spine. Wu Jingtian nodded thoughtfully. Understood. Chun Peng then asked, Tiangong, what's our next plan? Is there anything specific you need me to handle? Yi Fan replied, for now, let's observe those guys and see how things unfold. Focus on stabilizing the Jingjia army and prepare for future tasks. He looked into the distance, a smile playing on his lips. I'm not too keen on getting involved in Nange City's affairs. Our main focus is Yun City. Its development is unstoppable and will eventually spread across Nanchuan. In Nange, we're just here to annoy the Miao family and other clans. Their power is too vast for us to make significant moves, but we can still constrain them. Ideally, we could choke their resources. Yun City has around 20,000 troops, and with Balian City, we have 40,000. Once fully armed, in about 6 months, we can target Tingyu City and Mizong City. Chun Peng nodded repeatedly. Understood, Tiangong. I'll ensure everything is in order with the Jingjia army. Just as Chun Peng was about to leave, Yi Fan grabbed his arm. Forget the Jingjia army for now. Come with me to a place. A place? Chun Peng was puzzled. Where to? Yi Fan smiled. We've been in Nange City for almost half a month. It's time to visit Fengyue Tower. Fengyue Tower? Both Chun Peng and Wu Jingtian were taken aback. As martial artists, although they focused on their training, they had heard of the infamous Fengyue Tower, favorite haunt of hedonists. Chun Peng hesitated. Tiangong, why would you go to Fengyue Tower? Yi Fan walked towards the door without looking back. To see someone, of course. I've heard that on the 99th floor of Fengyue Tower, there's a songstress named Linglong, who is said to be as beautiful as a fairy and sings like an angel. I thought I'd see for myself. Wu Jingtian and Chun Peng exchanged bewildered glances. Hearing this from anyone else would be nothing unusual, but coming from Yi Fan, it was hard to believe. As Yi Fan walked away, Chun Peng whispered to Wu Jingtian, Senior Wu Jingtian, are you going? I've never been to such a place, and I'm afraid I'll embarrass myself. You've seen more of the world. Care to join us? Wu Jingtian looked embarrassed. My wife is very strict, and I've never been to such places. Besides, Tiangong didn't invite me. Come along, all of you. Yi Fan's voice called out. He had casually donned a black robe and was walking away. Don't overthink it. On the path of cultivation, one must have a firm heart. Going to Fengyue Tower is just to meet an old acquaintance and, of course, enjoy some music. The head of the family, the minister, has left. As Yi Fan stepped out of the threshold, news from the martial department quickly spread to several influential families. The Ji family, particularly interested in Yi Fan, was the first to receive the information. At that moment, the head of the Ji family was leisurely sipping tea. Upon hearing the news, he remained unusually calm. He took a slow sip of his tea before asking, where did he go? The messenger hesitated for a moment before responding quietly, to Fengyue Tower. Fengyue Tower? The head of the G family almost choked on his tea. Regaining his composure, he furrowed his brows and said, "He's so young. What business does he have at Fengyue Tower?" The messenger, looking embarrassed, stammered, "I don't know, but there's not much else to do at Fengyue Tower." The head of the G family fell into deep thought and waved the messenger away. After the messenger left, he took out a list filled with information about various prodigies and muttered to himself, "The more exceptional a genius, the more resolute their character." Among this generation's prodigies, apart from that odd one in the capital, none seemed to be lecherous. A moment later, he smiled. If this minister is indeed a lecher, he will be easier to deal with. Those who crave wealth can be bought with money, and those who crave pleasure can be bought with beauty. The hardest to deal with are those who want nothing. He took another sip of tea. At his age, having some desires is normal. If he had no desires at all, that would be concerning. Meanwhile, Yifan and his group had arrived at Fengyue Street. On either side of the street, elaborately dressed women were eagerly attracting customers, their bare skin peeking out from under short sleeves and skirts. The scene made the honest Chunpeng blush, and even the henpecked Wu Jingtian couldn't help but twitch. "Minister, are we really going in?" Chunpeng asked nervously. Yifan shook his head. "Don't overthink it. Why are you all blushing?" With that, he stepped forward. Along the way, various women teased the handsome young man. One giggled, "Such a cute young brother. Why are you here?" Another winked, "Brother, come to building 57. It's all clean, just some music to enjoy." Yifan remained calm and indifferent, walking steadily forward. Behind him, Wu Jingtian and Chen Peng wished they could bury their heads in the ground, their faces red with embarrassment. Soon, the group arrived at the most grandiose building at the end of Fengyue Street. Yifan paused at the entrance, his eyes momentarily distant. "The last time I was here, I was a destitute fugitive who couldn't even afford a meal." Just as Yifan was about to step inside, a voice called out, "Minister, why are you here?" Yifan turned to see Sundahai and Mitzi standing not far away, their faces filled with surprise. "Why am I not allowed here?" Yifan replied with a faint smile. Sundahai quickly shook his head. No, of course, the minister can go wherever he pleases." Yifan nodded and, without further words, led his two subordinates into Building 99. At the entrance, Sundahai and his group exchanged puzzled looks. "The minister doesn't seem like someone who indulges in such pleasures." Sundahai scratched his head. Mitzi teased, "What else would a man indulge in? Maybe the minister is just here to listen to some music." They then began discussing Sundahai's fondness for Fengyue Tower. Mitzi joked, "Why not save up and redeem Ruyan instead of spending money here every day?" Sundahai smiled bitterly. "You think I haven't considered that? I've saved up millions over the years, but the issue isn't the money, it's whether it's even possible." He gazed at the magnificent Building 99 inside. This is the largest pleasure house in the southern region, controlled by the G family and several other powerful families in Nange City. Once a girl enters Fengyue Tower, she can't leave unless she dies. On the 99th floor, Yifan moved steadily while the first floor hall buzzed with activity. This place was more renowned than other pleasure houses, yet it was still accessible to the common folk, though most never ventured beyond the first floor. In the hall, shirtless men feasted at the tables, accompanied by petite girls whispering sweet nothings. Occasionally, a songstress would be coaxed into singing a few shy notes. At the center of the room, scantily clad dancers swayed on a raised circular platform, drawing whistles and crude comments from the men below, who would sometimes toss money in their excitement. Yifan shook his head silently, offering no comment on the debauchery around him. A middle-aged woman with heavy makeup and a mature charm approached him with a warm smile. "Young man, are you here for the music or?" she asked, her eyes scanning him curiously. "You look new here. This must be your first time at the 99th floor, right? Our girls are top-notch, whether you prefer something mild or spicy." "Plain," Yifan interrupted impatiently. The woman paused, then laughed. "A man of taste, I see. We have many talented ladies here. Let me introduce." "No need for introductions. Just Ling Long." Yifan cut her off again, tossing her a token. "Prepare a private room on the 5th floor and have your real manager meet me." The woman's expression changed as she examined the token. "Minister of Martial Affairs, Tiangong? You're the new minister?" Clearly, she had heard of Yifan's reputation and understood his high status. "Any more questions?" Yifan asked calmly. No questions," the woman replied respectfully, handing back the token. "Please, sir, head upstairs. I'll make the arrangements. Ling Long and the manager will join you shortly." Yifan nodded and ascended the stairs, followed closely by Wu Jingtian and Chen Peng. The staircase wound upwards, each floor presenting a different scene. The second floor echoed with provocative sounds, while the third floor was filled with laughter and the clinking of glasses. Noticing their curiosity, Yifan explained, "In this pleasure house, the first floor is for food, the second for carnal pleasures, the third for drinks, the fourth for music, and the fifth for art, each with its own specialty. Wu Jingtian marveled. It sounds quite refined, though only one floor truly fits the term pleasure house. Yifan replied with a meaningful look, indeed, just one floor. But that one floor draws more people than the other four combined. As they reached the fourth floor, a woman in a geisha outfit was roughly pushed out of a room. A man in luxurious attire followed, shouting angrily, "Can't even entertain a patron properly, how disappointing." He spat at the crying woman, his anger flaring. "You dare cry? I'll strip you naked right here." The man reached to tear more of her clothing, but his attendant quickly restrained him, whispering, "Young master, someone is coming." The man looked up, seeing Yifan's group. "What are you looking at? Can't you see I'm having fun? Do you know who I am? Bai Yiming of the Bai family from Nange City. Now get lost before I have you killed." Wu Jingtian and Chen Peng looked to Yifan, noting the growing coldness in his eyes, and smirked. "Tiangong, shall we deal with him?" Wu Jingtian asked quietly. Yifan nodded and continued upstairs, leaving a parting remark, "Strip him and throw him out," as he suggested. Wu Jingtian and Chen Peng advanced on Bai Yiming with glee. Bai Yiming panicked. "What are you doing? Haven't you heard of me? I'm one of the 4 young masters of Nange City." Wu Jingtian unleashed his stellar aura. "Sneering kid, you've offended Tiangong. Your father, no, your grandfather wouldn't dare speak to him like that. What 4 young masters? You're not even worth the 4 great beasts." In a dimly lit chamber, a woman draped in light gauze sat at a table, slowly writing something with a pen. Her beauty was radiant, the gauze unable to conceal her allure. Her figure was exquisite, the silk outlining her enchanting curves. She resembled a fairy in a painting, sitting there quietly. After writing for a while, she seemed a bit tired and stood up to walk to the side. The room, situated away from the sun, required candlelight even during the day. Despite the dimness, it was filled with various flowers. Without sunlight, the flowers withered more quickly. She crouched beside a withered flower and let out a soft sigh, her voice as ethereal as a ghost's whisper. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. A middle-aged woman with heavy makeup entered, bringing with her a pungent scent of cosmetics. The young woman frowned but still asked softly, "Aunt Zhang, is there something you need?" "Hurry, Ling Long. An important guest has specifically requested your company. Come with me to the 5th floor," Aunt Zhang urged anxiously, reaching out to pull Ling Long. Ling Long stepped away from her hand and said, "I told you my throat is sore and I need to rest. Aunt Zhang, you promised me that I could rest for 2 days each month." Aunt Zhang paused, then explained, "I want to let you rest, but the guest today is someone very influential." Ling Long frowned, displeased. "There have been other powerful people before, and you always manage to turn them down for me." Aunt Zhang leaned in and whispered, "Today's guest is the newly appointed Minister of War, very influential and highly regarded by the governor. I could usually rely on the backing of a few powerful families to refuse other young lords, but this minister recently forced even those families to step aside. I can't say no to him. Ling Long, please, do this favor for me. The minister is young and should have a good temper. He won't make things difficult for you." Ling Long hesitated. Looking at Aunt Zhang's pleading expression, she remembered how Aunt Zhang had taken her in, taught her to sing, and protected her all these years. She had given most of her earnings to Aunt Zhang, asking only for 2 days of freedom each month. At this moment, she seemed to understand something. "We, the birds in this cage, have no right to yearn for freedom." Ling Long sighed softly, walking towards the door. "Let's go, Aunt Zhang." Aunt Zhang was momentarily stunned. Watching Ling Long's slender back, her brows furrowed slightly, but she quickly shook her head and followed. In the hallway, a servant brought Ling Long's chin. Just then, a desperate cry rang out, "Help! Help!" Before Ling Long could react, a middle-aged man came down the stairs, dragging a naked young man like a discarded rag doll. The young man was Bai Yiming, who was screaming for help, but his voice was abruptly cut off as he was thrown aside. A crowd quickly gathered. The middle-aged man dusted off his hands and walked back upstairs, passing through the onlookers. Aunt Zhang panicked, knowing that the person thrown out was one of the 4 young masters of Nange. Such an incident in her establishment was something she couldn't afford to bear. At that moment, a disheveled courtesan came down the stairs, clutching her chin and crying, "Aunt Zhang, Bai Yiming forced me to drink. When I refused, he hit me and tried to tear my clothes off." Aunt Zhang quickly asked for more details. The courtesan explained that a young man happened to be present. When Bai Yiming told him to leave, he ordered Bai Yiming to be stripped and thrown out. Aunt Zhang breathed a slight sigh of relief, realizing this was a conflict between Tiangong and Bai Yiming, not directly related to them. She decided to first appease the important guest and hurried upstairs, leaving Ling Long behind. Ling Long looked at her frightened sister, noticing the spit on her chin and her torn clothes, her brows furrowing. She turned to look outside, seeing Bai Yiming shamefully putting on his clothes and fleeing. Looking up at the upstairs, Linglong's expression subtly changed. This Tiangong seems quite domineering, she murmured to herself. In a private room on the 5th floor, Aunt Zhang was enthusiastically introducing special snacks to Yifan, assuring him that Linglong and the manager would arrive soon. Yifan merely nodded indifferently. Aunt Zhang nervously asked about the incident with the Bai family's young master. Yifan briefly replied that it had nothing to do with the establishment, and that any trouble should be directed to him. Aunt Zhang sighed in relief and quickly poured wine for Yifan, but he politely declined. Yifan asked Wu Jingtian and Chun Pang to have a drink to steady their nerves. The two exchanged uneasy glances, speculating that Yifan might have a plan. At that moment, Linglong entered the room. Her presence seemed to soften the light in the room. Even Wu Jingtian and Chun Pang were momentarily stunned, quickly looking away to avoid rudeness. Tiangong, Linglong greets you, Linglong said, bowing with her chin. Yifan remained silent, simply gazing at the familiar figure, his eyes flickering. He remembered how, years ago, when he was desperate and hiding in the establishment, Linglong had entered the room just like this, carrying a few steaming buns. Those cheap buns had saved his life. Later, when he achieved success and wanted to find her, he learned that she had passed away. Meeting again today, everything had changed. Yifan hesitated slightly but finally spoke softly, long time no see. The voice echoed powerfully in the room, like a sigh tinged with a hint of laughter. Linglong was taken aback, and Wu Jingtian, Chun Pang, and Aunt Zhang all turned to look at Yifan, their faces filled with surprise. Linglong broke the silence first, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Tiangong, have we met before? She gazed at Yifan, feeling an inexplicable sensation. Yifan didn't answer immediately. After a brief pause, he shook his head. You remind me of someone I used to know. I mistook you for her for a moment. He then turned his gaze to Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang, you may leave now. Aunt Zhang hesitated. But Linglong is supposed to sing. Who will pour the drinks for the guests? We can pour our own drinks. I'm not here for that. Yifan waved her off. Aunt Zhang glanced at Linglong, seeming worried, but eventually nodded and left. The room fell silent. Linglong rarely performed solo, and the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Yifan broke the silence again. Linglong, just sing. What would Tiangong like to hear? Linglong asked. Anything will do, Yifan replied. After a brief moment of thought, Linglong began to pluck the strings of her instrument. Her lips parted, and the melody seamlessly intertwined with her voice. Wu Jingtian and Chun Pang listened, entranced, while Yifan leaned back in his chair, calmly watching Linglong. Linglong was confident in her singing. As the top performer at Fengyue Pavilion, she had every reason to be. Yet Yifan's reaction surprised her. He showed neither appreciation nor desire, as if he was impervious to the music, solely focused on her with a complex expression in his eyes. Linglong had seen such a gaze before, usually in the eyes of those who had weathered many storms, reminiscing about the past or lamenting the passage of time. How could a young man have such a deep look? Was it because she reminded him of someone? Perhaps his sister? With this thought in mind, Linglong continued to sing, her eyes never leaving Yifan's face, seeking more clues. Yet Yifan's expression remained as still as stone, save for those profound eyes. Linglong thought to herself, he is truly a unique person. Her smile widened slightly, and her singing became even more beautiful. After a few songs, Linglong was about to pluck the strings again when Yifan raised his hand to stop her. That's enough. You don't need to sing anymore. Linglong paused, surprised. Tiangong, don't you want to hear more? I do, but not right now. Yifan leaned back, stretching lazily before suddenly asking, Linglong, do you have any wishes? Wishes? Linglong was taken aback. Tiangong, are you planning to give me a gift? Not a gift, a wish. Yifan looked directly at her. Within my capabilities, I can grant you one wish. Why would Tiangong suddenly say this? Linglong inquired. Is it because of that person from your past? Yifan nodded. Yes, I owe her. But she can never return, so I want to make it up to her through you. Before Linglong could speak, Yifan interrupted. You don't need to say anything else. Just tell me your wish. Linglong hesitated, her gaze falling on the withered flowers in the room. Normally, she wouldn't think much of it, but today, perhaps because of the earlier events, her heart was stirred. She recalled the sunlight when she bought the flowers and, on a whim, said to Yifan, Tiangong, my wish is to see more of the sun. The sun. Yifan paused. Don't you want freedom? People like us don't have the chance for freedom, Linglong said sadly. Just being able to see the sun a bit more would be enough. If my flowers could see more sunlight, they wouldn't wither so quickly. Though her words were meaningful, they were filled with melancholy. She didn't dare to hope for freedom, only wishing her flowers could last a little longer. Yifan was silent for a long time before finally speaking. I promise you this wish. He tore off a piece of his long coat and handed it to Linglong, his gaze steady. He hadn't come here just to hear a few songs, but to resolve some old regrets. He knew the background of Fengyue Pavilion well enough to negotiate or take his time, but hearing the expected answer spurred him into action. As a cultivator, if he couldn't show a bit of boldness, what was the point? Hold on to your instrument and grab this piece of cloth tightly. Don't let go, Yifan instructed. Linglong was stunned, staring at the piece of cloth in disbelief. Tiangong. Sure. Yifan stood up. At that moment, the door opened, and the steward walked in with a smile. Tiangong, what can I do for you? Before he could finish, Yifan grabbed him by the collar and lifted him off the ground. When we leave, if anyone tries to stop us, tell them to get out of the way, Yifan said coldly. Don't say another word or you'll die. The steward was terrified by the killing intent in Yifan's eyes, realizing he wasn't joking. Overwhelmed by fear, he could only nod frantically. Don't kill me. I'll do as you say. Satisfied with the answer, Yifan turned to Jingtian and Chun Peng, a smile on his lips. Feeling brave now? It's time to act. The two men immediately responded, standing by Yifan's side, their eyes gleaming with determination. With a loud bang, the door to the fifth-floor room was blasted open. Yifan led the way, with Jingtian and Chun Peng flanking him. Linglong followed cautiously, clutching her instrument and holding onto Yifan's cloth, her eyes filled with both anxiety and excitement. Yifan shouted, Tiangong is here. Anyone in our way will be killed without mercy. The minister is truly domineering. At this moment, Sundahai and his group were still watching by Yiming's spectacle at the entrance. The locals of Nange had long been displeased with this spoiled rich kid, but they didn't dare to voice their grievances due to the disparity in status. Remembering how Bai Yiming once harassed Ruyan, a smile crept onto Sundahai's face, thinking that the group leader had finally given him a taste of his own medicine. Mitzi, standing nearby with a grin, said, Why don't we just follow the minister directly? Sure, it's dangerous, but it's exhilarating. We can beat up whoever we want. Isn't that the kind of freedom we're seeking in our training? Didn't you say you wanted to see for yourself? Sundahai scoffed. Those big families seem to be on some kind of drug. All of them are so eager. Dong Xian, that guy has no ambition, and there's a high chance he won't be able to keep his position as the pavilion master. Mitzi chimed in. We all need to make a living. If others snatch the spots, are we supposed to work under them? Sundahai hesitated. But the minister hasn't said he needs people, nor has he shown any signs of promoting or gathering anyone. Mitzi squinted his eyes and analyzed. Since Tiangong became the minister of the martial department, there's no way he wouldn't support his own people. I think he's just observing for now. If we pledge allegiance now, we'll be among the first and are bound to benefit. He looked meaningfully at Sundahai. Dahai, don't you want to marry Ruyan? Do you think working under Tiangong might give you that chance? This made Sundahai waver, just about to speak when a commotion broke out at the entrance of the 99th floor. A large crowd formed a circle, and following closely behind were Yifan and his two companions, moving in a pincer formation. What's going on? Sundahai was startled, then saw Linglong tugging at Yifan's sleeve and realized, is the minister here to take Linglong? At these words, not only Sundahai but also Mitzi and the others' faces changed. The minister of the martial department personally coming to take Fengyue Tower's top courtesan was no small matter. Within the circle, a few elders from eternal-level families faced Yifan cautiously, both because Yifan had taken a steward and because there were stellar-level experts by his side. As Yifan stepped forward, the circle kept retreating, with no one daring to make a move. Finally, a particularly strong-looking elder stepped forward and said to Yifan, Tiangong, Linglong is Fengyue Tower's top courtesan. According to the consensus of the major families in Nange City, the courtesans and women of Fengyue Tower cannot be redeemed. This concerns the rules and the honor of the families. As the minister of the martial department, you should understand our predicament. If you release Linglong, we can let this matter go. As soon as he finished speaking, the circle stopped retreating, and some stood their ground against Yifan. Despite their numbers and strength, they were all eternal level, with no stellar level experts present. Yifan did not force his way through but stopped, leisurely scanning the crowd as he asked, If I take her today, what can you do? The elder's expression stiffened, looking grim. Without a stellar level expert, they couldn't possibly stop Yifan. Even if they managed to capture Yifan in a melee, he still held the steward's life in his hands, and any misstep could lead to a conflict between their family and the martial department, possibly involving the governor behind them. After much hesitation, the elder had no choice but to bow and say, Minister Tiangong, we are only doing our duty for our families. Please don't make things difficult for us. Yifan shook his head and emphasized, I said, if I make things difficult for you, what can you do? You don't really think a few eternal levels can stop me, do you? As he spoke, Yifan raised his hand and summoned Isol. The cold instantly spread from his feet, startling the elders. Though they were not afraid themselves, not everyone in Fengyue Tower could withstand it. This concerned the foundation of their families, and letting Ice Soul rampage would have dire consequences. The elders didn't hesitate. One stepped forward to block, while the others rushed towards Fengyue Tower, trying to stop the frost from spreading. A gap appeared in the circle, and Yi Fan, without a word, strode out. Behind him came the elder's furious shout. Today's matter will be reported to the families. Minister Tiangong will have to give an explanation. Yi Fan merely snorted and soon disappeared at the end of Fengyue Tower. The conflict came and went quickly. After Yi Fan left, many people were still shaken, watching the departing elders as if they had just come to their senses. Wow, this is a big deal, Mitzi gasped. Losing by Yiming is a small matter, but taking the top courtesan of the 99th floor in front of so many elders, Tiangong is stepping on these families' faces. Isn't he afraid they'll retaliate? That's not certain. Even Sun Dehai, who admired him, was now apprehensive. The rules of Fengyue Tower have always been unbreakable. Many big shots have tried to redeem people from here but failed. The minister just took office. Thinking of the recent conflicts in the martial department, Sun Dehai looked at Yi Fan's departing figure with a hint of surprise. Could it be that Tiangong intends to directly confront these families of Nange City? Only upon entering the martial hall did Wu Jingtian and Chen Peng, who had been tense all along, finally breathe a sigh of relief, realizing they were drenched in sweat. This seemingly peaceful journey had been incredibly stressful. A strong dragon doesn't suppress a local snake, especially when they didn't even qualify as a strong dragon. If they had acted recklessly, they might not have been able to protect themselves. Luckily, Tiangong has Ice Soul. Wu Jingtian spoke first, relieved. The deterrence of a beast master is indeed extraordinary. Yi Fan shook his head. It wasn't because of Ice Soul. They never intended to make a move against me. He then turned to look at Ling Long, who was still a bit shaken, and his tone softened. Prepare yourself. Tonight, I'll have someone take you to Yun City. Once there, no one will be able to restrict your freedom. Yun City is a place of peace and prosperity. You'll see many suns there. I understand. Ling Long nodded, still feeling unreal. He had really taken her away from Fengyue Tower. What followed would be an unavoidable storm. Unable to repay such a great favor, Ling Long could only. I told you, this is for an old friend. Yi Fan interrupted, looking out at the cloudy sky with an unusually calm expression. This is something I should have done long ago. What? Tiangong took Ling Long straight from Fengyue Tower? Master Ji sprang up from his chair, sending the teacup crashing to the floor, shattering into pieces. His face flushed with anger, his fists clenched tightly. That Tiangong, he's up to no good. A few days of peace and he thinks he can mess with us? We showed him courtesy and he thinks we're pushovers. Master Ji gritted his teeth and turned to one of his subordinates. Notify the Wu family and the Bai family. We can't let this slide. If we let him get away with this, next time he'll have a knife to our throats. The subordinate nodded repeatedly and was about to leave when a laugh echoed through the room. Master Ji, what could possibly have you so worked up? Sun Yuming strolled in leisurely and sat down on a stool. Master Ji glared at him, his anger intensifying. You again. It was your idea to support Tiangong, and now look what he's done. He's targeted Fengyue Tower. That's the result of years of effort from more than 10 families. Sun Yuming waved dismissively. What's so special about a brothel business? Besides, he just took the top courtesan. He didn't touch your core interests. I think Tiangong is just testing you to see if you're sincere. Master Ji was trembling with rage. Testing? Breaking the decades-old rules of Fengyue Tower is a declaration of war. Sun Yuming, are you a spy Tiangong planted in Nange City long ago? Sun Yuming's face darkened. Master Ji, that's not something to joke about. I've been here much longer than Tiangong, born and bred in Nange City. You know that. Master Ji sneered. There's nothing more to say to you. Your Sun family doesn't have much stake in Fengyue Tower, so of course you're not worried. He turned to leave. Sun Yuming grabbed his arm. Master Ji, don't let a small matter ruin the bigger picture. We had a good plan, and now you want to throw it all away over one courtesan? This isn't about one courtesan. Master Ji shouted. We can support him, but not at the expense of our interests. If we don't act now, what are we waiting for? Sun Yuming lowered his voice. Master Ji, are you prepared to go to war with the military division? The governor is backing Tiangong, and he has an army. Master Ji hesitated, and Sun Yuming took the opportunity to continue. The governor has always wanted a piece of the Fengyue Tower business, but never had the chance. If you act impulsively now, you'll only give him an opening. You mean, the governor orchestrated this? Master Ji frowned. Sun Yuming nodded. What else? You've met Tiangong. He wouldn't risk offending everyone over a courtesan. He must have a deeper plan. Master Ji fell into deep thought, and Sun Yuming leaned in to whisper a few words. Master Ji's expression turned peculiar. That's a terrible idea. Not only should we not blame him, but we should also give him a gift? Why don't you just suggest I call him my godfather? Sun Yuming chuckled. Master G, the key is our relationship with Tiangong. He's just a troublemaker, and whoever uses him benefits. The governor gave him an incentive, so he came to bother us. If we can win him over, we can make the governor suffer instead. Master G was still reluctant. He just took our top courtesan, and now we're supposed to happily give him gifts? What will others think of us? Everyone will think they can come and take our people. Sun Yumming sighed. Master G, think bigger. Money and assets are external things. We need to look further ahead. The word is that chaos will break out in 3 years. Time is precious, and focusing on expanding rather than making enemies over a courtesan is the smart move. He continued. What's face worth? It can't put food on the table or save your life. We all crawled out of the mud, didn't we? Wearing the wolf skin of the dynasty and eating the lamb of Nange City. We're already doing dirty work. Why care about face? Master G remained silent for a long time before finally speaking slowly. What you said makes sense. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.